This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 884 Sia Family. You admit it. You are just a bunch of inhuman things? Everyone just saw Bart laugh. Then pointed to the middle of the arena and spoke. These modified people did not have any skills. Everyone realized that the man who exploded in the middle of the arena left a bit strange wreckage. Cyborgs. After ordinary superpowers are beaten and burned. At most some ashes are left. But this person left some sulfur after burning. Then Bart spread his hands and asked the nobles in the stands, "Do you think I will lose money if I do this? These bastards from other places don't respect our nobles. They deserve to die." "That's right. Too crazy. Bart, they are provoking you. Kill them. Blow them up. Bart, kill them. Bart, kill these outsiders." The nobles in the stand shouted loudly. "Did you see that? You guys are not human. You don't know that you have to abide by the rules of a place when you go there." Bart smiled at the silver-haired middle-aged man who stood up. Viscount Bart. You look down on a cyborg so much? Then I, a cyborg, challenge you. Do you dare to come? Are you nobles scared by the Alliance cleaners? You nobles only dare to fight in your own nest. And when you face people outside, you become big idiots. The silver-haired middle-aged man laughed. Shit! Asshole! Where did this TM come from? A foreign dog who doesn't know the rules? The nobles in the stands cursed when they heard this. But none of these guys wanted to come out and fight. Instead, they all looked at Bart. The nobles present also realized that someone was targeting Bart. These nobles wished that Bart would be killed. And as for the reputation of the nobles, it was up to them. Because Bart's rise made many people uncomfortable. Mainly because of Bart's rise. These nobles were very angry. Bart earned a lot of money by buying cleaners. In other words, Bart earned his own money. So these nobles were very dissatisfied with Bart. You are not the killers who were rewarded by some families to kill me. But it doesn't matter. I came here today to crush you idiots. I heard that you have a huge sum of money. Come on. Anyway, your money is not legitimate. Bart will reluctantly use it. Bart's words were extremely arrogant. The audience in the surrounding stands heard Bart's words, and felt that what Bart said made sense. These people might be killers. Viscount Bart. You insulted us cyborgs. We cyborgs want to show the world that we cyborgs are better because we have become better. We have 3 wins out of 5 games. Unlimited mechas. Mecha fighting. Personal freedom. Personal fighting without superpowers. And the swordsmanship that your empire boasts about. We will step on your head, Bart, to prove to the world that we cyborgs are the best. The silver-haired middle-aged man did not mention the killer that Bart mentioned at all, and said this series of words. Don't talk nonsense. I just ask how much money you have. If you don't have money, don't come to me. Everyone saw Bart said angrily. 100 billion blue coins. The silver-haired middle-aged man slowly spit out this number. Some people in the stands around regretted beating their chests and stamping their feet. If they had known that this foreigner had so much money, they should have taken action. Now maybe Bart, this bastard, got a free ride again. As for whether he is a killer or not, it will be determined by his hands. Alas, you are such a poor fellow. You traveled thousands of miles to bring 100 billion here. But I was very upset with you. So I agreed. The words of Viscount Bart made the others angry. Not only did the silver-haired middle-aged man feel angry, but even the audience in the stands felt angry. Viscount Bart. Talking skills are not considered skills. The silver-haired middle-aged man laughed. Young Bo didn't know which of the 5 duels mentioned by the silver-haired middle-aged man had a killer move. The other party must want to kill me directly in a game. No one knows what these modified people can do. Because they are no longer ordinary people. The Alliance is fighting with the anti-government armed forces. The energy devices in their bodies can self-destruct. And the power of the self-destruction is still very strong. Anyway, just don't let them get close to me. I will teach the boss of Paradise Island a lesson later. This boss must know some of the situation, and even teamed up with me to cheat me. But we can't kill all of these cyborgs. We have to leave some behind to take the blame. I still have to use their identities to rob the Carter family and the Wu family. It's mainly because there's no point in killing these bastards if they don't have any skills. Find a chance to release the spiritual seed for this guy and see what kind of complex forces are behind him. Paradise Island can also hold unlimited mecha arena competitions. Paradise Island has specially transformed an island for this kind of high-end arena competitions. Bart, are you sure? These guys seem to be coming for you. Alan asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? These guys are coming for me. I don't know if they are coming for my people or my money. There are too many people who want my money. If it really doesn't work, forget it. We nobles don't need to compete with these inhuman things. Just bet on me to win. That's for sure. When have I ever let you down? Buddy? Bah! I blamed you for hiding your strength and causing me to lose so much money. Did I tell you to bet on me to win? Sir Viscount Bart, have you considered carefully accepting the challenge from Shabal? At this time, the beautiful receptionist, who was responsible for receiving Viscount Bart, came over again and asked respectfully. Of course, I have considered carefully. Arrange the match as soon as possible. I am still busy. Yang Bo carefully read the terms of the challenge. Signed it. And then said impatiently, we will arrange it as soon as possible. It must be said that Paradise Island arranged it very quickly. 10 minutes later, Yang Bo and Xia Bear rolled the dice to decide who would draw the lot. Xia Bear had 5 people, each responsible for 5 games. And Xia Bear was actually responsible for swordsmanship. Drawing lots means which game will be drawn first. Viscount Bart, please go first. Although you think we are not human, we still know how to be polite. Xia Bear did not roll the dice at all, but said in a fake manner, Yes. It is because we are not human that we have to pretend to be human. Bart's venomous tongue made everyone laugh. The boss of Paradise Island also laughed a lot, because the 5 duels between Bart and Shabal have been broadcast live on the entire network. More than 200 million people have watched the live broadcast online. The first game, the Unlimited Mecha Arena Match. Yang Bo drew the lot, which was the Unlimited Mecha Arena Match. Paradise Island has prepared a variety of mechas, and a variety of weapons and equipment. Those who watched the live broadcast saw that Paradise Island had prepared more than 20 mechas, and also prepared various weapons. There were bombs, missiles, and heavy energy guns. The first player to play was a middle-aged man with short hair, named Zidal. Hearing these people's names, Yang Bo was more certain that the other party was the anti-government armed forces of the Alliance, because there was a man named Xia in the anti-government armed forces. The anti-government armed forces of the Alliance were actually a loose organization, and they were divided into many parts, among which there was a man named Xia. The Xia family was originally a family in the Alliance, and they were mainly engaged in human body modification experiments. Later, the Alliance banned the research of human body modification, so the family disappeared directly, but they did not expect to become the main force of the anti-government armed forces. The anti-government armed forces claimed that the ban on human body modification experiments was a conspiracy, and other powerful people in the Alliance were eyeing their family's wealth. A large number of people in the Alliance believed this statement, because many people in the Alliance found it difficult to believe in some of the government's measures and policies, and every policy of the government was opposed by countless people. Although the opponents do not know what is wrong with these policies, they always feel that the policies issued by the government are a conspiracy against them. The government of the coalition has almost no credibility. On the one hand, the coalition has done many weird things in the past. On the other hand, the opposition parties below will oppose any policy of the ruling party, no matter who is in power. The people below will oppose it. And these opposition parties also have supporters. Over time, no matter who is in power and what policies are issued, there will be people below who oppose it. Now if the government issues a policy and no one objects, everyone still feels uncomfortable. Yang Bo directly selected 2 laser guns, ready for a quick battle. 1 heavy laser gun and 1 small laser gun. The mecha also selected a standard 14th generation mecha. Chattel chose the 15th generation air superiority mecha, and also carried missiles, bombs and small energy guns. The mecha competition venue of Paradise Island is on a small island. This small island is in a regular shape, with a maximum length of about 15 kilometers, a maximum width of 9 kilometers, and a narrow part of 2 kilometers. There is a mountain range in the north of the island, and a flat land and beach in the south. Viscount Bart vs. Cyborg. This is the title used in the live broadcast on the internet, and now more than 500 million people are watching online. This island is specially modified. After Yang Bo landed on the island, he found that fog was rising around the island. The whole island seemed to be shrouded in thick white fog. This is the island's protection measure. mainly because the laser gun has a long range. These weapons are mainly to block the released lasers to prevent the lasers from causing damage to space or aircraft in the air. Paradise Island does not have as much energy as the official one. When the official mecha competition is held, the relevant airspace is directly cleared. Start. Yongbo and the opponent's mecha cannot see each other, but both sides can see each other on the mecha radar. Chapter 885, Instant Kill. Just now, the mecha was dropped onto this island. Although it was only a few seconds, Chattel still clearly remembered the terrain of the entire island. This is the advantage of the cyborgs. The cyborgs have more than one biochip implanted in their brains. You scum. Let me show you what a real cyborg is. The cyborgs actually look down on those who have not been cyborged. These cyborgs of the anti-government armed forces are very different from ordinary cyborgs. The anti-government armed forces modified people will only be optimized and upgraded on the basis of the original people. For example, if the anti-government armed forces have a good memory, they will optimize and upgrade on this basis and add some technological equipment. Moreover, the biochip itself is actually a biological product, which can eventually be integrated with the brain. Moreover, Chattel has watched all of Bart's combat videos. Chattel's hand speed of simple mecha control has reached a higher level of the Grandmaster level, because all of Chattel's bones have been modified, including the entire nerves and some things in the brain. So compared to ordinary people, he has faster reactions and stronger memory. In addition, Chattel himself has a neural access function. But this is the mecha of Paradise Island, not his own mecha, so it is still manually controlled. Master. The people watching the live broadcast were stunned when they saw Chattel's hand speed data. Chattel's hand left a residual image on the entire mecha operation button. The live broadcast system directly calculated the hand speed of Chattel, and everyone can watch the most direct data reference through the virtual live broadcast room. After the command was given, Chattel's mecha flew straight to the highest point of the entire island. In fact, in a real mecha war, the commanding heights are often the places with the highest mortality rate, because that place is easy to be locked by equipment in the sky, and can also be locked by many mechas on the ground. However, this time it was just a two-person ring match, so Chattel's move was very correct. Looking at Bart on the opposite side, he looked lazy. The mecha controlled the heavy laser gun and placed it directly on a stone, aiming at the highest point on the entire mountain. Everyone instantly understood Bart's intention, which was to use the heavy laser gun to attack Charter from a distance. Charter controlled the mecha to fly high in the sky, and the radar directly locked onto Bart in the distance. The missile on the mecha was launched instantly. At the same time, Charter's brain calculated the time for the missile to fly to Bart's location like a precise optical brain, and then the time for himself to land at the commanding height. Chattel also knew that Bart had chosen the heavy laser gun, so he didn't move because he was waiting for the opportunity. A warning sounded from Bart's mecha, which meant that missiles were coming. And there were two missiles. The two missiles spiraled around each other and changed their trajectories. Yongbo certainly knew that these two missiles were not that simple. The audience also discovered Chattel's intention, which was that Chattel's mecha was also moving synchronously to the commanding heights of the entire island. It seems that Bart has met an opponent. Bart is still very strong. Their transformations are really made on the battlefield, and Bart can't compare at all. How do you know Bart didn't fight on the battlefield? The Imperial nobles all sent their descendants to train in the Crimson Federation. It is said that Bart often disappeared in the past, and I'm afraid he was in the Crimson Federation. No wonder this guy is cunning and deceived all of us. Why do I feel like Bart lost? And I should be happy. Alan was a little worried because he bet on Bart to win this time, especially after seeing the hand speed of Chattel. Everyone saw that Bart still put the heavy laser gun on a big rock, and the whole mecha controlled the laser gun like a sniper. The speed of the two missiles was very fast, and they changed their trajectories continuously in the middle. Seeing that the two missiles had flown 2/3 of the distance, Chattel's mecha would soon reach the commanding heights. Then everyone saw Bart's mecha pick up a light laser weapon with his other hand, similar to a personal pistol. Raise your hand and shoot. At this time, the mechas of both sides can already see each other. When Chattel saw Bart's mecha pick up a light laser weapon, he immediately manually controlled the trajectory of the two missiles. The two missiles instantly dispersed to both sides. Manually control the missiles. Everyone realized that Chattel had hidden this method of his. Just when everyone thought Bart's attack failed, Chattel's mecha screen suddenly went black, and then instantly recovered. Then the screen went black again. WOC. 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 The live broadcast room, with more than 600 million people, was shocked by Bart's move. It turned out that Bart's heavy laser weapon was just a cover. The real killer move was the light laser gun in his other hand. Bart's light laser gun directly hit the energy transmitter of the Chattel Mecha. And even the spare one was broken. The radar of the Mecha and others need to emit energy waves, obtain the detection data of the energy waves, and then restore the whole real situation through a certain data model. In addition, these energy waves need to be received, and the energy of laser weapons is obviously greater than these received energy waves, which will cause these receivers and generators to be damaged due to the instantaneous energy change. Of course, laser weapons have an advantage. That is, they can hit the opponent instantly when they are fired. Moreover, laser weapons are not like what everyone sees, where you can see the laser. You can't see it at all. The laser is invisible. The screen of Chattel's Mecha instantly went black, and Chattel instantly opened the protective armor of the Mecha cockpit. However, the protective armor of the Mecha cockpit had not yet been opened, and the entire Mecha was frantically alarmed. It turned out that the heavy laser guns in Bart's hands fired at the same time, directly hitting the armor of the Mecha cockpit of the Mecha of Chattel. Give up. Seeing this situation, Chabal outside the field gave up instantly. Chattel was a genius cultivated by the family. If the protective armor of Chattel's Mecha cockpit was opened, it would be easy for Bart's heavy laser gun to take it away directly. Boom! Boom! At this time, the two missiles were still more than 100 meters away from Bart's Mecha. After Chattel admitted defeat, the two missiles exploded directly in the air. And it was only 3 seconds from the start. Yeah. Alan jumped up excitedly. But then Alan's face fell. Because although the bet amount this time reached more than 60 billion, more than 40 billion were bets on Bart to win. Which means that although he won this time, he didn't win much at all. Garbage is garbage. Bart's Mecha held a heavy laser gun in one hand, and a light laser gun in the other hand, spewing out fragrance. Chattel felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Even though he had known that Bart had this ability, he was also cautious. But he didn't expect to be fooled by him. Chattel's attention was always on Bart's heavy laser gun, because only heavy laser guns could cause serious damage to his Mecha. And Bart's light laser gun seemed to be used to deal with two missiles. But he didn't expect that he was targeting his Mecha. However, many people have no solution to Bart's ability. Even with a Mecha energy shield, there is no solution to this thing. The energy shield cannot wrap up the energy transmitter, because it cannot detect anything. And the energy shield will hinder the detection data of the energy transmitter. I should have equipped a Mecha energy shield earlier. Chattel regretted it very much, and felt that if he gave himself another chance, he could defeat the opponent. Don't worry. Chabal comforted Chattel. Second round. Originally everyone thought that this was the only round today, but Bart strongly requested to continue the second round. In the second round, Zybal no longer gave way to Bart. Then you draw. This time it was Bart's turn not to roll the dice. Mech restricted fighting arena. This was the next battle Zybal drew. This time, the one who faced Yang Bo was the remaining bald man among the 6 people, because the previous bald man had been dealt with by Yang Bo. Bart, do you want to lose? Alan, the fat guy, made this request shamelessly. I don't have a brother like you. Look at the amount of bets now. You lose once, and I'll give you half of the winnings. Get lost. Don't let me beat you up. You're a big idiot for not making money. I'll win 100 billion this time. How can I care about your trash? If you win 100 billion, you have to give me some. If I don't tell you, how can you win 100 billion? Before, people said you were thick-skinned. But I didn't think so. I didn't expect you to be really thick-skinned. How much money did I give you? Most of that money passed through my hands. It's not like I can take so much money alone. What Alan was talking about was the part of the money that Bart got back after receiving the subsidy from the Ministry of Finance. It seemed that the amount was a lot, but Alan could only get very little. A drop in the bucket. The rest would be returned to some of the original people. If I win, I will top up 100 million in my card. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. What about my ultra-high temperature material project? That's a must. Hee hee. The Mecha restricted fighting ring was held indoors, and the opponent only had 2 names named Xia Song. Are these guys going to fight in the Mecha restricted fighting ring? That doesn't make sense. It's not easy to kill the opponent in the mecha restricted fighting ring. Can these guys do something to the mecha itself? Yongbo looked at the other party, and found that there was fire in the other party's eyes, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. You know what? If these guys do something, I really can't defend myself. So how are they going to do it? There are two possibilities. The first is that the other party has a similar ability to use force as my own collision ability. The second is that there is a problem with the mecha itself. Is there a third one? Yongbo was on high alert while choosing a mecha. Chapter 886 Clues. Yongbo looked around the mechas that could be chosen, and did not choose a training mecha. Instead, he chose a 13th generation mecha, which is relatively balanced in all aspects. Mechas have been evolving from the first generation to the current 15th generation. The first generation of mechas were black, big, stupid, and rough. And the operation mode was also very simple. The real intelligent mechas started from the third generation. The third generation of mechas are more intelligent, and the mechas can make more actions. But the corresponding mechas are more difficult to operate. The further the mecha develops, the more it relies on technology. For example, the 15th generation mecha relies more on equipment performance and optical computer assistance. Yongbo didn't know what method Xia Song had, so he didn't dare to choose the training mecha rashly. Unexpectedly, Xia Song actually chose the training mecha, whether he was watching the live broadcast or watching the game on site. They were a little surprised. Did they get it wrong? Bart should choose the training mecha? This Xia Song seems to have some skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to choose this kind of training mecha. Cyborgs have been modified, so they are equivalent to a machine. Cyborgs are robots to a certain extent, so the training mecha he chose is actually equivalent to other mechas. You are only talking about the control aspect, and other systems are definitely not as good as other mechas. You know shit. Look at Bart using the training mecha to beat others. Isn't it the same? There is no need for fancy moves in the mecha restricted ring match. You are the one who is so arrogant. Are there any fancy moves in the mecha design? If you don't understand mecha, don't talk about it here. If you have the ability, let's go to the ring. The host announced the mechas of both sides, and announced the parameters of the mechas of both sides, and then delayed the time to let everyone place bets. Paradise Island cooperated with the official bookmaker this time, so Paradise Island started live broadcasting. In the last game, the bookmaker had more than 60 billion bets, and this time, the total bets are now more than 70 billion. But more than 50 billion are bets on Bart to win. Alan felt a little guilty, because he bet on Xia Song to win this time. Because betting on Bart to win would not win much money. It was delayed for 20 minutes. And the host was nagging on it. Bart rarely got angry this time. The final deadline is 1 minute. On one side is our Empire's super strong Viscount Bart. And on the other side is our mysterious cyborg. Which side is stronger? Everyone is welcome to bet. Now the cockpits of both mechas are open. And Yongbo looks at Xia Song's expressionless face. Then he tried to analyze Xia Song's current state of mind from his various actions. But this guy sat there without moving at all. Huh? Yongbo suddenly felt a mental fluctuation. This feeling is like you are in the water, and then you feel the water around you moving, as if something is approaching you. This guy is actually going to use mental superpowers? Yongbo roughly knew what the other party was going to do. This guy is actually a rare mental superpower. Yongbo suddenly felt that the other party's mental power was not far away from him. Such nonsense. Why don't you start? Believe it or not, I'll give you a stun. Yongbo probably guessed that the other party wanted to lock him with mental power in the last minute. So he stood up in the cockpit of the mecha and pointed at the host outside and cursed. After cursing, Yongbo closed the cockpit of the mecha at once. The cockpit of the mecha is a fully enclosed structure and can prevent energy interference. So it is very difficult for mental power to enter the cockpit of the mecha, especially the enclosed cockpit. The audience was not surprised to see the scene. It was rare for Bart to curse and get angry now. The host was also frightened when he heard Bart scolding him. Fortunately, Bart had closed the cockpit of the mecha. Xia Song was stunned when he saw Bart close the cockpit of the mecha in an instant. Xia Ball in the stands was also stunned. Huh? Yongbo originally thought that the cockpit of the mecha could cut off the opponent's mental power. But he didn't expect that the opponent's mental power was still in his cockpit of the mecha. TSK. There is always someone better. I can't even leave a ball of mental power somewhere else. My mental power must have a carrier to stay somewhere else. Only with a super mirror can I separate the mental power. This guy can actually separate the mental power? Kill this guy. This guy is probably not a cyborg. A person with mental power superpowers definitely cannot be a cyborg. Suddenly, Yang Bo had a bold idea. Since this ball of mental power was left by someone else, what would be the result of releasing the mental seed with his own mental power? So Yang Bo directly turned on the Mecha's speaker. Are you done yet? Are you playing tricks on our noble master? The loud sound that suddenly erupted from the Mecha's speaker not only scared Xia Song, but also the host, the audience in the stands, and even the people watching the live broadcast. Fortunately, the live broadcast software reacted instantly and lowered the volume. At this moment, Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to the group of spiritual power in the Mecha cockpit. I am a genius. Unexpectedly, the spiritual seed was released directly on this group of spiritual power. It can be felt that this group of spiritual power has a vague connection with Xia Song in the distance. Perhaps it is because of the closed Mecha cockpit that this slight connection is intermittent. Then Yang Bo did another bold thing, which was to push open the Mecha cockpit and jump out of the building. If King let you start. Are you looking for death? Everyone saw Bart jump directly in front of the host and grab someone's neck. Sir, Lord Bart, I'm sorry. Please calm down. A beautiful woman ran over and apologized to Lord Bart with a smile. Did you give me a point in the online gambling? It's been 20 minutes. A full 20 minutes. I only spent a few seconds in the last game. How much time did you waste? Faced with the beautiful woman's apology, Bart pointed at her and kicked the host out. And the host flew towards the stands. Bart didn't do anything to the host, but some perverted guys in the stands kicked the host out again, which hurt the host. Start now. Start now. The beautiful woman stuttered a little. I'll settle the score with your boss later. Everyone saw Bart throw down a sentence and jump back to the cockpit of the Mecha. Yang Bo was very happy now. He jumped out of the cockpit of the Mecha, and the other party got in touch with the group of mental power left in his cockpit. Then his spiritual seed directly entered the other party's brain. TSK. There is actually such a spiritual power secret method. The other party used a spiritual secret method called soul clone. The other party's wishful thinking was to leave a soul clone in his Mecha cockpit, and use the soul clone to form a spike to attack his soul at a critical moment. The soul being attacked will cause damage to the soul. The mildest case will cause the soul to be in constant pain and unable to do other things. The worst case will turn into a vegetable or even die. And the other party is actually from the Zhang family. Just sneaked into the Alliance anti-government armed Xia family. The Alliance anti-government armed Xia family is in collusion with the Watson family of the Alliance 4th Fleet. And the silver-haired middle-aged man is actually the head of the Xia family, and also one of the 5 elders of the Alliance Anti-Government Armed Elders Council. The head of the Xia family is actually a master of potions, and is about to become a grand master of potions. If their attack this time is unsuccessful, they will use poisoning later. And the other party's poisoning is to directly poison the entire territory, and kill everyone in his territory. This bastard is too vicious. We have to deal with it well. Chapter 887 Response. The opponent's soul clone is still a very low-level application. It can only separate the mental power, and use this group of mental power to attack the target when necessary. There is a reason why the anti-government armed forces can continue to exist. The high level inside the anti-government armed forces have many strange abilities, but everyone keeps their abilities very secret. But they probably know some application directions. The head of the Xia family is very good at using poison, especially energy poison. The Xia family also has a lot of inheritance in energy poison. The other families of the anti-government armed forces also have their own strengths. Some are good at hacking technology. Some are good at forging. Some are good at souls. And some are good at some strange things. Although the top leaders of the anti-government armed forces are nominally modified humans, they do not implant high-tech equipment. The anti-government armed forces are also researching how to transplant the bones of some mutant animals into humans. This is a branch of mutants. Start. The new beautiful manager personally presided over the ring match. After the match started, Xia Song directly controlled the mecha to rush towards Bart's mecha. And at the same time, Xia Song activated the soul spike attack. This secret method can be practiced to a high level, and the soul clone can be transformed into a spike to directly penetrate the opponent's soul. Unfortunately, Xia Song's secret method practice is not in place, because it takes a very high talent to practice to such a high level. The audience in the stands and the audience watching the live broadcast saw Bart's mecha and Xia Song's mecha rushing towards each other. However, Bart's mecha turned to the side just as it rushed out. Just as the mecha was about to rush to the edge of the ring, Bart's mecha turned again and rushed to the other side. Out of control? The people in the stands and the people watching the live broadcast were a little surprised. Then everyone saw that Bart's condition in the mecha cockpit seemed to be wrong, because Bart's hand that controlled the direction of the mecha was shaking violently. The high-speed movement of the mecha is like driving on the highway, and the direction of movement is very small. So everyone saw Bart's mecha rushing from the edge of the ring to the other side of the ring. And then it was about to rush out of the edge of the ring and lose the game. Bart made another large-scale operation. And then the mecha went to the other side of the ring. It felt like a billiard ball running around on the billiard table, moving at high speed without any rules or traces. The silver-haired middle-aged man in the stands clenched his fists. It seemed that the attack worked. Xia Song on the ring was ecstatic when he saw Bart's mecha moving around. But he was blinded the next second, because Bart's mecha's movement trajectory is completely chaotic. From the edge of the ring to the inner and outer edges of the ring, Bart's mecha's speed broke through from Mach 1 to Mach 2 to Mach 3 to Mach 4. Every time, he was just a little bit away from breaking out of the ring and winning. And now the opponent's mecha is so fast. Xia Song's mecha did not dare to intervene rashly. Now facing such a super high-speed mecha, his mecha can only be knocked away. So a strange scene appeared on the field. Xia Song's mecha stayed in place, while Bart's mecha was like an elastic marble, constantly bouncing around in the ring. The audience in the stands and those watching the live broadcast were all confused. Did something happen to Bart? Did something go wrong with Bart's secret method of cultivation? I said Bart was a super strongman at such a young age. I'm afraid he used a lot of other means. I also think that Bart is so strong at such a young age. He must have used some taboo means and left sequelae. This guy has a bad temper. Stay away from him next time you see him, whether in the stands or in the live broadcast. The audience was talking about it, and some of them even hoped that Bart would have a major accident this time. At the same time, everyone thought that Bart must have used extra means to become a super strongman at such a young age. However, just as everyone was discussing, something unexpected happened. Bart's mecha seemed to be out of control, and it was very close to Xia Song's mecha several times. Bart's mecha was still moving from this side of the ring to the other side of the ring at a super high speed. It can be seen that Bart in the mecha cockpit was trying to control the mecha, but it seemed that his body was a little out of control, and it felt like he was half a beat slower in reaction. Suddenly, Bart's mecha drew an arc at high speed. Coincidentally, it knocked Xia Song's mecha out of the ring. Bart's mecha now reached nearly Mach 5. So Xia Song's mecha was directly knocked out of the ring. Just like when playing billiards, the white ball directly hits the black ball out, but the white ball stops in place. Bart's mecha stopped all of a sudden. WOC. 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 Everyone thought that Bart's mecha was out of control and would rush out of the ring to admit defeat in the next second. But they didn't expect the accident to come so quickly, because on this narrow 1,000-meter arena, the speed is close to Mach 5, and it is only a matter of time before they rush out of the arena. Of course, these people don't know that Yangbo's underground laboratory on March Star is only 800 meters in diameter. So this 1,000-meter arena has more room for maneuver. The head of the Xia family stood up at once because the accident came too suddenly, and Xia Song fainted directly because the collision came too suddenly. The appearance of both sides' mechas was deformed. After all, Bart's mecha was moving at a speed close to Mach 5, and it was more than 100 tons. Fortunately, the cockpit of the mecha had many safety measures, and the other two people were superpowers. Otherwise, the consequences would be hard to say. 10 seconds. Then everyone heard Bart's arrogant voice. Then everyone saw Bart directly kick open the deformed cockpit of the mecha. On the other side, Xia Song's mecha was being disassembled by a robot. The cockpit of the mecha was also designed for safety. It could be easily disassembled if it was severely deformed by impact, which was convenient for rescue. Outlander, I'm tired today. Let's continue tomorrow. Tomorrow, another 100 billion will be deposited. This money comes too easily. Everyone saw Bart's arrogant look. Are you okay? After Bart jumped onto the stands, Alan hurried over. It's okay. It's an old problem. Why did the people around him not believe Bart's words? What is a noble? That is, Face is the most important thing. So everyone thinks Bart is lying. Is this guy pretending to be stupid? Now that you mention it, I think this guy is a big liar. He is a liar to begin with. Look how badly he deceived us before. He was originally a super strong man. But he pretended to be a bastard. This damn guy. I also think this guy did it on purpose. But his mecha control level is too high. I suspect he has reached the level of a grandmaster. You are talking nonsense. Look at his last game. What a perverted shooting technique. You are the one with a brain problem. It's just that his shooting skills are great. Do you have Alzheimer's disease? You can't remember that he used a training mecha to defeat others. The mecha turned back and forth 9 times in less than 10 seconds in a small space of 1,000 meters at a speed close to Mach 5. Because each straight line turn of Bart was not the largest diameter. It was only a short distance turn at the beginning. And only in the last few times did it reach the full 1 kilometer distance. And the mecha's speed was relatively low at the beginning. It looked very thrilling when the speed was low at the beginning. Because at that time Bart's mecha pulled a short distance. At the beginning. The reason why Yang Bo pulled the mecha's distance on the ring was to paralyze Xia Song and make the opponent mistakenly think that his attack was effective. Everyone saw Bart hurriedly leave the ring. And they didn't know whether this guy really had an accident or was pretending. Xia Song finally woke up and looked at Xiaobo with a guilty face. I'm sorry. Because they were on someone else's territory. Xia Song couldn't say too much in detail. We underestimated Bart. Xiaobo shook his head. Which was also a double entendre. Xiaobo was a little worried now. Because if he lost another game tomorrow, 100 billion would be gone. Which was also a huge sum of money for his family. And this money was not just his. Most of this money had to be bought into various valuable things and then given to others. If the 100 billion was lost, then his family would have to pay for it. Which was definitely not a good thing for his family. After Bart returned to his territory, Jerry asked with concern, Master, are you okay? No. I was just pretending for others to see. I am a super strong man at a young age. If I don't expose my shortcomings, others may feel uncomfortable. And if I do something out of line in the future, I can use this to cover it up. When Jerry heard what his master said, he reacted immediately. If his master goes crazy in the future, he will have an excuse. When watching the live broadcast today, Jerry was really scared. And he was afraid that his master would have problems. Bart, are you okay? Ning Shui knew Bart was back. And she hurried over. Thank you for your concern. Madam. It's nothing serious. How about finding a private doctor for a comprehensive checkup? I'm really fine. It's just that I had some sequelae from my previous practice. And my reaction is a little slow. Butler Jerry heard what his young master said. And he didn't know whether what he said just now was true or false. Have you checked it? It's useless to check superpowers. Because no one has the same superpowers as me. What should I do then? How about, madam? Give me a massage? How do I massage? Come and I'll teach you. Yang Bo enjoyed the health care service provided by the Sword Saint's granddaughter. Of course. It was formal. Formal services were more interesting. After all, the other party's identity was different. Improper services can be taken slowly. The head of the Xia family, even if he is killed, will be given some skill points at most. What method should we think of to deal with him? But he is about to become a grandmaster of potions. This news can be sold for a lot of money. Right? First, pretend to be him to rob the energy stone. And then sell it as Mr. Gio. But who should I sell his identity to? Yang Bo returned to March Star on the pretext of going to the laboratory. Thinking about how to deal with the head of the Xia family. The main reason was that any open identity was not suitable for contact with anti-government armed forces. No matter Bart's identity, or his real identity. Chapter 888. Damn it. Yang Bo has no good feelings towards the anti-government armed forces. Mainly because their behavior is a bit like a terrorist organization. They will brainwash people, and use everyone to the extreme. Even ordinary people will be transformed into cyborgs. Although to some extent, the anti-government armed forces are forced to do so. But Yang Bo cannot accept it. To put it bluntly, the anti-government armed forces are like a rag. Now they have value. So some people support them. When they have no value, they will be abandoned. No matter who cooperates with the anti-government armed forces. As long as it is known, he will be finished. So Yang Bo wants to maximize Zybal's interests. First, we have to cheat Zybal once. Then sell Zybal and make money again by selling it to the enemy. And then make their relationship public and make money again. But we have to pick Xia Song out in the middle. Xia Song is from the Zhang family, so Zybel can only be sold to the Wu family. I believe the Wu family is very interested in Zybel's ability. Wait until the Wu family and Zybel collude, and then sell the news to the royal family. Or even pretend to be Zybel to do some bad things. Yang Bo was planning in his mind how to squeeze Zybel's value to the extreme. Zybel was also in a dilemma, with 3 wins out of 5 games. And Bart has won twice. The most confident one actually miscalculated. But it is not clear how much damage Bart suffered, and what impact it will have on the subsequent ring matches. I don't know which game will be randomly drawn tomorrow. There are 3 matches left. A restricted fighting ring match, an unlimited fighting ring match, and a swordsmanship match. Elder, the responsibility this time is all mine. Xia Song and his friends came together to a place with beautiful scenery on Paradise Island. It is close to the sea, so it is easy to see people approaching, and no one can hear people talking here. I underestimated Bart. I thought that he was young, and even if he had strong superpowers, he would definitely have shortcomings in mental strength and soul. Zybel shook his head. It was mainly because of a series of actions in the middle that affected my performance. Or I didn't work hard enough. Or my strength was too low. Xia Song shook his head. The reason why Xia Song said this is that in the anti-government armed forces, the upper level brainwashes the lower level in this way. As long as you don't do it well, it's your problem. That you don't work hard enough. After you go back, you should practice well. This time has also taught you some lessons. You must learn from this experience. Zybel nodded. Xia Song also quickly replied, I will definitely live up to the elders' expectations. I will definitely do my best. And when I succeed in practicing my secret method, I will personally kill Bart. Chattel also said, where has Bart gone in the past few years since he disappeared? There is no trace of him in the Crimson Federation. Another Xiaoming said, in fact, we have also gained something this time. We know more about Bart. And we can complete the task secretly if we can't complete the task openly. I have carefully analyzed the defense of Bart's territory, and we can sneak in. Another Xiaobo also spoke up. The defense system used by Bart's territory is not difficult for us. We have practiced this defense system privately, and it is easy to break. The only thing now is how many masters there are in Bart's territory. Xia Bear shook his head. Bart's rise was too fast, resulting in our collection of information on him being very low. In the past, his performance was that of a waste, and he did not meet the threshold for us to collect information on him. Let's talk about it after tomorrow's game. If we lose, we will sneak into his territory. You guys should also be prepared. Yes, Elder. Don't worry. We will definitely complete the task. Hee hee. Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to Xia Song, which was equivalent to hearing these guys plotting against him throughout the whole process. Very good. Very good. Yang Bo already had a rough plan in his mind. The next day, Yang Bo transformed into Bart and went to Devon Star. Ning Shui was still very concerned about Bart. When she saw Bart coming back from the laboratory, she came to ask how he was doing. Madam, you see, I will win back 100 billion today. Jerry, the butler, was relieved to see his young master was full of confidence. It seemed that what his young master said to him yesterday was true. Bart, are you okay? Although Alan lost money yesterday, he still cared about Bart. It's okay. It's just an old problem. Yang Bo simply said that he had an old problem. You are working too hard. What about our agreement to eat and wait for death? I am not willing to do that either. I don't want to be a jerk. Forget it. I won't say it. Yang Bo sighed. I don't dare to take risks anyway. If I fail, there might be many hidden dangers. It turned out that Alan thought Bart used some forbidden methods to become a strong man. Actually, I have no problem with this in my daily life. It's just that my reaction is a bit slow and the duration is not long. I just happened to encounter it yesterday. There are a lot of people on the internet who want to copy your move yesterday, but they all failed. I don't know how I knocked the other person away at that time. Maybe it was luck. Then you should be careful today. The 3 types of competitions drawn today all require very high reaction speed. It's okay. I usually don't have frequent attacks. That's good. I bet on the other party to win yesterday and lost again. You deserve it. You lost. Anyway, you won and said you would recharge my card. I didn't say how long it would take to recharge you. I will recharge you after 100 years. Or wait until you die. Alan rolled his eyes at Bart. The public relations manager of Paradise Island quickly perked up when she saw Bart and Alan coming. Lord Alan. Viscount Bart. This is a small gift from our boss. Our boss didn't actually make much money from this gambling. Most of it was taken away by the official platform. Yes. Yongbo nodded and signaled Alan to put away the card given by the other party. This beautiful public relations manager is very pretty, and gives people a graceful and elegant temperament. Unlike those managers in KTV who are full of dirty talk. Hey! Alan took the card directly. The beautiful PR manager directly presided over today's game. And Zybel and Bart began to draw lots. Zybel did not give way to Bart. And Bart did not roll the dice at all. Today's ring competition is an unlimited individual ring competition. The beautiful PR manager announced directly after seeing the result of the draw. Zybel's face was a little gloomy after hearing this result. Because in terms of superpowers, Bart is a super strong person. The key is the attribute of Bart's fire superpower, which beats many superpowers. So after the draw results came out, Bart laughed out loud, haha. Open your eyes. Everyone. I only need 1 second today. I'm going to set off a big firework for these damn outsiders. Let these outsiders know who is in charge of our empire. Alan sighed as he looked at the betting ratio of today's gambling in the stands. Because 99% of the bets today were on Bart to win. Xia Song and others in the stands also sighed after seeing the draw results. Unless unconventional means are used. Any other means are very pale in the face of Bart's fire superpower. But unconventional means cannot be exposed. Otherwise the consequences will be too serious. Hee hee. I wonder if Lord Bart's symptoms yesterday have recovered. However, Zybel would not admit defeat directly, and asked with a smile. When Yongbo heard this, he knew that the other party was lucky. Whether it has any effect, you will know after trying it later. Yongbo did not answer the other party's question directly, but answered lazily. Unexpectedly, Yongbo's answer made many people think that Bart was a liar, which was a bit like the Empty City plan. So many people bet on Zybel to win. In the individual unlimited ring match, Xia Ming came on the field. This guy was wearing a silver battle armor and holding 2 energy weapons in his hands. On the other side of the ring, Bart looked at the other party lazily, as if he didn't take the other party seriously at all. 3 more minutes. The beautiful PR manager was talking while watching Viscount Bart's reaction. Yesterday's host was kicked out by Bart, and then kicked again by the nobles in the stands, causing considerable damage. 1 more minute. The beautiful PR manager felt like she was living a year. If it wasn't for the fact that the process took another minute, she would have asked them to start. Start. As the beautiful PR manager's life began, Xia Ming's armor immediately emitted a strong energy glow, with a hint of blue. A transparent, slightly blue energy shield was formed outside the armor, like a thin film. Everyone who saw this scene regretted betting on Bart to win. But in an instant, everyone saw Bart wave his hand. A huge energy explosion broke out on Xia Ming's armor. Then Xia Ming exploded into a ball of fire. There was an energy shield around the ring match, so the people in the stands didn't know what was going on inside. The energy shield could isolate energy fluctuations and block the superpowers released by the 2 people in the ring match, preventing the people in the stands from being hurt. Yongbo sighed in his heart. This Xia Ming still didn't give any skills. Yesterday, he heard this guy calculate that he might be a professional hacker. Zybel sat in the stands, watching his confidant burst into a ball of fire, and clenched his fists tightly. The other 3 people also clenched their fists tightly because this was their own people. I didn't expect Bart to be able to release fire energy rays. The people in the stands hurriedly watched the video live broadcast replay and found that Bart had a huge energy when he waved his hand, which means that Bart released an energy ray that could not be seen or touched. This guy is too perverted. This is just a human turret. You can see it when it releases its fire superpower. But it is impossible to defend against this kind of ray. It is strongly recommended that the Empire ban Bart from entering the public domain. This is too dangerous. The beautiful public relations manager did not expect it to end so quickly, and directly announced, "Congratulations to Lord Bart. Lord Bart, for winning this best-of-5 duel. Damn it! He must die." However, Bart's performance made some people grit their teeth. The stronger Bart performed, the more these people felt that he was a thorn in their eyes. Chapter 889, Conspiracy. Pervert. How can this bastard be so perverted? After seeing this live broadcast, other old nobles, who had conflicts with the Altina family cursed in their hearts. a bastard waste, unexpectedly became a super strongman, and now has such a perverted superpower. It is unacceptable for the Altina family's opponents. And because Bart's performance in recent years was too bastard, the major families did not track Bart's whereabouts. Because in everyone's opinion, wasting money on such a waste is a real waste. If Bart's previous fire superpowers, such as fireballs, are acceptable to everyone, because they are visible and tangible, and the speed is not very fast. But now the fire energy ray is invisible and invisible. Look at how strong Bart's opponent is this time. The energy on the armor has formed an energy shield. But he was still killed instantly. Although the energy shield is strong, it is easy to be penetrated as long as the attack energy exceeds the shield's defense energy. More importantly, the other party may have just sensed Bart's superpower fluctuations, and Bart's fire energy ray has already hit the other party. How did this perverted attack method that makes people unable to defend against appear? Is this a superpower cultivated by humans? No wonder Bart's body was injured. This perverted superpower must require a very high level. This threat is higher than that of a human turret. It is impossible for everyone to carry energy detection equipment and huge protective equipment when traveling. Even if there is energy detection equipment, how fast is the speed of the ray? That is to say, when the energy detection equipment detects the result, Bart's energy ray has already hit the target. And Bart's energy ray has to hit the target first, because the detector needs a reaction time. Countless people gnashed their teeth. Even the members of the Altina family were silent. Why are the wastes in the family so perverted? I'm not feeling well today, so I won't perform with you guys in a long-winded way. However, Bart's next words made many people confused. Could it be that Bart's yesterday's incident caused him to be unable to use his superpowers for a long time today? Otherwise, according to Bart's personality, he would definitely hide this method. In other words, Bart's state yesterday would last for a day. It is more likely that Bart is still the same as yesterday today, so he has to kill the opponent first. Otherwise, he will be killed by the opponent in a real battle later. Because Bart's personality is to hide, and he will not use this killer move all at once. Now he strikes first, and takes such a perverted approach. It must be related to him. Many people were tempted. Maybe Bart has a problem now. This is the best time to solve it. Everyone further speculated that Bart has been staying at home these days. Is it because he knows that his old problem is about to come back? Zybel left with a sullen face. Losing 100 billion and 2 capable and trusted subordinates. His loss this time is a bit big, because of the population base. The cost of cultivating such a confidant for the anti-government armed forces is greater than that of the alliance. Damn it. I'm going to kill everyone in Bart's territory. This bastard is hiding too deep. After returning to his residence, Zybel gritted his teeth and said, in fact, it was Zybel's fault that he thought Bart was young. And even a super strongman had many shortcomings. In addition, he was dazzled by the huge wealth. If he killed Bart, he could not only win Bart's bet of 100 billion, but also get a reward of more than 100 billion. The 200 billion made Zybel decide to do this. Elder, Bart, this bastard's superpower must have some problems. Otherwise, he wouldn't expose such a perverted method. Xia Song said. Xia Tel also nodded. Elder, leave this operation to me. Elder, leave this operation to me. Xia Bai also said hurriedly. Elder, this operation should be left to me. My ability can know some situations in advance. Xia Song said. Okay, leave it to you. Xia Song. Zybel nodded. Xia Song's soul clone ability can know what's ahead in advance, and can easily avoid the opponent's masters and patrol personnel. Then the two of us will play auxiliary. The anti-government armed forces are very active when doing things. Yang Bo was in Paradise Island at this time, accepting Alan's compliments. You are too perverted. When Alan said this, his mouth was cracked with laughter, because Alan knew that he would be able to walk sideways on Devon Star in the future, and no one would dare to not give face to his brother in the future. I don't want to lose a lot this time. 100 billion exposed a trump card. Alan saw Bart's lazy look and heard him say this, thinking that Bart was still affected by the old problem. Then do you have any solution? Alan asked with concern. Of course I have a way. Your Excellency Viscount Bart. We have recharged 200 million blue coins for you. The beautiful public relations manager was wearing a professional suit, squatting in front of Yang Bo with a card in her hand, and handed the card to Yang Bo respectfully. Your boss is a bit unruly. These blind guys are obviously coming for me. Yang Bo did not take the card. but said lightly, "That's right. Your boss is a piece of shit. Can he plot against my brother?" Alan stood by and said, no matter whether Bart's words were true or false, he would definitely help Bart. Viscount Bart wronged my boss. My boss is not here recently. The beautiful public relations manager explained carefully. Take out another 200 million and put it in the card. This matter will be over. If your boss plots against me next time, don't blame me for coming to make trouble for him every day. The beautiful PR manager was relieved when she heard what Bart Zidges said. It was just another 200 million to recharge the card. Anyway, it was all spent in her own place. She nodded quickly. I'll go and handle it right away. Good brother. After the beautiful PR manager left, Alan patted Bart hard. Where did these guys get so much money? What do they do? Yang Bo asked casually. It's just some traders from the Alliance. I heard it's a batch of energy stones. It's probably related to the energy stones that disappeared from Tianyun Star some time ago. The regulatory agencies on the Alliance side are idiots. They regulate themselves. You also know that the politicians on the Alliance side do not regard the country as theirs. They only regard the country as a platform for their promotion and wealth. So they always have some good things on their side. And it is hard to say which part these modified people belong to. After Alan finished speaking, he heard Bart say, Who on our planet bought so many energy stones? Are you trying to rebel? Hee hee. Which nobleman doesn't reserve a little hard currency like energy stones? It's a bit too much to say that they are rebelling. But they definitely want to cause trouble for the Emperor. Alan chuckled. Then I'll go back and rest. You can keep the card. I'll need to trouble you again in a few days for my ultra-high temperature material bidding. That's no problem. I promise to investigate the accounts of those who bid for the auction thoroughly. Alan patted his chest and replied. Then I'll go back first. Yang Bo was going to go back and plan his actions to rob the Carter family and the Zhang family's energy stones. This time, Yang Bo planned to use the super mirror to disguise and act with him. Of course, the part he showed to others was definitely what he wanted to show to others. Chapter 890 Luck. Shabal is preparing an energy poison that spreads quickly and develops quickly. Energy poison itself has no toxicity. It reacts with the energy in the body of the superpower and then generates toxins. These toxins can spread quickly. The simplest way to isolate the transmission path of energy poison is to isolate contact between people. There are many types of energy poisons. In Yang Bo's opinion, the zombies in the world of the Doomsday Copy game are likely to be an energy reaction. As for whether the energy reaction is man-made or natural, it is hard to say. Energy poison is also called energy virus. Zybal's plan is very simple. That is, Xia Song is responsible for the invasion, and Zydal and Xiaobai are responsible for assistance. Butler, you asked the guards in the territory to organize a wave of anti-invasion drills. I am a big tree that attracts the wind and many people are thinking about my money. The first thing Yang Bo did when he returned to the territory was to tell Butler Jerry. Yes. Butler Jerry nodded. He also heard that someone spent more than 100 billion to reward his young master. Make a bigger noise. Don't be afraid to spend money. And buy more detectors to put in the sea. There are many bionic detectors now. Some are in the shape of sea fish. Some are in the shape of rocks. And some are in the shape of other marine creatures. Even seabirds. Yes. The housekeeper nodded and immediately went to execute it. When the territory energy warning system was purchased, a lot of detectors were purchased. And some of the detectors in the territory were already monitored at any time. Butler Jerry called the guard commander of the territory and conveyed Bart's order. After receiving the order, the guard commander of Butler Jerry immediately carried out the drill according to the predetermined plan. 2 fighter jets took off and dropped more than 400,000 detectors of various types in the sea area around the territory. The detection range of each of these detectors is not large. Among them, the non-fixed detectors are like marine animals and fish, which will move along a certain trajectory, and then immediately convey information when they find suspicious situations. These detectors are also connected by signals. Once an abnormality is found in one place, it will transmit suspicious information to other detectors around it. Other detectors around it will continue to transmit the situation to the outside, and finally feedback to the command terminal of the territory. At the same time, other detectors around will actively approach suspicious targets. In addition, there are detectors similar to seabirds in the sky, and these seabirds are exactly the same as the wild animals growing around the island. At the same time, The guard commander issued a notice to the people in the town of the territory and reported any abnormal situation in time. At the same time, the guard commander activated the base energy warning defense system and started the anti-intrusion drill. The energy warning defense system usually operates in a fixed mode, but during this kind of exercise, the system will be constantly changed. Then Yang Bo posted a photo on his social account, which was a picture of a fighter jet delivering bionic reconnaissance equipment, and accompanied it with the text, "I know some people are thinking about my money. Come if you have the ability." Just delivered 1 million bionic reconnaissance equipment to the territory. People on the internet did not react much to this incident, because for a rich man like Bart, 1 million bionic reconnaissance devices are really nothing. Maybe even more. This bionic reconnaissance device is small in size, so it does not have many functions and a small detection range. It is not very useful in modern wars and local conflicts. But this thing has two major advantages. First, large quantity. And second, cheap. If this thing has an electromagnetic bomb or something like that, it can explode a large area. Of course, this is originally a detector, so it is easy to expose yourself if you use a bomb. Bastard. Bastard. After seeing the news on the internet, Zybel was so angry that his face turned blue and his breathing became rapid. If it were another place, Zybel would definitely launch a terrorist attack. Use some terrorist means to directly attack Bart's territory. But his whereabouts have been exposed this time. Elder, Bart may be bluffing. We can still give it a try. That's right. This guy is extremely treacherous, Xia Song and others said quickly. Zybel nodded when he heard this. Then let's go and see together. Zybel and his men first left Paradise Island, and then came to Wandao City. These guys were going to dive into Bart's territory. So the next day after they arrived in Wandao City, they rented a yacht to go out to sea. TSK. What surprised Yang Bo was that Zybel also had a space box. And this guy took out some equipment from the space box. I'm starting to act too. Yang Bo is now in Bart's territory. Release 3 mirror images. And these 3 mirror images merge dozens of mirror images. The 3 mirror images are all in the clown state. But the height and body shape of the 3 people seem to have changed. This is because Yang Bo himself has undergone a transformation when he cast the mirror image. Then he released the spiritual seeds of these 3 super mirror images respectively. Then he put the 3 super mirror images in the space box. Then he put away the space box and Yang Bo set off immediately. Yang Bo transformed into Bart's appearance. First came to Wandao City, and then directly became invisible outside Wandao City. Then he ran towards the Carter family. After a certain distance away from Wandao City, Yang Bo found an underground cave and released the 3 mirror clowns. Then Yang Bo used several superpowers together. On the one hand, he used the gravity superpower to move himself forward quickly. And on the other hand, he used the photoelectric superpower to interfere with all detection methods. No matter what kind of warning system has a warning value, as long as the energy fluctuation does not exceed the warning value, it will generally not alarm. Besides, the places Yang Bo went were all in the gullies or dense forests. In this dense forest, if there are several people inside, it is difficult to be discovered as long as they do not make a lot of noise. Yang Bo is not only fast, but also silent. After the last attack, the security force of the Carter family has been greatly improved. The Carter family stored the energy stones in the territory, because some equipment in the laboratory needs to release huge energy instantly. And the energy device in the laboratory cannot supply such a large amount of energy. So energy stones are used. It's not that the laboratory can't use larger energy devices, but in comparison, larger energy devices are more expensive to build and maintain. Besides, energy stones are also hard currency, and these things can be easily converted into cash. So there is no need for any reason for these big families to stockpile energy stones. Yang Bo released spiritual seeds to the person in charge of Carter's laboratory, so he knew the patrol routes of these guards very clearly. Yang Bo left the 3 mirror images outside, and then sneaked into the place where the last attack took place along a river. Yang Bo didn't even think about hiding his tracks. He jumped out of the river, and his whole body instantly burst out with a huge energy fluctuation. The energy fluctuation was even captured by the Planetary Alert Fleet, which scared the newly appointed commander, who was afraid that the last incident would happen again. Then Yang Bo's whole body was at a speed of more than Mach 10. The place where Yang Bo emerged was only 1.5 kilometers away from the target point itself. Mach 10 is 3,400 meters per second, or 3.4 kilometers. In less than 0.5 seconds, Yang Bo's clown image crashed into a building. The patrolling mechas just sounded the alarm and found that the glass of the building was broken. And then someone went in. The whole territory instantly sounded a huge alarm. And Yang Bo had already rushed forward quickly. The person in charge of the Carter family laboratory certainly knew where the energy stone was placed. So Yang Bo also knew it. Haha. But what surprised Yang Bo was that when he came, the door of the safe where the energy stone was stored was open. Ah! The people working outside the energy stone safe felt severe pain in just a moment. The person in charge of the territory whose feet were cut off by Yang Bo last time didn't see anyone at all, and found that his hands and feet were cut off. Then he saw a clown in the middle of the energy stone safe. The person in charge used his superpowers to stop the bleeding first, and then fainted. After seeing the clown in the middle of the safe, the others no longer dared to scream. Then these people saw the clown directly take out space boxes one by one. Under the stunned eyes of these people, the clown looted the entire energy stone safe in less than 2 seconds. What surprised these people even more was that the clown also took out several huge bombs from the space box. Seeing the clown leave the safe, the clown threw a large bomb that had been activated outside the safe. Then the clown directly closed the door of the safe and locked these people inside the safe. The people in the vault only felt a slight vibration. Everyone was very glad that the clown didn't drop the bomb in the vault. Otherwise they would all be doomed. There were already many guards in armor in this building. But the next second, a huge explosion directly destroyed half of the building. The huge explosion, the smoke, the energy fluctuations, and the impact of various building fragments scared hundreds of mechas outside. Quick! In the energy fluctuation of the explosion smoke, a clown shadow flashed by, and the radar of the mecha captured the energy fluctuation and started to attack. Dozens of mechas released dense lasers, but the opponent had already used the terrain to avoid these lasers. Dozens of air superiority mechas took off. 2 fighters also took off. A few seconds later, the first fighter saw 4 people running wildly in the forest, and clearly captured 4 people in clown form. But then, the fighter was locked by a small energy laser cannon and shot down. When the second fighter arrived, the 4 clowns had already disappeared. The Carter family was furious because the energy stones robbed in this attack alone were worth hundreds of billions. Devon Star was the only planet open to the outside world in the Blue Water Empire. So the Carter family stored enough energy stones here and prepared to transport them to other places. Looking at the images left by the mecha and the fighter. This familiar clown. Last time there was only 1 clown. This time there are 4 clowns. Check. Check. Check carefully all the people who know about this batch of energy stones. The patriarch of the Carter family was furious. The relevant reports soon appeared on the internet. This time, the Carter family did not hide and showed their destroyed buildings. The Carter family wanted to put pressure on Devon Star. Great. Ahaha. The reason why Yang Bo did not kill anyone this time was because he gained too much this time. The 3 space boxes were filled to the brim. These are probably worth hundreds of billions. We'll attack and rob the Zhang family tonight. Yang Bo put all the energy stones back into the underground laboratory of March Star, and continued to prepare to rob the Zhang family, because Zyable and others were still trying to invade Bart's territory on the sea. This time I'll let you unlucky guys take the blame. Yang Bo planned to destroy the other party's yacht first, because these guys had already dived into the seabed to invade Bart's territory from the seabed. There was no one on the yacht, and after the yacht was damaged, the lessor of the yacht in Wandao City would know. And then the lessor of the yacht would come to check and find that the 4 people who rented the yacht were missing. During the time when the 4 people were diving and leaving, 2 huge terrorist attacks happened to break out. And the other party happened to be 4 people. And these 4 people just knew that the 2 families had purchased energy stones. It may not be so easy to get rid of this blame. If the news that Zyable is going to be promoted to the Grand Master of Medicine is sold later, Zyable may not be able to leave Devon Star. Let's go. Zhang family. This time Yang Bo brought enough bombs, because this thing is too useful. Chapter 891 Big Goose Attacks. In fact, Yang Bo didn't need to deliberately frame Zyable. The Carter family, and those who knew the inside story were already suspicious of Zyable and others. Because the energy stones stolen by Zyable were originally the energy stones stolen from Tianyun Star on the Alliance side. What is even more suspicious is that Zybel and others lost all the money from selling energy stones, because they underestimated Bart. The Carter family released more videos of the clown attacks. The clown rushed into the energy stone vault, and cut off the hands and feet of 8 people in an instant. The clown's body movements were so fast that it took dozens of times of slow motion to detect the opponent's movements. However, the audience was not too surprised that 8 people had their hands and feet cut off. Because in this era, having hands and feet cut off was not a big deal. The audience was more concerned about the clown's strong strength. Of course, many people also doubted whether the clown's strength was the result of the armor blessing. The building where the Carter family's territory stored the energy stone and the safe was located had collapsed for the most part. Now the strange thing was that the bombs used to blow up the Carter family's territory were all produced by the Alliance. And they were all large bombs for mechas. It was precisely because of the Joker's operation that the Joker easily escaped the mecha's blockade. Because the huge shock wave generated by the explosion was like a huge dust mushroom. It also brought with it various building material fragments, etc. And there were huge energy fluctuations, so that the surrounding mechas could not react for a while. The huge energy fluctuation will impact the mecha's energy receiver, causing the energy data obtained by the mecha to be disordered in an instant. The clown's escape speed also exceeded Mach 12. Although the fighter plane finally captured the clown's trace, it was destroyed by the warning laser cannon installed on the ground. When the subsequent mecha came up, it destroyed the warning laser cannon. This laser cannon was made in a private workshop. But according to material analysis, the materials used to make this laser cannon came from the Alliance. So now the attack is directed at the Alliance. Yang Bo turned into Bart and returned to Devon Star. The Zhang family's energy stone was placed on an island. And the Zhang family's territory on Devon Star was also an island, not far from Wandao City. The yacht rented by Zybel and others was only a few dozen kilometers away from the border of Bart's territory. And Zybel and others were now diving into the seabed. And the 4 people were approaching Bart's territory from the seabed. The 4 people had no idea that such a big commotion had occurred on the ground, because the 4 people were conducting a careful reconnaissance around Bart's territory. After Yang Bo became Bart and came out of the materials laboratory, he flew directly to Wandao City by flying car. Then he found a deserted place in Wandao City and hid himself. Although the island where Zhang family manor is located is closer, it is more difficult to get there because the island's warning and defense system is more sensitive. Because the island is surrounded by sea level. Although the Carter family's territory is on another continent, it is easy to reach the local land by taking a flight after being invisible. And then, it is easy to approach from the land. The terrain on land has blind spots for energy detection. If the radar on the warship keeps scanning, it is easy to find Yang Bo's infiltration. But the radar on the warship cannot be turned on for active scanning all the time, because this thing consumes a lot of energy. Various components also have their own service life. So Yang Bo decided to make a new attempt. Yang Bo was in a forest around Wandao City, holding a black feather in his hand. This is a huge seabird. This seabird looks big, but its personality is very gentle, and it mainly eats some marine fish, shrimps, conchs, etc., and also eats some berry plants on land. It looks a bit like a swan, but it is bigger. Its wings are nearly 6 meters long when stretched out, and its neck is more than 2 meters tall when stretched out. Its body looks very strong, but it walks like a goose. TSK. Yang Bo activated the superpower of the Grand Master of Disguise and turned himself into a black goose. Yang Bo's vision is very strange now, and he can see almost 270 degrees. That's because the eyes of this black goose are on both sides. Then he spread his wings, tilted his head to look at his wings, flapped his wings twice, and then jumped a few times. Then he flapped his wings vigorously. This is Yang Bo familiar with his current body. After 10 minutes of tossing and turning, Yang Bo finally got familiar with his current body. Then Yang Bo started running, flapping his wings while running. Take off. To be precise, Yang Bo jumped directly from a cliff. Yang Bo tried to stabilize his wings. Finally, Yang Bo's whole body flew up. Yang Bo could clearly feel the blessing of his flying skills, and he easily mastered the flying skills. It's a pity that my flying ability is only at the master level. I thought this skill was not very useful at first, but now I understand it. Yang Bo found that he had turned into a big black goose and could clearly feel the changes in the airflow. He could use the airflow to make his flight faster. For the first time, Yang Bo had a different experience. This kind of flying in the sky felt completely different from the whole person flying in the sky. This time, I didn't use any superpowers or any technological equipment. I was able to fly in the air just by relying on my own body. And the vision of the goose is better. It can see a 270-degree range. This is something that humans can't experience. My current flying speed is about 400 kilometers per hour. I don't know how fast this goose can fly. I feel that I have the blessing of flying ability because I can get more airflow now. In less than an hour, Yang Bo saw the yacht of Zybel and others. In order to give tourists a better experience, the yachts here are not crowded. There are no other yachts within 10 or 20 kilometers, or even dozens of kilometers around a yacht. The goose that Yang Bo turned into dived directly into the sea. Then he took out the octopus material that had been prepared long ago from his mouth. Because there is no other place to put things after transforming into an animal. Yang Bo looked at his current body and had another experience. I have gained the ability to swim in this state. Yang Bo is now a giant octopus with a maximum length of 80 meters. The sudden appearance of this big guy scared the other creatures around. Yang Bo quickly arrived under Zybel's yacht. In order to hide his tracks, Zybel turned off all the systems on the yacht. A huge tentacle emerged from the bottom of the water. Another tentacle emerged again. It tilted the yacht directly. And then seawater continued to pour in. The third tentacle reached the cockpit and opened everything. In just a few seconds, a yacht disappeared in the sea. Dozens of seconds passed, and the yacht was dragged into the deepest trench. A minute later, a big black bird flew up from a distance. The yacht company did not find anything unusual because Zybel and others turned off the entire system. The yacht company could not open the system privately because some of the people who rented the yacht were nobles. And they held various parties on the sea. Yang Bo flew for nearly 2 hours, and finally arrived at the edge of the island where the Zhang family was. Just try out the bug in the warning system I thought of before. Yang Bo found that there were many black geese on this island that looked exactly like him, and flew directly over. So Yang Bo slowed down his flying speed. Ha ha. The goose that Yang Bo turned into landed on the Zhang family's island. There were many similar geese here. Some gray, some white, and some black. Yang Bo found that as long as he didn't get close to the nests of these geese would not do anything to him. Yang Bo, who had turned into a goose, moved his feet and walked into the distant forest, shaking his head from time to time to try to provoke other geese around him. This was Yang Bo's interest, and he was teasing other geese. The Zhang family's island area was not small, about hundreds of square kilometers. After Yang Bo ran into the forest, he quickly found a cave and took out the 3 super mirrors in the space box. Then he took out a warning laser cannon, which was a copy of the laser cannon that was seized at the beginning. Yang Bo copied a small radar himself. And this small radar came from the radar system of a mecha. The mechanic mode easily combined the two together. The last time I went to the Carter family, I lost this kind of thing on the way. In the Zhang family's manor, no one reacted to the attack on the Carter family, because the manor had been peaceful for too long. From its establishment to now, nothing has happened in hundreds of years. So when the alarm system sounded a huge alarm, as the administrator of the alarm system, I subconsciously thought that the alarm system had reported an error. However, when the administrator of the alarm system saw the image sent back by the alarm system, he was stunned. Clowns. 4 clowns. The most important thing is that these 4 clowns are actually carrying laser weapons. The warning system is also composed of countless detectors. The last picture sent back by the detector is that 4 clowns released lasers together and destroyed a detector 5 kilometers away. The manager of the warning system was startled and was just about to activate the highest level of the warning system. Then the manager felt a huge shock and then fainted. Outside the manor, everyone just saw a loud noise coming from the building, and then saw the windows of the building shattered. The reason why Yang Bo showed up to destroy the detector was that he used his photoelectric superpowers to lock the location of the control command post of the entire warning system through the detector. So when the alarm sounded, Yang Bo already knew the location of the control command post of the warning system. So he attacked at full speed the next second. It took less than 2 seconds to travel 5 kilometers. Idiot! Yang Bo only then realized that the manager of the warning system command post was stunned for more than a second. But this is also normal, because this place has been peaceful for hundreds of years. The reason why the opponent was knocked unconscious was to release the spiritual seed to the opponent, read the opponent's memory, and obtain the location of the energy stone. He took out the space box in front of the warning system monitoring, and then threw an electromagnetic bomb for Mecha at the control center. Hacker +8. Fighting +8. Mecha driving +8. When Yang Bo rushed out of the building in a clown-like manner, a stream of information came into his mind. It turned out that the 3 people in the command center were only sea level. Of course, the command center had been completely blown up by the electromagnetic bomb, which meant that the entire island's warning system was ruined. At this time, the guards in the base had already reacted. However, these guards were like headless flies, looking for mechas and weapons. While these guards were busy, several huge explosions were heard, and then most of the most important buildings in the manor collapsed. Half an hour later, the internet was flooded with news that the manor of the noble Zhang family on Devon Star was also attacked by the clown team. And this time the clown team used laser weapons, electromagnetic bombs for mechas, shockwave bombs for mechas, and blasting bombs for mechas. The safe of the Zhang family manor was violently blown open, and the valuables and energy stones inside were looted. According to the pictures provided by the planetary warning system, the last 4 clowns all disappeared on the sea. The Planet Alert Fleet arrived at the incident area 15 minutes later. The fighter planes of the Planet Alert Fleet released countless detectors directly to the sea area around Zhang family manor. At this time, Yang Bo turned into a black goose flying in the sky. Haha. You are late. Yang Bo looked at the meteors in the atmosphere. They were the fighter planes sent by the Planet Alert Fleet. These fighter planes passed through the atmosphere at high speed. At this time, Yang Bo was more than 100 kilometers away from the incident. And because of the huge explosion from Zhang family manor, many seabirds on the island were scared and flew up. And some flew directly to the distance. So Yang Bo was now surrounded by more than a dozen identical geese. Chapter 892. It's hard to explain. The empire is shaken. The terrorist attack that broke out in Zhang's manor this time, combined with robbery, resulted in the deaths of more than 20 people, 3 of whom were direct descendants of the Zhang family. Moreover, the good things in the Zhang safe were looted. Even the things that were not taken away were directly blown up by the bombs dropped by the terrorists, because the terrorists used the bombs of the Mecha to blow up the safe. The various antique artwork stored in the Zhang's manor, the energy stones inside were taken away by the terrorists, and the remaining undamaged items were used by the terrorists to install bombs in the safe. Moreover, the terrorists used electromagnetic bombs to blow up the energy defense system of the Zhang family island. And then the terrorists escaped easily. The video of the Zhang family being robbed soon broke out on the internet. The same clown. The same 4 clowns. The nobles on Devon Star announced that their territories were on high alert. Without his permission, no one can approach his territory. Yesterday, the Carter family was just attacked and robbed by terrorists. And this time, the Zhang family was robbed and killed. And all the things that could not be taken away were destroyed. The loss caused is incalculable. Many antiques of these families have great historical significance. And many artworks are the same, which can witness the history of these nobles. The reason why the fighter planes of the planetary fleet took 15 minutes to reach the sea area outside the Zhang family manor is that it takes time to come down from space. And it is also necessary to contact the Zhang family to obtain the consent of the Zhang family. Because the sea area outside the Zhang family manor is the private territory of the Zhang family. The terrorists appeared, robbed, and then left in less than 30 seconds. The fighter planes of the planetary guard fleet continuously dropped various detectors into the sea. However, the commander of the planetary guard fleet felt that the situation was not optimistic, because since the terrorists escaped from the sea, they must have various ways to avoid the detectors. But what should be done must be done. One after another, fighter planes continuously dropped various types of detectors according to the predetermined trajectory. In just a few minutes, millions of detectors have been dropped within a 100-kilometer range outside the Zhang family manor island, and they are still being dropped to the periphery. Yang Bo turned into a black goose and formed a small flying team with more than a dozen other geese. To be precise, the geese behind followed the goose that Yang Bo transformed into. Birds fly in formation because of air currents. Yang Bo flies in front, so the birds behind can save some energy. Yang Bo looked at the fighter planes behind him, constantly sending detectors into the sea. There was no fluctuation in his heart, and Yang Bo could even sense waves of energy fluctuation sweeping over him. In this short period of time, he was swept at least dozens of times. But now his biological characteristics are exactly the same as those of the geese around him. Yang Bo led his team of geese to land around Wandao City. Then Yang Bo abandoned his other companions and returned to the forest. The only embarrassing thing about becoming a goose is that you have to be naked. Then Yang Bo turned into Bart and drove back to the territory in a swaggering manner. At this time, Zybel and others had given up sneaking into Bart's territory. This damn bastard. This guy has placed so many detectors. And their energy detection system is constantly changing modes. What on earth is this guy doing? Huh? Zybel and his men surfaced and found that their yacht was gone. Where's the yacht? Has it been recalled by the yacht company? That's impossible. Our rental period hasn't expired yet? Zybel and his men shut down the yacht system. So they couldn't find the yacht's location. Zybel and others had no choice but to contact the yacht company. After receiving the report from Zybel and others, the yacht company quickly reported it. Because now the yacht company was told that all yachts should return to the port and be checked. Because the Devon Star official suspected that the yachts on the sea would pick up the clown terrorists. The yacht company reported the situation of Zybel and others. Zybel and others were also under official suspicion. So they sent fighter jets directly. When Zybel and others saw the fighter jets coming to pick up the four of them, they were a little confused. Mr. Zybel, we need your cooperation in investigating some situations. The words spoken by the soldiers coming down from the warship made Zybel and his men a little confused. Zybel later realized that so many things had happened to them during the time they were on the yacht at sea. You said you were diving. But your diving equipment did not record the direction and location of your diving? The prosecutor of Devon Star quickly talked to several people. Zybel and his men said they were diving. But there was no location record on their diving equipment. We shut down the relevant systems. It is impossible for Shabal and his men to say that we originally wanted to go to Bart's territory to do bad things. So how could we open the location record of the diving equipment? Besides, Shabal and his men used their own diving equipment. Why? The prosecutor asked directly on this point. No reason. We like to do this. So where is your yacht? We don't know. Did the yacht disappear when we started diving? When was the last time you saw the yacht? And why did you shut down the yacht system? Faced with the prosecutor's inquiries, several people gave different answers. For example, the last time they saw the yacht. Several people gave different answers. Now the four people in Zybel are facing the problem of not being able to prove where they were and what they were doing during the incident. Of course, the authorities have no evidence to prove that these things were done by the four people. Because it is very common to shut down the system when the yacht is closed. But the diving equipment shutdown system is in the closed position, which is not common. And the use time of the diving equipment is completely different from what they said, which is mainly because Zybel and others used their own diving equipment. In addition, the two families were attacked by terrorists this time. And they all bought the energy stones commissioned by Zybel to sell. Then, the more critical point is that Zybel and several people lost the money from selling energy stones. The motive for the crime is there. The time for the crime is there. And the suspect has no way to prove that he did not do it. The four people were listed as the top suspects. And the prosecutors repeatedly asked various questions. Yang Bo had already returned to March Star at this time. And he was grinning from ear to ear at the sight of his bountiful harvest. But the Zhang family must save Xia Song. After all, Xia Song is the highest-ranking spy they have planted in the anti-government armed forces. I just don't know if the Zhang family will take action against Xia Bal. After all, the Zhang family knows that Xia Bal is about to be promoted to the Grand Master of Pharmacy. If the Zhang family keeps Xia Bal and lets Xia Song go, it will allow Xia Song to take control of the Xia family faster. But now these people have been detained. Tomorrow I will sell Shabal's identity to the Carter family as an ace mercenary. If the Carter family accepts Shabal and sells the news to the royal family, the royal family will definitely be very suspicious of the Carter family and may take decisive measures against Shabal. Hee. If you want to poison my territory, Shabal, you will never live in peace in this life. Chapter 893 Discussion. What a beast! The head of the Zhang family and the core management are watching the terrorist attack on the Zhang family manor on Devon Star. In the video, a clown-like person took out a space box and then took out two huge bombs from the space box. Then he placed one of the bombs outside the safe. The Zhang family never thought that someone would use a mecha bomb to smash their safe. Therefore, the defense level of the safe is insufficient to prevent the explosion of the mecha bomb. Because the opponent's mecha has come to the door. And no matter how strong the safe is, it will be useless. But who would have thought that someone would use a space box with a mecha bomb to carry out a terrorist attack to rob themselves? This is something the Zhang family never dreamed of. The people of the Zhang family are now regretting it very much. If they had known earlier, they should have upgraded the defense level of the safe to a higher level. Of course, the safes in other places of the Zhang family are being upgraded. But the companies related to the upgrade of the safes are now overwhelmed with orders, because all the big families are upgrading their safes, accompanied by a roar and huge smoke. And the camera shakes. Then the scene switches to the vault. The vault is quite large, about tens of thousands of square meters. The video in the vault records the terrorists blowing up the vault door, because the vault door was blown up. Some fragile artworks and antiques in the vault were directly destroyed by this violent vibration. The Zhang family members were bleeding as they watched the artworks and antiques shatter. After the clown entered the vault, his whole body was like a residual image, strolling around the vault. Then, they started to rob the safe. A space box was taken out, and energy stones were placed inside the box. The most valuable and easiest thing to sell in the safe is the energy stone. Other artworks and antiques are not easy to sell. The Zhang family has a total of more than 90 billion energy stones in the safe, because Devon is an open planet. These big families buy here, and the energy stones smuggled in from outside will be transported to other planets when they accumulate to a certain time. A family does not develop in just one place, and the entire empire has the power of various families. The next step is to make the Zhang family members curse the beasts. After the terrorists installed the energy stones, they selected some energy metal materials and put them together in the space box. This damn clown actually has 3 space boxes, which is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. As for the remaining things, the terrorists took out the bombs from the space boxes and put them in the safe. The clown put away the space box and left 5 seconds later. The bomb used by the mecha exploded in the vault, creating a huge shock wave. Coupled with the closed space, it directly destroyed all the antiques and artworks in the vault. Only a few pitiful energy metals and the like were left. Due to the distance, the core management of the Zhang family was not on Devon Star. When the core management of the Zhang family saw these videos, it was already an hour after the incident. The manor, which had been built for hundreds of years, had 2 buildings that had become ruins. One was the command center of the alarm system. The other was the building where the safe was located. It is definitely not an ordinary force that could produce 3 space boxes. These bastards are too rampant. Could it be our old rivals who did it? It shouldn't be. Our old rivals don't lack these things. The official side suspected that it was Zybel and his men. It's definitely not Zybel. Xia Song reported that they were preparing to sneak into Bart's territory. Who is it? I think it has something to do with the anti-government armed forces of the Alliance. It's hard to say now. Let someone contact Xia Song and tell them to leave quickly. The Carter family might take action against Zybel and others. Third brother, this matter is left to you. You go to Devon Star in person, and you can allocate the resources of the family. You must find out who it is, and calculate our losses. And this matter must be posted on the internet, so that everyone can see that this is the country governed by our emperor. Brother, don't worry. I will definitely find the culprit. We must put pressure on the emperor this time, and we must let him come forward to solve this problem. Well, the emperor's intelligence system must have clues, but they may not be willing to participate after seeing our losses. It's not up to him. At this time, a piece of news suddenly came, making the Zhang family members frown. The news was that Zybel and the other 4 were invited by the Devon Star officials to explain some issues. Trouble. The Zhang family members didn't know they were in trouble when they saw the news, because everyone knew that Xia Song and his friends couldn't explain their whereabouts. Yang Bo, who was on March Star, looked at the energy stone reserves worth more than 300 billion in his basement. These things are worth 200 billion blue coins in the Empire, and more than 300 billion credit points in the Alliance. It's a pity that I didn't take enough space boxes. Yang Bo still regrets it now. There are too many good things in the Zhang family's safe. It's just that I only have 3 space boxes, so I can't bring too many things. The manufacturing structure of the space box is complex, and there is also an energy system inside the space box. The space box is not just a single box, but there is also an energy system inside the box. 80% of the space box is energy alloy, and the energy system of the space box itself forms an energy field outside the space box. And this energy field is the same as the space where the space box is stored. Yongbo doesn't need a separate button to put away these space boxes and space mechas. Because Yongbo had absorbed the energy of the energy stone on the space mecha button before. Now Yongbo has space energy in his body, which can change the frequency and act as a huge space button. So others need space rings to take space boxes. But Yongbo doesn't need it. Yongbo now wants to make space boxes again. Forget it. Anyway, things like the Zhang family safe can't happen many times. So let's make mechas first and improve our equipment level. But Yongbo then thought that there would not be many opportunities like the Zhang family safe in the future. So Yongbo prepared to make a space mecha by himself. But before that, Yongbo prepared to collect more mecha data. So Yongbo had to wait. On the one hand, for the arrival of several mechas commissioned by Zhang Boizhen on March Star. On the other hand, he had to wait for the arrival of the mechas ordered by the territory on Devon Star. And then read the relevant technology himself, combined to make a better mecha. Although the mechanic has the ability to decompose, the decomposition consumes too much energy, which is not cost effective. So if you do it once, do it to the best of your ability. In fact, as a mecha master, I can also make money in other ways, such as finding software vulnerabilities in these companies, especially the software systems of some large and super large companies. But for me personally, it is not necessary. After all, doing so will only attract other people's attention, and I don't like money. Now I just wait for the Empire to report this matter, especially the news about Xia Bear and others, so that I can sell the news through the Free Mercenary Guild. The Carter family, this big scoundrel, will definitely buy this kind of news. After all, they have suffered too much loss. And more importantly, they are embarrassed. Yongbo left the basement and returned to the upstairs, where he found 3 women cooking. Yongbo. So early today, the 3 women covered themselves tightly, because the 3 of them were preparing to heat the oil in a pan. Although Su Wei and the other 2 had superpowers, they could not resist the splashing boiling oil. Although it was no problem for their superpowered bodies to be scalded by this kind of boiling oil, the pain was inevitable. Well, today's experiment went smoothly, so I'll do it. Yongbo nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Su Wei and the other 2 heard that Yongbo wanted to do it himself, so they handed it over to Yongbo. Because even if the 3 of them had followed Yongbo's cooking method and had accurately adjusted the ingredients to 0.1 grams, the taste was still not as good as Yongbo's. This is actually the control of the heat. And the ratio of the ingredients is only one aspect. The control of the heat. For example, when to flip the stir fry, and when not to flip. The taste is very different. After dinner, the 4 of them went to the internet room. Oh! Another terrorist attack broke out in the Empire. After Su Wei went online, she saw the news that the Zhang family was attacked. The Carter family was attacked yesterday. I think it must have been done by an acquaintance. How could they know where their things were placed if they were not acquaintances? Annie also saw the news and speculated. Look at this report. These energy stones were smuggled. It also said that these energy stones may be the batch stolen from Tianyun Star. I think there must be some hidden secrets that we don't know. Xia also nodded. Su Wei also agreed with this view. Maybe it was directed and acted by their family. Let me tell you, the conflicts within the families of these nobles are also very big. They frame each other, and even beat their brothers to death. It's the same with our alliance. The power struggles within those big companies and big families are just like the internal struggles in the ancient palace. And Xia nodded. Yongbo, what do you think of this matter? Su Wei saw that Yongbo didn't speak, so she asked again. I also think that some of their insiders did it. How could they know where these things were stored if they were not insiders? And how could they get close to the territory if they were not insiders? Yongbo also made a casual analysis. There is a report here. It seems that the sellers of dirty goods are the biggest suspects, and these people have been detained by the Devon Star officials. Yongbo saw another piece of news and said quickly, these people will definitely not escape. In our empire, these 2 noble families have suffered such a great loss. And there is also the problem of face. If these people are suspected, they will be skinned alive if they don't die. Su Wei shook her head after seeing the news. They are not good people anyway. They sell smuggled goods. They deserve it. Annie said, there are so many antiques. The Zhang family suffered a huge loss this time. The big families in our empire attach great importance to antiques and artworks because they believe that these antiques and artworks represent the glorious history of the family. In the future, when the Zhang family talks about their glorious history, other families will ask them to produce evidence. But these antiques and artworks have been destroyed, so there is no evidence. Su Wei saw another video, which was a clown terrorist robbing the Zhang family's safe, and finally destroying everything they couldn't take away. Yang Bo heard this and muttered in his heart, I don't want to destroy everything, but I can't take it away, and I don't want to leave it to the Zhang family. So I have to do this. At the same time, Yang Bo made up his mind that he could sell Zyable tomorrow. Another income. Yang Bo was secretly happy. Chapter 894 100 billion blue coins. When Yang Bo was preparing to plot against Zyable on March Star, Zyable and his men were extremely depressed. They were detained separately, so there were some discrepancies in their statements, because the four of them had never expected such a situation today. And the two old nobles of the Shuilan Empire were both attacked by terrorists. And the loss was huge. The loss of energy stones alone was almost 200 billion blue coins. Not to mention the manors of the two families. Every brick and stone of the manors of these old nobles were extremely exquisite. These buildings have hundreds of years of history. Not to mention that these vaults contain not only energy stones, but also other things. The total loss may exceed trillions. Zyable and his men were listed as the biggest suspects because they could not explain their whereabouts. And what do nobles represent in the Shuilan Empire? That is absolute power. Zyable knew that if he and his men could not explain, the blame would fall on them. Because for these old nobles, they did not have to catch the real murderer. But someone must pay for the loss. What's more important is that Zyable still has a space box on him. There are many secrets in it. Now the official of the Blue Water Empire requires me to open the space box. But I can't open it now, because there are prepared energy poisons in the box, as well as some secrets about my family, and even some secrets of other families of the anti-government armed forces. Once this thing is exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. But Zyable can't contact the outside world now. Mr. Zyable, I believe you also know the influence of the Carter family and the Zhang family in our empire. The statements of the four of you are totally inconsistent. The period when you four disappeared was exactly the time when the Carter family and the Zhang family launched terrorist attacks. You have no evidence to prove that you were not there. This is the first point. The second point is that the batch of energy stones you are selling is very likely the same batch that disappeared from Tianyun Star of the Alliance. Now the official alliance has sent relevant information. If we want, we can easily check whether they are the same from the outer packaging number of the energy stones. The disappearance of the energy stones on Tianyun Star is closely related to this incident. The third point is that these two families bought the energy stones you sold at the same time. And then, they were robbed and attacked, while the buyers of the energy stones sold by others did not encounter any problems. The fourth point is that you lost all the money you made from the sale. I guess the money did not belong to you alone. So you want to get these energy stones back? The time and motive of the crime are known. So if you can't explain it clearly, then these two nobles will definitely let you bear the consequences. The prosecutors are now intent on putting the blame on Zyable. Because for these prosecutors, the pressure from the two big families is very terrifying. And not only these two big families, other families are also putting pressure on the prosecutor's agency. Now the problem is not just about confession. If it is just a matter of confession, the prosecutors have many ways to make Zyable confess. Now the key is that the two big families want to get back their losses. So this matter is more troublesome. Zyable is now wearing a restraint collar and cannot use any superpowers. I told you that we didn't rob the energy stones of the two families. You think too highly of the four of us. Zyable looked bitter. Then open your space box. The prosecutors were also very curious. What was in Zyble's space box? They would rather bear the blame of the two families than open it. I can't open it because there is a lot of top secret information in it. Zyable knew that after he opened it, the result he faced would not be much better than now. Poisoning a noble territory and robbing two nobles. The former charge was more serious. Mr. Zyable, if you want to do this, then we will have to take some unnecessary measures. And the pressure we bear is also very great. The reason why the prosecutor did not use any means now is that the two major families had not yet calculated the specific losses. In addition, if other means are used, will the two major families not admit this result? At the same time, the Zhang family was communicating with the Carter family. The two patriarchs had obvious differences on this matter. The Zhang family patriarch, I suspect that this matter was done by some of our nobles. The Carter family patriarch. I tend to think that it was Zyble and others. Even if it was not them, they had some connection with them. Zyble and others may not have this ability. The Zhang family patriarch wanted to pick Xia Song out now, but it was obviously unrealistic to pick Xia Song out alone. Do you know any news that you are hiding from our Carter family? The Carter family was somewhat skeptical of the Zhang family's statement. Our losses are greater than yours. How could there be any news hidden? We just want to find the real murderer. The Zhang family's hearts were bleeding when they said this. Anyway, everything will wait for the official investigation results. Anyway, someone has to pay for our family's losses. And we have reason to suspect that the last attack and this attack were carried out by the same group of people. The Carter family doesn't care what the Zhang family hides. But it is impossible for them to let Zyble and others go. The family's laboratory suffered a heavy loss last time. And this time it suffered such a huge loss. It is impossible that no one will pay for it. Last time, they searched for a long time, but didn't find any suspects. And this time, they will definitely not let the suspects go, regardless of whether Zyble and others are murderers. As long as he can't prove his innocence, he is the murderer and must compensate for the family's losses. It was just so rude to the nobles. The Zhang family had no way to say anything about the attitude of the Carter family. If they said too much, it would only arouse the other party's suspicion. The emperor also took this matter very seriously and sent a special prosecutor. I believe the special prosecutor will know what the Shabals did as soon as he made a move. The Carter family also knew the progress of the case. The Shabals were obviously causing trouble, and the Carter family could probably guess what the Shabals did. You should know that the place where Shabal and his men disappeared is not far from the territory of some people. These people obviously wanted to sneak into the other party's territory to cause trouble, but failed for some reason. Of course, the Carter family is not sure whether Shabal and his men did it on purpose for everyone to see. The Zhang family was a little anxious when they heard this. The special prosecutor sent by the emperor is proficient in superpowers in the soul. The whereabouts of Shabal and his men might be exposed. Once what Shabal and his men did was announced, the four of them would definitely be executed by the empire, and Xia Song would not be able to escape, poison the noble territory, and kill all the people in the noble territory. Even the family that Zyble belongs to will be uprooted, and all the people in the Zyble family will be physically destroyed, and not even a single gene will be left, because this touches the reverse scale of all the nobles. The nobles will eliminate one by one for such behavior. I hope so. The Zhang family has made the worst plan, which is to abandon Xia Song as a chess piece. After the communication between the Carter family and the Zhang family was over, they also began to discuss. The Zhang family must know something. Why do they want to excuse Zyble and others? Is it possible that the benefits brought by Zyble and others are greater than their losses? There must be a reason. Could it be that Zyble and others accepted the mission of the Zhang family and wanted to do something to Bart? It is possible. After all, Zyble and others lost a lot of money. These anti-government armed forces have some magical abilities. If the Zhang family can share the benefits with us, then we can let Zyble and others go. If they want to take it all for themselves, then we must put Zyble and others to death. No matter what, someone has to pay for our family's losses. Yes, and they will pay double. The next day, Yang Bo arrived at Devon Star and found that the Devon Star government had issued a reward for any suspicious person. In addition, they were collecting clues about Zyble and others, such as where someone had seen them. Now Zyble and others have become the #1 suspects in this incident. And this is also the progress of the investigation announced by the Devon Star government. There is no way. This incident is too big. The economy of Devon was hit hard, and even the Wandao city was short of people. Many nobles who wanted to come to Devon also canceled their trips, and some spaceships even changed their routes and went back. The territories of all nobles on Devon were closed. The price of bionic detectors has tripled, but they are still in short supply. All noble territories have turned on their energy defense systems. Bionic detectors are free and placed in the forest and the sea. In addition, the price of safe deposits has also soared, and many nobles have begun to upgrade their safe deposits. Bart's territory is very peaceful, because Bart's territory has long opened the energy defense system. At that time, the energy defense system was open mainly to prevent Ning Jiansheng from coming in to cause trouble. Yang Bo saw that the time was ripe, so he took out Mr. Jio's watch and contacted the ace agent. I wonder if you can contact the Carter family of the Blue Water Empire. The ace agent saw the message sent by the ace mercenary and immediately replied, I wonder what your needs are? Yang Bo sent another message. I saw the reward from the Blue Water Empire. I just happened to know something about Zybel and wanted to make some money from this information. Ace agent, I wonder what kind of information it is. Yang Bo sent another message. If we talk about the value of the information, it might be S level. The ace agent was also shocked when he saw this news. The mercenary union also trades in information. Information of this level is worth at least 1 billion. The ace agent quickly contacted. I wonder how much you are going to sell it for. Yang Bo sent a message. My news is worth at least 50 billion. The ace agent was a little stunned when he saw this news. 50 billion? What news is so important? The ace agent quickly sent a message. I am contacting the Carter family now. But are you sure this news is worth 50 billion? Yang Bo replied, it is not worth 50 billion to others. But the value that can be created for the Carter family may reach trillions. The ace agent now has a guess. That is, the identity of this Zybel is extremely important to the Carter family. Ace agent sent another message. I don't know if I can provide the information to the guild. The guild will evaluate it. Yang Bo sent a message. Of course not. Ace agent was not surprised by this answer. I will contact the Carter family immediately. The Carter family soon received the news from the mercenary guild. The mercenary guild did not say anything about Zybel's news, but said that someone was willing to provide relevant information about the terrorist attack. But the other party was only willing to trade privately with the Carter family. The Carter family was also skeptical when they received this news. Soon, in a virtual trading room on the internet. This was provided by the mercenary union. The patriarch of the Carter family came to the virtual trading room in person. In the virtual projection room, the three people were projected as virtual robot models. May I know what your name is? Sir? The patriarch of the Carter family asked first. And his voice was also a robot voice. The patriarch of the Carter family already knew that the other party was an ace mercenary. The other party replied, it doesn't matter who I am. My news can bring great benefits to the Carter family. My bottom price is 100 billion blue coins. The patriarch of the Carter family was almost amused by the other party's words. I wonder if you know how much 100 billion blue coins are. We have a third-party witness here. I will provide the news, and naturally know how much it is worth. The third person in the virtual trading room is the ace agent of the mercenary union. Okay. As long as the information is valuable enough. Our family has plenty of money. The patriarch of the Carter family agreed with this statement. I saw the reward for clues issued by the Empire. And it happens that I know this Zybel better. Zybel is about to be promoted to the Grand Master of Alchemy. And Zybel's specialty is energy poison. The patriarch of the Carter family did not expect such important news. This news is not valuable to others. But for the Carter family, it is very valuable. Because Zybel has no way to clear his suspicion now. And how to deal with him is still up to the Carter family and the Zhang family. Zhang family. When the Carter family patriarch heard the news, he immediately thought of the Zhang family's attitude. And he gritted his teeth in his heart. What does a great master of medicine mean to a family? That value cannot be measured. I wonder how much money you want. The Carter family patriarch believed it. How about 100 billion blue coins? I promise that this news is with me. And only the Carter family knows it. Okay. I will go and confirm the news immediately. If the news is confirmed, our Carter family will not default on the debt. Okay. Yang Bo did not provide more information. Just like Xia Song is a member of the Zhang family. Yang Bo did not provide it. Because Xia Song Yang Bo released the spiritual seed. Xia Bo can't leave this time. Xia Song will definitely be fine with the Zhang family. If he thinks bigger, Xia Song is likely to control the Xia family with the support of the Zhang family. It's just that the Zhang family supports until the end and finds that the final beneficiary is not themselves. I don't know if the Zhang family will collapse at that time. Hee hee. In the future, the anti-government armed forces will also have our people. We have our people among the pirates. We have our people in the Alliance military. We have our people in the Alliance anti-government forces. When will we get some of our people in the Imperial military? But the Imperial military may be difficult to deal with. The Emperor will definitely use the soul secrets on these generals in the military. So happy. Yang Bo now looks like Bart. And happily puts away his watch. After hearing the news, the Carter family members cursed the Zhang family. The damn Zhang family must have known about the relevant news and wanted to exonerate Zybel. These bastards of the Zhang family. Chapter 895 Tyranny. The Zhang family must know Zybel's identity. So they want to excuse him. And maybe they are in collusion with him. The theft of the Zhang family may be fake. Maybe they colluded with Zybel and did it for outsiders. It is very likely. If only ours was robbed and theirs was fine, we would suspect them in this matter. Maybe their video is also fake, including the antiques and artworks in the safe. The attitude of the Zhang family at least shows that he knows something about the inside story. What should we do now? Everyone looked at the head of the family. The head of the Carter family chuckled. What are we nobles best at? Of course, we should strike first. No matter whether there is any shameful dealings between the Zhang family and this Zybel. We just need to hold the person in our hands first. Isn't that enough? If they want the person again, we can say that the person is dead. And at most we will just pay some money. Hearing the head of the family's words, the others agreed. I agree to do this. No matter how the Zhang family plots. As long as the person is in our hands. It's fine. It would be even better if the Zhang family is in collusion with Zybel and others. We can use this to threaten the Zhang family. I agree to do this too. I agree to do this too. Just go to the official authorities and snatch the person away. A grandmaster of potions is definitely worth our risk. And this guy is also a poison expert. If this Xiao guy doesn't cooperate, we will frame him and say that he wants to release energy poison into Bart's territory. If he doesn't want to exterminate the Xiao family, he will have to work like a slave for us. That's it. The Carter family quickly made a decision. No matter what conspiracy the Zhang family had, they would get Zybel first. Yang Bo was still looking forward to what the Carter family would do. Unexpectedly, he heard a piece of news in the afternoon that the Carter family members on Devon Star drove a Mecha into the prosecutor's office on Devon Star and snatched away the criminal suspect. And they even injured the staff of the inspection agency. Then, the official spokesperson of the Carter family said, Our Carter family suffered such a huge loss. And the biggest criminal suspect is still fine. Since the official does not take action, then we will handle it ourselves. As expected of aristocrats, this is their style. After seeing the message posted by the official spokesperson of the Carter family on the internet, Yang Bo found that he had overestimated the virtue of the aristocrats. The official of Devon Star quickly expressed its intervention in the incident and stated that the Carter family only took away Xiaobao, and the other suspects had been moved to a safer place. Zybel was robbed of his territory by the Carter family. Zybel was also frightened because the Carter family's Mecha forcibly attacked the prosecutor's department of Devon Star. Because the people driving the Mecha were nobles of the Carter family, including 5 barons, 4 viscounts, and 1 earl. If the guards of the Carter family took action, then the Devon Star officials could use all means. But if the nobles took action themselves, there would be no way. And they could only watch the Carter family nobles break the defense of the prosecutor's department and snatch Zybel away. The nobles of the Carter family clamored to teach the suspect a lesson, and also accused the officials of not making any effort in this matter. Although Xiaobao knew that the nobles in the empire were very arrogant and overbearing, he did not expect it to reach this level. Mr. Xiaobao? Congratulations to our future Mr. Xiaobao, the Grandmaster of Medicine. I am the current head of the Carter family. The patriarch of the Carter family saw Xiaobao wearing a confinement collar through the video remotely, and liked him more and more. Of course, Zybel is now imprisoned in various facilities to prevent suicide. A soft ball is stuffed in his mouth, and there are first aid equipment next to him. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the Carter family will not harm Zybel, because being hurt may affect his promotion to Grandmaster. This possibility is as high as 99%. When Zybel heard the head of the Carter family say that he was about to become a Grandmaster, his heart sank, because no more than 10 people knew this news. All of them were core members of his family. But Zybel couldn't speak or ask now. He could only listen quietly. Mr. Zybel, I know that what happened to our family has nothing to do with you. The words of the patriarch of the Carter family made Zybel a little confused. Since it has nothing to do with me, why did you arrest me? But you, Zybel, tried to sneak into Viscount Bart's territory and release energy poison to his territory. The words of the head of the Carter family shocked Zybel, but there was no expression on his face. Of course, this is just our speculation. But now you are in our hands. So what we say is true. And we can also use other means. Don't forget that our Shuilan Empire has many unique features in the soul. We have many ways to know what the 4 of you are doing. And is what I said the truth? It doesn't matter, as long as we say it is him. Now there is only one way in front of you. Be loyal to our Carter family. Otherwise, your Xia family will be wiped out by our empire. And all the biological genes of your Xia family will be destroyed. I think you know what kind of consequences your family will face if you are convicted of this crime. Zaber now understood that the other party was eyeing him as he was about to be promoted to Grand Master. So he wanted to use this matter to threaten him. We are not using any means on you now, because we are afraid of affecting your value. Because the value of a Grand Master of Alchemy and a Grand Master of Alchemy is completely different. And once you enter our family, don't think about leaving. The patriarch of the Carter family first laid out the interests. Because people like Zyable knew the priorities. Then, the Carter family patriarch gave the order. And the thing in Shabal's mouth was taken out. How did you know that I was going to be promoted to the Grand Master of Alchemy? This was the first question Shabal asked. Of course someone sold the news to us. I suspect that the person who sold the news to us was someone from your family. And we spent a full 100 billion blue coins. The head of the Carter family was very happy to hear Shabal ask this, proving that the news he got was accurate. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. If you don't pledge allegiance to our Carter family after 3 days, we will declare you guilty, and use our family's influence to wipe your family out of the world. We won't take any special measures against you. Because if we take any special measures against you, you will lose your value. So it's better to let you watch your family perish. The patriarch of the Carter family didn't waste time talking to Shabal. Then Shabal was imprisoned and closely guarded. Zybel's face was gloomy. He knew that the Carter family had this ability. Now that the Carter family and the Zhang family had both suffered terrorist attacks, the anger of the two families must be vented. Zybel still had bitterness that he couldn't say, because the charges that the Carter family patriarch had framed him were real. Once the Shuilan Empire used special soul methods, no one could tell whether the other few people would confess the matter. Zybel's mind was a mess now, and he didn't know who betrayed him. Yang Bo was very happy because he received 100 billion blue coins. The Carter family readily paid the information fee and also paid 5 billion in handling fees. For the Carter family, a Grandmaster of Pharmacy is worth this price. A Grandmaster of Pharmacy can bring a lot of benefits to their family, especially a Grandmaster who is about to be promoted. Because this Grandmaster does not need to be paid or trained. He can work like a slave for the family for at least 250 years. Oh! How much will this news cost if it is sold to the royal family? Yang Bo now wants to sell this news again. Chapter 896 Miscellaneous Matters. But there is no rush for the time being. Let's wait until Xia Song is out of danger. However, Yang Bo also knew that now was not a good time to sell this news. Because if he sold it to the royal family now, Xia Song might not be able to escape safely. Shabal was taken away by the Carter family. Many families were suspicious. Did the Carter family have any evidence? Or maybe the Carter family suffered too much loss and had to find someone to compensate for the loss. Everyone knows the behavior of the nobles. They can make you a scapegoat even if you are not suspected, let alone if you are suspected. Even the Zhang family members don't know why the Carter family wants to capture Zybel. The Zhang family never thought that Zybel was about to become a Grandmaster. And this news was leaked. However, the Zhang family was still a little excited. Because Zybel, the patriarch, was captured by the Carter family. So it would definitely not be so easy to let him go. Isn't Xia Song's chance here? A family that can control the anti-government armed forces is still very tempting for the Zhang family. Apart from other things, some new things developed by the family can be used by the anti-government forces for testing, such as various weapons and various medicines. Anyway, the anti-government forces of the Alliance are making trouble in the Alliance, not in the Empire. The Zhang family is now thinking about how to pick out Xia Song and others, and send them away as soon as possible. Yang Bo is also looking forward to what means the Zhang family will use to send Xia Song and others away. The major families on the Empire side have been watching coldly, and have not intervened in this matter. These big families have been fooled before. And some things seem outrageous. But the reasons behind them are not outrageous at all. After all, the entire Devon Star is so big, with so many noble territories and manors. And many nobles have energy stone reserves and safes. Why did only these two families suffer such a terrorist attack? There must be a reason for this. As for what the reason is, let's take a look first. The imperial authorities attach great importance to this matter. But unfortunately, there is still no substantial evidence to prove anyone. The imperial authorities tracked the traces of the clown. And the Carter family's fighter plane finally photographed the clown escaping in the forest. But all the traces disappeared. And now the only information points to the Alliance. First of all, the material of the bomb used by the Joker comes from the Alliance. This is because Yang Bo copied all the material ratios when he copied it. Because the trace elements in the materials produced by ores from different mining areas are very slightly different. As long as it does not affect the performance of the finished product, these trace elements will not be removed. Because the content of some trace elements is very low. Maybe a ton of material contains only 0.1 grams. Or even 0.01 grams. But this is one of the most important clues. Another thing is the laser cannon that shot down the Carter family fighter. The technology above also comes from the Alliance. But it is produced by a handicraft workshop. It uses the radar and fire control system of the Mecha. But the laser cannon is manufactured separately. The obvious shortcoming of this laser cannon is that it takes a long time to charge. The Carter family fighter was shot down because the laser cannon had been charged in advance. But these things can only be pointed at the Alliance. Not at anyone. Because many people in the Alliance can get these things. Moreover, the Emperor was a bit gloating over the losses of the two families. The loss of hundreds of billions may not be a big deal for the two families. But the loss is energy stones. The loss of hundreds of billions of money is not big. But hundreds of billions of energy stones are difficult to replenish. Of course, the imperial officials have corresponding procedures. And the noble parliament also intervened in this matter. And the imperial officials are ready to exchange relevant information with the Alliance. Because the imperial officials suspect that the energy stone robbery of the two families is closely related to the energy stone theft case of Tianyun Star of the Alliance. But there is a difference. Because the Alliance can be said to be theft, while our side is robbery. No matter what, the procedures must be followed. Yang Bo transformed into Bart and began to train Ning Shui and Bai Lu in mecha combat. Now all the noble territories are allowed to leave but not enter. Because these two terrorist attacks are too scary. Ning Shui and Bai Lu were abused by Yang Bo in mecha combat. But these two women are a little proud. So they have persisted. Ning Shui is not to be mentioned. She is a genius, and the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. Bai Lu finally has a stable life. Bart values himself very much. Bai Lu doesn't want Bart to value his body. So he must show himself. I don't know where the killers of the Crimson Federation are lurking. Yang Bo knows that there are desperate people sent by the Crimson Federation. That is, suicide terrorist attacks. And Yang Bo is also preparing to start the auction of ultra-high temperature materials. As the samples of ultra-high temperature materials are sent to various places one after another. Various places have issued test reports. The authenticity of the ultra-high temperature materials made by Bart was proved. So dozens of companies were attracted to participate. This is because Bart rejected some companies from the hostile family. Otherwise, there would probably be more than 100 companies. It seems that these more than 100 companies are a lot. But in fact, there are only more than 100 companies in such a huge imperial material field. You can imagine how powerful these companies' monopoly is. Bart's ultra-high temperature material auction was impacted by two major events that happened in Devon Star. There was no news at all. These two events caused a huge response in the entire galaxy. Even the anti-government armed forces of the Blue Water Empire have never caused such a big sensation. The nobles of the Blue Water Empire have absolute power. So if you want to carry out terrorist attacks against the nobles in the Blue Water Empire, you will be severely cracked down by the Blue Water Empire. The Imperial anti-government armed forces have also attacked the nobles before. But they faced an unprecedented blow. However, this incident made the Imperial officials very difficult, because there was no trace of the other party. Let's not talk about the Carter family. The terrain there is complex. And it is easy for people to escape through the complex terrain. But at the Zhang family's manor, within 15 minutes, the fighter planes of the security fleet were in place. And more than 10 million bionic detectors were deployed cumulatively. The detection range exceeded 1,500 kilometers. But there was no harvest. What kind of object can escape the search of fighter planes in the sea? Some people suspect that the clown has anti-reconnaissance capabilities or water-related superpowers. But it was just a suspicion. The more the Imperial officials investigated, the more shocked they became. Because within 20 minutes, more than 30 fighter planes were dropping detectors within 200 kilometers around Zhongjia Island. Except for finding some garbage. There was nothing else. Within half an hour, warships of the security fleet were mobilized to search. Even if it was a stone in the sea, it would be scanned repeatedly hundreds of times. But there was no trace of the four clowns. For living people just disappeared like that? This news also made the nobles on Devon very uneasy. Conservative nobles have begun to criticize Devon's open policy. Bart's territory has also received an official notification from the Empire and asked all noble territories to take defensive measures and increase patrols. Because terrorists may have some unique superpowers that can avoid radar searches. Should we still hold our wedding? Ning Shui saw the official warning information from the Empire brought by the butler and asked Bart, who was sitting next to her. Bart was also watching the news and shook his head when he heard this. The terrorists may have already fled. Look at how many nobles left our planet on private spacecraft after the incident. I think the terrorists must have colluded with these nobles. Maybe they were trained by a noble. In our empire, no matter what we do, we can't do it without the support of the nobles behind us. It's difficult to move forward. Ning Shui nodded when she heard Bart's words. But I think these two families deserve it. These energy stones were stolen goods. Madam is right. Ning Shui's values are very positive. Worthy of being taught by the Sword Saint. Of course, the Sword Saint's original intention was to marry Ning Shui into the royal family. But he didn't expect that he would get a bargain. Although Yang Bo doesn't think he is a good person. He likes such a woman with positive values. Will there be any problems with the ultra-high temperature material auction tomorrow? Ning Shui is worried about tomorrow's auction again. Of course there won't be any problems. I'll keep a copy of your family and pay the lowest price according to the auction results. Thank you. Ning Shui felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this. Because the family's views on Bart had completely changed. For the first time, Ning Shui truly realized that interests were the first priority in the family. And the favor she had received before was only to bring benefits to the family. Although she had understood that she was favored by the family before because the family wanted to marry her to the prince. But now the attitude of those people in the family towards Bart made Ning Shui see everything clearly. That is, it doesn't matter whether I am in the family or not. What matters is that Bart can bring huge benefits to the family. This gave Ning Shui an impression that the previous home is no longer her home. And Bart, who cares about her, is her relative. We won't say thank you as a family in the future. Yang Bo still felt a little guilty towards Ning Shui. After all, Bart's identity was a disguise. If I deceive you in some way in the future, you are not allowed to be angry. Yang Bo started patching again. Ning Shui rolled her eyes when she heard this. Okay. I'm not angry. Ning Shui thought Bart was talking about finding women outside. Thinking of this, Ning Shui felt a little bit of crisis. Because Bart is too popular now. Super strong. Hereditary Viscount. Worth hundreds of billions. And has research results on ultra-high temperature materials. As long as Bart lives for one day, he can continue to produce ultra-high temperature materials. What are these? These are money. Even the family asked Ning Shui to keep an eye on Bart. Don't let Bart be seduced by other vixens outside. And asked Ning Shui to take the initiative to help Bart find some women. After all, everyone knows what Bart's super strong physique is. Ning Shui resisted the words of her family in her heart. But she had to admit that what they said was true. Madam, then you have a good rest. I'll go to the laboratory to take a look and prepare for tomorrow's auction. Yang Bo found Su Wei and others looking for him through the new super mirror in March. Chapter 897 Bidding Rules. Yang Bo hurried back to March Star and came up from the basement. Yang Bo. Two groups of black rock bees are fighting. And many of the non-mutated ones have been killed. Su Wei said anxiously as soon as she came up. I'll go over and take a look. When Yang Bo heard this, he knew that what he had been worried about had really happened. There is no affection between insects. Even if they were from the same nest. We'll go with you. Su Wei also wanted to see how Yang Bo would handle it. Then let's go. Annie and Xia also wanted to go and see the fun. Yang Bo. What are you going to do? Separate them first and see if we can build a big garden. If we build a big garden, can we not build it too far away? We can build a garden behind our villa. And the kind that can be seen often. Su Wei suggested. Of course, no problem. Although there is a mountain behind Yang Bo's villa. As long as you have money, any mountain can be leveled. After arriving at the Wanhua Valley, Yang Bo and his 4 companions took a special sightseeing car. This sightseeing car is breathable. But the black rock bees cannot get in. In fact, watching the Wanhua Valley like this does not give you the feeling of shuttling through the flowers. Su Wei looked at the Wanhua Valley through the transparent glass of the sightseeing car. And it did not feel the same as when she first saw it. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. Soon Yang Bo saw the non-mutated group and the mutated group coming to attack. 5 or 6 non-mutated black rock bees could not beat one mutated one. Yang Bo took out the prepared equipment, which was the equipment that brought the black rock bees from the Blue Water Empire. The temperature inside was just enough to reduce the vital signs of the black rock bees to the lowest level, which was equivalent to hibernation. Then Sui and Annie's people saw a magical scene. The entangled black rock bees were separated by a pair of invisible hands. The non-mutated black rock bees were collected by Yang Bo into the equipment, while the mutated ones were directly thrown into the water in the distance. Although the mutant black rock bees were large, they struggled to get up and flutter their wings after falling into the water, and could not fly for the time being. Yang Bo, you are so amazing. Annie and Xian naturally knew that this was Yang Bo's application of mental power. Yang Bo felt a little dizzy after receiving praise from his 2 women, as well as their admiring eyes and tone. Yang Bo, why do I feel that your strength seems to be terrifying? Sui tilted her head and looked at Yang Bo's mental power, as if dozens of invisible big hands were constantly separating these black rock bees. These black rock bees were not hurt at all, because they were flapping their wings and trying to escape during the separation. But they were imprisoned by an invisible force. Sui herself was a psychic superpower, and of course she knew how much strength was needed to use her psychic power to such a subtlety. The size of the black rock bees before mutation was equivalent to that of a wasp, and Sui herself could not guarantee that her psychic power would not cause harm to the black rock bees when controlling them, because when Sui uses her mental power to control others, it is easy to cause damage to things. It's not that powerful. You just need to practice more. Yang Bo answered while busy collecting the black rock bees that have not mutated. Humph! Sui snorted from her nose. Okay. Yang Bo quickly caught all the black rock bees and put them in a special container. After the bees calmed down, the temperature was adjusted to the hibernation temperature. Let's go back and taste the honey. As expected of the artificially cultivated Wanhua Valley, the selected varieties are all perennially blooming and have high nectar production. So a lot of honey was harvested this time. Even on Earth, some flowers do not have much honey. The flowers with the most nectar on Earth are rapeseed, acacia, and linden. Okay. Sui was also very excited. After all, this was her own harvest. All the nests of the black rock bees that did not mutate were taken away. Yang Bo looked at the larvae in the beehive and thought to himself, what a pity. This is a good thing, but it is obviously impossible to eat it now. He just took out the honey inside, but the honey was not brewed in the nest for a long time, so the taste was not as good as that in the Blue Water Empire, but it was good to eat it. Then Yang Bo asked the company that built the garden last time to come and take a look at the land behind his house. Then he asked them to build the garden according to the conditions proposed by Sui, Xia and Annie. As for the approval process for building the garden, it was all handed over to this company. The next day, Yang Bo came to Devon Star. Today is the day for Bart to auction the ultra-high temperature material quota. The auction venue is at the auction venue in Wandao City. The representatives of the companies participating in the auction came early, and everyone greeted each other and chatted. These companies have already contacted each other privately, and they will control the price of ultra-high temperature materials within a range. In other words, these people have monopolized the material field and will not give others a chance. Yang Bo had heard about this matter before, but he had a way to deal with these people. Yang Bo changed into Bart's appearance and took a flying car to the auction. Everyone was slightly dissatisfied when they saw Bart in casual clothes, because at least formal clothes should be worn for such formal occasions. Yang Bo was impatient to wear the clothes of the nobles, because the clothes of the nobles needed to be changed for different occasions. Welcome everyone to my auction. I have a bad reputation, but I know the rules of doing business. As for me, everyone knows that I am a very easygoing person after dealing with me for a long time. Everyone is here to make money, not to listen to my nonsense. First of all, I will simply say 2 words. If you accept my conditions, you can stay here. If you don't accept them, please leave. I am also impatient to deal with more people, so I will only choose one partner for the application of ultra-high temperature materials in each field. This partner will have the exclusive franchise of materials in this field. For example, in the field of Mecha energy engines, there will be only one partner, and there will not be a second one. Energy engines for civil transport spacecraft, warships, fighter jets, and even some mining equipment. We will only choose one partner in these fields. We will not use any other complicated bidding model in the auction. You all write down the relevant bids in each field, and I will choose the highest bid as the partner." Bart's ordinary words made the people present no longer smile. "Sir Bart, is there something wrong with what you did? Just like our company not only studies mecha energy engines, but also civilian spacecraft energy engines?" A representative of one of the companies asked directly. This guy is also a Viscount. In fact, the representatives of the company this time all have noble titles, because Bart has a bit of a bad character. If he is not a noble, it would be terrible to be beaten by Bart. Then you can choose a field to develop. Of course, if your company is unwilling to accept my conditions, you can leave immediately. I am now busy practicing and trying to improve my superpower temperature, so that I can launch more ultra-high temperature materials and make more money. In fact, someone suggested that I divide ultra-high temperature materials into several levels, and keep the highest level in my own hands. But I am impatient to do business, and I also know that I have to master the best ultra-high temperature materials in my hands and produce some equipment to make more money. In fact, to be honest, money is no longer a big deal for me. I believe everyone knows how much money I have. The people who participated in the auction nodded. Viscount Bart's words made sense. As a Viscount, his wealth was definitely the largest among the younger generation. In fact, even among the older generation of nobles, 99.99% of their personal wealth was not as much as Bart's. Most of the nobles' wealth was actually family investment, and the family also occupied a large share. Then everyone is very curious about why I make ultra-high temperature materials. Because this is a way for me to cultivate superpowers. I can train my superpowers and make money at the same time. So why not? So this brings us to another point. Ultra-high temperature materials are limited by my personal superpowers, so the production is limited. In many cases, the materials may be delayed in delivery. If you don't accept this, you can leave early. But I don't recommend you to travel in Wandao City because of the recent terrorist attacks. Bart's words made the people present look at each other again. These companies have contacted each other before, but everyone overlooked one point. That is, Bart's ultra-high temperature material production problem. In addition, Bart's secret bidding model and the field-based model have made everyone start to review the intentions reached before. These companies are backed by various large families, and some large families have developed well in various fields. However, the advantages of ultra-high temperature materials are too obvious. Companies that are not as good as others in certain fields have other ideas in mind. For example, some companies occupy a large market in the field of mecha energy engines. Other companies occupy a small market. The market share is not large, mainly because of the technology itself. These companies with a small market share are considering that if they get ultra-high temperature materials and develop higher performance energy engines, they can win more market share. And companies with a large market share are also considering that if they lose ultra-high temperature materials, they will face technological overtaking by other companies. Bart's subsequent words directly made everyone forget the agreement reached before. I am impatient to deal with others, so the cooperation period after this auction is indefinite. As long as there is no breach of contract, I can continue to cooperate with you. Bart's words are very clear. If someone gets the ultra-high temperature material, then their future development will be continuous. And the company that does not get the ultra-high temperature material may never get the ultra-high temperature material. As for the limited output of Bart's ultra-high temperature material, it doesn't matter, because everyone uses this ultra-high temperature material to produce and process equipment. That is to say, this ultra-high temperature material can be used to produce some core processing equipment to process energy engines with higher technical levels. Ultra-high temperature materials will not be used directly on energy engines, which is a waste of resources. I will give you an hour to consider. If you are willing to participate, you can stay. If you are not willing to participate, please leave. More ultra-high temperature materials will be launched in the future. At that time, I will not hold any auctions. After all, it is troublesome for you all to run around. I will just distribute the shares among my original partners. In addition, I can also customize it. For example, if the key parts of some of your equipment are difficult to process, you only need to pay a small processing fee, and I can help you process them into complete parts. This is actually what all companies are worried about. Will the performance of ultra-high temperature materials change after they are processed again after they are taken back? Now that Bart can make such a promise, Everyone is more relieved. No killer should be able to sneak in today, because all the people who come are nobles. After Yang Bo announced to everyone, he came to a place by himself, and the representatives of these companies left the auction site one after another. Apparently, due to the change in the auction rules, the representatives of these companies had to contact the headquarters. Your Excellency Viscount Bart, a beautiful woman with wavy black hair, black eyes, white skin, and an oval face came to where Bart was sitting and greeted him as soon as she opened her mouth. Hello. Yang Bo saw that this beautiful woman actually had a noble badge on her chest, and he sighed slightly in his heart, because this beauty is likely to be a widow. In the Blue Water Empire, it is difficult for ordinary children to inherit their father's title. On the contrary, some widows can inherit their husband's title. Would Viscount Bart invite me to sit down? The beauty was a little confused when she saw Bart's dry greeting. Doesn't Viscount Bart like widows the most? There are so many seats here. Just sit anywhere. Viscount Bart's next words made the beauty a little embarrassed. However, thinking that Viscount Bart was originally a bastard and a super strong man, the beauty sat down directly. It's nice to meet Viscount Bart. My name is Paris Levin. After Paris sat down, she put her legs aside, showing her beautiful sidelines. Yang Bo knew that the other party was a representative of the Levin Armor Manufacturing Company controlled by the Levin family. After hearing the other party's self-introduction, the Levin Armor Manufacturing Company mainly manufactures armor and energy weapons used by superpowers. It is said that this family has 2 forging masters. It can be confirmed that this family has 5 forging masters. The Levin family is also one of the most influential families in the Forging Masters Union. The highest level of the Blacksmith Guild is said to be composed of blacksmith masters. Can this woman in front of me forge? Will she gain skills after I kill her? Probably not. She should have married into the Wen family and changed her name. Paris Levin had no idea that the bastard in front of her was thinking about killing herself to gain skills. So you are the representative of the famous Levin company. I am so sorry. Paris Levin almost rolled her eyes when she heard what Viscount Bart said, because although Viscount Bart said it was disrespectful, his whole attitude was still lazy. Would Viscount Bart like to order a batch of armor? I think we can have a broader cooperation in this regard, Paris Levin said while looking at Bart. Yang Bo heard the other party's words and muttered in his heart, is it to have a deeper exchange? Not for the time being. Your Excellency Viscount Bart, with such a huge fortune, don't you update the equipment for the guards below? Paris Levin was still reluctant to give up after hearing Bart's words. She smoothed her slightly curly long hair while speaking, showing her slender neck. Although the other party was a beautiful woman, and her actions were also intentionally or unintentionally flirting with him, Yang Bo was not tempted. After all, she was someone who had experience in KTV. Compared with those women in KTV, this woman was much inferior. Those women's flirting was naked. Of course, the premise was that you had money in your pocket. Too many guards are useless. Look at what happened to the Carter family and the Zhang family. What's the point of their family guards? Instead of spending this money, I might as well prepare more drones and mechas. I'm sorry. I have something to do. After saying this, Yang Bo stood up and left. There are so many people and eyes now. Who knows what excessive actions this woman in front of him will make? Don't let it happen that you don't get to eat the mutton and get into trouble. It doesn't matter in the first place. What if the other party uses this to hype it up? The relationship between nobles is complicated. This woman can't possibly say she loves me. If it's not love, then it's interest. Besides, Yang Bo doesn't lack women now. And the women in his family are much better than this widow. Ning Shui is the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, and she is also a famous talented woman. So there is no need to say more to a widow. After seeing Bart leave, Paris Levin was a little thoughtful. Trouble. The reason why Yang Bo didn't refuse when Paris Levin came was because he didn't know if this woman was Bart's old lover. Although Jerry and Alan did not find this woman as Bart's old lover in their memories, the matter was not clear. So Yang Bo did not refuse when the other party came. When the other party sat down, he did not seem to know her. This is not okay. I still have to find an excuse. If I meet my old lover in the future, it will be troublesome if I don't know her. This is also the reason why Yang Bo did not go out and wander around Devon Star. On the one hand, he knew from Alan and Jerry's memories that Bart had several old lovers on Devon Star. When the old friends reunite, you can decide whether to do it or not. Representatives of various companies that came to participate in the bidding contacted the head office one after another. Bart's changes directly made the head offices very passive. Because if they could not get the quota of ultra-high temperature materials this time, they would always lag behind others in this field. These companies also did not believe that other companies could abide by the agreement they had made at the beginning. Chapter 898 Bidding. After some time had passed, Yang Bo looked at the number of people who had come to bid, and smiled in his heart. In order to protect everyone's legitimate rights and interests, and to enable those who have obtained the materials to develop better in future cooperation, everyone is welcome to report irregular behaviors. If anyone violates the provisions of the contract and enters into the field of others, the reporter will obtain the share of the person being reported, and the partner who violates the provisions of the contract will be blacklisted. As for breach of contract, let's not talk about it. After all, we are all nobles, and I don't have time to waste time on litigation with you. It will be the same in the end anyway. Below is my classification of ultra-high temperature material applications. Everyone is welcome to add to it. So everyone saw the virtual projection showing 1. Personal equipment manufacturing personal armor and energy weapons. 2. Spaceship and warship energy engine manufacturing. 3. Fighter and small aircraft energy engine manufacturing including drones, flying cars, flying skateboards, etc. 4. Medical equipment manufacturing. 5. High-energy weapons equipment manufacturing. 6. Warship armor manufacturing. 7. Non-military insurance manufacturing. 8. Mecha energy engine manufacturing including unmanned mecha. 9. Mecha defense manufacturing including unmanned mecha, mecha cold weapons, and mecha energy shields. 10. Residential clean energy manufacturing. 11. Civilian and military communications equipment manufacturing. Does anyone have anything to add? After seeing the classification presented by Bart, everyone heard Bart ask again. At this time, someone raised his hand. Lord Bart, what about the energy stone manufacturing? As far as I know, energy stone manufacturing involves the clean energy for residents, which is included in this. The manufacturing of energy stones does not refer to a separate manufacturing factory. It is a subsidiary product of the energy supply system for residents of the capital planet, because residents use energy at peak and low peak periods. During the low peak period, the energy consumption of residents will be reduced to a very low level, and at this time the energy system will convert the excess energy into energy stones through related equipment. Of course, the conversion efficiency is very low, because a lot of energy is consumed during the conversion process. I have no problem. The man nodded when he heard this. Viscount Bart, what about energy bombs? Someone raised his hand and asked. This is counted as high-energy weapons and equipment. After all, the use of energy bombs is getting lower and lower. I don't know how many years the energy bombs in the Empire stockpile will be used. I think no one here is willing to invest large-scale funds in research in this field. Bart shrugged and replied. The others nodded. Although energy bombs can be made with materials made from ultra-high temperature equipment, the Empire has too many of them in stock. And in a major conflict, energy bombs are of very little use. Now everyone start writing your own quotations on your bids. Each ultra-high temperature material is 100 tons, which is the annual supply. Bart spoke again. Sir Viscount Bart, isn't 100 tons a little too little? Someone raised his hand and asked. The investment in new technology is not a one-day or two-day thing. 100 tons per year is enough for you. And this is basically my maximum output. After all, I made it with my superpowers. You can't expect me to produce it every day like a smart device. Besides, after you get these ultra-high temperature materials, you can make production equipment. And the materials produced will be used to upgrade existing materials. I didn't ask you to use my ultra-high temperature materials to directly produce mecha energy engines or something like that. Everyone nodded after hearing Bart's words. Currently, ultra-high temperature materials are just materials. To transform ultra-high temperature materials into production equipment, it requires a lot of investment and time. Moreover, the equipment in many fields is not completed by simply upgrading, such as the energy engine of the mecha. If the mecha energy engine uses new materials to improve its performance, then the entire other systems of the mecha must change. And in the absence of a major war, the replacement of the mecha is very slow. The same is true for other fields. When society is peaceful, everything is updated slowly. You can see that Bart sends you tender documents with detailed terms and conditions. And the terms and conditions can be said to be overbearing terms. Party A has the right to postpone delivery. And this Party A refers to Bart. Party A has the right to review Party B's use of materials. Party A collects half of the payment for the next year in advance. And Party B must pay the remaining payment in full after leaving Party A's territory. If Party A encounters force majeure, it has the right to terminate the contract. Everyone feels that these overbearing clauses are too aggrieved. But there is nothing they can do. Because everyone knows that ultra-high temperature materials are completely manufactured by Bart itself. This is the advantage of a unique business. Although some people present want to object, they dare not object. Because none of the fields Bart mentioned are being done by one company. If you don't do it, there are others who do it. Do you think your company has a high market share? Then companies with low market share. Do you have any other ideas? This auction is a no-reserve auction. And the unit is kilograms. Bart said again. No one had any objections. Because the ultra-high temperature materials were taken back to make core production equipment. The materials for core production equipment in any industry are not cheap. Everyone read the bid documents while contacting the head office. The relevant news had already been exposed online. Because Bart did not ask for confidentiality in this auction. The people watching online were speechless when they saw the bidding terms revealed by these big companies. This Count Bart has become rich now. He actually uses his superpowers to make materials for sale. 1,100 tons of ultra-high temperature materials every year. How strong are Viscount Bart's superpowers? He is really blessed by God. According to conservative estimates, Viscount Bart's annual income in this area exceeds 1 billion. 1 billion. Who are you looking down on? In this non-military security insurance field, how many people would buy the safes with higher defense capabilities made by related companies using ultra-high temperature materials? In fact, energy weapons rely on their own temperature to penetrate defenses. Lasers, high-energy weapons, particle weapons, microwave weapons. The stronger the material's high-temperature resistance, the stronger its defense against energy weapons. Conservatively estimated to be 100 billion per year. Everyone should find out how much the core production equipment materials of Mecha engines cost per ton at this stage. The ultra-high temperature material produced by Bart is 30% higher than the existing material. In my opinion, Bart is a fool. If I had such a good thing, I would produce the core production equipment myself. Which noble upstairs has cultivated a cerebral palsy. Do you know how many parts and systems are involved in the core equipment of the Mecha energy engine? How many are there in the upstream supply chain for the production of this Mecha energy engine core equipment? Does Bart have the ability to design and manufacture such production equipment? If Viscount Bart wants to manufacture the core production equipment himself, he will not have any income. Because the people in the original interest chain will refuse his joining. This is not uncommon in our empire. I know someone has mastered a new technology that can save the empire trillions of dollars every year. But this person died strangely. I've heard about what the above person said. But I don't know if it's true or not. What's there to hide? Isn't it just a rumor that the royal pharmacist Brian invented a method that can eliminate the need for genetic evolution potions, and directly use energy irradiation to irradiate ordinary people, which can also achieve the effect of genetic evolution potions? I've heard about this, but I think the possibility is very low. It seems that Brian's identity is problematic, so he disappeared. I heard that it was an internal struggle in the royal pharmacist department. Bullshit internal struggle. It's just that those nobles saw that the royal family was too powerful. After seeing these news, Yang Bo was also a little confused. Why did someone talk about Brian when he was holding an auction? Yang Bo also smiled at these online claims. Because there would definitely be various explanations for the disappearance of such a celebrity. As for what happened specifically, only the parties involved know. Because all these people said are possible. Yang Bo was just watching the show online, waiting for everyone to write the bid. An hour later, the bid was finished, and everyone was waiting nervously. This process was naturally assisted by staff. Yang Bo was stunned when he saw the final result. The highest bid was 280,000 yuan per kilogram, which means that the price of 1 ton reached 280 million yuan, which was actually a bid in the communications field. The lowest price quoted in the field of personal protective equipment is only 80,000 yuan per kilogram, which means that 1 ton is worth only 80 million yuan. On average, the price quoted per ton is 170,000 yuan per kilogram, which means that 1 ton is worth 170 million yuan. 100 tons is 17 billion yuan. And 1,100 tons is 187 billion yuan. The density of ultra-high temperature materials is very high. About 21 times that of water. And higher than that of gold. So this thing has very little volume per ton. Open the bid. Yang Bo nodded. And the company with the highest bid is the third largest company in the communications field. Other fields are updated slowly. But the communications field has been updated very quickly in recent years. Especially with the increasing range of human activities in the universe. The requirements for communications are getting higher and higher. Especially the communication beacons in the universe. It seems that this company wants to take a gamble. Yang Bo knew that if a company with a relatively low market share wants to gain more market share, it must have better technology. And this time is obviously an opportunity. Alas, after the bid was opened, some people sighed. Yeah. And some people cheered. The new material will definitely bring about a technological revolution. Bart made a fortune. These things will be passed on to us. Then you should die sooner. Because as long as you live in this world, you have to pay. Ning Shui is too scheming. Bart was originally trying to rob other women. But he didn't expect this woman to interfere. I can only say that Ning Shui is lucky. The woman who was robbed by Bart must be regretting it now. That woman was saved by Ning Shui. And she ran away without caring about Ning Shui. Later, when Ning Jianshan caused trouble for the Altina family, this woman's family seemed to be completely unaware of it. Yang Bo was a little speechless on the way back. Why do these people on the internet go off topic so smoothly? Chapter 899 Attention. Bart has an annual income of 187 billion blue coins. And this news makes many people envious and jealous. Because this is a sustainable income. Not like gambling. Although everyone is also envious of the money from gambling. This thing has wins and losses. And it will eventually fail one day. But now this entity is different. With an annual income of 187 billion. According to Bart's current lifespan, it is easy to live for 200 years. Even if Bart can work for 50 years. Because science and technology are developing. No one knows when technology will reach the level of ultra-high temperature materials manufactured by Bart. 50 years of income is more than 9 trillion. What a concept. This is just an estimated income. Not to mention that if human technology advances in 50 years, Bart's superpowers are also improving. And the most important thing is that these companies that won the bid have formed a profit relationship with Bart. The stock price of the company in the communications field with the highest bid rose by 12% after the announcement of the winning bid. The 12% has already covered the funds paid by the company that won the bid. And everyone knows that the cost of Bart's manufacturing of ultra-high temperature materials is completely his own superpower. He has exercised his superpower and manufactured ultra-high temperature materials. Where can you find such a good thing? Of course, I don't know how much the 3 scientists will get. But according to patented technology, the maximum is generally 10%. Of course, Bart's move has also been regarded as a thorn in the eye by many people. Bart has formed a relationship of interest with these companies that won the bid. And the competitors of these companies must be very dissatisfied with Bart. In addition, there are those families that have grudges against the Altina family. Shameless. Villain. The people of the Wu family gathered together and cursed. These damn untrustworthy bastards. These guys actually want to increase the price at the last minute? The Wu family cooperated with the Zhang family to offer a reward for killing Bart. Because of today's incident, the person who received the bounty task gave up the task and asked for a higher price. Because in the eyes of the person who received the task, Bart's value has increased. Contact the Zhang family. These bastards. Wait until they finish their mission. We must destroy their lair. Those who ate us must spit it out. Bart, this bastard, deserves to die. We must act as soon as possible. Bart, this little bastard is very smart. Now he has gathered a group of people and formed a relationship of interest with us. Take advantage of the fact that their relationship of interest has just been established. Kill him as soon as possible. It will be too late to deal with him. Where did this bastard get such a perverted superpower? In fact, we can contact some people in the Altina family. Anyway, Bart didn't give a cent of his profits to the family. I think some people in their family will definitely have other ideas. Some people in the Altina family may have wanted to kill Bart a long time ago. Bart, this bastard, has changed his habit of hanging out frequently, and has actually lived in seclusion in the territory. This bastard also knows that he has offended too many people. You can ask Bart's old lover out. We can use multiple methods. We can also send out the family's assassins. If money can't solve the problem, we can solve it ourselves. At worst, we can go to war with the Altina family. The Altina family will definitely not go to war, because Bart has not brought much benefit to the family. I'm afraid some people in the Altina family are more upset than us. I agree with this plan. I agree with this plan too. Then we should do it in many ways. I believe that it is not just our family that is plotting against Bart. At this time, everyone saw a message that Bart posted on his personal social account. Bart's message, first of all, thank you for your attention, and thank you to the relevant partners. In addition, I want to announce one thing here. That is, to provide 100 tons of ultra-high temperature materials to my wife's family at the lowest price every year. These 100 tons of ultra-high temperature materials can be circulated among the companies that cooperate with me. Partners who feel that the quota is not enough can buy from my wife's family. In addition, to thank the family for training me, I donated 50 billion to the family fund in one go. Yang Bo had no choice but to donate, because it would be unreasonable to give the Ning Shui family a quota of ultra-high temperature materials without giving benefits to his own family. Nobles all want to save face. If they do this, it is likely that the Altina family will turn against themselves. Yang Bo will not let the Altina family participate in his business. If they participate in the business, they will be gradually controlled by the family in the future, and it will cause more disputes. It is better to buy it directly with money now. The people of the Wu family were a little speechless when they saw the news. They didn't expect Bart to do this. Damn little bastard. The people of the Wu family felt that Bart seemed to know their plans, and was always checking for loopholes. After the Altina family got Bart's 50 billion, they had both face and benefits. They would definitely not allow the family to do anything to Bart. Thank you. Ning Shui was relieved after seeing what Bart sent. Because today, the family members have urged me many times to ask Bart about what he promised. Especially after Bart's bidding ended. My grandfather called to ask about the quota Bart promised. You should know that the lowest price of 1 ton of ultra-high temperature material is 80 million per ton. And the highest is 280 million per ton, with a difference of 200 million. According to this, the price difference of 100 tons reaches 20 billion. Of course, it is impossible to sell at the highest price. Even if the price difference of 1 ton is 20 million, it is still 2 billion in revenue. For a small family like the Ning family, 2 billion is already a very large number. And the key is that this number will be there every year. No wonder, as a sword master, he had to put aside his past grudges and call in person to ask. We are a family. But if I do something wrong in the future, don't be angry. Yang Bo hugged Ning Shui. For some reason, Yang Bo felt that Ning Shui's attitude towards him seemed to have changed a lot. And she seemed to be more dependent on him. No. My grandfather and others will come to our wedding at that time. Ning Shui felt a little embarrassed when she said this. After all, her grandfather had shouted and killed Bart before. This is a good thing. Then we can send a spaceship to pick them up. Yang Bo nodded. For the family, profit is the first priority. I'm going to work and try to ship as soon as possible. Well, then you be careful. Don't be too tired. If I'm too tired, how about you give me a massage? Yeah. Hee hee. Yang Bo saw White and the other two again. White. Congratulations. Thank you, boss. White and the other two were also very excited because they could get 10% of the total sales price. This is already the highest income for a technician. Although the conventional patented technology is almost 10%. This patented technology obviously has a greater credit from the boss. If it weren't for the boss, the ultra-high temperature material would not be produced. Haha. Let's get rich together. Yang Bo laughed and then returned to March Star. Originally, there would be a lot of profits from the ultra-high temperature materials. But Yang Bo did not intervene. For example, the transportation of ultra-high temperature materials and the insurance of ultra-high temperature materials. All goods transported in the Interstellar must be insured. The value of ultra-high temperature materials is so high, and the insurance costs are also high. If Yang Bo wants to make money, he can cooperate with an insurance company. Others buy ultra-high temperature materials, and he can get part of the insurance money. However, Yang Bo has no time to care about these miscellaneous things. After the ultra-high temperature materials are produced, they are directly handed over to various companies. 1 ton of ultra-high temperature material only has 0.05 cubic meters. and 100 tons of ultra-high temperature material only has 5 cubic meters. And it is not that Yongbo intervenes in the entire production process. For example, in the early stage of preheating of materials, that is, in the early stage, these materials will be processed to the current technical level and the highest temperature that can be processed. Then Yongbo will take over, which will save a lot of superpower. And the performance of the ultra-high temperature material that Yongbo took out is only about 30% higher than that of the ultra-high temperature materials currently on the market. In fact, according to Yongbo's limit, the data can reach about 80%. Because in the field of materials, if the temperature is 10 degrees higher, the overall performance will be much higher. In other words, the ultra-high temperature material that Yongbo took out is not the top level in the laboratory. The top-level ultra-high temperature material will consume more superpowers and time. And now Yongbo is not in a hurry to manufacture ultra-high temperature materials, because each company has requirements for the specifications of the materials. And some companies even want Yongbo to make parts directly, because it is inevitable to lose some of the parts when you take them home to make them. After all, the processing of parts will definitely cause material loss. On the contrary, Bart will not lose the quota after direct processing. These companies design the required material specifications and hand them over to White and his people. White and his people will do some work. And when the boss makes ultra-high temperature materials, they will directly make finished parts. Of course, there are also companies that require various specifications of materials for confidentiality reasons, such as size, thickness, etc. So happy. Both businesses are developing together. And the pharmaceutical business on March Star is also in full swing. Yongbo went back upstairs and saw Su Wei and others watching the virtual projection of the garden. This is the garden designed by the garden design company based on the terrain behind Yongbo's villa. Yongbo, come and take a look. Su Wei and the other two were in the internet room, looking at the various designs given by the garden design company. Here we come. Yongbo hurried over, then squeezed in between Su Wei and Annie, hugging one with each hand. Hugs on both sides. One is a pure and beautiful little girl. One has a sexy body. No. Two. Because another one put Yongbo's hand on her waist. This slightly plump waist feels very comfortable to touch. We all think this design is good, using the terrain of the mountain behind to form a variety of styles. Su Wei took out the best plan that the three people liked. Yongbo looked at the content displayed in the virtual projection, which was to rely on the mountain behind to plant various flowers, plants and trees in various places, and also added a lot of fruit trees. Shingamao likes to eat fruits very much, so let's plant some. Anyway, many flowers will bear fruits later. Yongbo then realized that Shingamao was in Su Wei's arms. Shingamao stared at the content displayed by the virtual projection. This guy must be thinking in his little head, why did so many things suddenly appear? Then let's do this plan. How about you name this plan? How about calling it Wagwashan if there are flowers and fruits? I feel like this name seems very ordinary. Why did Su Wei think this name was so straightforward? Then you pick a name. You two can think of one together? Wanwan Mountain. This name is a bit ordinary. Baiwan Mountain. Su Wei and Anija thought for a long time, and finally found that the name Huagua Mountain mentioned by Yongbo at the beginning sounded better. Then let's call it Huagua Mountain. Yeah. You can also plant some tea trees and the like. You can also plant some mushrooms. I seem to remember that there is a kind of mushroom that grows on tea trees. Okay. Let's pick fruits and mushrooms ourselves in the future. I used to see a lot of small animals, wild fruits, and mushrooms on the mountain behind our home. Su Wei thought of her own family when she said this. Annie, you have to work hard. If you can produce suitable mutant plants, we can plant all kinds of plants on the mountain behind us. Yongbo said with a smile when he heard Su Wei's words. Too difficult, and has already spawned many plant seeds, but many of them have not mutated successfully. And it is also learning about this. Don't be discouraged. Take your time. Yeah. So the Wagwashan project was officially launched, with a total cost of nearly 5 billion. The main reason is that there are many rare fruit trees and tea trees this time. It is said that the mother plants of fruit trees and tea trees are all from the mother planet, and they are all propagated by cuttings and seeds, without using high-tech means, ensuring the original genes of fruit trees and tea trees. In Yongbo's opinion, this is a bit of a show-off, but as long as his woman is happy, it's fine. The two mutant biological materials on March Star are being collected by Zhang Buizhen in an endless stream. The land price on March Star has risen by nearly 60% in the past half-month. As for the price of real estate, it has doubled. And the reason is of course the high-quality gene evolution potion. The high-quality gene evolution potion that Zhang Buizhen obtained from Mr. Jiu for the second time did not disclose the specific amount. Because Zhang Buizhen thought that the quantity of this medicine should not be announced too much. And everyone should feel that this medicine is very rare. Zhang Buizhen prepared to auction part of it, and sell the other part to favors. For example, if the auction price is 100 million, when some people are in urgent need, you can not only collect 100 million, but also get a favor. There are so many companies, so many dignitaries, and so many families in the alliance. Who doesn't have a few useless heirs? Although the people of these families do not advocate the use of genetic evolution medicine. But some useless ones have to be used. Even if these useless ones only account for 10% of all people. This is also a huge market. Of course, there are other countries. Although Zhang Buizhen said that only local people are allowed to buy. Some people have ways to resell them. Yang Bo was also looking forward to Zhang Buizhen's auction, because it was a reflection of his technical value. The garden construction company readily signed a construction contract with Yang Bo and started construction. It is very simple to build now, especially for the huge garden built by Yang Bo, which does not require high technology. The construction robot adopts a model similar to 3D printing. The transport robot is the raw material warehouse for transportation. After the raw materials of the construction robot are used up, the transport robot will automatically replace them. Of course, some construction on the ground must also be carried out, such as some harmful plants and harmful pests on the ground. In addition, various small animals must be cleaned up and caught and placed outside the garden. You can see many robots busy. In fact, the most difficult part of building a garden is approval and environmental protection. But Yang Bo has no problem doing these things. The next day, Yang Bo arrived at Devon Star. Master, Her Highness Su Ruoxin has sent you many messages in succession. Butler Jerry saw his master coming out of the laboratory and hurried to report. What did she want to talk to me about? She said she wanted to talk to you about something? Just say I'm not free now. And ask her to come in person if you want to talk. Yes. Su Ruoxin gritted her teeth after getting Jerry's answer. As a princess, no one should give her face except her father. Bart, this bastard, ordered her around and treated her rudely. Su Ruoxin couldn't believe Bart's current achievements. When she first arrived at Devon Star, this guy was still a bastard. But now Bart has become the most popular person in the entire empire. Even his own father thinks highly of Bart. This is because of Bart's career. In the past, Bart was brave and aggressive, and his father would not look down on him no matter how much money he won. But now Bart can provide ultra-high temperature materials, with an annual income of nearly 200 billion. On the one hand, ultra-high temperature materials can promote the scientific and technological level of the empire. On the other hand, Bart has formed a circle of interests through this material. The top leaders of the empire are circles after circles, and the most core figures. Now Bart is the core figure in the field of ultra-high temperature materials. If Bart continues to develop like this for a few more years, he will easily occupy a certain position in the empire. If Bart continues to make breakthroughs in ultra-high temperature materials, he may become a senior official in the future, or even a prime minister or a general. So the emperor's intention is to make friends with Bart as much as possible, and pay close attention to and protect Bart. Su Ruoxin certainly knows what his father means, which is to save Bart at the right time, because there is intelligence that there are a lot of people who want to deal with Spat, and some people have taken some extreme actions. Su Ruoxin never thought that Bart would grow up to the point where his father would take care of him like this. Chapter 900 Optimistic. When Yang Bo arrived at Devon Star, he first noticed a piece of news. That was the clown quartet involved in the Carter family and the Zhang family's terrorist attacks and robberies. Because the authorities had no direct evidence, the remaining three were released after paying a huge bail. Evidence? This is not a joke. When did the imperial nobles tell outsiders about evidence? When Yang Bo saw this news, he knew that the three people paid a huge bail with the consent of the Zhang family and the Carter family. If either of these two families disagrees, who dares to release the person in private? Then who will be responsible for the losses of these two families? Yang Bo soon learned the whole story from Xia Song. Zybel has pledged allegiance to the Carter family because Zybel is afraid that his actions in Bart's territory will be exposed. In addition, the Carter family also threatened to frame Zybel and eradicate the Sia family. The place where Zybel hid was not far from Bart's territory. It was easy for an old noble like the Carter family to frame a foreigner who was already suspicious. The condition for Zybel to pledge allegiance to the Carter family is to let Xia Song and his 3 men go. Needless to say, the Zhang family has already discussed with Xia Song that they will do their best to support Xia Song and strive to completely control the alliance's anti-government armed forces. The Xia family. Everything is going in a good direction. The imperial officials may also have doubts, but they just don't know the reason. After all, the 2 great nobles have lost so much, and it's very abnormal to let the suspect go so easily. Hee. Wait a little longer and I'll sell Zybel. The emperor will definitely find someone to investigate the relationship between them. When they can't find out, I'll sell the information for a good price. I'll use energy poison to do something later, and then frame the Carter family. By then, Zybel will probably be killed by the Carter family. This guy actually dared to plot against me. I want to squeeze out his value. Everything went as Yang Bo expected. The Zhang family and the Carter family certainly didn't know that there was an invisible hand behind all this. Fatty, did you die on the bellies of those women on Paradise Island? Yang Bo changed into Bart to contact Alan. Are you looking down on me? I'm the only one who died on a woman's belly. Alan laughed on the other side and said, Can I get my business done? Yang Bo said this because he could get tax exemption and subsidies for selling ultra-high temperature materials. Although the Alliance and the Empire have many shortcomings in other aspects, they have many preferential policies in high-tech. Of course, those who get the money must know the rules. Just like Yang Bo. After receiving the subsidy from above, half of it must be returned to Alan. Of course, there is more than one person behind Alan. He can only get a small amount. This is actually a way for major families and major companies to empty the Empire's finances. It's better in the Blue Water Empire. After all, the country belongs to His Majesty the Emperor. But even so, there is no way to stop it. And this subsidy is impossible to stop. It's even worse in the Alliance. Those guys can play tricks. For example, you start a so-called high-tech company, then get subsidies, and eventually go bankrupt. Even if the higher authorities want to recover the subsidies, they can't do it because the money is used for business activities on the books. Yes, of course. Submit it according to the process, and I will contact you immediately with the materials. But to be honest, the cost of your high-tech company is almost zero. You just use your superpowers. My superpowers are not costs. If anyone dares not to give me subsidies, I will smash my superpowers on his head to let him see if there is any cost. The reason why Yang Bo is so active in this matter is that this is not a small amount of money. Everyone knows that research in the high-tech industry burns money, even in the Interstellar era. And it burns more money in this era. So the subsidy in this regard can reach up to 20% of the selling price. Because high-tech things are definitely very expensive in the early stages of application. On the one hand, there is not much development in the application field, which leads to an increase in the cost of production. On the other hand, the cost of research and development is also very high when spread out. You are making pure profit from this money. You shameless people are making pure profit. I at least use my superpowers. But you can get the money just by talking. There is no other way. We all have families to support. You know that the salary of our government employees is very low. If we don't make extra money, how can we have a few women, spaceships, and private estates? The Empire will be destroyed by you government employees sooner or later. It's fine if it's destroyed. Whatever happens to it after I die. Your old lover asked me why you deleted their contact information? Alan asked from the other side. Don't accuse me. I don't have any old lover. I already have a wife. Bart, are you out of your mind? The woman in your family can stand your current physical condition? What a fake look. Alan cursed when he heard Bart's words. A good horse never turns back. We've played enough, so it's no use contacting each other again. Yang Bo had no choice but to say this. That sounds like a human thing to say. So when they asked me, I answered directly that I didn't know. These people are coming to you now that they see you are rich and successful. Why didn't they ask me some time ago? Alan also knew that when people get together in society, it's all voluntary. And everyone is just looking for something new. How can you say that you'll always be together and change to another partner when you get tired of playing? But I feel it's boring now. I will turn over a new leaf and be a good person in the future. I think you are weak. Is it because you have consumed too much superpower? Or is it because you practice superpowers and cause your body to have problems? Alan now seriously suspects that Bart has a physical problem. Because Bart is a superpower at a young age. And he must have paid some price. Don't talk nonsense. There is nothing wrong with my body. Wow. You are not really turning over a new leaf. Are you? Just treat me like this. After Alan and Bart ended the call, he touched his chin. And then contacted his clan leader, grandfather. Bart will submit a subsidy application for high-tech projects. I know. A voice came from the other end of the communicator. I think there is something wrong with Bart's body. Probably caused by forcibly improving his superpowers. Alan spoke again. How serious is it? I don't know about this. But he used to like to hang out with me. But now, he seems to have become a different person who doesn't like to hang out. Alan was a little confused. I don't know about other aspects. But I'm afraid he hasn't changed his character when it comes to fooling around. Alan's grandfather knew more about Bart's affairs. What don't I know? Some time ago, a woman came from the Crimson Federation and was taken away by Bart's housekeeper. Now this woman is Bart's housekeeper. What's the problem with this? You will understand when you see this woman. In addition, he is still unclear with some princesses of the royal family. Why did he do that? Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? How am I shameless? Bart will receive 10% less this time. This is a long-term subsidy. Oh my God. Grandfather, do you think highly of Bart? After hearing that his young master had contacted young Master Alan, Butler Jerry told him, Butler, remember to apply for the relevant information. How long will it take for the purchased Mecha to arrive? The training Mecha will arrive in about half a month. And the high-end Mecha will arrive in about 2 months. Butler Jerry replied. Okay. When the training Mecha arrives, we'll hand it over to Agath. How's this kid doing recently? Yang Bo asked again. He is using the Mecha training simulator to screen talented people. But the population base of our territory is too small. Butler Jerry reported. Then encourage everyone to have children. You can formulate a reward policy later. How much money will be rewarded for having a child? Or a house or something like that? Yes. Butler Jerry heard what Master Bart said. And only then did he feel that Master Bart was a qualified lord. You go and do your work. Yes. Butler Jerry went to do his own work. Then Yang Bo took Ning Shui and Bai Lu to conduct mecha combat training together. After the mecha combat training, Zhang Buizhen sent another message. Mr. Jiu, I would like to trouble the Grand Master again. I have collected a batch of medicine materials. Yang Bo immediately replied, no problem. Zhang Buizhen was relieved to see Mr. Jiu's answer so straightforwardly on March Star, and quickly sent a message, thank you very much, Mr. Jiu. To be honest, there are many potential customers. After maintaining these customers, it will be very helpful for you to buy some things in the future. Mr. Jiu, thank you. Mr. Zhang, we have a pleasant cooperation. Then the two agreed to put the materials somewhere tomorrow. Mr. Jiu is so straightforward this time. I'm afraid what he wants to buy is not ordinary. Zhang Buizhen handed the watch to Nyobo and said. Nyobo nodded, actually, this is a good thing. If the other party wants credit points or energy metals, it will be troublesome for us. And when the equipment is stolen in the name of the planet, it has nothing to do with the young master. In other words, the young master can pay Mr. Jiu's bill without spending a penny. Zhang Buizhen laughed when he heard this. There can't be too much money in the government. Otherwise these politicians will be thinking about how to spend it all day long. Master, you are wise. Nyobo nodded. I decided to broadcast this auction live on the entire network. What do you think of this idea? Nyobo? Master, this idea is very good. It can make people see the value of our planet. Or more accurately, the value of Master. The main thing is that I need a lot of fame now. And I also need some benefits to win over other people. For some key figures, I will use genetic drugs below the market price to win them over. Nyobo nodded when he heard this. After this auction, the young master has broken through, and is no longer afraid of the family's calculations. But he will also be targeted by others. After all, the market for genetic drugs is so small. Zhang Buizhen shook his head. Safety is the top priority. We must ensure that this auction is held normally. I feel that someone does not want me to successfully hold this auction. Yes. Chapter 901 Help. Zhang Buizhen also expected that his sudden success would definitely cause dissatisfaction among some people, especially his own family. They would definitely not watch him leave the family and develop so well. The better the development potential of March Star, the more envious and jealous the people in the family will be. What you can't give must be destroyed. This is the consistent style of the big family. In fact, we can ask Mr. Jiu for help in this regard. I believe he doesn't want anything to happen to March Star. Niubo offered advice. For those we don't know the details of and are not sure about, let Mr. Jiu find out their details. However, doing so will give the other party more handles on us. Zhang Buizhen nodded after hearing Niubo's suggestion. Then you can give the list of suspicious persons to Mr. Jiu and ask him to help investigate. As for the handles, he already has more handles. And what we have to do is to survive first and get through this wave. In fact, it is also good for us that the 9th Fleet is stationed here. If it were another fleet, we might face more troubles. Niubo certainly knew that although the parliament and the military seemed to be full of contradictions on the alliance side, the two sides were a close combination. Although on the surface there was no relationship between these politicians and the military. In fact, there was some tacit understanding between the two sides. To put it bluntly, some companies on the alliance side were attacked by pirates and went bankrupt. And there were unspeakable secrets behind them. Interstellar pirates, the military, politicians, and even anti-government armed forces all had inextricable relations with each other. And no one could exist alone. If another veteran fleet was stationed on March Star, maybe some strange things would happen. Young Master is a chosen one, and was exiled to this remote and desolate planet by the family. I just didn't expect that there would be so many discoveries on this planet. Niubo flattered him a little. Zhang Buizhen also grinned when he heard this. After all, he grew up from a family's abandoned child to what he is now. He can be said to have reached the extreme of luck. Looking at the entire Interstellar, there are very few cases like him. So our auction will definitely be a success. And I have already contacted many people privately. I can sell them some high-quality genetic drugs privately. It's just that I will let them know how much they owe me after the results of this auction. But you find someone to back it up. These guys who come to the auction may collude with each other. Zhang Buizhen suddenly thought of something and said quickly, why don't we let Yang Bo come? On the one hand, he is a celebrity. And on the other hand, he has no industry. So he is not afraid of other bidders at all. Niubo had prepared to speak when he heard this. Zhang Buizhen understood what Niubo meant. Because the people who came to the auction were representatives of various families. And some were even the core figures of the families. Anyone who came to act as a shill should consider whether they would be retaliated by these people. After all, people have to work and live in the world. And these families might do something crazy. Because it is equivalent to taking money out of someone else's pocket. Yang Bo is now the benchmark of the free world established by the Alliance, and the model of the free world. These people will not deal with Yang Bo for a little money. And Yang Bo stays at home all day. So he is not afraid of being dealt with. Then I will call him. You contact Mr. Jiu first. Yes. Zhang Buizhen called Yang Bo. But unfortunately Yang Bo's phone was not with him in the internet room. Zhang Buizhen shook his head and hung up the phone, for Yang Bo's personality of staying at home. It is more appropriate to do this. Yang Bo called back 3 hours later. Fourth brother. I'm sorry. I was too engrossed in playing games just now. It's okay. I came to you to ask for your help. Zhang Buizhen laughed, and was quite affectionate to Yang Bo. In Zhang Buizhen's view, Yang Bo was his lucky man. 3 mutant creatures were discovered, 2 of which could be used as genetic evolution drugs. It was this discovery that changed the development potential of March Star, and also changed his own destiny. If it weren't for all this, I would probably be carrying the stigma of being a nobody on this remote planet, and then return to the family, and become one of the people kept in captivity. The reason why the family arranged for me to manage this planet is to prove to the outside world that I, the direct heir, have no ability. This is also the usual operation in the family. For the direct heir, the family will use various methods to prove to the outside world and make the person discouraged. Whoever manages a planet with a fiscal deficit, asking for money here today and there tomorrow, will feel tired of facing all kinds of troubles. Brother, just tell me what you want to do. I will help you if I can. Yang Bo answered. But he was actually wondering why the other party wanted to ask him. The thing is, I'm going to hold an auction. But you also know that those who come to the auction may have reached some agreements privately. So I want you to help me. Zhang Buizhen didn't make it too clear, and didn't directly ask Yang Bo to come as a shill, but asked in this way. Yang Bo thought it was something else, but didn't expect it was this, so he readily agreed. Of course, no problem. Leave this matter to me. Don't know how to do it. In fact, as long as the potion can reach my psychological reserve price at the beginning of the auction, you don't have to bid. If it doesn't reach the psychological reserve price, you bid. Zhang Buizhen was very happy to hear Yang Bo's direct agreement, and hurried to explain. So what is the psychological reserve price of the fourth brother? My psychological reserve price is that the price of a gene evolution potion is not less than 250 million. Although in other auction houses, a lower-level 5-star quality gene potion has a price of 150 million. Zhang Buizhen was talking about the potion auction on Paradise Island. The price at that time was about 100 million blue coins, which is equivalent to 150 million credit points. The reason why Zhang Buizhen's psychological reserve price is so low is that the volume of his own shipments in the future will be relatively large, and the first auction must be stable. In addition, it is necessary to let everyone see the effect, because these potions are only supported by data, and practicality will still be seen later. Of course, no problem. I will pay the deposit myself now and participate in the auction. Yang Bo felt that this offer was a bit low, but he didn't say anything, because this was just a psychological reserve price, and how much it could be bid depended on everyone's opinion. Thank you then. That's too polite. Fourth brother, the better the planet develops, the more I gain, and the higher the value of my land. Haha. It's mainly because you are not afraid of the influence of those other people. After all, those who come to participate in the auction are people with great influence in various industries. If someone else were to do this, they might be hated by these people. You don't have any industry at all, and you don't have any intersection with them, so you don't have to worry about them targeting you economically. Besides, you are now the representative of our alliance's freedom, and they won't do anything to you. Yang Bo heard this and nodded. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I play games at home most of the time. The high-end mecha you want to buy will arrive within half a month. In addition, I have applied for a more advanced energy cannon for you to defend your territory. Of course, these are also to protect our precious mutant animals. So you don't need to pay a penny for these things. And the control is still in your hands. But the money is invested by our gene pharmaceutical company. Thank you. Fourth brother. Yang Bo was very happy to hear that there was such a good thing. Of course, the details will be discussed later. For example, the right to use is in your hands. But what about the ownership? Yang Bo guessed that the other party must have exchanged it with genetic drugs, because the other party has no money at all now. I'll go see the big scene too. Welcome. Welcome. I'll treat you and your sister-in-law to dinner after the auction. Then I'll thank you. Fourth brother. On behalf of Su Wei and Anisia. After Yang Bo hung up the call, he didn't think much about it, because it didn't matter to him. At worst, he'll go see the world. But Zhang Buizhen's worry is justified. On the way here, the buyers will definitely talk about these things when they are on a spaceship. And maybe they will have some agreements with each other. After all, he had just experienced these things on Devon Star. What Yang Bo didn't expect was that when he arrived at Devon Star the next day, he found that Zhang Buizhen had actually entrusted him to check the identity information of more than 20 people, because he suspected that these people were targeting his medicine auction. Another bad guy came to my door this time? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. So he decisively replied to the other party's message, saying that he would check it immediately. Chapter 902 Robot Bug. It seems that it is still difficult to do something. Yang Bo also knew that Zhang Buizhen asked him to investigate in order to make the auction a success. The reason was roughly guessed, which was exactly what Yang Bo wanted, because Yang Bo found an interesting piece of information from Mei Xiaoxiao. Someone was buying his detailed information from the Ashes organization, especially his hobbies. Yang Bo did not have any enemies in this identity, so who wanted to buy this information? However, the Ashes did not know much about Yang Bo, so the deal was not done. The Ashes are not as powerful as they used to be. In the past, the Ashes had strong intelligence gathering capabilities. They could conduct extensive intelligence gathering through official channels and people around the target. Now the organizational structure has been destroyed. Yang Bo came to Devon Star for a stroll, and then returned to March Star. We need to build a passage under the underground fortress. It is a bit inconvenient for Yang Bo to go out now, because there are 3 women at home. So Yang Bo took out the design drawings when he built his fortress in the basement, mainly to check the underground geological conditions around the villa. Although the villa is on a mountain, there are higher mountains behind it. So there is also an underground river under the villa. Yang Bo's plan is very simple, which is to open a passage from an underground laboratory to the underground river. The protective layer of the villa is easy. After all, Yang Bo himself has metal superpowers. Instead, it was the rocks outside the protective layer of the villa. It seems that I can only find some designs on the internet. Yang Bo prepared to find some designs on the internet to make a small excavation robot. The small excavation robot directly dug an underground river leading to its underground laboratory. Yang Bo returned to the villa and found that the 3 women were resting. It was probably because the superpower train consumed too much energy. Then Yang Bo first looked up some designs of excavation robots on the internet. Remember these designs in your mind. There are many designs of mining robots. These robots are widely used in the mining of mineral planets and some infrastructure construction. The largest robot is more than 900 meters long and more than 20 meters in diameter. This robot is like a giant earthworm, mining while screening and sorting, and even smelting. And the final product is the finished material. The waste after smelting will be filled in the space after excavation. I don't need such a big one myself. And I don't need nuclear batteries, antimatter batteries, or even rechargeable batteries to provide power. Because it is inevitable, it has to be made bigger. I will directly use energy stones to drive it, so that the size can be minimized. And the key components are made of energy alloys. The more designs he absorbs, the clearer the ideas in Yang Bo's mind become. Bionic robot. After looking at many designs, Yang Bo found that his ideas were actually like some insects in the real world. To be precise, the best design in his mind is a design similar to that of a dung beetle. But the organisms themselves are the optimal result of natural evolution. Yang Bo is not surprised at this. The evolution of every life is a miracle. Even with the advanced science and technology, some things in life cannot be replicated. The simplest one is superpowers. The same parents may have a child whose elder brother is a genius, while the younger brother may be a waste. The elder brother may have a fire attribute superpower, while the younger brother may have other attributes. Science and technology have no way to find out what caused this. Of course, this is also a good thing. If science and technology can solve this secret, then the descendants of the rich will all be geniuses, and the descendants of the poor will all be trash, being used as animals by the rich and powerful for generations. The next day, Yang Bo turned into Bart and went to Devon Star again, and got a lot of materials in the laboratory here. Then he returned to March Star. Yang Bo already had a clear design in his mind. The whole size is the size of a fist. The whole appearance is just like a dung beetle, and the working mode is also the same as that of a dung beetle. The reason why it is not too big is because it is enough. Because a large amount of energy alloy is used and energy stones are used to drive it. The excavation speed of this thing is very fast. Yang Bo turned into a mechanic mode and prepared all the necessary materials. Start, he said silently in his heart. A strange energy enveloped the material. All the materials were quickly decomposed into molecular state and then quickly fused. In just 15 seconds, a black, this size dung beetle appeared in front of Yang Bo. Of course, this dung beetle is very different from biological dung beetles, especially in terms of performance. This robot has 6 photoelectric energy sensing probes. It can clearly sense the surrounding situation. There is also a small optical computer inside. This small robot does not have the ability to connect to the internet. Just enter the engineering design drawing in the optical computer, and then place the robot at the starting point of the design drawing. The robot will carry out the construction according to the design. Yang Bo stuffed a small piece of energy stone into the robot, or more precisely, into the body of the robot worm. The robot worm instantly seemed to come alive. This robot worm also has the ability to fly and swim underwater, and the black color on the robot worm can absorb energy waves. Yang Bo looked at the finished product in front of him, and his heart was also very happy. Then he came to the bottom of the basement, found an empty laboratory, and directly took out the energy weapon. Directly cut open a layer of battleship armor inside the laboratory. Then cut open the concrete-like material outside. And there is another layer of battleship armor inside. For Yang Bo, he can use his metal superpower to weld the battleship armor after entering and exiting. It is impossible for others to break these layers of battleship armor. Soon, he saw the rock layer outside the underground fortress. Hee hee. Yang Bo placed the fist-sized robot in his hand on the rock layer in front of him. Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpower to synchronize the information of the optical computer in the robot worm. The robot worm immediately drilled into the cracks in the rock. The robot worm will start digging from the location of the underground river. The excavation method of the robot worm is equivalent to an unmanned cutter. It directly cuts rocks and the like. And because the channel is upward, these rocks will roll directly into the underground river. Then, they will be directly washed away by the water flow in the underground river. The whole project will take about 2 days. Because this is not a real insect. Its material is energy alloy. Energy alloy cutting rocks is easy. Plus energy stone drive. The way this robot cuts rocks is just like a bug. This is also a disguised verification. You can even use this robot as an unmanned energy bomb. But this energy bomb can only use energy stones, which is too expensive. Energy stones with different properties will produce huge energy reactions. This energy reaction is more intense than nuclear fission. And the energy it emits is even greater. The energy reaction of energy stones of different properties of the same weight is 15,000 times that of nuclear bombs of the same weight. But there is one prerequisite, which is to have energy stones of different properties. And the attribute energy stones can only be found naturally now. And artificial energy stones have the same attribute. Of course, there are ways to stimulate artificial energy stones to make them release energy instantly. Strictly speaking, energy stones are actually highly radioactive substances. Ordinary people will die soon after contacting the highest quality energy stones. This is why energy stones must be protected during transportation. Wait! Yang Bo is now waiting for the results of his research. But we can make some insect energy bombs in the future for emergencies. We also need to work on the performance of insect energy bombs, in its stealth and endurance. In addition, we can make not only insects, but also some marine life. Of course, this kind of thing can only be used by surprise. If the energy defense system turns on the active detection mode, it will be difficult to avoid it. Don't think that Yang Bo was able to enter the Carter family and the Zhang family easily and freely in the past few times. That's because the energy defense systems of these two families are only in passive mode. Passive mode means that the warning system will sound an alarm only when there is energy fluctuation somewhere, and the value reaches the passive detection value. Active detection mode is to scan over and over again. No matter how well the man-made things are made or how strong their stealth is, they will show different data on the detection radar. Insects themselves will also emit a kind of biological wave, and different species will emit different biological waves. This kind of biological wave is actually a kind of magnetic field emitted by the organism itself. The idea is beautiful. But these ideas all cost money. At the same time, Yang Bo also knows his own shortcomings. That is, he has no money. Although Yang Bo has a lot of money now, it is nothing when it comes to energy stones. So the idea of energy insects can only be kept in mind temporarily. Just this insect consumed 90% of Yang Bo's own energy. How terrifying is Yang Bo's current energy reserve? But you can make some for storage when you are free. After thinking it over, Yang Bo decided to design some energy bugs and put them on himself in case of emergency. Because no one knows what kind of threats or difficulties they will face in the future. Actually, this is good. You can accumulate these powers in normal times. Of course, these things cannot be easily exposed. When you need to use them in the future, you have to kill all the opponents. And you have to use a fake identity. Of course, my true identity is a rich otaku who likes to play games, has some talent for potions, and has some abnormal superpowers. The next day, Yang Bo arrived at the underground laboratory. The robot had already returned, because the energy stone of the robot was almost exhausted. Yang Bo set an automatic return program. The 6 photoelectric probes on the robot can let the robot remember its route. At the same time, Yang Bo also used his photoelectric superpowers to read the information inside the robot. Or to be more precise, the construction progress. In just one day, the construction progress of the robot has exceeded half. As for the wear and tear of the robot itself, there is almost no wear and tear. When facing rocks, the energy alloy has almost no loss. TSK. I'm so awesome. Yang Bo couldn't help but feel complacent. Chapter 903 Exploration. Yang Bo reinstalled the energy stone on the robot worm. The robot worm quickly drilled into the crack of the rock and continued its excavation work. The reason why the robot worm progressed so fast was because it did not know fatigue, and its excavation tools were not worn out. After all, as a real worm, it must rest after working for a while. Otherwise it can't stand it. In addition, the mouth of the worm is also worn out. But this kind of robot worm has no wear at all. Or the wear is very small. Energy alloy is used to cut rocks. Just like cutting tofu with a knife. Even if you cut for a lifetime, the knife will not wear out much. Of course, Yongbo cannot promote this thing on a large scale, because many technologies in it are patented by others. Yongbo just optimized many things, but the most basic things are still others, like the intelligent program in it, and the patents such as photoelectric probes, because the technology absorbed by Yongbo is the technology of others. He just optimized it and miniaturized it. The patented technology of the intelligent system and photoelectric probe of this insect mainly comes from the Mecha, because Yongbo's mind is mostly about the intelligent system of the Mecha. As for what he found on the internet, it is only the design structure itself. As for the design of the intelligent system, that is separate. It's a pity that this kind of insect can't be controlled by spiritual seeds. This is a simple mechanical device, so it can't bear spiritual seeds. Of course, if this kind of insect is at a certain distance, Yongbo can still use the photoelectric superpower to remotely control it. The reason why a certain distance is that if the distance is too far, Yongbo will release wireless electrical signals, which will be detected by various warning systems. Because the farther the distance, the stronger the electrical signal released by Yongbo will be. The next day, Yongbo came to the basement and saw a passage more than 500 meters long. Yongbo first looked at the robot bug, then dismantled its energy stone and put the bug away. Yongbo followed the passage to the underground river, and the exit of the passage was under a deep pool in the underground river. The reason for going under the pool is to conceal the truth, and there is a rock gap in the exit itself. Yongbo can sense the rock fragments dug by the robot worm under the pool through his mental power. It feels a bit deliberate. Yongbo felt that he opened this passage alone, and it seemed a bit deliberate, although no one would come to his land to make trouble, conduct exploration, etc. But some things must be prevented. So Yongbo went back to check the geological exploration of his own land. Then there was an idea, which was to use the machine insects to continue digging a channel. The other end of this channel was also connected to a relatively high underground river. Later, someone noticed this geological situation and thought it was caused by geological changes. In other words, let an underground river flow under this villa fortress. This has another advantage. That is, you will not leave any traces when you go in and out, because the underground river will wash away the traces. Moreover, after the water flow of the underground river is introduced into the channel, after a long period of water radiation, the entire underground river will gradually lose the traces of man-made. Let's do it. So Yongbo formulated another project. This time, Yongbo first let the robot worm open a route, and it didn't need to be too big to lead water from the other side, so that it would be convenient for the robot worm to dig in later, because the robot worm itself does not have much thrust. It is necessary to make full use of the terrain and let the stones roll out of the passage by themselves. Finally, I can sneak out. Yongbo watched himself use his metal superpower to fuse the outer layer of the battleship armor of the lower part of his fortress together, so that even if someone came here, they could only see that the battleship armor outside his fortress was intact. Then Yongbo went out incognito, and on the surface, he was in the laboratory. 20 people. This time, they were here to do the task entrusted by Zhang Buzhen. These 20 people were divided into 6 groups, 3 of which were independent. 1 was a team of 6, 2 were teams of 4, and 1 was a team of 3. Yongbo came out of the underground river incognito, and was in the sea. Asked Zhou Rui to prepare a few fake identities. Did you forget that Zhou Rui wanted to talk to you about something? Yongbo then remembered that Zhou Rui seemed to have asked him to talk about something, and he said he was busy and would talk about it in a few days. How long has it been? But now that it has been released, let's investigate the matter first. It took more than 2 hours for Yongbo to arrive at the location of the 6-person team. These 6 people came in the form of a tour group. One of them was a tour guide, and 5 tourists. All of them were strong men. These 6 people lived in the hotel. Each of them lived in 6 rooms. After Yongbo arrived at the hotel, he did not decide which one to explore first. Anyway, the 6 people's rooms were together, and he would follow the door of the room that opened first. Maybe it was good luck. Yang Bo found someone opening the door just after arriving at the hotel. It turned out to be a member of the team. This was a man with a ponytail and a beard. His hair was brown. His skin was white. His eyes were blue. He had some tattoos on his body. And there were earrings on his ears. He was wearing a casual gray sweatshirt and a vest under the top. You can see some tattoos on his body. After the man entered the door, he did not close it. Soon another member of the group came in from the next room. Then the two sides did not speak, but picked up paper and pen to communicate. Nima. Yang Bo saw that this was 100% wrong. The person who entered the door first wrote on the paper, "I still didn't get anything today. The place where the target person lives is impossible to approach. Not only are there real guards, but there are also many machine guards. And there are obvious warning signs. In addition, I contacted the people around the target person. But these people didn't have any information about how the target person obtained high-quality genetic drugs. Because it was said that the target person's butler was responsible." When Yang Bo saw this, he knew that the other party was coming for Zhang Buizhen. The person following closely behind also took a pen and wrote, "Could it be that the target person bribed our former people and they lied?" Another person wrote, "There is this possibility. After all, the planet is developing so well now." Then the two sides started chatting with pens. The first person, "Now the auction time is getting closer and closer. The high-quality gene medicine should be true. But we can't grasp its source of gene medicine now. Should we take the final action?" Second person, "It's not the right time yet. Let's contact the people we arranged before and show them their evidence to make them surrender." First person, "I know the family wants to maximize the benefits. But I personally think that if this auction is successful, our subsequent plans will hardly work. You also know that people's thoughts will change." Second person, "Don't worry about this. The last trump card will never betray the family." Yang Bo saw this and guessed that Zhang Buizhen's family still has many people on this planet. In fact, this is not surprising at all. After all, this planet used to belong to the Zhang family. That is to say, there are people around Zhang Buizhen who can make Zhang Buizhen disappear or die at any time. Because only in this way can it be called the last trump card. Now Zhang Buizhen's family still wants Zhang Buizhen to develop the planet, and then pick peaches directly. The first person wrote again, "What about the other people?" The second person, "Of course they are going on a trip. And there is still half a month before the end of the group tour." The first person, "What should we do if we don't get anything in the past half month? Will we just go back?" The second person, "If we don't get anything, we will go back. We must not alert the enemy." Yang Bo almost understood by this. These people from Zhang Buizhen's family deliberately found such a tour group to sneak in. The two chatted for more than 10 minutes. And the second person asked the first person to threaten the other party next time. It seems that when the Zhang family arranged people, the people who were arranged here all had handles in the family. On the other floor of the hotel is another team of 4. Yang Bo followed the second person in stealth, and did not find anything unusual for an hour after returning to the room. When the second person left, Yang Bo also left. There was no way to enter the room of the other 4 people in this team. So Yang Bo chose another team of 4 people. The 4 people in this team are all women. And they all look very beautiful. In terms of appearance, the 4 people have 4 styles: pure, sexy, classic, and hot. Oh, I'm afraid we'll have to go for nothing this time. This damn Yang Bo hasn't come out for so many days. It seems that the task given to us by the higher-ups is difficult to complete. What did the higher-ups say? The higher-ups are still collecting relevant information. There is an unconfirmed message that Yang Bo will participate in the auction of high-quality gene evolution potions. If the message is confirmed, this is our chance. When the time comes, Ollie, you will take action. Yang Bo likes pure and cute types. Alas, this is the most difficult to install. For our goal, we have to do it no matter how difficult it is. This Yang Bo is the most valuable target in recent years. His private land produces 2 kinds of mutant animal materials, which is also very important to us. We have pharmacists in-house. When we get the territory, we can develop genetic evolution drugs by ourselves. Yang Bo was hiding on the side and heard these words. He was speechless. It turned out that these women were an organization that specifically targeted the rich, especially for those newly rising rich people. These organizations have complete procedures and means to get the rich people's property. In the alliance, as long as they get married and divorced. Women can take away a lot of men's property. Also, if a woman has a child with a man, if the man dies, all the man's property will belong to the woman and the child. If the child dies again, all the property will belong to the woman. This has actually existed for a long time. In the previous life, some places were demolished, and before the official demolition, many monsters and demons appeared. If you are not careful, the demolition money that some people get will soon become someone else's. After leaving the room of the 4 women, Yang Bo returned to the team of 6 people. After patient investigation, the other 3 people and the tour guide were fine. But these 3 people were all here to travel because they won a prize. That is, to market a certain product. This is probably related to Zhang Buizhen's family. The other 4 people's team really came to travel. The team of 3 people wanted to secretly obtain the genetic materials of mutant creatures and take them back for research. That is, a poaching gang. But this gang has not found a way to approach their territory so far. The remaining 3 are all problematic. One of them is from the Pirate Alliance Council, monitoring the other members of the Silver Moon Pirates who are in prison, and the girlfriend of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Another one is from the Alliance's Secret Investigation Department, mainly investigating the high-quality gene potion that leaked from Wang Muxue. And the last one is from the Blue Water Empire. And this guy is also in contact with the assistant to the president of the March Star Sword Association. These people suspect that Brian is on this planet. It took 2.5 days to gather all this information. Yang Bo was invisible during these 2.5 days. Everything else is fine when invisible, but you can only walk when you are in a hurry. What a pain! Yang Bo spent several hours returning to the basement of his villa. The robot bug has been out of work for a day and a half. Yang Bo replaced the energy stone for the little thing, and the little thing continued to set off. At the same time, Yang Bo also knew the progress of the project. If the energy stone was replaced every day, it would be completed in half a month. This cost is too high, but there is nothing we can do about it. Chapter 904 Decision. But it's just right to use up the energy stones of poor quality that I have in stock. Yang Bo has quite a few energy stones in his hands. He is currently using the worst quality and smallest ones. The robot worm is not big to begin with, and the device that holds the energy stones inside needs to be isolated to prevent the energy fluctuations of the energy stones from spreading. But even the worst quality energy stones are not cheap. 2 rice-sized energy stones were used to dig this passage. Although this downward passage is only 500 meters, it is 2.2 meters high and 1.8 meters wide. The robot worm has to continuously cut out stones in such a volume, and each stone requires the worm to dig back and forth countless times. Yang Bo set the robot worm to dig only 10 centimeters at a time, for a simple cross-section of 2.2 meters high and 1.8 meters wide. The total number of meters cut by the robot worm reached 396 meters. It takes 22 times to cut 10 centimeters each time at a height of 2.2 meters, and the width of each time is 1.8 meters. The cutting depth is also 20 centimeters, and a 500-meter long channel needs to cut 2,500 cross-sections. So don't underestimate this thing. It works really fast. The reason why the stone is cut so small is mainly to facilitate dropping. This time Yang Bo took out a slightly larger energy stone and put it in the energy stone warehouse of the robot worm. Now there is a stream of water in the channel, and the water flow is very large. And Yang Bo replaced a working module for the robot worm. The effect of this working module is cutting. It is a cutting module with a diameter of 8 centimeters. The robot worm will push this cutting module to directly cut the stone into particles, because the second section of the passage does not have a high drop. If the rocks are cut again, there is no way to rush to the underground river. There are still some flaws. Yang Bo also knew that what he did still had some flaws, because the fragments cut by the machine are very different from those washed naturally. And there are also rocks excavated from the downward passage. Forget it. It's all my territory anyway. No one else can come in. When the storm season comes, the rock fragments in the underground river will be washed into the deep sea, and then they will be covered by a lot of sand and the like. As long as you do something, there will be no loopholes. Yang Bo shook his head and returned to the laboratory. This time, the robot was equipped with a larger energy stone, which can be used for about 3 days. Yang Bo returned to the villa. Su Wei and the other 2 had no idea that Yang Bo had been out doing things during the 2 days he disappeared. Yang Bo, you don't have to work so hard. Annie saw that Yang Bo had been in the laboratory for more than 2 days before coming out. So she spoke. Thank you. I forgot the time when I was doing the experiment. The main reason is that I am a superpower now. And I don't feel hungry even if I don't eat. Yang Bo still felt warm in his heart for Annie's concern. Yang Bo, don't worry about us. In fact, our life is already very good now. And after our superpower level is improved, we can also go out to work. That's right. Su Wei and Xia also spoke up. You should speed up the practice of superpowers, and don't think about work for the time being. When Yang Bo heard this, he also knew that the two were sharing his burden. But he didn't need it at all. I won't go for now. But I think it's better for women to do something. If they do nothing all day, life will be hard. When your superpowers improve, we will explore the starry sky. Yang Bo smiled. Actually, space is very boring. That's right. The last time I took a spaceship here for a month, I felt very uncomfortable. However, Yang Bo's idea was ruthlessly rejected by the 3 women. The next day, Yang Bo turned into Bart and went to Devon Star. I sent a message to Zhang Buozhen. Of course, I was selective. For example, I didn't mention the trump cards that the 2 Zhang family members had mentioned. I also didn't mention the 4 women who wanted to plot against Yang Bo. Just saying that these 4 women were members of a certain organization. As soon as Zhang Buozhen saw the name of the organization, he knew who they were targeting. Damn it. I knew that these bastards in the family would never give up. Zhang Buozhen gritted his teeth after receiving Mr. Zhou's message. Niu Bo quickly verified the information provided by Mr. Zhou. Master. As expected, I found from the surveillance that the trajectory of one of the 2 people appeared around us 4 times. And in 4 different directions. And one of them even contacted our people. I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to be able to find out such hidden information. Which even we didn't find out. Niu Bo found out that his people had contacted the other side twice. Because the 2 movements overlapped. Find a reason to lock these 2 guys up. And then interrogate them thoroughly. Zhang Buozhen gritted his teeth. Because it can be imagined that these people are not just here to investigate. They must have other means. Although I have known for a long time that there are many families on this planet, I didn't expect that they were right next to me. The other 4 women are obviously coming for Yang Bo. The people in this organization are notorious. But because they are a female group, they are really hard to deal with. Zhang Buozhen saw this group of 4 women again. Find something to frame them. Start with animal protection. Yang Bo must not get into trouble. Zhang Buozhen thought for a while, and said, Master is wise. These people are coming for Yang Bo's property and land. If they succeed, they will definitely tear up the contract or increase the price. We can't use conventional means to deal with this kind of female group. We can only use animal protection groups to deal with them. Niu Bo shook his head a little when he said this. In the alliance, men are not as good as women, and women are not as good as animals. The only ones who can fight against the female group are animal protection groups. We can let them get in touch with this poaching group. Zhang Buozhen's thinking is more divergent. This is good. There must be other pharmaceutical companies behind this poaching group. After these pharmaceutical companies get these biological samples, they may be able to cultivate mutants, or study the genes of these biological samples, and then develop some unique viruses to destroy these mutants. Niu Bo also knew how dangerous it would be if these original biological samples were leaked. The mutant biological genetic materials provided by March Star to the outside world have all been processed. The genetic genes of the mutant organisms and other things have been eliminated, leaving only the energy. It is too easy for biological companies and pharmaceutical companies to destroy a species now. Study the genes of this species, and then develop some viruses, or even some genetic drugs to destroy the genes of these organisms. As for the close monitoring of the Secret Investigation Department of the Alliance, just make sure they don't come after me. As for the pirates, just make them disappear. These bastards have caused trouble several times, causing great damage to the reputation of our planet. Yes, of course, Niu Bo knew that his young master had no good feelings towards pirates, mainly because the planet's safety index was lowered due to several attacks by pirates. These bastards even held a Pirate Alliance conference on their own planet. Well, as for the spies sent by the Blue Water Empire, keep a close eye on them. I know there must be something wrong with the Sword Association. If necessary, create something to frame them. Zhang Buozhen will definitely not let go of the spies from the Blue Water Empire, because his potion is provided by Master Brian. This is not targeting Master Brian, but himself. Master, Mr. Gio's power is too great. He actually got so much information in such a short time. Niu Bo felt a little wary of the information provided by Mr. Gio. Zhang Buizhen shook his head and sighed when he heard this. Alas! Maybe someone else came earlier than me. After all, Brian has been missing for many years. It is really hard to say how many people they have developed here. Yes, maybe there are people from the other side in the planetary parliament. Niu Bo had to admit it when he heard this. Because of Brian, they will definitely make the information network very large. Niu Bo, you have to think about it the other way around. If it weren't for Mr. Gio, how would we know that the people around us are actually planted by the family? It is impossible for the other party to gain control of the planet. They came to me for cooperation, but they also wanted to hide and protect Brian. It was normal for Zhang Buizhen to have this idea. He never thought how perverted Yang Bo's way of obtaining intelligence was. Yes, the benefits brought by a great master of medicine are too huge. If other organizations knew about it, they would probably flock to it. The only strange thing now is, where did Wang Mushua's genetic medicine come from? Niu Bo was very curious again. It's hard to say. We don't know enough about the military. In addition, the Ninth Fleet was on the Green Devil Star before, and the situation there is even more complicated, involving almost all forces in the entire galaxy. Maybe it was a pharmacist trained by their fleet. The Ninth Fleet's approach to suppressing the rebellion was still recognized by a large number of people, especially the parliament. It's just that the military has been controlled by several warlords for many years. The parliament has thought of a way, but the people who are inserted will soon get into trouble. Zhang Buizhen shook his head. The situation within the military was also very complicated, with both internal and external conflicts. Actually, looking at it from another perspective, this is also good for us. Their E-level 5-star quality gene medicine is sold for 150 million. With this price, our D-level 5-star quality is easier to sell at a high price. Zhang Buizhen spoke again. Do you want to check Admiral Wang? Niu Bo asked again after hearing this. That's not necessary. We can't have contact with these people in the military now. Once the parliament and the family know about it, it will be over. Wait until the financial situation of our planet is better, and then talk about dealing with the fleet. Now it's better not to contact anyone if you say it without any evidence. Zhang Buizhen shook his head and rejected Niu Bo's suggestion. Chapter 905 Processing Parts. Yang Bo sent the news about these people to Zhang Buizhen, and then he didn't care about it anymore. The reason why Yang Bo spent more than 2 days this time was mainly because he didn't want to use the spirit seed. If the other party was a bad guy and had other purposes, Yang Bo didn't care. After all, Zhang Buizhen would definitely not let these people go. But he was afraid that the other party had no malicious intent, so it would be meaningless to release the spirit seed himself. In addition, reading other people's memories would affect oneself, especially some unforgivable people whose ideas were too perverted. This is like encountering too many scary things and not feeling scary anymore. But Yang Bo thinks that as a normal person, he still has to say no to certain things. When you get used to a certain evil thing, then you are not far from ignoring it. Besides, these people are not very valuable, because their strength does not seem to be very high. If he encounters someone with high strength, Yang Bo does not mind controlling them. Obviously, many forces are afraid of the place called March Star, because too many masters have died here. When we arrived at Devon Star, the bidding company had already brought out the design drawings of the relevant parts, and White and others had already broken down the design drawings of the parts. I don't know if it's because he has absorbed too many design drawings recently, but as soon as Yang Bo saw the design drawings White brought out, he knew that this was the core part of the Mecha engine. Then let's get started. The company ordered 5 such parts. The total weight of the 5 parts is almost close to 3 tons, because this is the core part of the Mecha energy engine. Okay. White and others assisted Yang Bo in making parts. White and others mainly did preliminary work, such as preheating materials. This can greatly save the boss's superpower consumption. White and his 3 people began to do preliminary preparations. After preheating, the materials were sent to Yang Bo, and Yang Bo used the fire superpower to start making parts. Then White and his 3 people were stunned because the boss had a strong mental power fluctuation. This mental power fluctuation made the 3 people seem to be standing here naked. Then I saw the ultra-high temperature material process by the boss slowly taking shape. Originally, White and others had prepared the corresponding molds and the like. Unexpectedly, the boss used mental power to shape it directly. As the parts took shape, the boss kicked the equipment control switch, and the processed parts were transferred to the next position for cooling. And then the boss continued to process the second part. The parts were automatically scanned by the equipment at the cooling position. The results of the scan also shocked the three people, because the parts made by the boss completely met the other party's requirements. The parts were just made, and were still in a high temperature state. All materials have an expansion coefficient in the face of temperature, so the scan value is slightly larger than the standard of the parts. Boss, you are really a genius. What White and the other two are most worried about is the manufacturing of parts, because these parts are all super high precision. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Yang Bo smiled and continued to process the second part. The 5 parts were completed in more than 20 minutes. After the parts were completely cooled, White and others scanned the parts carefully and comprehensively. The material density of this part is very high, so it takes a long time and energy to scan. Boss, the processing fee for these 5 parts is 5 million. You earn 5 million in less than half an hour. I didn't expect your mental power to be so strong. White and the other two now seriously doubt whether their boss has reached the legendary S level. The boss's mental power is so abnormal and terrifying. You have to know that these parts weigh several tons, and the parts are not in a solid state during the shaping process. White's people are originally A-level superpowers, so they certainly know how to use mental power. My strength is very strong. The 3 people of White were released with mental seeds by Yang Bo, so they are his own people. So it doesn't matter if they show a little mental power. When the boss shows his strength in real time, it helps his subordinates not to think too much. Of course, these 3 people don't know that the mental seeds released by the boss have been released. As long as the 3 people don't betray each other, they will never know this. Don't tell anyone about this. The main reason is that there will be many problems with casting, and I am short on time. Although it is also possible to use conventional means to manufacture parts. Conventional means may cause accidents. Yang Bo simply used mental power to shape and exercise the use of his mental power. Don't deliver the parts too quickly. After all, if you deliver too quickly, they will think that we make money easily. Yang Bo said to White again. Understood. Boss. White and the others were not newcomers. If they delivered the products so quickly, these companies would think that the manufacturing was too simple, and there might be some problems later. Boss, we want to bring some family members over. White and the other two spoke again. Sure, but can your family members adapt to the environment of our empire? Yang Bo agreed when he heard this. I think the environment of the empire is more suitable for the growth of future generations. The elite education in the empire is much better than that in the alliance. I don't want my son to like men or people who are neither male nor female in the future. The reason why the alliance is in its current situation is because the early elite class did some things to ensure the stability of their own elite class. Now these things have affected the elite education in the alliance. White and the other two shook their heads when talking about the education in the alliance. What's more important is that in the empire, a man can have several women and children together openly. However, the latter statement of the Whites left Yang Bo a little dumbfounded. The Whites were not married in name, but they all had children. Of course, there was more than one woman, and the children of the 3 were not very old. The oldest was only 11 or 12 years old, although the 3 were not young. They were all high-level superpowers. Most superpowers would wait until their superpowers were no longer improved before thinking about their offspring, because at this time, their own genes have reached their peak. Besides, most of the superpowers in the alliance will stabilize their status after their superpowers are no longer improved. And the higher the level of superpowers, the easier it is to find high-quality women. Then take it over. Wait 2 years, and I will give you a title. Although it is not hereditary. As long as you are alive, you can enjoy it well in the empire. Yang Bo made another promise. Thank you. Boss. White and the other two also had this idea. During the time they lived in the Blue Water Empire, the 3 of them realized that the nobles of the empire were truly powerful people. It was much better than the elites in the alliance. Although the elites in the alliance lived a luxurious life, they were very low-key. And the more elite they were, the more cautious they were in what they said and did. If they said something wrong, they might be opposed by some groups. The various groups in the alliance were so weird that some people would even come out to oppose the way some celebrities dressed, and say that others discriminated against them. There were also celebrities wearing clothes with animal patterns. And some environmental groups pointed out that these celebrities just wanted to wear fur. Yang Bo left the laboratory, and then told butler Jerry that the families of White and the other two were going to Devon Star. Yes. Butler Jerry bowed slightly and agreed. Master, His Highness Suruashin is already on the way to Devon Star. Yang Bo also felt a little confused when he heard butler Jerry's words. What does this woman mean? Everyone should just have fun when they are out and about. I have a family now. Butler Jerry heard what his young master said and said, Young master, I think His Highness Suruashin may want to win you over. Young master is successful in his career now. Ultra-high temperature materials have a great role in promoting the technology of the empire. Your Majesty values talents very much. Butler Jerry had something else to say. That is, his young master had basically drawn a line between himself and the Altina family. As an emperor, he certainly knew this. So he wanted to win over his young master. Butler Jerry had to admire his young master for leaving his family behind before development. And it was the family that took the initiative to leave the young master behind. Where can you find such a good thing? For many nobles, the better the younger generation develops, the more they are controlled by the family. There is nothing you can do about it, because the younger generation of nobles want to do things. And the relationships, channels, and funds are all from the family. But his young master is an exception, and his funds come from gambling. As for his young master's ultra-high temperature materials, he also worked hard on them. So far, Jerry the butler couldn't figure out how the three top scientists of White got together with his young master, because the career paths of the three Whites seemed to have nothing to do with his young master. The three Whites were top scientists of the Alliance Dimension Company, and had been working in this company. Could it be that his young master had also worked in this company? Let's talk about it when she comes. If she comes, tell her not to come to the territory. Yang Bo nodded and gave an order after hearing this. Master, I received some news here. It seems that the Wu family is going to use extraordinary means to deal with you. Butler Jerry also has some information channels. But he is not sure, because this kind of information should be very hidden. And only the Wu family knows it. Tell the people in the territory to be careful when they go out, and keep the energy defense system open. Someone must be very dissatisfied with me. Although I don't have a good relationship with the family, outsiders must think I am a member of the Altina family. Also, tell Madam and the others not to go out unless necessary. If you want to buy brand name bags, just ask these people to bring the bags over and let Madam choose. If anyone disobeys, tell them that I will destroy their stalls. Yes. Butler, find a way to build our intelligence system. Yang Bo spoke again. Chapter 906, Almost the Foundation. Master, I am not proficient in the intelligence system, and I don't know anyone related to it. When Jerry heard this, he bowed and explained. Alas. Of course, Yang Bo knew that Jerry was just a comprehensive management talent, and the intelligence system needed talented people. Some people are born to work in the intelligence system. Yang Bo has people in his hands, but unfortunately, they can't come to Devon Star, such as Mei Xiaoxiao from the Ashes organization. Then let's talk about it later. Yang Bo waved his hand and said. Then Yang Bo remembered again and asked, please help me keep an eye on the slave market to see if there are any relevant talents. Also, please help me collect information about the Zhang family and the Wu family to see who are the core figures in their family's intelligence system. Butler Jerry was a little confused when he heard what his young master said. It would be useless if the core figures of other people's intelligence systems knew about it. Butler Jerry certainly didn't know that Yang Bo had two plans. One was that if something happened to these families, such as being liquidated, these people would most likely become slaves. Another thing is that I have spiritual seeds. But of course, this has a shortcoming. The Blue Water Empire already has soul secrets. So the core personnel of these intelligence systems are likely to be proficient in this kind of secrets. In addition, these people are the core personnel of other families. And the intelligence they collect is the core intelligence of these families, which may not have much to do with me. Yes. Although Jerry, the butler, did not know what his young master was going to do, he would definitely agree to the young master's order as long as he could do it. Who is the Emperor's intelligence chief? Jerry, the butler, had just answered. And when he heard his young master ask this question again, his face couldn't help but twitch. His young master dared to think of anything. The Emperor's intelligence system was too powerful. It should be the royal housekeeper. But Jerry, the butler, did know something about these things. Then I'll trouble you to collect some information that can be collected. and I'll take a look at it together when the time comes. In case these people are tired of working with others and want to change their boss. Yang Bo chuckled. By the way, where is the Emperor's former chief steward now? I don't know. Butler Jerry always felt that his young master's calculations seemed to be getting more and more incomprehensible and more sinister. The Emperor's chief steward was replaced a few days ago. The former chief steward probably knew too much about something. Or messed up something. Even if such a person is retired, outsiders cannot contact him. And he may have disappeared long ago. What does his young master want to do by keeping such a person in mind? Does he want to find something on the Emperor? Of course, Jerry, the butler, didn't know that his young master was already thinking of some conspiracies in his mind. Should we do something to let these families take action against these core intelligence personnel? And then rescue them ourselves? The Emperor's chief steward probably knows too much. But is this old guy dead or alive now? But these guys must be very loyal. The rise was too fast, resulting in a lack of foundation. Now Bart's identity is to consolidate the foundation. How many years have the information intelligence networks of the big families been established? Look at how many people the Zhang family has planted in the anti-government armed forces. And they have reached such a high position. No one knows how many people these families have planted in other families. How many people have been planted in the government agencies and the army of the empire. Fortunately, Bart's identity rose quickly enough. Even if there are spies from other people in the territory, they are very few. Every excellent chess piece in the intelligence system has been cultivated for a long time. And some chess pieces may never be used in their lifetime. If you want to build your own intelligence system, you need not only the right people, but also time and money. If you build it now, it will probably take at least several decades to be effective. Where can I get a ready-made intelligence network? Yang Bo still wants to poach other people's talents. But this kind of poaching is the most difficult. Because the loyalty of the core personnel of the intelligence system is needless to say. And each family has a perfect model. Some brainwash. Some use family members. And some directly implant chips. Bart, Ning Shui, and Bai Lu came back from sword practice. Ning Shui still didn't give up her swordsmanship. After all, her grandfather was a swordsman. Madam is back? Yang Bo greeted with a smile and patted the empty seat beside him. Ning Shui now sat obediently next to Yang Bo. And Bai Lu poured water for Ning Shui. My family said that someone wanted to make trouble at our wedding. So we should change the wedding place and not hold it in the Ring Hotel in Wandao City. Ning Shui said after sitting down. Yang Bo was very happy to hear this. His wedding must be strictly guarded. Those who can sneak in under such circumstances are the elite among the elite. It is equivalent to isolating those useless guys. He is waiting for these guys to come up. First, he will give them a set of spiritual seeds. Read their memories. And then kill them to obtain skills. If he encounters some valuable information, he can sell it, or even do something secretly. Frame some families, and make them fight each other. We are nobles. If we get scared after hearing this news, it would be too embarrassing. Butler, communicate with the hotel and the Devon official. We will pay them to do a good job of the outer security. And we are the ones inside. Tell them that if my wedding goes wrong, none of them will have a good life. If necessary, you can ask the Mechas of the Planetary Security Fleet for protection. Yang Bo first spoke to Ning Shui, and then instructed the butler. The housekeeper bowed and replied, Yes. Don't be afraid to spend money. Ning Shui didn't know what to say when Bart said that. Because Bart was telling the truth. If she changed places after hearing the news, others would laugh at her. Bai Lu, do you have any good suggestions on this matter? Yang Bo looked at Bai Lu standing aside and asked. In fact, all major organizations are profit-oriented. We can buy news from these organizations. As a member of the Bounty Hunter Union, Bai Lu is very familiar with the operations of these organizations. These organizations only care about money, not people. As long as the money is in place, there will be plenty of information. Then let's do it this way. If there is really a problem, Madam, you should show the space mecha and kill them. No way. Ning Shui heard Bart's half-joking words and shook her head quickly. My grandfather will also come by then. With my grandfather here, there shouldn't be too many problems. Ning Shui has a mysterious confidence in her swordsman grandfather. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. Chapter 907 Companion? Sword Saint is not only an honor, but also a way of cultivation. It is a secret technique that the Blue Water Empire is proud of. Sword Saint can really release sword energy, which is simply a kind of energy attack. And this sword energy is compressed energy, just like the same area of light. If it is scattered, there is not much damage. But if these lights are gathered together, the damage will increase by dozens or hundreds of times. Sword Saint can really fly freely inside the planet, because they have used their own energy to the extreme. As for how they succeeded in their cultivation, this is the highest secret of the Sword Association. According to legend, one must be able to comprehend it by oneself in order to cultivate the ability of the Sword Saint to gather and release energy. For Ning Shui, his grandfather is the sky of the entire family, and it is Ning Jiansheng who supports the entire family. It can be predicted that during the years when Ning Jiansheng is alive, as long as the Ning family does not do anything rebellious, the entire family will continue to develop. But there is also a biggest disadvantage. Once the heirs of this family cannot reach the heights of the previous ones, the entire family will quickly decline. Of course, Yang Bo also admired Ning Shui's grandfather for being able to become a swordsman, who relied on his own strength. Unlike himself, of course, individual strength is still insignificant in the entire Interstellar, unless it reaches the legendary S level. But no one can tell whether this level exists. Yang Bo thinks that this level may only exist in legends, because there is a theory that the dimension of this universe can only accommodate a certain amount of energy bodies. Of course, what the deepest part of the universe looks like is still a secret. It is just that the energy in the deep universe that can be explored is more abundant than it is now. Energy enrichment is not a good thing for people. The planet we live on is full of energy, solar ultraviolet rays, and various radiations. What will be the consequences if these ultraviolet rays and various radiations increase by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times? Thank you. Ning Shui looked at Bart and said sincerely, "We are a family, and we don't talk about different things." Of course, Yang Bo knew that the other party was talking about the quota of ultra-high temperature materials that he gave them. For him, 100 tons of ultra-high temperature materials would not take long at all. Don't forget that your energy can be restored by charging. Today, 20 minutes only consume 5% of the superpower reserve, because the ultra-high temperature materials will first be preheated to the highest temperature that current science and technology can process. This will invisibly reduce Yang Bo's own superpower consumption. Don't go out these days. The security on the planet is too bad now. Besides, I have so much money, and I am so capable. Some people are jealous and jealous. Maybe they will come to make trouble. Yang Bo gave Ning Shui another instruction, mainly because he was afraid that some guys would implicate Ning Shui. If it was just Yang Bo, he would be eager to hang out every day and let those who wanted to target him come. But he should not be too arrogant. Yang Bo knew that the more stable he was, the more anxious some people would be. Then, they would invest more resources. If he ran out now, they would send him up one by one. He also found it troublesome, and would constantly expose his strength. If he stayed in the territory now, it would give others the illusion that he still had some problems. That night, Yang Bo did not return to March Star, but stayed on Devon Star. The next day, he received a message from Zhang Buizhen, saying that he had verified that the information provided by Mr. Gio was very accurate, and that he would trouble Mr. Gio for such matters in the future. Mr. Gio replied, "Of course. Happy cooperation." When Yang Bo returned to March Star, he received a message from Zhang Buizhen. "Fourth brother, what's the matter with your message?" Yang Bo called him directly. "Let me tell you something. An organization has set its sights on you. To be more precise, it has set its sights on your property. They will use all kinds of women." Zhang Buizhen was worried that something might happen to Yang Bo. Both mutants had signed exclusive development agreements with Yang Bo. If something happened to Yang Bo, the people behind him would make trouble for him, which would put him in a very passive position. Ah! Yang Bo pretended to be surprised after hearing this. "So when you attend the auction, be careful not to get in touch with other women. We have only found a few of them now. Maybe they have other plans. You also know the status of women's groups in our alliance. So be careful when you speak and act. And don't let these women's groups catch you." Zhang Buizhen spoke again. "Then how about I entrust someone else to participate in the auction?" Yang Bo replied in a frightened tone. "It's not impossible. But I'm in trouble here, and can't provide you with a candidate. Do you have anyone you trust?" Zhang Buizhen now has doubts about the people around him, and is investigating. So he said this. "Then I'll do it myself. Anyway, I won't say anything else when the time comes." When Yang Bo heard this, he knew why. and hesitated for a moment before saying, "That's fine." After Yang Bo put down the phone, he checked the local news. He didn't see any movement of Zhang Buizhen dealing with these people. It should still be arranged. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Alas! Why hasn't the mecha arrived yet? Yang Bo now urgently wants to read more mecha designs and then make his own mecha. Then Yang Bo sent a message to Zhou Rui, saying that he was free now. Zhou Rui mustered up the courage to send a message to Yang Bo last time. But she didn't expect Yang Bo to say that he was free after so many days. Zhou Rui was a little entangled now, because she didn't know Yang Bo's character. But some things had to be made clear, because making stealth potions by herself was not a one-time or two-time thing, but a long-term behavior. And it goes without saying how important the stealth potion is to her. With this potion, she can do a lot of things, especially for politicians. Having this medicine can help them find out more secrets of the other party. However, since Yang Bo was free, Zhou Rui still asked Yang Bo to come over for tea. Zhou Rui entertained Yang Bo in her own small villa. "Sister Rui, I'm sorry. I just finished my work." Yang Bo came to Zhou Rui, who was dressed quite normally this time. Yang Bo has been to this small villa several times. Now that you have a few girlfriends, you have forgotten your sister. Zhou Rui was a little speechless about Yang Bo's fickleness, but she could understand it. There will probably be more women like Yang Bo who are rich and capable in the future. In fact, people are similar to animals at some point, and the strong have more mating rights. Haha. Sister Rui is joking. Sister Rui is looking for me. What's the matter? Yang Bo laughed. Why did Zhou Rui look a little jealous after hearing this? Yang Bo, last time you prepared the medicine for me and let me watch it myself. Did you know that the medicine was not ordinary? Zhou Rui offered Yang Bo the tea she brewed with both hands. It's good that Sister Rui knows. The energy reaction of this potion is a bit strange. It may have some special effects. Sister Rui is not an outsider. If it were someone else, they would not be able to watch even if they customized the energy potion. Yang Bo took the teacup and nodded. Alas, I don't know where to start with some things. I may have to trouble you for a long time in the future. This energy potion is very important to me, but I don't know what I can give you in return. Zhou Rui sighed. There were some things she couldn't say. Sister Rui, that's not necessary. It's just a small favor. Yang Bo shook his head. He could probably guess what Zhou Rui was thinking. But Yang Bo didn't want to have a close relationship with her. Although this woman has a good figure and a pretty face, and is now a planetary counselor. Sometimes when you see Zhou Rui speaking at the planetary council in the news, you can't help but feel that she is quite charming. But for Yang Bo, there are so many beautiful women. The three in his family are not bad at all. And Ning Shui from Devon Star is not bad either. As for the identity issue, Su Ruoxin, as a princess, is much higher than Zhou Rui. But when people get along with each other, some things must be calculated clearly. Zhou Rui certainly knew that she could trouble Yang Bo once or twice, but she still had to calculate things clearly after a long time. Yang Bo was also a little emotional. If Zhou Rui was not a member of the planet now, he could let her do intelligence. Zhou Rui's ability is still very strong. Otherwise she would not be able to run a bounty hunter branch. Let's talk about the future later. What if I need Sister Rui's help sometimes? Yang Bo took a sip of tea and said, Sister Rui, you don't have to give me such good tea in the future. I don't have much taste for tea. It's a waste for me to drink it. Zhou Rui smiled and replied when she heard Yang Bo say this. I can ask you for help once or twice, but I'm embarrassed to do it for a long time. Yang Bo, Sister asks you a question. Do you dislike the type of sister? Actually, I've thought about taking our relationship to the next level before. Yang Bo heard this and nodded and said, I actually like the type of Weijia, but I like the type of my current girlfriend more. I don't like strong women. Zhou Rui heard this and asked, What about Lu Jingxiang? I know Fatty wants to introduce his aunt to you. I also like the type of Jingxiang, but people in their family value interests more, while I value feelings more. Yang Bo answered truthfully. Zhou Rui heard Yang Bo's answer and understood why Yang Bo didn't like her and Wang Wuxue. Alas, this is the education we receive since childhood. Because we have more responsibilities on our shoulders, we often put our interests first. Zhou Rui sighed. Yang Bo nodded. In fact, when people live in the world, they must consider their own interests. This is understandable. Just like I didn't risk running to the Blue Water Empire for the sake of interests. This is not someone's fault. I just don't like it. Yang Bo. To tell you the truth, it's impossible for me to get married in my current status. But I can't say I don't have children. Can we just be partners? Without you being responsible? Zhou Rui asked directly, and then looked at Yang Bo's reaction. Chapter 908 Rejection. Yang Bo pretended to be shocked. Sister Rui, it's just a side job. There's no need to say that. It's not a big deal. Just treat it as boyfriend and girlfriend. You see, 90% of men and women in our alliance are like this. After Zhou Rui said it, she felt completely relieved, and was a little embarrassed at first. Of course, Yang Bo knew that a large part of the men and women in the alliance were in this state, and some people had lived together for decades. But legally they had no relationship. Sister Rui, let's not talk about this. Okay? Anyway, I can make your medicine in some time. Yang Bo knew that Zhou Rui wanted to tie himself to her interests. But Yang Bo found that Zhou Rui still didn't realize the issue of priority. Zhou Rui now treats this matter with a more equal attitude. That is not a good phenomenon, because it is a combination of interests. So there must be a priority relationship. If the priority relationship is not clear now, more problems will arise due to interest issues when cooperating later. If Zhou Rui lowered her attitude, Yang Bo might not refuse. But if Yang Bo really touched Zhou Rui's current attitude, it might be troublesome later. These strong women will do many incredible things for the sake of interests. Not to mention having children. If the two have children in the future, will Zhou Rui use the children as a bargaining chip? We will talk about this later. And I have 3 girlfriends now. Yang Bo shook his head and said. Zhou Rui certainly had never met Annie and Xia. Otherwise she would have been surprised. When San Yu was doing the mission disguise, he had met these 2 people. But they were ordinary people. Zhou Rui also proposed to arrange for the 2 people, but was rejected by San Yi. Otherwise I feel like I'm taking advantage of you. Zhou Rui didn't continue talking when she heard Yang Bo say this again. Yang Bo laughed when he heard this. It's not a troublesome matter. Yang Bo knew that Zhou Rui did this so that she could help her make more potions in the future. If there was no such relationship, she would not be able to ask for help if it happened too many times. Besides, I also got the armor you gave me. Yang Bo said again. This is the change of status. When Zhou Rui wanted to give Yang Bo the armor, she had to sign a service contract with Yang Bo. However, when Yang Bo grew up and delivered the armor, Zhou Rui did not mention anything about the contract at all. You are being too polite. Did your cousin come to see you? Zhou Rui asked again. No. Why did she come to see me? Yang Bo knew that Zhou Rui was asking Wang Muxue. She would make the same request to you as I did. Zhou Rui filled Yang Bo's teacup again after hearing this, and then spoke. When she said this, Zhou Rui felt a little happy in her heart. That is, there was finally something that could suppress her cousin. And Zhou Rui also understood that the smooth development of the 9th Fleet was thanks to the genetic medicine made by Yang Bo. Without these gene drugs, it would be impossible to maintain the 9th Fleet. These gene drugs not only bring money, but also bring a lot of relationships and talents. Why is the 9th Fleet not targeted by other major fleets of the military? It is because Wang Muxue has this gene drug in his hand. The influence of this gene drug is too great. Although the entire military is openly composed of several major warlords, there are still many small forces inside. So my cousin also encountered the same problem as me. That is Yang Bo. How to pay Yang Bo and tie Yang Bo to his chariot. Ha ha. Yang Bo laughed when he heard this. The woman herself doesn't care, but the fleet must care. Don't think about it. It's no big deal for me to lend a hand. We can just help each other in the future. I promise here that as long as Sister Rui asks in the future, I will be there at your call. And I found that my talent for medicine is still very good, but it is limited by the slow growth of superpowers. Yang Bo pretended that his superpowers were not good. Your current growth rate is already abnormal enough. Okay. And your superpowers are beyond everyone's expectations. Don't think that you are only a superpower of the lowest level now. If you face a superpower of the highest level, you may be able to kill the opponent in seconds. Zhou Rui certainly knew how abnormal Yang Bo's laser superpowers were. In fact, it's not as strong as you say, and this kind of superpower can't be shown. Yang Bo said modestly. Yang Bo, please think carefully about the conditions I just mentioned. I think I am also a beauty. Zhou Rui still wanted to bring up what happened just now. Sister Rui, I'm leaving first. We'll talk about the future later. Yang Bo saw Zhou Rui winking at him while talking. So he stood up and left. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo's back as he left. She was still smiling at first. But then her face became serious. Yang Bo is definitely not a fool. After this matter was exposed today, I don't know what impact it will have on their relationship in the end. Why would he refuse? Logically, he has 3 girlfriends. So he shouldn't like men. Right? Men are really strange animals. With my figure, my appearance, and my status, Yang Bo is really not tempted. Zhou Rui asked herself repeatedly in her heart. I wonder what Yang Bo's reaction would be if his cousin said this to him. Zhou Rui thought of another point. How to deal with a relationship with partners. Yang Bo is actually a little confused. There was nothing worth looking at on Zhou Rui's side. Wang Muxua had a fleet on her side. Yang Bo bought a lot of things, then took a flying car, and went home in a flash. There are many people with bad intentions on this planet now. With his identity, there is no need to confront them directly, because a direct confrontation will inevitably expose his strength. You bought so many good things? Yang Bo returned home with a lot of bags, and Su Wei hurried to greet him. I just went out to do something and bought it. Yang Bo didn't have any smart devices at home, so he had to carry all the bags by himself. The reason why he didn't use his mental power was because if he used his mental power to move things in from outside, he might be seen by others from a distance. Besides, Yang Bo also enjoyed the time of moving things with several women. My brother's character died again in the second game world. After moving the things, Su Wei said while unpacking them. Didn't he take so many gold coins? Yang Bo was a little surprised. Chapter 909 Untitled. He was robbed by other thieves. Last time he bought something, he was robbed by a black market merchant. This time he recruited soldiers. But he didn't expect that many people from other thieves' groups would be mixed in. He himself didn't know what happened. Anyway, when he logged into the game prompted that he was dead. It was his subordinates who reported that the recruited people colluded with him. All his hard work was taken away. Su Wei sighed slightly when she said this. The second game world is the real test of everyone's ability, because there is no way to get help from the outside world. In reality, the geniuses of the Empire all rely on family resources and relationships. My brother is at least in the top 5 of the new generation of the Royal Circle. But in the game, he is not as good as Yang Bo. And of course in reality, his swordsmanship is not as good as Yang Bo. Your brother is really unlucky. Yang Bo was not surprised at this situation, because the second game world is a real world. Every NPC in it has his own ideas. Besides, you are an outsider who wants to recruit people to cause trouble in other people's territory. The local tyrants will do their best to deal with you. Now it is said that other thieves are robbing each other. Maybe it is some local people. No matter where you are, the locals know these outsiders very well. It's a pity that he lost so much money. Su Wei shook her head. Your brother must be very depressed. Hee. My father also suffered in this incident. My brother recruited soldiers and my father also went. TSK. Yang Bo didn't know what to say when he heard this. After lunch, Yang Bo watched the news and found several local news. The first one was that 4 women were suspected of abusing animals while camping. These 4 women fed wild animals food that did not meet nutritional standards and was even potentially harmful. Now the 4 women have been arrested. The 4 women are suspected of illegally feeding wild animals and providing them with food that may endanger their lives. The next step is to file a lawsuit based on the results of the investigation. The local environmental protection group said that it will track and observe the wild animals to ensure their health. The head of the environmental protection group said, this is an extremely serious crime, and it is an abuse of animals, because the food carried by the parties will have a significant impact on the health of the animals. When Yang Bo saw the news, he knew that it was Zhang Buizhen who took action. In this world, it is generally best to camp in places that charge fees, because they will handle all related issues. If you camp in a wild place by yourself, you may be sued because of the garbage or food left behind that is eaten by wild animals. In this society, as long as the pet is registered, it must be fed with pet food that is suitable for the pet's age group. So these 4 women are in big trouble now. I just don't know if Zhang Buizhen wants to make things bigger. Yang Bo didn't know whether the authorities would disclose the identities of the 4 people later. The second piece of news was that someone went out to sea and disappeared. But the area where the other person went out to sea was an unauthorized area. The official warning: people who drive yachts out to sea should not go to unauthorized areas, because there may be dangerous marine life in unauthorized areas. As for who the missing people are, no video footage was broadcast. Then, there was another piece of news. That someone committed suicide in a hotel. The official said that this involved a very evil cult, which has had many suicides in history, and even mass suicides. As a manager behind the scenes of a planet, it's too easy to stir up trouble. But these guys deserve it. Yang Bo looked at the hot news in China again, and found that the news that Zhang Boyzhen auctioned high-quality gene medicine was still hot news. Many people speculated which pharmacy master was behind Zhang Boyzhen. And this master could not be from the Pharmacist Union, because the Pharmacist Union wanted to open a branch on March Star, and was rejected. Only 8% of people thought that the person behind Zhang Boyzhen was Brian, because there are not many pharmacist grandmasters, and even fewer who are not in the Pharmacist Union. And 48% of people believe that the pharmacist grandmaster behind Zhang Boyzhen is Andrew. Andrew, former dean of the Crimson Federation Wakalubang Pharmacist College. He disappeared in a terrorist attack 15 years ago. According to Wakalubang's investigation, it was Madhya Pradesh that launched the attack. It was Madhya Pradesh that thought Wakalubang was better than Madhya Pradesh. But Andrew was only at the peak of the pharmacist when he disappeared. However, the central state of the Crimson Federation denied it, believing that Wakarubin's talk was completely nonsense. The states of the Crimson Federation are actually warlords, with their own laws, taxes, and armies. The Northern Crimson Federation also has an army, but its equipment is far inferior to that of the armies of the states. Another 21% of people believe that it is called Santo. Santo is a member of the Alliance and the youngest elder of the Pharmacist Union. It is said that he disappeared due to a severe accident during a potion experiment, although the Pharmacist Union finally announced that it was an accident. However, there are reports that it was caused by the internal fighting of the Pharmacist Union, but there is no official news to confirm it. March Star is now called the Lucky Star by people on the internet. There are also many people who gloat over the misfortune and think that the Zhang family deserves it. Some people think that Zhang Boyzhen is lucky. And of course some people think that Yang Bo is lucky. However, there are no photos of Yang Bo on the internet, and Yang Bo did not take photos. In addition, Yang Bo is now a celebrity. If you publish Yang Bo's photos privately without authorization, the consequences will be very serious. After surfing the internet, Yang Bo began to look at the results of the 3 women superpower training. Su Wei used her mental power to directly pick up the ink and write words, just like a beginner in calligraphy. This kind of mental power control requires extremely abnormal. Su Wei's success proves that she has potential for development in this area. Not bad. Not bad. You have made progress. Yang Bo praised. You are not much older than me. Why is your mental power so strong? Su Wei was a little confused. Yang Bo was only 3 years older than her. Why did Yang Bo have such abnormal mental power? I'm a genius, Yang Bo said with a chuckle, because no one could have thought of his cultivation method. Of course, it was because of his youth that he concealed the truth of many things. Even if someone suspected that he did something, they would ignore it when they thought of his age. Alas, it's too difficult to increase mental power through cultivation. Then it was Annie's turn. Annie picked up a seed and pressed it into a flower pot. There was no soil or anything like that in the flower pot. Only water, with a slight energy fluctuation. The seed pressed by Annie's finger sprouted from the side of her finger, and then grew rapidly. At this time, the energy fluctuation on Annie's body was a little bigger. The water in the flower pot was constantly decreasing, but this one had an automatic water discharge device. In just 10 seconds, a plant with a height of 1.5 meters was full of flowers again. The flowers that bloomed were much larger than the flowers of the original plant, and the fragrance was much stronger. This is the plant that is mutated. Yang Bo can see a faint energy on the plant. Very faint. The flower quickly withered and bore fruit. When the plant withered, Yang Bo took out the seeds, and saw that there were very little energy fluctuations on these seeds. These plant seeds should be sown normally, and then see if they are successful. And he said again, normal sowing mainly depends on whether its genetics are normal. If there are seeds that can bloom flowers as big as the mother plant, then the mutation is successful. I think we can use energy to induce birth a second time? Yang Bo thinks that heredity cannot be completed in one go. And Yang Bo found that the energy carried on the seeds is a little less. And he doesn't know if it is because Annie herself has less energy. There are too many directions for secondary induction of mutation. But we have to wait until tomorrow. My superpowers are almost exhausted today. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. It was too difficult for plants to have stable genetic mutations. He was also doing related experiments. And he used the energy-giving method. His own experiments were slower because there was no quick way to induce growth. Later, Shiya's superpower was simple. Directly heating the metal cup to boil water from a distance. Shiya's fire energy ray was fast. But the explosive power was not enough. The fire energy ray released now could only ignite a piece of paper at most. Such energy might be harmful to ordinary people. But for superpowers, it could be said that there was no harm at all. How is your mecha training going? Yang Bo asked again. Since the strength is not good enough, then use the equipment to make up for it. I have passed the assessment. And he said proudly. We are still a little short. But we will be there soon. Su Wei answered. I have purchased a few more advanced mechas. I will need your protection when the time comes. I don't have much talent in mechas. So you can use the training mecha. The three women understood what Yang Bo meant. No matter how strong the superpowers are, they can't compare to mechas. Even if a superpower can compete with a mecha for a short time, the mecha is a machine with endless energy. Yang Bo, you have to work hard to cultivate your superpowers. After hearing what Yang Bo said, Su Wei encouraged Yang Bo again. I will definitely work hard. Superpower training is too difficult. The light superpower that Yang Bo showed to the three women was just a part of his body glowing. He did not show that he could release lasers or something like that. Yes, it's too difficult. The three women agreed with Yang Bo's statement. Chapter 9-10 It's not easy. Yang Bo wants to give people around him an impression that he is not good at anything. And he just has a talent for medicine. Mecha is not good. And superpowers grow slowly. This is actually a disguised form of action-based brainwashing. That is, using this action to tell others that you are not good at this aspect. The other three women actually cultivated superpowers quickly. But the three women became superpowers at a short time, while others became superpowers at the age of 10. Moreover, the three of them, with Yang Bo's guidance, can cultivate in the right direction. We must go to Green Devil Star someday. Yang Bo decided when to go to Green Devil Star again. Annie's plant superpower can definitely give her a mutant plant pet. There are many mutant plants on Green Devil Star. In addition, Yang Bo also wants to study other species on it to see if there are any that can quickly restore mental power or quickly restore one's own energy. But he has not found a suitable opportunity. And if he wants to go, he must take a spaceship. Li Yong hasn't found the ghost ship for so long? Yang Bo has been concerned about the unknown ghost ship discovered by the military. Li Yong has led the team to search, but has not found it yet. The reason why the ghost ship is called a ghost ship is that it appears and disappears from time to time. It's like a ghost. It seems that this ghost ship is either broken or there is no one. This is like the spaceship's body is revealed when the energy it absorbs is exhausted. And when the absorbed energy can start some systems again, the spaceship hides its traces again. Yang Bo made a bold guess. Zhang Buizhen was holding a cocktail party at this time to entertain the guests who came to participate in the auction. Mr. Zhang is so lucky. On the top floor of the most luxurious hotel on March Star, a yellow-skinned middle-aged man, holding a wine glass in his hand, looked at Zhang Buizhen, who was sitting in the main seat, and said with a smile, Uncle Ma is polite. Uncle Ma has several rare mineral stars. Zhang Buizhen looked at Ma Mingpeng. The middle-aged man had a slightly sparse hair and tied a braid behind his head. He looked a little hard to describe. A bit like the legendary donkey face. And his skin was a bit dark and yellow. This is the fourth heir of the Ma family. One of the Alliance's mineral giants. Mr. Zhang, you are too polite. The mutant creatures on your planet are a sustainable industry. After our mineral planet is mined, we will have to spend a lot of effort to explore new planets. In terms of seniority, Ma Mingpeng is twice as senior as Zhang Buizhen. But now, he is here to ask for help. Zhang Buizhen used to look down on people like this. Although he is a direct disciple of the Zhang family, he has accomplished nothing. Who could have thought that one day this salted fish would turn over? Ma Mingpeng had no choice. Because among the major branches of the Ma family, only his branch had no successor. If he was gone in the future, others would encroach on the interests of his branch. And even say that your branch was useless, and giving you the industry would only waste resources. Because Ma Mingpeng had done it before. Some branches in a family gradually declined because there was no successor. This had no impact on the Ma family, but it had a huge impact on his branch. Although the gene evolution potion cannot guarantee excellent offspring, it can make your offspring live longer and raise more children. Living longer is sometimes an advantage. Uncle Ma, you are too polite. I am forced to do this. I can't make the decision on the potion alone. Otherwise, I will give Uncle Ma a free potion. Zhang Buizhen knew what the other party meant and said with a smile, I have to trouble Master Zhang again. There are a lot of people coming this time, and the competition may be fierce. If there is anything I can help with, Master Zhang, please let me know. Ma Mingpeng also knew that for such high-quality medicine, Zhang Buizhen in front of him was probably just a spokesperson outside. But now there is no way to contact other people, so he can only reach an agreement with Mr. Zhang. When March Star was developing rapidly, the demand for various materials was relatively high. In the past, major companies were not optimistic about this planet, mainly because there was not enough income. But now it is different. Haha. Uncle Ma is polite. I can't guarantee anything else. The auction is over. If Uncle Ma doesn't get anything, I can provide Uncle Ma with some genetic medicine at a very favorable price. I don't have any other abilities, but I do have this ability. Zhang Buizhen felt very comfortable. No one could get his genetic medicine for free. He just had an excuse to pretend to be a spokesperson. Thank you very much. Congratulations on our happy cooperation. Ma Mingpeng raised his glass. Happy cooperation. Zhang Buizhen picked up the glass and felt very comfortable. Such an important person from the Ma family took the initiative to clink glasses with him, which represented his current status. From now on, no one can call me Zhang Laosi anymore. You must call me Master Zhang from now on. Zhang Buizhen was very happy. Then the two chatted about everything, without mentioning any topics that would make the other unhappy, such as Zhang Buizhen's family. I heard that the famous swordsmanship master Yang Bo will also participate in the auction. Ma Mingpeng suddenly asked a question. Yang Bo's reputation in the alliance is that he is a swordsmanship master. Although the Blue Water Empire does not recognize this statement, the more the Blue Water Empire does not recognize it, the more the alliance will say that this is already an officially recognized title. Well, Yang Bo will also participate in this auction, and he is determined to win. Zhang Buizhen nodded. He was the one who released this news. The reason why he released this news was to let these people hear it. These people who came to participate in the auction must have contacted each other privately. Maybe these people have already divided the auction potions. The importance of the first auction is unquestionable, because the first auction involves the subsequent selling price. As for these buyers, they definitely don't want to make more money. But there is an unknown factor like Yang Bo. Then the cake is not easy to divide, because no one knows how much medicine Yang Bo needs to buy. Those who can put aside many things to attend the auction in person have a higher demand for genetic medicine. We can't compare with a rich man like him, who has tens of billions of idle funds in his hands. Ma Mingpeng nodded when he heard this. For people like Ma Mingpeng, their capital utilization rate is very high, and it is impossible for them to have such a huge cash flow there. In fact, I have a very good relationship with Yang Bo. But unfortunately, he has a weird personality. He basically doesn't go out to communicate with others. He just plays games at home every day. He also bought a large piece of land and built a fortress. It is said that he has recently added 2 sets of super energy defense systems. I don't know what he is afraid of. Zhang Buizhen laughed again. When Ma Mingpeng heard this, he immediately understood what Zhang Buizhen meant. This Yang Bo was his man. There are 2 meanings here. The first is to tell everyone clearly that you should not play tricks with me. Believe it or not, I will let Yang Bo buy all the genetic drugs. The second is to tell others not to target Yang Bo. After all, people like Yang Bo, who have tens of billions of funds but no backing, are easily hunted down. Maybe it has something to do with his experience. To be honest, the welfare system of the alliance should have been reformed long ago. Yang Bo's identity and resume are not a secret. From a resident to a cleaner, and then to a swordsman, his whole life is full of legends. In just half a year, his net worth has reached tens of billions. And it is foreseeable that Yang Bo's income will increase, because there are 2 mutant creatures on Yang Bo's private land. Maybe he bought the potion mainly for his girlfriend this time. And his girlfriend is an ordinary person. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Speaking of this, I admire Yang Bo even more. He can even bring back a princess by playing a game. I have several partners in the empire. They are very angry when talking about this matter. They are no longer the gentlemen they used to be. Ma Mingpeng also smiled slightly. Ha ha. Zhang Buizhen didn't intend to say more about this. After dinner, Zhang Buizhen refused Ma Mingpeng's invitation to have tea. Ma Mingpeng returned to his villa, which was a high-end villa that was sold at a high price only half a month after it was built. Because if you want to participate in the auction, you must have a property and tax record on this planet. Mingpeng is back? After Ma Mingpeng returned to the villa, Ma Yupeng greeted him. Ma Yupeng is Ma Mingpeng's elder brother. Only the core of the family knows about Ma Yupeng. He is mainly responsible for the family's intelligence system and the execution of some hidden plans. Brother, I'm back. Zhang Laosi is indeed not an ordinary person. Yang Bo's participation in the auction is probably his intention. Ma Mingpeng nodded. The power controlled by Ma Yupeng can be said to be the most terrifying power in the family. Anyone who wants to target the Ma family will be directly destroyed by this terrifying power. Although Ma Yupeng has yellow skin, he looks much whiter when sitting next to Ma Mingpeng. I had expected this a long time ago. Zhang Laosi is not an ordinary person. We have good thoughts in private. And he went to Yang Bo. So we can't retaliate afterwards. Ma Yupeng nodded and replied. Zhang Laosi should have more potions in his hands. He has promised today that if I don't get the potions after the auction, he will sell them to me at a preferential price. Ma Mingpeng said. It seems that Zhang Laosi is going to do something big, and this planet will rise. It's just that this matter is strange. Our company conducted a comprehensive exploration of this planet. But how come we didn't find this mutant animal? Ma Yupeng came here mainly for this matter. It's difficult now. We can't get an exploration permit at all. Ma Mingpeng nodded. If his company had accepted the exploration mission at the beginning and could find 2 mutant animals, how much profit would it bring to the company? And now March Star has banned any company from exploring. Chapter 911 Before the auction. According to public research data, this creature has lived on this planet for hundreds of millions of years. It is impossible that it mutated in such a short time since our exploration. Ma Mingpeng shook his head again. It may be that the energy content is too low. I have read the original exploration report in detail. This planet does not have the conditions for mutant animals to survive. Neither the atmosphere, the ocean, nor the soil contain active energy. So when we were exploring, we didn't extract the genetic samples of every organism for analysis at the highest level. We only analyzed the genetic samples of plants and some organisms at the upper and end of the food chain. Of course, the funds given by March Star were limited at the beginning. I think it's not just us who regret it. Ma Yupeng shook his head again. Haha. Our Ma family's losses are much smaller than those of the Zhang family. Ma Mingpeng felt much better after hearing this. Although his family suffered a lot of losses, it was still far behind the Zhang family. Zhang Laosi has now completely established his foothold. This kind of luck has only happened once or twice in history. He is really lucky. Ma Yupeng couldn't help but feel envious when he said this. This planet not only has genetic medicine materials, but also a medicine master. And he has also established connections. Any event is a low probability event. Ma Mingpeng nodded. There is no shortage of genetic medicine materials in the Interstellar. But the chain reaction produced by excellent genetic medicine materials plus a medicine master is extremely terrifying. We just don't know who the Grandmaster of Medicine behind Zhang Laosi is. We have used all our means, but have not found any clues. Ma Mingpeng said again. Who knows? Anyway, the entire galaxy is looking for this Grandmaster of Medicine. However, if the Grandmaster is a person, he must not be alone. There is a force behind such people. No wonder there have been conflicts on March Star for a while. Ma Yupeng took a sip of water and answered. Now it depends on the quality and effect of the medicine. Our family must buy at least 2. Ma Mingpeng had a headache when he thought about this. The reason why 2 medicines were purchased was that one was used for testing and the other was used by people. Yes, no matter how good the data of the medicine is, it depends on the effect after all. Ma Yupeng nodded. The research and development data of the medicine is different from the actual use, because everyone's physique and innate genetic attributes are different. There are more than 40 people coming this time. And Zhang Laosi only plans to launch 50 medicines. According to the number of 2 medicines per person, at least half of the people will return empty-handed. Even if 1/3 of them are just waiting to see the fun, there will still be at least some people who can't get the medicine. And now there is Yang Bo to cover the bottom. Zhang Laosi is too cautious this time. And we didn't reach any agreement privately. It seems that we can only try our best to fight for it. If it really doesn't work, We could only owe a favor to someone in the end. The two brothers were discussing here. When it comes to favors, both of them are a little unhappy. Because favors are hard to talk about. Besides, the medicine that Jean Lassie promised was only a discount. Not free. It would be great if I could get in touch with the great master of medicine behind Jean Lassie. This great master of medicine is not simple. He can make inferior medicine materials into high-level genetic medicine. So Jean Lassie is lucky. The Jean Lassie mentioned by the two people is now looking at the invitation for tomorrow. And he is also very happy. I can finally feel a little relieved now. These people come to buy medicine. And they will definitely not allow others to sabotage it. Once the auction of the medicine is successful, he will have a firm foothold. The family has sent a message. Uncle Nyo said beside him. Zhang Buizhen sat on the chair with his legs crossed and sneered. What have they been doing? Don't forget the people we just dealt with. Uncle Nyo nodded when he heard this. These people in the family are really too much. They even want to kill the young master. When Zhang Buizhen heard this, he gritted his teeth and said, although I have long known that each family will do anything for the sake of profit, I didn't expect the family to be so ruthless this time. They actually want to poison me to death. Some things are completely different from hearing about them and experiencing them personally. When you feel that someone has planted someone next to you and wants to kill you at any time, you will feel scared and angry. According to the information provided by Mr. Jiu, Zhang Buizhen directly sent people to arrest the person. After a series of unscrupulous interrogations, it was discovered that these people had a last trick. That is, the person planted next to him poisoned him. It must be said that this trick is very vicious. And it is also very effective. Because as long as he dies, the planet will fall into the control of the Zhang family. Moreover, this person is one of Zhang Buizhen's closest people. If the family wanted to act earlier, he would have died long ago. The family members are still too greedy. If the family members had acted earlier, they would have succeeded. Zhang Buizhen was always afraid when he thought of this matter. These hidden chess pieces arranged by the family are in the hands of special people. And our information channels cannot obtain their identity information. Nyobo bowed slightly when he heard this. It's not your fault. Every family has such a department. Zhang Buizhen sighed. You should also pay attention to Yang Bo. His place is an important source of raw materials. Although only a part of the second type of mutant animals live in his territory. If something goes wrong with him, we will be in a passive position. The family will definitely not miss this opportunity. But Yang Bo basically never goes out. So it is not easy for them to find an opportunity. Yang Bo is sometimes quite lucky. If he took the money and went out to spend it, he might have been targeted by the family long ago. Zhang Buizhen also looked relaxed when talking about Yang Bo. Because Yang Bo brought him so much help. First of all, 2 mutant animals and 1 mutant plant were invented by Yang Bo. And then sold to him, which made him famous. And the 2 mutant animals are excellent materials for making genetic drugs. Yang Bo's personality is indeed a bit weird. But it should be because when he was a resident, he had no money to go out and play. So he just played games at home to kill time. Nyobo nodded. Zhang Buizhen stood up, poured himself a cup of tea, and then said, although his habits seem a bit strange to us, you can see that many otakus on the internet want to live a life like his. With money, a villa, free access to the internet to play games, and 3 girlfriends. Besides, there are many people like Yang Bo in the Alliance. But other people buy bionic robots. Nyobo nodded when he heard this. I understand. Yang Bo's life is indeed comfortable. Swimming with his 3 girlfriends in the swimming pool at home. For safety reasons, Yang Bo built an indoor swimming pool on the 3rd floor. The bright sun shines through the huge glass into the pool. And 3 mermaids are constantly swimming in it. For people with superpowers, swimming is too easy. Yang Bo feels like a fish in the water. And can sense the surrounding movements through the skin of his body. And can also hear various movements in the water. Yang Bo, you are too fast. After Sue climbed up, she saw that Yang Bo had already brought juice. After taking off her goggles and wiping her face, she spoke. For people went into the water together. Yang Bo slid to the other side like a fish. I'm just a little stronger physically. Sue also had a slightly plump figure. And the swimsuit she wore was also very sexy. After all, she was in her own home. The other 2 mermaids also came up. I heard that our planet is going to hold another grand concert. Annie took the juice from Yang Bo and asked, do you want to go to the concert? Yang Bo knew what the 3 women were thinking when he heard this. Yes. We want to go and have a look. To put it bluntly, the three women were all women who wanted to join in the fun. Then let's go. When Yang Bo said this, he felt that something might go wrong with this concert. This concert was held by March Stars to promote its reputation and attract tourists. It was said that a large group of celebrity singers were invited. However, Yang Bo speculated that Zhang Buizhen may have reached some agreements with the companies behind these celebrity singers. When you have enough resources, you can do whatever you want. And March Star has developed so well. There must be people who are jealous and envious. And it is normal to make trouble at such a concert. But it is not wrong for March Star. Because to increase its popularity, inviting celebrities is the most convenient way. Especially in the free atmosphere of the Alliance. Many people don't care about the content they don't like. These celebrities and singers have many fans. Especially some die-hard fans, who will travel thousands of miles to follow the celebrities. Moreover, March Star is positioned as a tourist planet, with its unique natural environment and the effect of celebrity concerts. If successful, March Star will become a popular tourist planet. We will wear masks when we go, so as not to be recognized. Xiao was a little cautious when she said this, mainly because she was afraid that Yang Bo would be recognized. After all, Yang Bo is now a celebrity. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. Since the three women were willing to watch, then go and watch. It would be a little troublesome. At the same time, Yang Bo felt that it was too boring for the three women to practice, cook, eat and sleep every day. Even if they were in a normal relationship, they would go to the cinema, go shopping together, and so on. But Yang Bo didn't think he did anything wrong. After all, the three women's superpowers awakened too late. If they didn't practice hard, he would still be young and they would be old. So sometimes Yang Bo felt quite conflicted. In addition to his current identity, there were many people targeting him. Yang Bo was not afraid of trouble, but was afraid of exposing his own trump card. Chapter 912 Auction. If we go to other places to watch the concert, Yang Bo will definitely not agree. But it is okay to watch the concert on March Star. To put it bluntly, no matter how big the mess is, there is room for recovery on this planet. Because this auction is of great significance. A real auction was held. On the one hand, the buyer wants to verify the authenticity of the medicine with his own eyes. And on the other hand, there are some things that cannot be communicated online. These gene drugs are extremely important to every family. Every family hopes that their heirs will be excellent. Every family hopes that their heirs can live longer. The simplest way is to have a high enough level of superpowers. But not every heir can cultivate his own spiritual power. Of course, as Zhang Buizhen, he also wants to see these people with his own eyes, and see what kind of performance he will put on. Mr. Zhang. Congratulations. Mr. Zhang. Let's cooperate more in the future. Before the auction started, Zhang Buizhen was greeted by many family representatives as soon as he arrived at the factory. When Zhang Buizhen heard these powerful people in the family call him Mr. Zhang, he smiled and replied, Uncle Ma. After the auction, I will definitely invite you to taste our March Star specialties. Of course, Zhang Buizhen would not put on airs. Every one of these people at the scene would not even look at him in the eye before, let alone call him Mr. Zhang affectionately. Of course, no problem. I've always wanted to taste the local delicacies. Ma Mingpeng agreed. Uncle Hart, you're welcome. Yang Bo watched Zhang Buizhen getting along well with a group of people from afar. He had to say that Zhang Buizhen was very suitable for this kind of environment. The way he spoke, acted and treated people was indeed from a big family. In fact, those who could come to the auction had a good relationship with Zhang Buizhen. At least, there was no conflict. Although these genetic drugs were likely to end up in the hands of the Zhang family or other families that had conflicts with Zhang Buizhen, the price they paid would be even greater. The business world is like a battlefield, with friends and enemies. It is a good thing to make your enemies pay more, and your friends earn more. There are 48 representatives who came to participate in the auction, and they are all ranked in the top 5 in each family, including Yang Bo. There are 49 people. Yang Bo is wearing a casual gray sweater, glasses and a mask today, and looks like a stranger. There were many people who wanted to talk to Yang Bo, but they lost interest when they saw him like this. To the heirs of these big families, Yang Bo was just a poor boy with better luck. Hundreds of billions of funds were just a drop in the bucket for these people. The amount of money they handled every year was at least tens or hundreds of billions. In addition, Yang Bo's purpose was not pure, so everyone's attitude towards him was predictable. However, Zhang Buizhen would definitely not ignore Yang Bo. After greeting others, he asked them to go and see the medicines for auction. First of all, these medicines have complete certification documents. As for unpacking and inspecting the goods, it is definitely impossible. But you can take a look at them in your hands, and use the equipment you carry with you to inspect the quality. Yang Bo, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Buizhen was relieved when he saw Yang Bo dressed up. Yang Bo played the most important role in his career, which was providing materials. If someone had a good relationship with Yang Bo and then made trouble in it, it might bring trouble to himself. For the first time, Zhang Buizhen felt that otakus were pretty good. Fourth brother, don't worry about me. Yang Bo laughed and answered through the mask. I wanted to invite you to the cocktail party later, but seeing you like this, forget it. I'll invite you and your sister-in-law alone later, Zhang Buizhen said with a smile. No problem. Zhang Buizhen came to the group of people who were preparing for the auction. The staff were staring at each potion. It's perfect. This is the first time I've seen a 5-star quality gene evolution potion. Although it's not the first time I've seen it. It's the first time I've touched it. This is other people's luck. It's luck for anyone who cooperates with the potion master. Soon everyone finished the inspection, and then looked at the auction notice. And the lawyers brought and carefully analyzed the auction notice. After everything was settled, everyone signed and paid a deposit of 20 million on the spot. Welcome to the March Star D-Level 5-Star Medicine Auction. The main material of the Gene Evolution Medicine Auction this time is Material 13572, which has excellent energy data. And under the careful configuration of the Grandmaster Pharmacist, the gene medicine material that did not meet the grade was successfully made into a D-level gene medicine material. I think everyone can imagine the difficulty. The starting price of a single medicine is 20 million credit points, and the increase in price is 1 million each time. The total number of medicines auctioned this time is 50. As for the time of the next medicine auction, it is not yet determined. On the one hand, we pay attention to environmental protection and use the minimum amount of sampling for all mutant organisms. In addition, it is the Grandmaster. The person who presided over this auction was Niu Bo. When the people below heard this, they looked at each other, and many of them looked at Yang Bo, who was sitting on the side. The use of gene evolution medicine in advance is very different from that in the later use. Not every member of the family can cultivate superpowers through secret techniques and special cultivation methods. Therefore, for those who have not yet cultivated superpowers, the family heirs will use this method. Please look at the first potion below. The starting price is 20 million. Start bidding. Uncle Niu calmly asked the staff to bring up a potion. The potion was packed in a beautiful box. 100 million. Someone directly shouted 100 million. After all, the quality of this potion does not need to hover at tens of millions. 100 million? If you raise the placard without bidding, it will be defaulted to at 1 million. If you bid, it will be defaulted to the bid price. 140 million. But someone immediately exceeded this price. 160 million. 180 million. Yang Bo sat quietly in the corner, listening to the people's bids and calculating how much he could get. The Pharmacists Union has a profit share ratio for custom-made medicines, the lowest of which is 10% of the sales share. The highest can get 85%. I just don't know how much share Zhang Buizhen will give me. It would be great if I could get 85%. But if I take both, Zhang Buizhen will only get 5%. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Because the lowest fee for the exclusive developed materials is 10% of the total sales amount. I take 85% for preparing the medicine, and then charge 10% for the materials, leaving Zhang Buizhen with 5%. 220 million. Seeing that no one was bidding, Yang Bo bid. After all, Zhang Buizhen had already advertised that he wanted to buy the medicine to bring back to his girlfriend. If he didn't buy it, he would be scolded by those fairies on the internet for the rest of his life. Chapter 913 Bottom line. Others stopped bidding after seeing Yang Bo's bid. Everyone thought Yang Bo was only buying one gene potion. Congratulations to our gentleman for buying a D-level 5-star quality gene potion at a price of 220 million credit points. Niu Bo saw that no one bid after Yang Bo's bid, so he shouted a few more times and then said, so when the price of the second gene potion reached 170 million, no one bid. At this time, Yang Bo raised his hand again, 180 million. Everyone at the auction heard Yang Bo's bid again and immediately looked back. Everyone was a little confused. Why did Yang Bo want to buy gene medicine? This gentleman bids 180 million for the first time. Niu Bo saw Yang Bo's bid and continued. 190 million. Yang Bo's participation forced others to be cautious. Although Zhang Buizhen promised that if he didn't buy the gene medicine at the auction, he could provide a discount. But he still had to pay for the discount and owed a favor. 200 million. Yang Bo shouted out a price again. Everyone felt annoyed. And someone else shouted out 210 million. 250 million. Yang Bo was a little depressed. No one followed his bid last time. You know. Zhang Buizhen gave him a reserve price of 250 million. Seeing Yang Bo shout out this price, the others almost had a rough idea in their minds. So someone shouted out 255 million. Then Yang Bo stopped bidding. And everyone probably understood. 5-star quality gene potions are very rare. Even a grandmaster is not 100% sure to make a 5-star quality gene potion. Technology is the key to making high-quality raw materials for genetic medicine. No matter how good the technology is, it is useless without high-quality materials. No matter how good the quality of the materials is, it is useless without technology. Some people say that this family has high-quality materials. Will they give them to the skilled grandmasters to make them? This is impossible. Any grandmaster who can make a 5-star quality genetic medicine will be more famous. More importantly, the production of medicines by each grandmaster is confidential, and it is impossible to open it to others. No grandmaster of medicine can say with confidence that he can produce a 5-star quality gene medicine. This raises a serious problem. That is, how can the party that takes the materials believe that the other party has failed, instead of intercepting the high-quality gene medicine? Another issue is the cost. Which one accounts for a greater proportion? The material or the technology? If the share is split 50% and 50%, then the Grandmaster of Medicine will definitely not agree. There is another more important point. That is, high-quality gene medicines will not be released, and their own family and the Grandmaster of Medicine will consume them. So far, only the black market has 5-star quality gene medicines for sale. Even the Pharmacist Guild does not sell 5-star quality gene medicines. Even the best gene medicine materials are not for sale. All the materials of the gene medicine must reach the highest quality, which is very difficult. Why is it said that even the Grandmaster is not sure to make a 5-star quality gene medicine? Because the materials are different. Even if they are genetic medicine materials obtained from the same mutant creature, there are subtle changes in the genetic medicine materials obtained this time and the next time. This subtle change depends entirely on the experience of the Grandmaster. It is a bit like the nutritional difference between free-range eggs and feed eggs. Although they are all eggs and the nutritional content is the same. Why do free-range eggs taste better? There is another biggest highlight of the gene medicine auction on March Star. That is, using inferior genetic medicine materials to produce a 5-star quality genetic medicine that is 2 levels higher. That's why so many people come to the auction. If there is no limit, the number of people participating in the auction may exceed hundreds. Everyone who can come here wants to take the harvest back. And some people want to take more back for research. Of course, more people have some small ideas, such as wanting to cooperate with Zhang Buizhen for a long time, and then slowly see if they can contact the great master of medicine behind him. And March Star is about to become prosperous. And some people also want to participate, because once a planet can grow up, the benefits that can be obtained are endless. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Buizhen is likely to be one of the families that have risen in the last 200 or 300 years in the entire alliance. In this society, it is not that there are no families that control a planet, but these planets are all planets with scarce resources. So far, there has never been a person like Zhang Buizhen who controls a planet. Even if a family controls a planet, its share will eventually become smaller and smaller as it develops. In this environment of the alliance, various forces will continue to infiltrate and then promote their own people in the planetary parliament. There are so many groups in the alliance. Who is funding them behind the scenes? It's these families and these big forces. When Niu Bo saw this, he continued to shout, "Has anyone bid 255 million? 255 million. First time." Then this potion was auctioned for 255 million. Zhang Buizhen was also a little annoyed when he saw this scene. These damn bastards. The E-level 5-star gene potion is sold for more than 100 million. And these damn guys don't even bid. The third potion is now up for auction, with a starting price of 20 million. The third potion was taken out again. 250 million. I didn't expect Yang Bo to bid 250 million directly. The people who participated in the auction were very depressed. They looked at Yang Bo and then at Zhang Guizhen, gritting their teeth. But there was no way to deal with such a situation. Yang Bo had no shortcomings. He had no career, no industry, and no job. If anyone had a career or industry, there would always be someone who could strangle him. Moreover, Yang Bo is a celebrity in the Alliance, a genius who grew up under the Alliance's free system. If anyone is found to be targeting Yang Bo without reason, he will face bankruptcy and huge compensation. The key is that Yang Bo still has tens of billions in his hands. If no one present wants to buy, he can buy it back. Besides, Yang Bo must have colluded with Zhang Guizhen. 260 million. Some of the people participating in the auction are eager to use this genetic medicine, so they have to bid 270 million. Some people don't need this medicine for the time being, but they still need to buy it back for experiments. To find some tribesmen whose genetic medicine failed or whose talents are not good, to prepare for the use of medicine in the future. 275 million. 300 million. Zhang Guizhen smiled slightly when he saw the fierce competition. People around him noticed Zhang Guizhen's smile and felt a little uncomfortable. The fourth medicine was sold at a price of 325 million. Yang Bo was also relieved, because the higher the auction price, the more he would get. The subsequent potion auctions became more intense. For any potion that did not reach 250 million yuan, Yang Bo directly bid 250 million yuan. All the people present were businessmen, and there was nothing they could do when they saw this. The final auction price of the last 50 potions reached 16.2 billion yuan. The average price of a potion reached 324 million yuan. Zhang Guizhen was grinning from ear to ear, because he had more than just this kind of genetic potion in his hands. He also had another kind of genetic potion for mutant creatures, which had better energy properties. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. The auction was a complete success. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. Although the amount of this auction is only more than 10 billion, it is nothing to the people present. But don't forget how big the market demand is for this kind of genetic medicine for sustainable development. For a family, hundreds of millions or billions are nothing. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Guizhen apologized to everyone very politely. Some people who didn't buy the medicine were thinking about when to contact Zhang Guizhen privately. Mr. Zhang, when will the next auction be? Someone asked directly. I can't guarantee that, but I have prepared the materials. As you all know, pharmacists are very busy. They are researching in their own laboratories most of the time. I really want to provide you with more high-quality genetic medicines, but everyone knows how much time it takes to get so many high-quality medicines. Zhang Guizhen put the blame on the Grand Master of Pharmacy. Everyone nodded. This kind of high-quality genetic medicine would definitely not be produced in large quantities. And the higher the pharmacist is, the less time he has to act. Why? Because he is afraid of failure and ruining his reputation. If he succeeds at the level of Grand Master of Pharmacy, no one will be surprised. But if he fails, it will definitely be the headline of the news. At this time, Yang Bo had already left and did not attend the cocktail party with these people. But when Yang Bo returned home, the news came out. Yang Bo spent a huge amount of money to buy high-quality gene medicine, suspected to be for the princess girlfriend. According to reliable information, Yang Bo's princess girlfriend is an ordinary person. Alliance swordsmanship master Yang Bo spent a huge amount of 220 million credit points to buy gene medicine for the princess girlfriend. The total price of the March Star high-quality medicine auction exceeded 16 billion credit points. Yang Bo, do you have to pay for the medicine you bought? Su Wei knew that Yang Bo was going to help, so she asked. Of course not. I have no use for this medicine. Yang Bo did not bring the medicine back, of course. Zhang Guizhen auctioned it off together with the other medicine during the second auction. That's good. Otherwise, these hundreds of millions would have been wasted. Su Wei patted her chest. Ah, so the medicine you gave us is basically the same price? Su Wei realized it a little late. What's the money of our family members? Of course Yang Bo could not say that the genetic medicine he gave you three was more valuable. He gave them the genetic material of mutant leeches, which have no attributes. Chapter 9:14 Hacker Attack. Yang Bo was surfing the internet with his three girlfriends at night. The three women were watching their own movies, listening to music, watching live concerts, or shopping online. Yang Bo mainly visited some modification forums. Mecha modification, spaceship modification, and even some machine equipment modification. Virtual projection technology is like seeing the real thing in person. At this time, the watch suddenly vibrated, and Yang Bo was shocked after watching it. Zhang Buizhen held a cocktail party today to thank the people who came to the auction. But he was attacked by a bomb. And it was an energy bomb. And Yang Bo didn't feel it at all in his villa. Fortunately, the energy bomb exploded outside the hotel where the cocktail party was held. The flying car loaded with the energy bomb wanted to enter the underground parking lot of the hotel. But the hotel refused to allow outside vehicles to enter today. So the flying car was directly detonated outside. That is, outside the floors where Zhang Buizhen entertained guests. Today, not only the members of the March Star Council attended the reception, but also the representatives from outside who were participating in the auction. The explosion caused 1 death and 175 injuries. The floor where Zhang Buizhen held the reception had been specially renovated. This was Zhang Buizhen's exclusive reception venue. The glass of the hotel was also shattered by the explosion. Fortunately, all the people who came to participate in the auction had superpowers, and their strength was not low. Only more than 60 guests were injured, and the remaining more than 100 people were from other floors and people on the street. The information was sent by the fat boss in the hospital. The fat boss was also injured. Yang Bo quickly opened the news and saw the photos of the explosion site. The place where the cocktail party was held was on the second to last floor of the hotel. It can be seen that all the glass of the hotel was shattered, but most of it did not fall off. Only a few windows in the middle were empty. And near the place where the cocktail party was held, there were many traces of energy corrosion. There was a big pit on the ground because there was no protection on the ground. Is this a warning to Zhang Buizhen? The fat boss sent a message to tell Yang Bo not to go out, because the identity and motive of the criminals have not been confirmed yet. Yang Bo asked his 3 girlfriends to watch the news. Su Wei was also shocked when she saw the scene. What happened recently? There was a terrorist attack on Devon. And there was also a terrorist attack on this planet. There are too many lawless people. Annie also saw the news and shook her head. These big families in our alliance are not good guys. Others will not attack them for no reason. Xia also spoke up. Fortunately, you didn't go to the cocktail party. Su Wei hugged Yang Bo's arm and hugged him tightly. Yang Bo felt the warmth in Su Wei's chest, nodded and said, "Our planet is too dangerous. Let's not go out recently." Yang Bo, you were foresight at the beginning. Just like our fortress villa. This level of energy bomb can't do anything to our villa. I also installed 2 energy defense systems. These flying cars were shot down before they reached our villa. Yang Bo nodded. In fact, Yang Bo felt embarrassed because all the previous terrorist attacks on this planet were related to him. Some of which were initiated by him, and some were passive. Business is coming. Zhang Buizhen must be very anxious. But never mind him. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Yang Bo was very happy now. Although such an idea was a bit immoral. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Because he was happy, Yang Bo had a good and in-depth communication with Annie and Xia at night. While everyone is still young, they should communicate as much as possible. When they are old and can no longer communicate, they can only watch. The next morning, Yang Bo went to Devon Star from the basement. After leaving the laboratory of Devon Star, he took out Mr. Zhou's watch. Zhang Buizhen had sent a lot of information. Zhang Buizhen, is Mr. Zhou here? Zhang Buizhen, I think Mr. Zhou has already known what happened. I hope Mr. Zhou can help find out who organized this terrorist attack. The message was sent exactly half an hour after the terrorist attack last night. Mr. Zhou, sorry. I just saw Mr. Zhang's message. I don't know if Mr. Zhang has any relevant information. Zhang Buizhen, according to the existing investigation results, this person came to March Star alone. We can only find out that he came from the capital star. There is no other information for the time being because we can't get the information of passengers from the capital star. Yang Bo read the message sent by Zhang Buizhen while searching in his mind. Mainly the forces that released his spiritual seeds. Ash Organization, Red Earl, Pirate Alliance. These have no relevant information. These people are gloating over the terrorist attack on March Star. Mr. Zhou, this is difficult to deal with. This is probably a killer trained by some forces. Zhang Buizhen saw this message from Mr. Jiu and felt it was a bit tricky. So he sent a message himself. Is there no other way? Faced with this situation, Yang Bo didn't have a good solution. He didn't contact anyone and didn't have any information. Mr. Jiu, if we don't find the person's information, is there no information about the energy bomb? Yang Bo doesn't believe it. Did the energy bomb come out of thin air? Zhang Buizhen, there is no information showing where the energy bomb came from. The suspect has no place of residence. He rented a car directly after arriving at March Star. There is no relevant information about his trajectory from arriving at March Star to the crime. Mr. Jiu, then give me the suspect's smartwatch, and I will ask someone to check his watch. Zhang Buizhen's eyes lit up when he heard this. March Star had no way to check the information in personal watches. If you want to check the information in personal watches, you have to go through the Supreme Court, the highest judicial department of the Alliance. And then the relevant companies will unlock the information in personal watches. The reason why it is so troublesome is that these companies have done a perfect job in keeping personal watches confidential. If anyone unlocks these watches privately, it proves that the watches of these companies are very rubbish. Of course, there is another point, that these high-ranking officials are also using personal watches. If some institutions are allowed to unlock personal watches, then wouldn't the secrets of these high-ranking officials be exposed? These laws were originally formulated to serve the elites. There is no valuable information in the watches of ordinary people. Then the two agreed on the location of the watch. Yang Bo always contacted Zhang Buizhen on Devon Star to prevent Zhang Buizhen from tracking through official data. The official has no way of knowing what is in the personal terminal, but knows the signal terminal of the communication. Of course, these companies that provide communication services will definitely not admit that they can track. Yang Bo left Devon Star again, and then through the underground passage. It took Yang Bo just over an hour to reach a safe on the beach where tourists deposited their belongings. He took the suspect's watch from the safe. The watch had been hit by the energy bomb and looked terrible, but it was still intact. Then it took him more than an hour to return to his villa. Yang Bo turned into a mechanic and unlocked it in just 5 seconds. At the moment when Yang Bo unlocked the watch actually automatically sent a message to the outside world. Yang Bo read the message instantly, and then found that it was a message to activate the self-destruct mode of the watch. That is, the suspect must obtain a remote real-time password every time he opens the watch. If there is no real-time password, it will self-destruct instantly. Yang Bo's operation was a bit rough. He directly used his metal superpowers to dismantle the self-destruct device in the watch. There was a micro-energy battery inside, and the self-destruct device was in this special energy battery. The reason why the suspect couldn't destroy the watch first was because the flying car needed to be controlled by the watch. This flying car was rented by the suspect. If the watch is destroyed first, the car will automatically stop and return to the car rental company. However, when Yang Bo opened the watch, he found that the information inside had been repeatedly cleared and was now of no value. Hee. Yang Bo smiled. In fact, with the information from the previous watch, he could know who the other party was. So Yang Bo came to Devon Star again and directly simulated the online information sent by the previous watch. In just 0.3 seconds, this information was sent to a virtual server of the Crimson Federation. This virtual server sent information to 5 virtual servers, and these 5 virtual servers instantly sent information to another 5. Now there are 25 virtual servers sending information. In 1 second, this information has been sent to more than 60 virtual servers. Then more than 60 virtual servers sent information to 5 virtual servers at the same time, totaling more than 300. 2 seconds later, Yang Bo finally tracked down a virtual server within the Alliance. This virtual server sent information to 5 virtual servers at the same time, and 2 of them responded. The 2 servers together are the real-time dynamic password. These 2 real-time dynamic passwords are a data model. As long as the user can remember the data model, he can easily know what the current dynamic password is. Then Yang Bo directly invaded the 2 virtual servers and obtained the management rights of the 2 virtual servers. The virtual server also has an administrator, and then through the log of the virtual server, the administrator's access IP address was quickly found. At this time, in a building in the Alliance, someone's room issued an urgent alarm. Someone invaded the network. Someone invaded the network. A man in the room was eating. He dropped his food and jumped up to turn off the energy. Just before turning off the energy, the man saw the camera in the room turn to him. TMD! The man's face turned green. He didn't expect someone to invade his network, his security system, and even take his photo. Hee hee. Cool. Yang Bo smiled and implanted viruses in these virtual servers. These virtual servers will frantically send information to the surrounding servers. The citizens of the Crimson Federation Central State found that their virtual projections had problems, and spots appeared on the virtual projections. Finally, the network of the Crimson Federation Central State was disconnected. If I wasn't afraid of alerting the enemy, I would have changed the defense system of the Crimson Federation Central State. Yang Bo also went to the defense system of the Crimson Federation Central Gang to take a look, and was sure that he could change the opponent's system in a very short time, causing the opponent's system to be disordered and even attack all his targets. I'll reply to Zhang Buizhen tomorrow. Yang Bo was thinking about replying tomorrow. However, the Crimson Federation suffered a large-scale hacker attack and the civilian network was disconnected. This news broke out instantly, because netizens from other countries could not open the Crimson Federation's gambling websites, pornographic websites, etc. Although the Crimson Federation Central State lags behind the Alliance and the Empire in technology, especially in network construction. But the entire Central State's civilian network was paralyzed, which was simply unimaginable. Then, strangely, dozens of organizations came out at the same time to say that we did it. These dozens of organizations are all in the Alliance and are officially certified. For example, the Women and Children Rights Protection Organization. This organization often criticizes the Scarlet Federation for not doing anything to protect women and children. There is also an organization that opposes mutant cloning, and also opposes the Scarlet Federation for using humans for genetic experiments. After Zhang Buizhen saw this news, he felt that this was done by Mr. Jiu. Luckily, we didn't use the internet to track Mr. Jiu. Zhang Buizhen took a deep breath when he saw that 95% of the civilian networks of the Crimson Federation Central Gang were paralyzed. Nyobo nodded solemnly beside him. Although the strength of the Crimson Federation Central State was not as strong as the Alliance, it was much stronger than March Star. Chapter 9:15 Strategic Partners. Yang Bo directly generated a hacker attack program inside the virtual server through his photoelectric superpowers. In other words, the hacker attack technique Yang Bo used had no path. It was like the administrator directly created a hacker attack program inside the virtual server. For general hacker attack techniques, he needs to send the hacker attack program from his own port to other ports, control other ports, and continue to send it to other ports. Yang Bo also generated hacker attack programs on many virtual servers. Virtual servers are more secure, but they also occupy the memory of the actual server. Of course, as an intelligent system in the Interstellar era, some clues can still be found. This program sent by Yang Bo's simulated watch is a path. Moreover, the terminal displayed on the network for this program simulated by Yang Bo is also the terminal of the watch. And who this watch can eventually find out, this is unknown. The information returned by the final IP address of the Zhang family is also a path. And before the final IP address of the Zhang family was returned, the virtual server also sent a message to this address. Yang Bo couldn't erase this because Yang Bo had to find the final IP address through this path. And the IP address of the Zhang family was also attacked by blasting, which was even more conspicuous. The civilian network of the Central State of the Crimson Federation was disconnected for 18 hours of Interstellar Standard Time, and millions of virtual servers were destroyed. And even the data inside could not be repaired, because the data in some virtual servers was cleared and rewritten, and then cleared and rewritten again, repeatedly up to tens of thousands of times. Unless there are some servers with physical isolation backup. This means that the data in the virtual server is stored in a physical storage device every once in a while, and then sealed to a place where no system can connect. Now these tasks are done automatically by robots. 24 hours after the incident, the Crimson Federation announced that the losses caused by this hacker attack were as high as hundreds of trillions. And according to the preliminary investigation results, the attack program probably came from the Alliance. However, because the Crimson Federation does not implement the real name system, it is not known who actually uses the suspicious information sending port device. The warlords of the Crimson Federation do some illegal things, such as gambling websites, pornographic websites, and even human trafficking. The Crimson Federation can also customize some genetic mutants. The Crimson Federation makes a lot of profits every year because of this illegal business. The Alliance expressed strong opposition to the Crimson Federation's statement, saying that the Crimson Federation was the biggest supporter of cybercrime, and they deserve today's news. Because the Alliance's previous crackdowns on cybercrime were all in vain, because of the Crimson Federation. And many cybercrime activities were set up on virtual servers in the Crimson Federation. And Zhang Buizhen also got the information sent by Mr. Jiu. Mr. Jiu did not send it over the internet, but used a physical storage device and placed it in the safe at the beach. Damn it! When Zhang Buizhen saw the IP address in the storage device and the photo of the person who panicked and turned off the power, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Niu Bo's face was also solemn when he saw the IP address. The person in the photo was a small leader in charge of the family's security. After seeing these, Zhang Buizhen felt deeply terrified by Mr. Jiu's strength. It goes without saying how strict his family's security measures, especially the network security measures, are. Mr. Jiu was able to hack into his family's network and film the actual manipulator behind it. Uncle Niu, how much money should we give Mr. Jiu this time? Zhang Buizhen was worried about how much money he should get since the other party had deployed such a large force. Master, Mr. Jiu didn't ask for money. I'm afraid he will ask for more contraband later. What we have to do now is to teach the family a lesson. The family sent a death squad this time, so maybe they will send them again next time. They are targeting you now, but maybe they will target other innocent people next time, which will eventually lead to the collapse of the political ecology of the entire March Star. Since the family is so ruthless, we might as well use the hacking technology of Mr. Jiu's team to give the family a heavy blow, such as hacking Ping and Company, taking away some customer information, and issuing a severe warning to the merchants. In this way, other shareholders of Ping and Company will take action against the Zhang family. Niu Bo thought of more. Zhang Buizhen shook his head when he heard Niu Bo say this. This way, we will offend more people. We are only dealing with the Zhang family now. If we target Ping and Company, the other families of Ping and Company will cause trouble for the Zhang family. But they will also cause trouble for me. I will definitely fight back against the family. Of course, I can't openly tear my face with them, but I will let them know that I did it. Zhang Buizhen couldn't swallow this breath. His family actually used this method to target him. If he hadn't reinforced the hotel in advance, not only would his life be in danger, but also the customers who came to participate in the auction. Although it is not uncommon to use the death warriors trained by his own family to deal with people from his own family, it is definitely difficult for Zhang Buizhen to accept it. After that, Zhang Buizhen sent a message to Mr. Jiu. Sir, do you have any good way to point the hacker attack in the central state of the Crimson Federation to our family? Mr. Jiu, don't worry about this. Mr. Zhang, the Crimson Federation will eventually find your family. You can rest assured that we will do our work. Of course, if Mr. Zhang wants the result to come faster, we can launch a second attack. But now the other party is prepared, so the price will be greater. Zhang Buizhen didn't expect that Mr. Jiu had already done it. Thank you. Sir, I didn't expect that you have considered this. I wonder how much you will be paid for this action. Mr. Jiu, let's talk about this later. Mr. Zhang is our strategic partner now, and we don't want him to encounter any danger. We are very concerned about the safety of our strategic partners. Zhang Buizhen felt a little scalp numb when he saw the other party's reply. I don't know what you want to buy. Mr. Jiu, Mr. Zhang, please rest assured, we will not make it too difficult for our partners. We can become the ace mercenary group. Naturally, we pay attention to win-win cooperation, not to use some handles to threaten others. The basis of cooperation between the two sides is trust. Let me make it clear here. At most, we just want to buy some warships. Zhang Buizhen saw the message from the other party, and was half believing and half doubting. After all, free mercenaries only love money. He was relieved to see that the other party said that the ultimate goal was to buy warships. Warships are really not something these teams are qualified to buy. They may not even be able to touch them. Only planets are qualified to buy warships, and they cannot buy main battleships. The Alliance Parliament will ensure its advantage in military force. Of course, the Crimson Federation and the like will also sell warships, but ordinary people don't dare to buy them there, because they might not come back. The warlords of the Crimson Federation can do anything. Zhang Buizhen replied, the warships are easy to talk about, and the price is also easy to talk about. I will definitely not let you down when the time comes. Zhang Buizhen has made up his mind. As long as the other party wants a warship, he will let the planetary parliament come forward to buy it, and then let the other party take it away in the middle. In this way, he doesn't have to spend a penny to settle the account with Mr. Jiu. And Mr. Jiu might even owe him a large sum. Yang Bo saw Zhang Buizhen's reply and knew that the other party would not officially hand it over to him. He might even have to pick it up himself. Of course, this is fine, because if it is officially handed over, the price will definitely be unaffordable. Mr. Gio, let's have a happy cooperation. Zhang Buizhen, let's have a happy cooperation. After sending the message, Zhang Buizhen felt refreshed. No wonder Mr. Gio can become the leader of the Ace mercenary group. He is so sensible. Zhang Buizhen originally thought that the other party would have to make another move. After all, if it were another business, he would definitely not say that he would get things done in one go. If he could charge more money, he would definitely charge more money. In fact, they are also doing it for themselves. I think what Mr. Gio said is correct. They still want to cooperate with the young master in the future. And the family's action this time will definitely disrupt the other party's plan. I don't know if the other party has other partners, but the young master's position is basically irreplaceable now, because it is difficult for others to let them get the warship. After listening, Nyobo analyzed. Although this is the case, we are doing a deal with them after all. If they don't do this, we will have to pay an extra fee. Mr. Gio's team is really unfathomable. It's a pity that their true identities are still unknown. It would be great if I had such a team under my command. Zhang Buizhen thought of all the things the other party had done before. Their strength was simply too abnormal. The Ace mercenary team itself is the elite among the elites. Nyobo also nodded. And such team members rely on talent, not training. Zhang Buizhen nodded after hearing this. Nyobo, collect information related to the battleship. In fact, this major accident has its benefits. It gives me an excuse to hold the second gene medicine option immediately. Master is wise. When Nyobo heard his master say this, he flattered him a little. When Yongbo came back from Devon Star, he found that March Star had announced a piece of news in order to compensate the customers who participated in the auction this time. March Star will hold another auction of D-level 5-star quality gene medicine within the next month. This time, 50 gene medicines will be auctioned. And this time, the medicine is made of 5,272 gene medicine material, which has a milder energy property and a higher success rate. The material of gene medicine number 5272 is the material of the mutant creature similar to pangolin in the Gobi Desert. Zhang Buizhen is really good at doing things. After seeing this news, Yongbo knew that Zhang Buizhen was taking the opportunity to ship out the goods. After all, so many high-quality gene medicines are only profitable after they are sold. But they cannot be shipped quickly at ordinary times. So now there is an excuse. Because if this kind of thing is shipped too quickly, it will make others mistakenly think that it is too easy to get it. Although people who are participating in the auction now feel that Zhang Buizhen should have a lot of inventory, they don't know whether it is true or not. As for Zhang Buizhen's family, it is now in chaos. The security center of his family was actually breached by others. It has not yet been found out where the attacker came from, and it is unknown how much data in the family has been lost. At this time, the Crimson Federation announced a suspicious clue of the hacker attack. This clue directly points to a certain IP address of the Alliance. After this IP address of the Alliance sent a signal, the virtual server of the Federation generated a hacker attack program. There is also evidence that the final address of some of the administrators of these servers is also this IP address. And the funds for renting virtual servers are also related to this IP address. After this IP address was announced, the Alliance Security Department immediately launched an investigation. After Zhang Buizhen saw this news, he laughed. Good. Chapter 916, Arrival of the Mecha. Although the Alliance has conflicts with the Crimson Federation in some aspects, it still dares not be careless on the issue of network security. These people can cause such a big loss to the Crimson Federation today. Will they pose a threat to the Alliance tomorrow? The Crimson Federation also knows that it is impossible for it to investigate the situation inside the Alliance. So it simply publishes the results of the investigation. The terminal information of the watch is involved, which is the watch that Zhang Buizhen gave to Yongbo. When Yongbo sent information on Devon Star, he also needed terminal information, which was equivalent to network access permission. Without this thing, he could not send or receive any information. The watch used by the people sent by the Zhang family must have nothing to do with the Zhang family. But other information provided by the Federation directly pointed to the Zhang family. In particular, the security center of the Zhang Buizhen family was attacked by a network. Although there is no direct evidence, March Star has just suffered an energy bomb terrorist attack. Then, the family was attacked by a network. Anyone with a little bit of brains can understand the connection between them. The Zhang family is already in a mess. On the one hand, Zhang Xiao also knows that the family has too many things. On the other hand, where did Zhang Buizhen find such a person? The Crimson Federation's loss of hundreds of trillions this time will be attributed to the Zhang family. In this intelligent era, the loss caused by the long-term disconnection of the civilian network in Central State can be imagined. Although the Zhang family quickly disconnected the energy, who knows what the other party took away? In addition, the Zhang family is also facing an investigation by the Alliance. For these very unstable factors, the Alliance must be included in the supervision. The Zhang family can't explain it clearly now, because the IP address cannot be changed. Although the information sent does not show any evidence that it is related to the hacker attack in the Central State of the Crimson Federation. But will the warlords of the Crimson Federation and the Security Department of the Alliance believe it? Moreover, the information in the virtual servers of the Crimson Federation has been almost destroyed, and it is difficult to find any previous clues. From the other side's perspective, it is believed that the Zhang family is destroying the data. The Zhang family had no way to communicate with Zhang Buizhen, because today's situation must be that the other party wanted to find out who was behind the energy bomb attack. In other words, the two sides were just short of a public falling out. Now it was like the Zhang family made a move, and Zhang Buizhen responded. The Zhang family couldn't figure out how this unfilial son got such great strength to do such a thing. However, neither side had any evidence, but they both knew that the other side did it. It's just that the energy consumption is a bit high, and this time, the attack was only on the civilian network. But I personally think that the military network is just SOSO. The core of the military network should be the quantum communication satellite. No matter how powerful the network attack is, it still needs hardware support. Yang Bo was reading the news while thinking about the experience of this network attack. My current skills can no longer be judged by their own level. Just like my hacker skill level is not very high, but the effect produced by the blessing of the optoelectronic superpower is at least at the master level, and it seems to be related to my mental power. Yang Bo really knew the limit of his hacking skills through this. In the past, Yang Bo was always cautious. After all, the main brain system of the Interstellar era was too powerful. But now it seems that the main brain system is not that difficult. There is a problem here. That is, the network of the Interstellar era also has a big gap. From network hardware to network software, and then to protection system. Just like when Yang Bo first came here, he was still using a very old watch. This kind of watch certainly cannot load the latest protection system, because everyone's economic situation and personal ideas are different. Just like Yang Bo's villa has only one room that can access the internet, and the rest of the rooms cannot. It is impossible for everyone in the Interstellar era to use the latest products. In the past, these main brain systems were omnipotent and powerful in Yang Bo's cognition. But in Yang Bo's current view, there are many loopholes. Of course, if you want to attack these loopholes, you still need to have a certain strength. Of course, this is also related to the network ecology of the Crimson Federation. There are many illegal things there. So there are many loopholes in the corresponding network supervision. Of course, the Alliance also has loopholes, but they are relatively few, because only the powerful can exploit loopholes. Just like the people who suffered the energy bomb terrorist attack on March Star this time. There is no way to find out his identity information. This is also a loophole. Of course, the loopholes on the Alliance side are unavoidable, because this involves personal privacy. Why do I feel like there have been so many big news in the past 2 years? Su Wei was also surprised after seeing the news. Annie and Xian nodded, yes. We also had an entire planet controlled by terrorists. And I don't know how many people died. The Alliance officials must have hidden the data. The Red Earl terrorist organization killed people like crazy. Yang Bo, your luck seems to be a bit bad. When Yang Bo heard this, he knew that Annie was talking about the terrorist attack he suffered on Pato Star. I'm lucky now. You see, I didn't go to the cocktail party this time, and nothing happened. Yang Bo chuckled. I saw on the internet that this terrorist attack was aimed at Zhang Sigi. Su Wei asked again. Who knows? Anyway, the representatives of the big companies and big families who came to the auction offended a lot of people. Yang Bo certainly wouldn't talk about this incident. I think the Alliance will eventually break up one day. These big families and big companies are too shameless in doing things. We are lucky to have met Yang Bo. Otherwise, we might have been cheated by those gene pharmaceutical companies again. Anyway, their gene pharmaceutical companies say their medicines are qualified. Who knows if they are qualified or not? Anyway, these companies are in collusion with the government. For ordinary people like us, there is no way to tell whether the gene medicine is real or not. Yang Bo was not surprised to hear what Annie and Xia said, because all the residents of the Alliance had almost no confidence in the credibility of the government. It is precisely because of the lack of confidence in the government's credibility that everyone forms various groups to demand what the government should do. From the perspective of ordinary people, the Alliance is the best. In our empire, ordinary people walking on the road are beaten by nobles for no reason, and they just have to pay money. Su Wei shook her head when she heard this. Su Wei, you are wrong. At least your nobles have to pay money. If you look at some cases in our history, the party who was wrong was not wrong, and the party who was not wrong was sent to prison. And the powerful people here can be bailed out as long as they pay a sum of money, even if they have killed someone. Yes. And the welfare benefits in prison are better than those of ordinary people outside. There is also a weird rule in our alliance that the government will arrange jobs for those who are released from prison. But ordinary people like us can't find jobs. And they say it's care and something. When it comes to this, Xia and Annie are immediately dissatisfied. They have been struggling for a long time in the lives of ordinary people. Ah, there are such weird rules? Su Wei couldn't believe it either, and quickly checked online. Oh, these rules are too weird. Su Wei's eyes widened after seeing the relevant rules. In our alliance, beating people doesn't necessarily mean going to jail. But beating animals definitely means going to jail. Some people raise pets themselves, but because they don't raise them well, they go to jail. Just like the Shingongbao we raised. If the outside world knows about it, we will all go to jail. Shingongbao and the others are wild animals, and we feed Shingongbao everything, so we might end up in jail. Each pet has different nutritional formulas for different ages, genders, and seasons. Ah, so perverted. Yang Bo also shrugged and said, I had a goldfish that jumped out of the fish tank, and then I was going to pick it up, but I didn't expect to walk unsteadily and crush the fish to death. I almost went to jail because of this. But fortunately, I was living in a welfare house with full surveillance at the time, so I didn't do it on purpose. And it was the first time this happened to me. Ah! Su Wei was even more surprised to hear this. Look at this news. These 4 women were arrested because they fed human food to wild animals. Yang Bo found a news report from 2 days ago. It's horrible. The animals and plants on our private land belong to the owner. After Su Wei saw the news, she looked at Shingongbao in her arms. Yang Bo also shrugged. The next morning, Yang Bo received a message that the high-level mecha he purchased had arrived. Yang Bo asked Zhang Buizhen to buy these advanced mechas for him. This is a 15th generation special mecha, but most of the functions of the weapon system are prohibited. Yang Bo directly asked the delivery spaceship to deliver the mecha to his mecha warehouse in the back mountain. Zhang Buizhen also came and spoke to Yang Bo. Yang Bo bought 3 15th generation special mechas, spending a total of 2.7 billion credit points. If Yang Bo bought them himself, the review process alone would take a long time. Moreover, this is a simple mecha, not equipped with a full set of weapon modules. If a full set of weapon modules plus weapons and ammunition are included, I am afraid that a special mecha is worth tens of billions. Thank you. 4th brother. Yang Bo and Su Wei looked at the mechas in front of them. 1 white, 1 blue, and 1 green. The appearance of the 3 mechas is similar. Su Wei likes blue, Annie likes white, and Xia likes green. As for the weapon system being banned, Yang Bo is not worried at all. He can unlock it at any time as long as he needs it. As for the weapon module, this is a bit troublesome. If you want to make it yourself, it will cost a lot. Let's not talk about these things. Don't give me the money for the mecha, because there are still many things between us that have not been settled. And I've applied for special permissions for you. You can use the mecha on your private land. No relevant department will come to ask about it. Zhang Buizhen looked at Yang Bo's 3 girlfriends, and was a little envious. He didn't have a girlfriend yet, although there were many people who wanted to marry him. He was in the rising stage of his career, and there was no need to rush into marriage. Okay. Yang Bo looked at the 15th generation of special mechas that were 15 meters high, and he felt itchy in his heart. As long as he mastered the information of these special mechas, he could create a new generation of space mechas. At the same time, Yang Bo was also struggling with whether the space mecha should be a performance-balanced mecha, an air superiority mecha, A close combat mecha. Or a heavy-duty land combat mecha. Why not just make one of each? At the same time, I want to upgrade these 3 mechas. You go and try the mechas. Yang Bo said this to Su Wei and the other 2. The 3 of them looked at the 3 beautiful mechas and had been itching to try them. Why do I feel like this terrorist attack is targeting us? Are other gene pharmaceutical companies dissatisfied with you? The 4th brother. Selling gene pharmaceuticals? Yang Bo took the initiative to bring up the energy bomb attack again. Who knows? Our planet was not strictly managed before. So many unidentified people got in. But don't worry. There will be no problem with our cooperation. Zhang Buizhen thought Yang Bo was worried about the problem of cooperation. This is also normal. After all, the materials of these genetic drugs are from Yang Bo's territory. 4th brother should start to clean up. But there seems to be a lot of things in the past 2 years. Pato Star was occupied by terrorists before. Hearing Yang Bo's words, Zhang Buizhen also sighed. It's mainly because some of the laws of our alliance are too weird. I also want to screen all the people on the entire planet. But there is no way. Chapter 917 Death Knights. After Su Wei and the other 2 got on the mecha, they first found their own mechas. After a series of operations, the 3 people had to learn the mecha operating system. Because different mechas have different functions, each person needs to reset their preferences. The 3 mechas walked around in the mecha warehouse, performing various actions. There are still some differences between simulator training and actual training, so there is a process of adaptation. Due to your cooperation with me, someone may come to trouble you. Be careful when you go out. Zhang Buizhen said to Yang Bo again. Because Yang Bo is the most important part of his career. And Yang Bo is the owner of the main supplier of his genetic materials. If an accident occurs, other things are likely to happen. 4th brother. How about I buy a warning satellite to prevent some people from taking other actions against mutant animals? Yang Bo's heart moved when he heard this. Alert satellites are not omnipotent. We have a storm season for half a year every year. Even if alert satellites find abnormalities during the storm season, it is difficult to deal with them in a short time. I suggest you buy some bionic robots and put them in your territory. Zhang Buizhen nodded after hearing Yang Bo's words. There must be someone targeting the 2 mutant creatures in Yang Bo's territory. These people will do everything possible to obtain the genetic samples of this creature, and then make some viruses to specifically poison these creatures. Please make an application, and I'll find someone to operate it, and get you some advanced bionic robots with weapons. Someone will definitely take risks during the stormy season. Zhang Buizhen said again. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. The violent energy during the stormy season will affect the detection of the warning system and the performance of energy weapons. And once an abnormality is discovered at that time, due to the influence of heavy rain and storm, even if a fighter is dispatched, it will be difficult to reach the suspicious location in a short time. Bionic robots can be deployed in various places in the territory. That is to say, these bionic robots can be used to protect the places where these mutant creatures live. For Yang Bo, this is a good thing, and he can learn the design of these bionic robots. Okay. Yang Bo nodded and did not ask about the cost, because this should be paid by himself. Because as a supplier of raw materials, it is his responsibility to ensure the normality of raw materials. The second auction will be held soon, and I will trouble you again at that time. Because this is the genetic material of the mutant creatures in the Gobi Desert. We will temporarily set the minimum price of this genetic medicine at 300 million. Because the energy properties of this genetic medicine material and the various data performances are better, thanks to you a few days ago. Otherwise those guys would have defaulted to a price. Zhang Buizhen and Yang Bo slowly walked out of the Mecha warehouse. No problem. Yang Bo nodded. Also, be careful when you play the game. Our alliance has an organization specifically targeting people like you who are rich, but have no background. Their intelligence sources are extremely complicated. Maybe someone leaked your game information. You also know that as long as you pay enough, you can do anything in our alliance. Zhang Buizhen said again. I am mainly playing the second world game now. Yang Bo nodded. That game is too real. It's not interesting. 4th brother has too many things to do. People like me don't have much to do. I just like this kind of high difficulty game. That's right. Then Yang Bo took Zhang Buizhen to his villa, and Su Wei and the other 2 stayed here to familiarize themselves with the mecha. Yang Bo came back early to cook and entertain Zhang Buizhen. It's Black Mountain honey. The taste is different. At lunch, Yongbo took out the black mountain honey he had harvested. Are you interested in selling black mountain honey? Zhang Buizhen asked again. We don't know how to run it. And the production of this kind of honey is very small. It may be difficult to recover the investment. Yongbo said. Luxury goods must be scarce. The main reason is that there are too few things on our planet that attract outsiders. Now there is only a unique astronomical phenomenon. Okay. I'll think about it later. Yongbo nodded. But he had no intention of developing black mountain honey, because it would not make much money. And what Zhang Buizhen said about attracting tourists had nothing to do with him. He was not short of money. So there was no need to bother with such a small matter, as he had many big things to do. Zhang Buizhen knew he was not interested when he heard Yongbo's words. But there was nothing he could do, because Yongbo now had so much money and the exclusive rights to develop mutant animals, which were all money. After lunch, Zhang Buizhen drank tea before leaving. Su Wei and the other two did not want to train their superpowers today and wanted to learn their own mechas. Yongbo, of course, agreed with them. And the three girlfriends went to the Mecha warehouse to train together. They first adapted to the Mecha warehouse, and then came out to train on their own private land. Yongbo sat in Su Wei's mecha cockpit, watching Su Wei concentrate on controlling the mecha. Su Wei has superpowers in mental power, and is faster than Annie and Xia in mecha control, especially in nerve reaction. However, for mecha battles, the real test is the on-the-spot reaction. Some people have high nerve reaction, but poor on-the-spot reaction. Even if the data on paper is good, it will be a mess when encountering a real battle. Yongbo accompanied Su Wei, mainly reading the design of these mechas. This mecha was obtained by Zhang Buizhen through private channels, and this mecha will not be exported at all. This batch of special mechas has increased a lot in defense and energy burst. There are many types of mecha defense. One is its own physical defense, and the other is energy defense. In terms of weapons and equipment, the larger the size, the stronger the attack power, and the higher the defense power. This is why the attack power and defense of the fighter are higher than those of the mecha, because the larger the size, the greater the power of the energy engine, energy system, weapons and equipment system. Amazing. I don't know why I'm not good at mecha operation. Yongbo watched Su Wei control the mecha and made a move, praising her. Humph. Su Wei looked at Yongbo with a proud look, and then snorted, coupled with a chubby face. Yongbo laughed. After the three women got their new toys, they chattered about mechas while eating. Although some of the three people were obviously wrong, Yongbo pretended not to know. After all, he was a mecha rookie. In the evening, Zhang Buizhen said various quotes for bionic robots. Yongbo did not choose a humanoid robot, but other models, mainly land and marine animals. On land, there is mainly a spider-shaped bionic robot with a diameter of 1 meter. There are several models of this robot, mainly with different weapon systems. There are laser weapons, ray weapons, sonic weapons, and physical attack weapons. Yongbo chose a small number of energy weapons and more physical attack weapon models. These robots are mainly used to guard these mutant animals during the storm season. And the storm season has a huge impact on energy weapons. Only some of the bionic robots in the sea are energy attacks, and the rest are physical attacks. Energy weapons mainly include the release of ultra-high voltage current. Physical attacks mainly involve letting the bionic robots bite directly, as well as high-speed physical weapons. At the same time, Yongbo also purchased a small number of flying bionic robots. These flying bionic robots are mainly used to patrol private lands. At the same time, Yongbo also customized a dedicated system. That is, these things are not connected to the outside world, but only to the control system of his own territory. This operation is mainly to prevent some things in their own territory from being leaked. For example, the Shingongbao raised by Su Wei is an illegal act. If these things are connected to the outside world, they may be used as evidence. In the alliance, no handle should fall into the hands of animal protection groups or women's groups, even if it is the president of the alliance. Once he is attacked in these two aspects, the consequences are unimaginable. You still have to build a planet of your own to be free. Living in the alliance is not very comfortable. There are too many rules and regulations. The more famous you are, the more cautious you are. Of course, the Blue Water Empire is not good either. If you don't have a noble title, you will often be bullied there. Yang Bo customized a bionic robot worth more than 3 billion credit points. In addition to the main models selected by Yang Bo, he also selected some other models that he was interested in. It is convenient for me to learn, because different bionic robots have different mimicry programs, and the structure and energy system design are also different. After Yang Bo submitted these things, Zhang Buizhen did not ask Yang Bo to pay first. He would deduct the money when he settled the accounts with Yang Bo later. Su Wei just logged off from the second game world. She would go to the second game world every day to walk her pet Mao Mao. Yang Bo also took time to go online every day to customize idle tasks for the game characters. Yang Bo's game characters trained every day in this winter of the game. Green City also ushered in a relatively comfortable period of time. Of course, for the nobles, the influence of the last war is gradually fading. Yang Bo is also waiting for the rewards in the game. But this time, the rewards have to go through the kingdom. And the speed of the messengers in winter is relatively slow. For 3 consecutive days, Yang Bo accompanied Su Wei and Xia Annie and successfully mastered the design of these 3 mechas. Then he ran to Devon Star. The training mechas on Devon Star had arrived. These were mainly used to train the mecha masters in the territory. The advanced mechas had not arrived yet. Master, someone sent a message. Someone is looking for trouble with you. Yang Bo turned into Bart, just after he finished training the mecha with Ning Shui and others. Butler Jerry reported. Who is looking for trouble with me? Yang Bo asked curiously. The leader of the Crimson Federation Death Knights is coming to challenge the young master. Butler Jerry said. This guy is crazy about money. Yang Bo knew that the Crimson Federation's Death Knights were a group of mecha mercenaries. There were many mecha mercenaries in the Crimson Federation because there were many warlords. It was obvious that this guy just wanted to challenge him to make money. It is said that they want ultra-high temperature materials. Who gave you the news? Your Highness Suruwashin. And your Highness also sent a message that someone wanted to carry out a suicide attack against the young master. Does this Death Knight order have anything to do with our nobles? Master, there must be some connection. Many guards from our noble families are sent to the Crimson Federation for training. It is said that the Royal Mecha Knights will also be sent there for training. Even many mecha divisions in the Imperial Army are going there for training. TSK. Let them come. Yang Bo has been itching to do something recently. Chapter 9:18 Targeting. Yang Bo was waiting for these desperate criminals to cause trouble for him. There were frequent frictions between the states within the Crimson Federation, and conflicts between the factions within each state. A large part of the civil strife in the Crimson Federation was actually caused by the Alliance and the Empire. The Alliance and the Empire also supported forces, and both sides tested various new weapons and conducted various experiments there. In addition, the supported forces also fought with the local ruling faction. The nobles of the Empire and the big families of the Alliance all sent their family-trained security personnel to the Crimson Federation for training. Those who successfully returned from the training would of course be promoted and given a raise, while those who failed would of course disappear without a trace. Because only the Crimson Federation is a real war. Yang Bo checked the Death Knight mercenary group, which is a very powerful mecha mercenary group. The Death Knight mercenary group has more than 16,000 people, and it is said that there are 3 Grandmasters, 11 Mecha Masters, more than 900 Mecha Masters, and nearly 4,000 senior mecha divisions. The rest are intermediate Mecha Masters and auxiliary professions, including forgers, mecha repairers, etc. The news about the Mecha Grandmaster has not been confirmed, but the others are basically certain. In the Crimson Federation, according to the different laws of each state, some places have legal human modification, and some places have legal mutants. So the Mecha Masters there also have various races. Some are human modification, and some are mutants. These human modification and mutants, some of them use the power of genes of other species, and some use the power of machinery and technology, and have very good strength. Moreover, most places in the Crimson Federation tacitly allow the existence of clones, because they are in internal chaos and have a large demand for population. Therefore, the Red Light District in the Crimson Federation is famous. It is said that there are many famous stars and even celebrities in the Alliance and the Empire who can enjoy the clone services. Of course, the price of these services is definitely higher. There is a genetic mutant in Bart's territory, which is a fusion of some animal genes. The Death Knight mercenary group wants to get Bart's ultra-high temperature materials, which may also be suitable for weapon manufacturing. In the Crimson Federation, it is reasonable to have a strong fist. And to have a strong fist, you need money, technology, and materials. In fact, Yang Bo really wants to go to the Crimson Federation for a while, because 60% of the villains on the list are from the Crimson Federation, and they are all famous warlords. However, Yang Bo is worried that these warlords use high-tech means, and then he will kill these people and cannot refresh the skills. Yang Bo added Su Ruoxin's contact information and sent a message directly. I heard that someone wants to harm me. Tell me in detail. Su Ruoxin called directly and yelled without any image. Didn't you block me? Now you want to know the news and add me again? Su Ruoxin was really angry. She would toss herself hard when she needed her, and block herself when she didn't need her. I'll give you 10 seconds to reorganize your words. Otherwise I'll block you again. Yang Bo didn't care about Su Ruoxin's attitude. They were just a transaction. In the transaction, don't fall in love over time. In the previous life, some people fell in love while playing in KTV. No matter whether they were men or women. As long as they fell in love, they would not end well. Your life is worth 180 billion blue coins. The Death Knight mercenary group may not have a pure purpose in coming to the Water Blue Empire this time. Su Ruoxin was so angry on the other end of the communicator that she was thinking about how to teach Bart this bastard a lesson when she got there. Your father is also mentally ill. Why did he allow them to enter? The energy batteries on the modified people can be transformed into bombs. Yang Bo answered directly and angrily in Bart's tone. It would be great if my father had the final say in the empire. If you die, your beautiful wife at home will become a widow. By then, I don't know how many bastards like you will revolve around your beautiful wife. Su Ruoxin answered angrily, because her conversation was likely monitored by her father. What are you going to do this time? Let me make it clear first. The last transaction has not been settled yet. Yang Bo spoke again. I thought you had changed, but I didn't expect you to be a jerk. I came back for something this time. I will live in Devon Star in the future. There is plenty of time to pay the debt. Su Ruoxin gritted her teeth because she couldn't explain some of the transactions with Bart clearly on the phone. Of course, Yang Bo would not explain the transaction between the two of them, because he was afraid that someone would eavesdrop. Yang Bo was very curious. Why did Su Ruoxin live here? The reason why Devon Planet was opened by the Empire was because there were not many valuable things on this planet. This planet was completely for the nobles from other parts of the Empire to have fun and enjoy. At the same time, some rare items from abroad were purchased here. At the same time, this was also the place where the nobles in the Empire auctioned various items. Of course, this planet also has high-tech industries. That is, Bart's ultra-high temperature materials. You'd better cancel the wedding. 11 of the top 100 killers have entered the Empire. In addition, according to reliable information, at least 30 of the top 100 killers have accepted this mission. The Free Mercenary Union has 6 ace mercenary groups that have accepted this mission. I don't know how many dead soldiers the warlords of the Crimson Federation have sent. Your bounty mission level has reached SS level. Su Ruoxin said on the phone again, with a tone of gloating. It's impossible to cancel the wedding. Whoever dares to ruin my wedding will be killed. Yang Bo thought to himself that if he caught someone from the Crimson Federation, he could recruit troops in the name of revenge. He could even go to the Crimson Federation to occupy a piece of land and then develop quickly, because there are restrictions on recruiting troops within the Empire, or simply control a warlord in a state of the Crimson Federation. And you'd better not go to Paradise Island in the near future. Maybe there are assassins among the women you find. Father is very satisfied with your ultra-high temperature material. When Yang Bo heard Su Ruoxin say this, he could roughly guess Su Ruoxin's intention. You royal family want to win me over? Yang Bo asked in Bart's tone. Then do you accept the win? Su Ruoxin did not answer this question, but asked back. Everything in the world has a price. If you want to win me over, it depends on what price you can offer. Yang Bo chuckled. You are from the Altina family. We dare not blatantly win you over. Su Ruoxin also chuckled. Winning over Bart still needs to be investigated, because it is not certain whether Bart's performance is intentional. In order to get into the royal family, there have been more than one such incidents in history. The royal family thought they had discovered a genius, but they didn't expect it to be a traitor. Of course, other nobles have also had such incidents. They thought they had found a genius, but it turned out to be a member of the royal family. The nobles are also absorbing talents from the civilian class to strengthen themselves. You don't believe me. But this is normal. I don't believe what you say either. Then go and have some fun. When you are killed by those assassins and your wife becomes a widow, you will be satisfied. You always mention my wife. You are just jealous. I don't need to be jealous of her. I am a princess. Hee hee. You are a princess, and you still don't have someone who loves you. My wife has me who loves her. Bah. A bastard like you can love others. It's just a novelty. If you don't believe me, forget it. I'm going to have dinner with my wife. And we'll take a bath together after dinner. I used the bathtub in your house first. I changed it a long time ago. Bah! Yang Bo hung up the communicator and thought to himself, nearly 30 people on the killer rankings have accepted the mission. I don't know what unique skills these people have. Butler, help me check who are the top 100 killers. Master, the people on the list are just code names. No one knows who they are or what they are capable of. Butler Jerry answered immediately after hearing this. Forget it then. Yang Bo waved his hand. Yang Bo also knew that the intelligence system of the royal family of the Blue Water Empire must be very powerful. Can you dig Su Ruoxin here? Should we trick her? It's not a big deal for the Blue Water Empire to have an empress. Yang Bo muttered to himself. My only shortcoming now is that my foundation is too poor and my information acquisition channels are limited. It is not convenient for Su Ruoxin to release the spiritual seed. So I have to think of a way to make this woman willingly provide me with information. The pie of the Empress is a bit big. I guess Su Ruoxin won't believe it. Then what kind of pie should I draw to make this woman provide me with enough information? Then Yang Bo picked up the communicator again. Fatty. Is there anything fun on Paradise Island recently? Alan was also a little surprised after receiving Bart's call. You still dare to come out for fun. Don't you know how many people want to kill you? Your bounty has reached 180 billion. And some people have transferred all the funds to the Mercenary Union platform. Why didn't you inform me when you knew this news? You are like a turtle, hiding in your shell. What are you afraid of? Paradise Island has a lot of fun recently. But I suspect that many of them are aimed at you. Then what can you tell me? I heard that there is an auction of the Grand Master of Forging's notes recently. In addition, the Crimson Federation has 2 Mecha Master Slaves, which will also be auctioned on Paradise Island. It is said that there are 2 women with perfect genes being auctioned. Alan said. It is also said that the formula of the mysterious potion that repairs mental power is being auctioned. I feel that this seems to be aimed at you, because your strength has increased too quickly, resulting in problems with mental power. Alan continued. Send me the detailed information of the auction. Yang Bo's eyes lit up when he heard these things. He could definitely take down a master-level Mecha Master. He had a spiritual seed. So why should he be afraid of him rebelling? In addition, Yang Bo was also thinking of a way to let others know that he liked talents in Mecha, so that they would continuously send him talents. Chapter 919 Preparing for Fishing. As for the perfect genes that Alan mentioned, they are humans whose genes are not polluted in any way. There are companies in the Crimson Federation that specialize in training such people, and these people have lived in an isolated base since childhood. Now the entire interstellar society, even ordinary people's genes have been polluted, because in the early days, the emergence of superpowers did not attract enough attention. The body fluids and excrement of superpowers have not been processed. When these things reach the nature, they will pollute the natural world, not to mention humans. To put it bluntly, the body fluids and excrement carried by superpowers contain trace amounts of radiation. Later, people had stricter standards for garbage disposal and sewage treatment. The genes of women with perfect genes have not been exposed to radiation. So the offspring they give birth to can inherit the genes of their parents to the greatest extent. It takes a lot of money to cultivate a woman with perfect genes. In the entire interstellar society, only the Crimson Federation is doing this business, because it involves a lot of things, such as clone cultivation, genetic modification, personal freedom, human rights, etc. The food these people have eaten since childhood is also pollution-free. Yang Bo thinks that the auction of this woman with perfect genes is probably aimed at Bart. Even the notes of the forging master may be aimed at Bart, because Bart can make ultra-high temperature materials, and combined with forging, he can make more profits. The Crimson Federation is chaotic, but there are many good things. Many pharmacists and forgers like to study there, because there are no restrictions on their research there. For example, pharmacists can recruit ordinary people there to test various medicines at will, which is legal there. Even if someone dies, They will only be compensated with money. Blacksmiths also like it there, because the various things forged can be put into use quickly. Yang Bo got the detailed information passed by Alan. The notes of the Grandmaster of Blacksmithing. This does not say who it belongs to, and the information only contains a small part of the information, and it is incomplete. This is not very useful to me. It's enough for me to study these products myself. Yang Bo looked carefully and found that the information was about mecha manufacturing. The person who holds these information will definitely not sell the most useful information. Then, there are two women with perfect genes. Two 16-year-old girls, both of whom look cute. One with a round apple face, and two dimples when she smiles. The other has an oval face, and gives people a very pure feeling when she smiles. Both of them have good figures. So Yang Bo just passes. Finally, there are two mecha masters. These two mecha masters belong to a certain warlord, and were captured by another warlord in a conflict, because the ransom negotiation failed. These two people will be sold. The states of the Crimson Federation are different. Some still have slavery, while some states, although there is no slavery, still exist in secret. Hee hee. Just give those killers a little hope. I hope these desperados are worthy of their ranking. Yang Bo decided to take down these two master-level mecha masters. He didn't need to care whether they had any other ideas or other purposes. After buying them, he would use the spirit seed to check. If these two people had other purposes, he would directly implant slave chips in them, and he would act as an evil slave owner. If the two had no other purposes, then he would be a kind and amiable lord, and he would not implant slave chips in them. Fatty, help me make an appointment for the auction, and I will charge enough funds into the card as the auction deposit. Yang Bo called Alan again. Are you fascinated by the two girls at the auction? I remember you don't like this style. Or did you change your sexual taste after you got married? My goal is two master-level mecha masters. I have told you so many times that I have learned it well. How dare you say that you have such a top-notch housekeeper hidden in your home? How do you know what my housekeeper looks like? You still have the nerve to say that you let those who sell luxury goods put bags and other things in your home. Just like opening a specialty store. Let your wife choose whatever she wants. The woman in my house also wants to do this. Alan cursed angrily when he heard this. You have so much money, and you throw it into the bellies of those women in Paradise Island. Don't you know how to treat your own women better? We nobles should also pay attention to face. I really want those luxury merchants to fill my house. But I am not qualified. Do you think everyone has hundreds of billions like you? Ha ha ha. Yang Bo laughed when he heard this. Are you really not afraid that the two guys from the auction are killers? Then I can ask Paradise Island for compensation. I think you want money more than life. Let me make it clear that you don't want those two women. Don't fight with us brothers later. Okay. I'll give them to you. Why are you talking so harshly? What do you mean by give them to me? I understand. Okay. When will the auction start? After a week. It is said that many people are interested in this auction, and the other party has a mysterious auction item. It seems that the notes of the Grandmaster of Forging have attracted many people? You are wrong. The two women with perfect genes have attracted more people. For us nobles, we should give birth to more children and raise them more. If we raise too few children, they may not be useful. That's it. Notify me, or the housekeeper after the auction date is set. Yang Bo heard what Alan said, and thought it made sense. It's the same in the Alliance. Although the ordinary people below are unwilling to raise children, these big families are very willing to raise children, because their family business and their property need someone to inherit. And what can ordinary people inherit? The news that Bard was going to participate in the auction on Paradise Island naturally spread from certain channels. This target is like a turtle. But as long as I see him, he must die. 180 billion blue coins. And you can stop doing it after this. Inside the Wandao City Ring Hotel, a handsome young man smiled after seeing the news. In other rooms of the hotel, several people also received the news. One of them was a woman with red hair, white skin and a hot body. She squinted her eyes when she saw the news. When this guy leaves Paradise Island at the auction, that's when I'll take action. The woman stood up, and a black necklace on her neck fell off automatically, and then turned into a long needle. This long needle kept moving around the woman, and it was also wandering around the whole room. In another room, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance was lying in the bathtub. After seeing this news, the middle-aged man smiled slightly, and then disappeared. as if he had merged with the water in the bathtub. Then the water in the bathtub grew naturally, and eventually became a human shape. This waterman had water balls floating around him, constantly moving. 180 billion blue coins are mine. I will drain the last milligram of water from this guy, the middle-aged man murmured confidently. In another room, a man and a woman saw the message and sent another message. We need the following weapons. And we also need a modified yacht. Soon the other party sent a message. No problem. Then the man and woman smiled at each other. And the man said, with this money, we can get a new body. The woman nodded. Yang Bo certainly knew that he would definitely attract some flies and bugs when he went to the auction. So Yang Bo was also preparing. What made Yang Bo a little entangled was that he didn't want to reveal all his cards. But he didn't want to be killed. So he had to consider the equipment. Armor is a must. It's best not to show the space mecha. These killers are lawless, and don't care about the law or the power of Paradise Island. The most dangerous part is when I leave the territory to Wandao City. And then from Wandao City to Paradise Island. Don't expose the matter of Li Kong. Try to use superpowers. Yang Bo is still prepared to use superpowers. You can expose the armor. Most of these killers also rely on their superpowers. Yang Bo knows that this world is so big. There must be many strange superpowers. Just like Bueller's previous stealth. And there may be some strange creatures. When Yang Bo was on the Green Goblin Star, he heard that there were many energy creatures underground on the Green Goblin Star. Since there are elemental energy creatures, are there creatures like ghosts? I hope this time there will be a good harvest. Yang Bo began to think about the skills of these killers. Yang Bo saw Su Ruoxin calling and hung up directly. Then the other party called again. And Yang Bo hung up again. Then the other party sent a message. Bart, you are going to participate in the auction. Don't you know how many killers are secretly watching you? Do you want to die so much? Yang Bo didn't care about the message sent by the other party. The other party sent another message. What level of superpowers have you reached? How many years have you lived? Do you know how many strange superpowers there are? Some killers can control the sky to kill targets more than 1,000 kilometers away without the help of any technological equipment. When Yang Bo saw this message, his eyes lit up. But he still didn't reply. It was obvious that this was a special application of mental power, or soul level. Just like the one he encountered last time, which could use mental clones. Su Ruoxin saw that Bart didn't reply to the message. And she was also angry and gnashed her teeth. This bastard deserved to die. Chapter 9:20 More news. Su Ruoxin gritted her teeth and sent another message. Don't think that your fire superpower is so awesome. I know that there are many people who can easily kill you in various ways. Yang Bo saw this message from Su Ruoxin and felt that this woman knew a lot. But this is also normal. As the largest royal family in the Shuilan Empire, they have been able to rule the Shuilan Empire for so many years and fight with these great nobles. They must have a lot of trump cards over the years. Of course, this also reminded me that if I want to take control of the planet of the second world, the difficulty has increased. Yang Bo now knows that the only planet that can allow ordinary people to survive is the planet where the second world is located. Let alone the planet where the Doomsday instance is located. It is not suitable for ordinary people to survive now. And the Green Demon planet is not suitable either. Yang Bo has thought about slowly climbing up in the Water Blue Empire, and eventually sitting in a very high position. But this is not what Yang Bo wants. Even if Yang Bo becomes the emperor of the Water Blue Empire, he cannot govern a planet according to his own ideas, let alone change the system. Because the entire Shuilan Empire does not belong to the emperor alone, but to the entire nobles. Then Su Ruoxin called Bart again. This time Bart answered the phone and said angrily, "Are you crazy? Woman? Those assassins come to trouble me. And I say I will stay in my tortoise shell. What about my noble face?" Su Ruoxin replied angrily, "Is face more important? Or your life? Do you know how many superpowers there are in the world? Do you know how many 8+ level superpowers can't take action due to some restrictions? Otherwise, a bastard like you would have been killed hundreds of times." Yang Bo's eyes lit up when he heard this on the other side of the communicator. Yang Bo has always been curious. Logically speaking, there must be many 8+ level superpowers in the entire interstellar society. A very simple arithmetic problem. The average life expectancy of ordinary people is now over 120 years old. And an 8+ level superpower can live at least 500 years. This depends on each person's superpower attributes, and the time when each person became a superpower. Some superpowers with life or natural attributes can live for hundreds or thousands of years. There are also some people with mental or spiritual abilities who can live for hundreds of years as long as they are not seriously injured. During the years when the A+ level was alive, humans have reproduced for many generations. Although the number of people who can become A+ level in each generation is pitifully small, the population base of the interstellar society is so large. Even if the probability is 1 in a billion, let's calculate it based on the current 50-year generation. How many A+ level superpowers are there in these 500 years? So Yang Bo has been guessing that there are people and rules that restrict this group of people from messing around in society. Because if people of this level mess around, the entire social order will be disrupted. You are not talking nonsense. We nobles must have face. And I will do this. Let them come to me for trouble. And I will crush them one by one. Yang Bo said in a bad tone with Bart's tone. It is said that 3 of the top 10 killers have come. Although these people are A-level superpowers, I am afraid that their abilities are not as good as A+. How old are you? The superpowers you know are just your own. If you don't believe me, ask your Altina family. Su Ruashin was speechless about the arrogant Bart. I have nothing to do with the family. What's the point of letting go? Under my fire superpower. They are just like a pile of garbage. Don't send me messages. Just wait and see the result. Su Ruashin was speechless when he heard Bart say this. You idiot. Go to hell. Unexpectedly, Bart hung up the phone directly. Su Ruashin was so angry that she almost smashed the communicator. Bart, this bastard, has not been educated by the family system and has no idea how high the upper limit of superpowers is. Su Ruashin also knew why Bart was so arrogant. Yang Bo certainly didn't know that Su Ruashin understood him this way. It seems that I have to be more low-key in the future and not be targeted by this A+ superpower organization. But then again, what if they are targeted? They are just giving me skills. This organization must have been widely recognized by the Interstellar Society. And maybe it has something to do with the top leaders of the 3 countries. What kind of people are they? And what kind of rules are constraining such a group of people? Yang Bo was thinking more and more. Then Su Ruashin sent another message, the 3rd on the killer list. Nicknamed Waterman, is a water-attributed superpower. It is said that the whole body can turn into water in a short time, which can resist all damage. His most proud move is to drain all the water in the target's body. Ranked 6th on the killer list. This superpower can use the air crack to penetrate other people's heads from thousands of kilometers away. And its air crack is very strange. So far, no one has found out what the material of his air crack is. And it cannot be detected. Ranked 9th on the killer list. His superpowers are the most mysterious, somewhat similar to the powers of curses in ancient legends. No one knows whether these killers are male or female, but they know how they kill their targets. You are not afraid of death. Just do it. When you die, your property and your wife will become someone else's, just like the widows you slept with before. Yang Bo didn't bother with Su Ruashin because she sent so many useful messages. Come on. Come on. Yang Bo was drooling when he saw the superpowers of the top 10 killers. If he could use any of these 3 superpowers, it would be a great success. Oh, it would be better if I could use all 3 superpowers. It would be painful to give up any of them. This Waterman, this ability is also very abnormal. He turns into a ball of water, which can not only resist damage, but also hide his tracks. Although he has the superpower of invisibility, this ability cannot be exposed. If someone finds out that he can hide his tracks in the future, he can use this to get away with it. There is also this curse-like thing, which should be a secret method of soul or mental power. I just lack this skill. It is unknown what kind of ability it is to kill people thousands of kilometers away. According to the current situation, it should be a soul clone or something like that. Sure enough, only these elites have good skills. Yang Bo wished that the auction would start tomorrow. Su Ruashin reported the relevant work to her father. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire also laughed at Bart's words. This is the best. This kid feels that he is invincible. It is a good thing for young people to suffer more setbacks. Men will mature after setbacks. But these killers... Su Ruashin was a little worried. He is not the first genius, nor the last genius. Everyone should be responsible for what they do. If he dies, it is his own choice. Bart is too arrogant and too crazy. If he doesn't suffer some setbacks, it will be difficult to manage him in the future. As a superior, you have to consider how to manage others. The kind of genius that cannot be managed has no value to us. As for his ultra-high temperature materials to promote science and technology, it doesn't matter whether it exists or not. The Emperor has a very clear understanding of many things. Got it. When Tsuruoshi heard her father say this, she knew that her father did not want to intervene to help Bart. After hanging up the phone, Tsuruoshi was helpless because Bart was too arrogant. So her father believed that such people had to suffer setbacks before they could be used by the royal family. Yang Bo was thinking about preparing something good to entertain these killers, and saw Ning Shui and Bai Lu coming downstairs after washing up. Ning Shui naturally sat next to Bart and asked, "When can we have mecha control technology like you?" Yang Bo, Ning Shui and Bai Lu were constantly suppressing the two when they were training mecha combat. The two were nervous from the beginning to the end, so they had to wash up after the training. Yang Bo hugged Ning Shui and laughed, "With a teacher like me, you will improve quickly. How did you manage to suppress the two of us?" Ning Shui still couldn't figure it out. It was fine if she couldn't beat him alone, but she and Bai Lu couldn't beat Bart either. Mecha combat tests the ability to react on the spot, which is comprehensive. There is almost no time for people to think. So in close combat, once the judgment is wrong, it will be disastrous. I can't tell you exactly what to do, because everyone's reactions and thinking are different. I'm sharing my experience, but it may not be useful to you. Ning Shui nodded when she heard this, then turned to ask Bart, "Do you want to take the Mecha Division level test? This will be very helpful for us to recruit soldiers." Ning Shui also knew that the territory needed enough military force. Bart had no money before, but now he has money. It is easy to buy equipment, but it is difficult to find talents. Yang Bo felt a headache when he heard this. It was difficult to convert money into the strength of his territory, because the cultivation of talents is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, nor 1 or 2 years. As long as the commoners in the Shuilan Empire show good talents, they will be recruited by the nobles or the royal family early. However, even if these commoners enter the power of the nobles and the royal family, they cannot enter the core circle. The core circle is still mainly based on blood. Forget it. My reputation is not good. Yang Bo found an excuse. The main reason was that Yang Bo didn't know what kind of strength he should show. If he showed the technical strength of a grandmaster, he might scare others, and some of those who had other ideas in their hearts might retreat. But if the strength he showed was too poor, people would look down on him. Another point was that the assessment data might be leaked, and others could analyze the way his mecha fought. Of course, he also had an advantage. That is, his mecha fighting method had no school, which was completely different from the various schools on the Empire side. "Do you want to select a few people from our family?" Ning Shui asked somewhat embarrassedly. "Of course." Yang Bo answered without thinking. The people of the Ning family can still be dealt with. After all, a small family like them cannot use many relationships to continuously infiltrate their own territory. Moreover, a family like Ning Shui does not have so much money, nor so many resources to train everyone. Huh? Ning Shui did not expect Bart to agree immediately. "You can send those people that your family cannot train here, and they will be regarded as the subjects of our territory. I can't separate from Ning Shui's family now, and I'm not the kind of noble who only cares about interests." "Thank you." Ning Shui felt very touched and reached out to hug Bart. Yang Bo felt the elasticity of Ning Shui's body, and he also hugged her with a smile. Then Yang Bo didn't go back to March Star today. Ning Shui was particularly active at night, and was willing to do autopilot. There are also some fancy moves that he is willing to try. Unlike before when Bart was passive and made various poses. Women need to be coaxed. Yang Bo was also very happy. Chapter 921 Preparations. Alas! However, Yang Bo was also a bit troubled. How should he finally confront Ning Shui? Would he have to live under the identity of Bart? Let's talk about it later. Faced with this problem, Yang Bo didn't know how to solve it. However, Yang Bo felt that when he was willing to reveal his true identity, he would not have to worry so much. After returning to March Star, Yang Bo still had a question, which was what kind of power, or what kind of thing restrained the A+ level superpowers. As a superpower himself, Yang Bo certainly knows how difficult it is to restrain these superpowers, let alone whether there are rules or not. Everyone has their own ideas. Unless it is S level, Yang Bo vaguely thought of a possibility in his mind. For such super high-level superpowers, perhaps only force can make these people surrender and abide by the rules. That is to say, There may be S level in this world. So what kind of power is restraining S level? Yongbo couldn't understand these things at all. It seems that we can only get some information from Su Ruoxin after he arrives. I just don't know if Zhang Buizhen knows about it. Yongbo returned to March Star and read the news first. There was a public opinion war between the Crimson Federation and the Alliance. The Crimson Federation asked the Alliance to compensate for the losses caused by the hacker attack. And the amount of compensation reached hundreds of trillions. The Alliance asked the Crimson Federation to produce substantial evidence. Because the proof documents produced by the Crimson Federation could only prove the information sent by the Alliance's IP address. But the information sent was not illegal. But on the other hand, various news media within the Alliance are reporting that the Alliance's Department of Justice is investigating the suspicious IP addresses provided by the Crimson Federation. The Zhang family, a shareholder of Ping and Technology, is being closely scrutinized by the Alliance. The Department of Justice is applying to the Grand Justice for a special search warrant to search the Zhang family's private information. The Department of Justice has also applied to freeze the private accounts of several members of the Zhang family. And it is investigating hundreds of companies under the Zhang family's name. Ping and Technology issued a statement that the actions of the shareholder Zhang family have nothing to do with the company. Some media even linked the terrorist attack on March Star to this hacker attack. Although it was not directly said that this was Zhang Buizhen's revenge. The meaning was implicit. March Star will hold the second auction of high-quality gene drugs in half a month. So the companies and family representatives who participated in the auction last time did not leave. I just don't know if the Zhang family will jump off the wall when they're desperate. It shouldn't be, Yongbo muttered to himself. The garden built by Yongbo in the back mountain has come to an end. From now on, you can see the garden behind the villa from the window of the room behind. The whole garden is like a huge round yurt. The highest point is more than 700 meters high, and the diameter reaches a terrifying 3.5 kilometers. Huge fulcrums have been built on the original hills behind to support the entire garden. The villa is at one point in the whole garden. Infrastructure construction in the Interstellar Society is fast. No one in the entire construction site is remotely controlled by a program. There are only various robots coming and going. I feel like my thinking is wrong. Yongbo accompanied Su Wei and watched the robots that were constantly building the garden, feeling that he was wrong in some aspects, whether it was making space mechas or making other equipment. I should not make equipment directly, but make some manufacturing robots. Then use these robots to make equipment. Although the speed of robots making equipment is not as fast as that of their own superpowers. These robots can make equipment day and night. But there are some problems with mass production. My previous idea was not wrong. But in the future, equipment can be divided into two types. One is special equipment, which can be directly manufactured by yourself using the mechanic mode. The other is standard equipment, which can be manufactured by robots. And large-scale equipment cannot be said to be too expensive, and the cost cannot be said to be too high. The robot army must be officially included in the plan. In addition, we must do everything we can to recruit talents and make money. Although Yongbo accompanied the three women to view the unfinished garden, he had many thoughts in his mind. Because Li Yong had lost the trace of the ghost spaceship. The starry sky was too big, and all the detection systems of the Alliance military could not capture all the traces of the ghost spaceship. For humans, the speed of the detected energy wave is very fast, but it is very small for the entire universe. Take the solar system on Earth as an example. It takes 4 hours for sunlight to reach Neptune. In the interstellar space, there are many galaxies like the solar system. By the time Li Yong arrives, a long time may have passed. Even the news Li Yong receives may be delayed. The range covered by the active detectors of the entire Alliance military is also very limited. The reason why active detectors are mentioned here is that only active detectors can detect the traces of ghost spacecraft. Most of the so-called space detectors and space telescopes on Earth are passive detectors used to capture signals in the interstellar space, just like the signs of the universe seen on Earth, such as the Andromeda explosion. That happened a long time ago. This made Yongbo feel a little uneasy. And the other thing was the matter of interstellar creatures. There are very few things known about interstellar creatures on the internet, whether in the Alliance or in the Empire. Generally speaking, things that the ruling class does not let the lower class know are not good things. Of course, for ordinary residents, knowing it will only cause panic, and it will not have any substantial effect. As I teleport back and forth between March Star and Devon Star, my body becomes stronger and stronger. and the space energy contained in my body increases. I haven't found a way to actively use the space energy yet. Maybe one day I can teleport through the space channel with my own physical strength. The space mecha has also undergone substantial changes, as the number of space jumps increases. Sometimes when I fight with Ning Shui and others in the mecha, it seems that the mecha can penetrate the space by itself. Yang Bo thought while listening to the three women talking around him. Yang Bo had never experienced this feeling of being relied on in his previous life. Yang Bo cherished this feeling very much. He wondered if this was the legendary love. But Yang Bo felt that it was not love, because love seemed to make one person die for another. Yang Bo felt that he could not do this. Sometimes when he thought about it, Yang Bo felt that his personality was still a little too cold. Now we just have to wait for the advanced mechas from the Empire to arrive, so that we can make our own mechas. Yang Bo is looking forward to the new mecha he made. Yang Bo is also looking forward to standing behind the bedroom window and seeing the flowers blooming in Huaguo Mountain. In the basement, Yang Bo turned into a mechanic mode, closed his eyes, and was thinking. Yang Bo is ready to make a sky splitter himself. Energy stone as power. Think of a way to let the mirror clone attach to it. This way I can control the sky splitter from a distance through the spirit seed. The mirror clone can use energy as a carrier. We also need to build a set of fire energy armor. It's best to have an energy shield. Yang Bo has many designs for the sky splitting and many armor designs in his mind. Some of these materials come from the internet, and some come from his own physical objects. The main reason is that his own equipment can't be made too awesome. Yang Bo thinks that if he works hard, he might be able to make more powerful energy weapons. But this is a bit too ostentatious, and he wants more killers to kill him. So when dealing with these killers, it is best to let them die quietly rather than in a shocking way. Because if things get too big, other killers will retreat. Huh? Yang Bo suddenly thought of something. It was a piece of mutant animal hair that he got when he was learning the lock-picking skill. This mutant animal hair has a strange ability, and can easily penetrate various metals. I have studied it before, but my strength was relatively low at that time. Soon Yang Bo found the hair. It didn't look very thick, but it could easily penetrate into the battleship armor. Yang Bo's mental power penetrated into the hair. When mental power sees matter, it sees its entire structure. The structure inside the hair is a bit strange, with some very small energy channels. But these energy channels don't seem to pass through energy. Yang Bo is ready to test it. He directly found a piece of battleship armor, and Yang Bo's mental power kept an eye on the situation inside the hair. Yang Bo found that when he exerted force, the force was quickly transmitted inside the hair, and it was constantly accelerated and condensed through the internal structure. When the tip of the hair penetrated a single piece of armor, Yang Bo found that the force he used had been completely condensed at the tip of the hair. A unique structure was formed, which was a bit like rapid vibration, but only vibration in the molecular state. It was relying on this ultra-high-speed vibration that the molecular structure of the battleship armor was easily separated. It feels a bit like a high-frequency ion shock weapon. Yang Bo found that the working principle of this hair is somewhat similar to this. When I make the sky split, can I add this structure? This structure consumes very little energy, but the material structure of this hair is very strange. No matter what. Let's try it first. Because this structure consumes very little energy. Yang Bo plans to add this structure to his newly forged sky split. But he is afraid that the material of the sky split cannot withstand this structure. Of course, he can test the manufacturing first, and then test the limit of the sky split. When using it, just don't exceed this limit. Yang Bo returned to the forging laboratory, closed his eyes, and designed his new sky split in his mind. Chapter 922 New Type of Sky Splitting. When Su Ruoxin arrives, ask her if she has anything that can carry a spiritual clone or soul. Yang Bo first prepared a small piece of energy stone, and the super mirror clone can be attached to the energy stone. But this brings another problem. That is, the energy stone is exposed, and it will naturally release energy fluctuations. It is easy to be detected in advance. But if you want to wrap up the energy stone, the super mirror cannot see the situation outside. Of course, there are more ways. That is, to use photoelectric superpowers to communicate. But in this way, the sky split cannot be made smaller. The key to the sky split is to make it the right size. Is it necessary if it is too big? Yang Bo originally wanted to create a weapon similar to a sneak attack, which can kill people silently from tens of thousands of kilometers away. If you really want to choose a head-on confrontation, the Sky Split is not a good choice. It's difficult. There is a reason why the Sky Split has not developed so much in so many years. There are too many problems. Although my design is good, it is impossible to achieve the desired effect due to material limitations during production. However, Yang Bo still planned to make a sky-splitting sword that could be used within visual range. For this sky-splitting sword, Yang Bo referred to the structure of the long-haired beast that unlocked the lock. And the inner core is a small piece of energy stone, which is only the size of a grain of rice. Yang Bo prepared enough materials, and the energy metal used to make the sky-splitting sword. Yang Bo turned into a mechanic mode, and the strange power output in his hand slowly turned into a molecular state. After these materials turned into molecular states, they were further purified and then recombined into a new structure. In less than 5 minutes, a new type of sky-splitting sword with a width of only 1 centimeter, a length of only 6 centimeters, and a thickness of only 4 millimeters was completed. It looks like a sword, but without a hilt, and the tail is in a V shape. The entire color is black, not very eye-catching, and it looks very ordinary at first glance. Yang Bo looked at the finished new sky-splitting sword and was very satisfied. With a move of his mental power, he installed the energy stone inside. After the energy stone was installed, a red light flashed across the entire sky-splitting sword. Yang Bo's mental power controlled the control system inside the split sky. The entire split sky released a faint energy wave and floated in the air. But there was no light on the surface of the split sky. Under the control of mental power, the entire split sky was like a small fish, constantly swimming in the laboratory. Not bad. Yang Bo carefully felt the control performance of the split sky. This split sky has 2 modes. One is the normal use mode. The other mode is the explosion mode, which means that this split sky can be used as a disposable weapon. It can detonate the energy stone in Li Kung's body, releasing the energy of the entire energy stone in an instant. Yang Bo was also worried that he would encounter a more perverted superpower, because his other identity was getting more and more famous. Someone would definitely come to him. Since other A+ level superpowers were restrained, he might also be restrained. So Yang Bo made 10 of the same Li Kung in one go. This Li Kung is easy to use, but the cost is too high. Of course, the attack power of this Li Kung is also very perverted. The energy detonated by the mung bean-sized energy stone is equivalent to the power of a high-energy mecha energy bomb. Hee hee. Yang Bo looked at the 10 scimitars floating around his body, and the results of his training in the use of mental power were revealed. The next step is armor. Yang Bo decided to make a new set of armor for himself. The main function of armor is defense. For the new armor, Yang Bo decided to use the energy stone power supply mode. The reason for adopting this mode is that it can save its own energy. At that time, the armor that uses the energy stone to supply energy will be worn outside, and the other armor will be worn inside. Yang Bo does not intend to use any special materials, such as materials from interstellar creatures. Although the materials from interstellar creatures are definitely useful when used on armor, it will expose one's own strength. He must give others the feeling of being a nouveau riche. It is precisely because Bart is a nouveau riche that so many killers are thinking about him. It is precisely because Bart is a nouveau riche that those old nobles will offer such a high reward to have someone kill him. It is because Bart's foundation is not enough that other old nobles would do this. Yang Bo must show his shortcomings, so that more people will think that he is just a little bit away from being killed. Of course, he must grow slowly, so that those who want him dead will have a sense of urgency. In this way, they will continue to add money and send people to cause trouble. What Su Ruoxin said is only part of the killer rankings. Yang Bo also has to be wary of the assassins sent by other nobles. Those nobles in the empire must have many shameful means and many special abilities. Yang Bo put 10 splits directly into his pocket. When he needed to use it, the split would explode directly. Of course, he would always wear the split on his neck. Then Yang Bo started to charge. The manufacture of the armor consumed a lot of energy. Although energy stones can also be used, it is not necessary now because we are not in a hurry. Nano-robots. Yang Bo checked some information again. That is, the information of nano-robots. Nano-robots do not mean that robots are only nanometers in size, but refer to the precision with which robots can be manufactured. Yang Bo wanted to make a robot that could manufacture mechas. However, after Yang Bo thoroughly understood it, He found that it takes a variety of robots to manufacture a mecha. Nanorobots are not omnipotent. For example, many covering parts on the mecha body and some large parts cannot be manufactured by nanorobots. Nanorobots are more like 3D printing. And many large parts of mechas need to be manufactured as a whole. And the overall manufacturing of large parts requires large manufacturing robots. It seems that the only way is to buy existing robots and modify them. Yang Bo calculated that if he wanted to build a mecha and then manufacture all the robot equipment, if he had the funds, he might as well buy a ready-made robot and modify it. Buying an existing robot and modifying it is also a way. Modify the system inside, and then modify some key parts. Modify it according to the characteristics of the mecha. My strength is still too weak. It would be great if I was strong enough to build a factory that automatically manufactures mechas. But there is also some wishful thinking. Because manufacturing mechas requires not only factories, but also various materials. Alas, Yang Bo found that he thought too simply. Even if he had a robot that could automatically manufacture mechas, there would be various restrictions on the various materials needed for mechas if he wanted to purchase them on a large scale. Whether it is the Alliance or the Empire, there are controls on some bulk materials. That is to say, to a certain extent, these two countries have avoided the possibility that some people in the country can have more military power. Not to mention the Crimson Federation. The control of all weapon materials is even stricter. Does it mean that I have to develop another mineral planet? Headache. Yang Bo was thinking while charging. And the more he thought, the more headache he felt. Chapter 9 23 Eggs of Interstellar Creatures. However, Yang Bo soon put his worries behind him. He learned various things while charging. After charging, Yang Bo made his own armor. The idea of this armor is very simple, which is to use energy stones as energy sources to release energy shields. Yang Bo already has 2 sets of armor. The first set of armor has now become a space armor after many space transmissions. It can be worn silently and can change various shapes and colors at will. The appearance of the clown several times was formed by the transformation of the armor. The second set of armor was the armor given by Zhou Rui, and Yang Bo directly named it the Glorious Armor. The main function of the third set of armor is to release an energy shield around the body, and Yang Bo directly named it the Shield Armor. The Shield Armor is mainly to cover up that there is also a space armor. When others think that they only have this set of armor, who knows that there is another set of armor inside? And they can also release energy shields. I still have a space mecha and 11 sky-splitting swords. With one trump card after another, I am destined to surprise those who plot against me again and again. After charging, Yang Bo prepared the materials. I still need to find Zhang Buizhen to ask for more energy metal. This time Yang Bo still uses energy metal to make it. The price of energy metal for this set of armor alone is more than 300 million. To be honest, the cost effectiveness of this set of armor is not high. First of all, the cost is too high. If it is to be sold, it will probably cost more than 2 billion. In addition, the cost of use is also very high, and energy stones are consumed every time it is used. Of course, this set of armor also has an advantage. That is, it is not picky about people, because it is not the energy of the body that is used to activate the armor. There is almost no fit. The armor has no fit. Its flexibility and other things are not there. Only a simple defense. So even if this set of armor is known by others, it will not be looked down upon. The real high-end armor pays attention to fit and its own attributes. To outsiders, Bart's armor was a last resort, because it takes a long time to create armor that fits the user. Yang Bo turned into a mechanic mode and started to make shield armor while charging. Various materials were transformed into molecular states under strange energy, and it seemed that the entire material was constantly atomized. These atomized particles are energy metals in molecular state, along with the complete molecularization of energy metals. Very small amounts of impurities in the energy metals were also purified. These impurities were collected directly by Yang Bo with his mental power. Because the price of these impurities is also very expensive. Because some of these impurities are rare elements. The energy metal and other material molecules are mixed together, and then gradually formed. 10 minutes later, a set of silver armor was formed. This set of armor wrapped the whole body, and only left the face and hands. The whole armor gave people the feeling that it was almost the same as Magneto's armor. Yang Bo took out a full 18 energy stones, and the energy stones were scattered in various places inside the armor. The advantage of this is that the armor's energy shield can provide energy support in multiple directions when it is attacked. If it is just one energy stone, if a single part is attacked by energy, it will increase the energy supply of the entire energy supply system. Now multiple energy sources can be quickly replenished from the surroundings, reducing the energy supply pressure of the entire energy supply system. Another advantage of this is that small pieces of energy stones can be used. This armor has two control modes. One is mental control, and the other is watch control. The reason for using two control modes is to confuse the enemy. When others think that their armor can only be controlled by the watch, then the opponent has already lost. Because this kind of armor is controlled by the watch, there is no such thing as mental control. Mental control is customized. Super high-end armor. It is not the armor with the lowest cost effectiveness that uses energy stones to stimulate energy shields. Yang Bo took out Bart's watch and bound the armor. Under the control of the watch, the entire armor was instantly divided into 18 pieces. This is also the reason why Yang Bo dispersed the energy stones, because this set of armor is composed of 18 parts. Hee. Yang Bo looked at himself in the mirror. The armor released a bright light, and he could see a layer of light film around the armor. The energy shield is actually invisible, but the light is refracted on the energy shield to show up. It's still because the material technology is not up to standard. If the material technology is up to standard, the armor will not have any light at all. Yang Bo looked at the light released by the armor. These lights are actually the energy system when it is running. Of course, this is also related to the properties of the shield. Yang Bo's energy shield is mainly used to defend against energy attacks. If it is a physical force field shield, there will be no light. Yang Bo is not afraid of physical attacks because the speed of physical attacks is limited. Energy attacks are hard to defend against because the speed of energy is too fast. When you see someone attacking with a laser, you have already been hit, because the speed of laser is too fast. Not only laser, but also various other high-energy rays. Then Yang Bo put away the armor, which played a protective role on the one hand, and misled others on the other hand. Then Yang Bo started to charge again. The auction of Devon Star was first, and the auction of March Star was later. The rewards in the second world game are finally coming. I don't know if I can become a Viscount in the second world game, but the character in the second game world will definitely be hated by some people. Yang Bo knew that although he helped the Green family in the second game world, he offended the hostile family. It was difficult to keep the information of his character a secret, because too many people in Green City knew about it. And if Yang Bo thought darkly, the Green family might actively spread this news, because the Green family didn't want Yang Bo's game character to be separated from them. If the Green family spread this news, someone would target Yang Bo's game character, and Yang Bo's game character must choose a big force. There are countless such things in the history of the Earth. And to put it more bluntly, if Yang Bo's game character is killed by other families, then the Green family will still benefit. Some people's contributions are too great, and people are afraid of them, so they will be pushed out and killed by others. It's a pity that you can't see the stars in the second game world. Can I use hackers to attack? But hackers have to choose another identity, and all the gamers in the second game world use real names. Don't alert the enemy for now. Once the second world is hacked, the Blue Water Empire might switch to a virtual game. The best way is to find someone who knows the location of this world in the second world game. It's best to find someone who deserves to die. After you know it, kill him. It is estimated that only some of the core people in the royal family know the location of the second world. I don't know if Su Ruoshin has any enemies in the royal family. I can kill two birds with one stone. Anyway, I have to get information from Su Ruoshin. This woman will definitely let me deal with his opponent. Yang Bo thought to himself. Su Ruoshin, who was rushing to Devon Star, felt that something was wrong with her trip, but she couldn't find out what was wrong. The royal intelligence system was very powerful. Finally, the day of the auction of Paradise Island on Devon Star arrived. The auction of Paradise Island only guaranteed that the auction items were genuine, but they did not guarantee whether the auction items were legitimate. At the same time, Paradise Island also keeps all customers confidential. Many nobles have some things that are not allowed to be seen in public. TSK. Alan drove a flying car to pick up Bart. Bart was wearing a sweatshirt, but he could see the armor inside the sweatshirt, so he was amazed. Let's go. You look so unsophisticated. Alan rolled his eyes when he heard Bart say this to him. I thought you were not afraid of death, but I didn't expect you were afraid of death too. Actually, I also wear armor. But my armor is more advanced than yours. When Alan said this, he also opened his sweater, revealing a set of armor that seemed to be soft. My armor was custom made for me by my family, and it's much more advanced than yours. Alan laughed again, because Bart's armor was obviously not custom made. Who can compare with you? Your grandfather is the Minister of Finance of the Empire. Do you want to customize a set of armor? Forget it. Customizing armor requires knowing one's superpower data. And I don't want my superpower data to be leaked. You don't trust your brother? I don't trust you. You don't have the final say in your family. Okay. Let's make it clear first. Don't touch these two women with perfect genes. You will die in a woman's belly sooner or later. Are you mentally ill? People like me can only contribute to the family by having more children. The rest is that I want to help the family solve problems. But the family doesn't want me to do it. That's true. By the way, where did you find your housekeeper? You can find such a top-notch woman. Hee. It's just that she has superpowers in certain areas. Next time you see this kind of top-notch stuff, don't forgive me. You will get all the benefits. I took a look at her when I was chatting with Amanda. She is really top-notch. Hee. That's right. I don't even look down on ordinary stuff. I say you should have more children. You have so many industries and so much wealth now. You should have at least 20 children. We'll talk about this later. Now is the rising period of my career, and Ning Shue's superpowers are still slowly improving. You're luckier than me. Amanda's family is not a small family. Ning Shue's family is a small family. But it's better. The share of ultra-high temperature materials you gave them makes their entire family grateful to you. Amanda's family has a much bigger appetite, and they don't dare to go out and look for women openly. Alan complained while driving. Hee. Look. Yang Bo laughed. The two soon arrived at Paradise Island, and Yang Bo put on his mask and sunglasses. The main function of sunglasses is to prevent others from seeing who you are looking at. Yang Bo just got off the car and felt that there were several eyes staring at him. After getting off the car, Yang Bo looked around and locked onto a red-haired woman, a young man, and a middle-aged man. The public relations manager in charge of reception came to greet Bart and Alan. Welcome. Both of you. Yes. Alan also looked around. Let's go directly to the auction. I will go back after the auction, and then you can play by yourself. Alan heard Bart say this to him. I'm not afraid of these bastards. Alan also knew that there were desperate people who wanted to target Bart. You are not afraid. But I am. Please rest assured. My Excellences, Paradise Island will ensure the safety of every guest. The public relations manager smiled when he heard the two say this. Yang Bo and the other man followed the public relations manager and looked at the red-haired woman who was getting closer and closer. Yang Bo was alert. When the two were about 20 meters away, Yang Bo felt a dark mental force locking onto him. Then the red-haired woman turned and left. But the mental power that locked onto him was still locked onto him. It seems that this red-haired woman is the one that Su Ruoxin said could kill people with the sky split from thousands of kilometers away. Yang Bo clearly sensed that the red-haired woman had locked onto him. His eyes also clearly saw that the black necklace on the red-haired woman's neck was emitting a faint energy glow. When Yang Bo was 30 meters away from another middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Awesome. Yang Bo's mental power keenly sensed that the water under his feet was a little strange. That is, the water on his shoes felt like it was not ordinary water, with very weak mental power fluctuations. As expected of the top 100 people on the killer list, the abilities of these people are too weird. The red-haired woman's mental power fluctuations are very weak. Very weak. And people with poor mental power can't feel it at all. But she is very resilient. The red-haired woman is more than 300 meters away from me, and she can still lock on me with her mental power. And this middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, he should have some strange superpowers related to water. The water under his feet should be one of his means of tracking me. I am really looking forward to the performance of these guys. There is another middle-aged man, who just looked at me and left. I don't know what other means this middle-aged man has. Huh? Alan didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he entered the auction house. After the auction, you should leave early. Anyway, there are more people on our planet recently. Alan sat down and said to Bart. That's for sure. As long as I get what I want, I will leave early. The Altina family won't come out to help. Alan complained again. Forget it. If the family comes out to help, my property might be taken away. Which is more important, Life or money? You are stupid. Of course. For nobles, face is more important. Damn. At this time, the public relations manager sent the information of the mysterious auction item. Eggs of interstellar creatures? After seeing the auction information, Yang Bo thought of the Carter family's research. Could it be that the Carter family is fishing? After the data from the Carter family laboratory was stolen, they have been looking for who stole it, but they have not found any suspicious persons. Could it be that they are planning to find someone in this way? Many of the Carter family's research involves interstellar creatures. So where did the Carter family's interstellar creatures come from? It's a pity that the head of the Carter family laboratory doesn't know the origin of the interstellar creatures. WOC. Alan suddenly made such a sound. Yang Bo soon knew what Alan was thinking. Because interstellar creatures can be controlled by implanting chips, which is equivalent to pets. And a pet that can release various energy attacks at any time. So the eggs of interstellar creatures are particularly important to some people, because these interstellar creatures can be regarded as an energy weapon turret. However, the growth period of interstellar creatures is too long. So if you want to speed up the growth of interstellar creatures, you can only use energy stones, which ordinary small families can't afford at all. I want the eggs of this interstellar creature, Alan said. Chapter 924 The Brain of an Interstellar Creature. The competition for this thing is probably very fierce, Yang Bo said when he heard this. Alan nodded. I don't know who took it out, but this thing is worth spending any money on. It only consumes energy stones during the growth period, and once it reaches adulthood, it can automatically absorb energy. Yang Bo knew from Alan's memory that this guy wanted to cultivate the egg of an interstellar creature into a bodyguard that could release energy attacks. This kind of pet is a bit like a guard turret. The difference is that the guard turret is a product of technology and needs to be controlled by a watch. The Allen family has a secret method that allows people to control it directly with their soul or mind. This has a faster reaction speed. The energy release method of interstellar creatures is not only energy attack, but also energy defense. And most interstellar creatures can also avoid energy detection. The use of energy by interstellar creatures is somewhat beyond our current cognition. When Yang Bo releases spiritual seeds to people, he only searches for related memories. He doesn't know all the memories of this person. So he never knew about the secret method of the Allen family. I don't know what secret method the Allen family has. Yang Bo can also control interstellar creatures through spiritual seeds. And he is also curious about what secret method the Allen family has. There are also miscellaneous auction items and auctions of energy stones of various attributes. The most eye-catching ones are the eggs of interstellar creatures, the notes of the forging grandmaster, the woman with perfect genes, and 2 grandmaster-level mecha masters. Do you want me to take the photo for you later? Alan asked. Yang Bo was a little surprised to hear this. There will definitely be people who will mess with you. You have offended a lot of people. Not to mention the family that lost money in the duel with you. Even if you won the League Cleaner Swordsmanship competition, you offended a lot of people. Alan looked gloating. I still have a price bottom line in my mind. If they exceed it, I won't want it. Yang Bo curled his lips. Your foundation is too poor now. But you are lucky. You have basically become independent from the family. Although the boundaries have not been drawn. Both sides know it well. This is already quite capable. People like us can't even think about leaving the family. If we leave the family, we can't even support ourselves. Alan shook his head. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. The Altina family has many talents. But if he wants someone from the family, it means that he will be integrated into the family again. The auction started soon. I don't know how many people will participate in the auction. Everyone is in a private room. Welcome to the Paradise Island auction. First, let's auction a popular item. The Grand Master's forging notes. The auctioneer came on stage and started the auction without any nonsense. The starting price is 10 million blue coins. And the bid increment is 1 million blue coins each time. Forging can be applied to all manufacturing fields. This forger specializes in energy engines, mecha engines, and fighter engines. The forging notes contain more than 60,000 experimental records. And there are many material formulas, many design concepts and mature design plans. Friends who are interested should not miss it. For some reasons, the information in it cannot be made public. But what I want to say here is that this thing is definitely worth the money. The auctioneer began to introduce. Alan looked at Bart and smiled. Because Alan felt that this was for Bart. Bart's ultra-high temperature material technology. coupled with this forging technology, would bring more benefits. Start the auction now. 50 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone immediately called out a price. 60 million. Yang Bo was also a little tempted by what the auctioneer said. But he still didn't plan to buy it, because he didn't have many talents under his command. What was the use of making a good mecha? And there is another important reason. That is the cost-effectiveness. Large-scale equipment must pay attention to cost-effectiveness. Small-scale equipment can be made by yourself, even if there are more advanced and mature designs in the Grandmaster's forging notes. But they are not applied. It means that the cost is too high, and I am not suitable for it. 65 million. 66 million. It seems that the Grandmaster's forging notes cannot be auctioned at a high price, Alan said in a low voice. Yang Bo nodded. The price increase is now in units of 1 million. The final price may not exceed 100 million. The notes of the forging Grandmaster. No one says this thing is bad. But for those who are not talented enough, it is like reading a heavenly book, because they really can't understand it. And those with Grandmaster level talent will not look at this thing, because the research direction of each forging Grandmaster cannot be the same. Moreover, each Grandmaster has different research ideas. Reading other people's research ideas may affect your original ideas. There are only two types of people who buy the Grandmaster's forging notes. One type is people from certain companies, who want to see if there are any useful material formulas or designs in the Grandmaster's forging notes. The other type is people whose talent is not up to the Grandmaster level, and want to use the notes to expand their thinking. But it is difficult for people whose talent is not up to the Grandmaster level to understand the designs in it. Of course, it is better to have this thing than not to have it, as long as the price is not too outrageous. There are people who are willing to study it. Anyway, if it is not right later, you can sell it. The auctioneer was also a little surprised to see the bids on the spot. The final price was set at 72 million blue coins. Somewhere in Paradise Island, several people sat together and received the auction result of the first auction item. One of the bald men saw the price and gritted his teeth. Why doesn't Bart buy it? His ultra-high temperature materials combined with this design can get more benefits. Maybe what Bart said is true. He will not get involved in specific manufacturing fields. I really don't understand Bart. He rose too fast, and he often disappears. I just don't know what Bart is interested in. Several other people also spoke up. The second item on the auction site is a fire-attributed energy stone. The size of a duck egg. 4-star quality fire-attributed energy stone. 9,452.62 kilograms. All appraisals are supported. The starting price is 20 million blue coins, and the minimum increase is 2 million each time. The auction starts now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Yang Bo shouted loudly, 50 million. 52 million. As soon as Yang Bo finished speaking, someone raised the price by 2 million. 80 million. 82 million. 100 million. 100 and 200 million. Which bastard raised the price by 2 million? Poor people. Don't come to the auction. 150 million. Yang Bo cursed angrily, and then made another bid. 152 million. Some people are so rich that they think they are great. You didn't set the rules of the auction. The third person spoke again. 250 million. Don't let me know who you are. I'll beat you up every day, knowing that I have the fire attribute. Yang Bo shouted arrogantly again. 252 million. So what if I know you have the fire attribute? I just want to suppress you. Someone answered arrogantly. Then Yang Bo stopped talking. The reason why Yang Bo did this was to muddy the water, so that when he bought a master-level Mecha Master, some people would be scared, fearing that he would give up halfway. 252 million for the first time. The auctioneer saw that no one spoke, so he shouted, "Haha. Some people were so arrogant just now. I thought they had a lot of money." Another person laughed. "Haha. Tomorrow, the news will report that some idiots spent 250 million to buy a useless fire attribute energy stone." Yang Bo laughed. Alan laughed beside him. Fire attribute energy stones are the most diverse among all attribute energy stones. 252 million for the second time. 252 million for the third time. Congratulations to this buyer. The auctioneer hammered down according to the procedure. Some idiots won't not pay in the end. Maybe? Everyone heard Bart and Alan. Two bastards. Talking loudly again. Next is the third auction item. 10 tons of energy metal. Yang Bo did not participate in this auction item. Soon it was the auction of the perfect gene woman. The two girls were raised in a unique cabin. And the two girls were definitely naturally conceived, not cloned. The starting price is 100 million. And the bid increment is 10 million each time. After the auctioneer finished his introduction, the auction began. 200 million. Alan directly called out the price of 200 million. 300 million. 350 million. 400 million. 450 million. 460 million. When Yang Bo saw that Alan did not bid after bidding 400 million, he whispered, "What's the matter? My budget is limited. How about I lend you some?" "Forget it. After getting the eggs of interstellar creatures, there will be a huge amount of investment in the follow-up." Alan shook his head. 500 million. 510 million. 600 million. 600 million. 610 million. Two more buyers started to argue. 900 million. 910 million. 1 billion. 1 billion and 10 million. The final auction price of the two women with perfect genes reached 1 billion and 10 million. These nobles are really rich. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. The next auction item was a work of art. A work of art made from the head of an interstellar creature. When the head of this interstellar creature was put up, Yang Bo was a little surprised. Because the head of this interstellar creature still had a faint life energy. Interstellar creatures originally contained energy in their bodies. So their bodies also contained energy after death. So the people present did not feel strange about the energy fluctuations in the head of the interstellar creature. The starting price of this auction item is 10 million. And the increase in price must not be less than 1 million. The auctioneer said after the introduction. The head of this interstellar creature is about half a meter in diameter. The black head is round with many protrusions on the round head. And there is no mouth or other things. Yang Bo didn't know how this thing could be called a work of art. It looked a bit ugly. And it seemed to be the head of an interstellar creature. Without any subsequent carving or anything like that. Interstellar creatures don't need to eat. But some interstellar creatures have evolved mouths, which are mainly used to dig energy stones in the planet's mineral veins. 15 million. Someone immediately shouted out a price. 16 million. Yang Bo was ready to take it down for research. 117 million. The third person bid. And this person was the voice of the buyer who just bought the fire attribute energy stone. 205 million. Yang Bo directly shouted a price. Then there was no sound in the audience. And the auctioneer began to shout, 205 million for the first time. These bastards won't raise the price? Alan said in a low voice when he saw this thing hit Bart's hand. How the hell did I know that these bastards wouldn't raise the price? Yang Bo also pretended to look depressed. Congratulations to this buyer for buying this item for 25 million. The auction was final. Haha. Idiot. Someone laughed. You are laughing at your father. Your father has a lot of money. Your father has hundreds of billions. Yang Bo cursed angrily. That's still an idiot. The other party laughed. Some big idiots spend hundreds of millions to buy an energy stone. Yang Bo spoke again. Then the other party stopped talking. But the others who participated in the auction muttered in their hearts. Both of them are idiots. If you like this thing, you will like it. If you don't like it, you will think it is a piece of junk. After the head of the interstellar creature was sent to the private room for the two of them, Alan looked at it. This thing has no eyes or nose. It is a black piece with bumps on it. People with trypophobia feel a little uncomfortable when they see it. Alas. Yang Bo sighed deliberately. I originally wanted to trick the other party. Chapter 925. Encountering a terrorist attack. Hee hee. The fat man Alan's smile was a bit gloating. What kind of aesthetics do these people have? This kind of thing is also called art? Yang Bo complained in a low voice again. As an artist, you have to make things that ordinary people like us can't understand. If you understand it, it's not called art. Alan nodded. In the subsequent auctions, as long as the buyers who had been arguing with Yang Bo in the past bid, Yang Bo would disrupt them. Finally, it was the turn of the two master-level Mecha masters to be auctioned. The following are two master-level Mecha masters, both of whom are B-level superpowers, and both of whom are male. Watson is 62 years old this year, and Paya is 64 years old this year. Both of them are in their prime. The two are sold as a package. The starting price is 20 million, and the increment is 1 million each time. The auctioneer briefly introduced the situation of the two people. Both of them are male. As for what their superpowers are, he did not say. This is to keep it confidential. 50 million. The auctioneer had just finished speaking when everyone heard Bart's voice. 51 million. The person who had just been looking at Bart made a bid. 100 million. Bart directly raised the price to 100 million. The guy who was against Bart hesitated a little. A master-level mecha master was nothing to a big family. Big families would rather train themselves than buy people of unknown origin. I told you poor guys not to disturb the order. At this moment, everyone heard Bart's arrogant voice. There were a few buyers who hated Bart so much that they wanted to bid, but were afraid of losing money. Bart might have said this on purpose. What if he bid and Bart, the damn guy, didn't want it? 100 and 100 million. Someone made a tentative bid. 150 million. I told you. Poor people don't come to the auction. Is 1 million a lot of money? Bid 1 million is simply a disgrace to our nobles. Bart said as he bid. When others heard Bart's words, they thought Bart said it on purpose. But what was his intention in saying this? Did he not want others to bid? Or did he want to cheat others? The other guys who were gritting their teeth at Bart decided not to bid. If Bart didn't accept the bid, wouldn't it be a waste of money? There was no shortage of master-level mecha masters in their families. For those who didn't need it, 150 million was a small amount of money, but there was no need to spend it. So Yang Bo bought 2 master-level mecha masters at a price of 150 million. Great. Of course, Alan knew that Bart had gotten a bargain. For someone like Bart, who had no relevant talent in the territory, this price was definitely a bargain to buy 2 master-level mecha masters. Because it takes a long time to train a mecha of this level. And you need to select people with enough talent from many people. Hee hee. Yang Bo laughed. The auction was still going on. And Bart later messed with other buyers to drive the price up. When auctioning a manor on the capital star, the starting price is 200 million blue coins. And the bid increment must not be less than 3 million each time. 1.5 billion 3 million. When the price reached 1.5 billion, no one else bid. And Bart came out to stir up trouble again, directly raising the price by 3 million. 1.5 billion 6 million. Some people are determined to get this manor, because after buying this manor, it can be connected to their own manor. 1.5 billion 10 million. I have said it long ago. Poor people don't come to the auction. Bart is deliberately making trouble now. Those who are determined to get this manor are gnashing their teeth. When the price reached 1.5 billion just now, others had basically given up. Unexpectedly, Bart, this bastard, jumped out again. Are you sick? If you bid again, I won't take it. 1.5 billion 13 million. Someone cursed. 1.5 billion 50 million. I bought cattle. And I'll stink you to death when the time comes. Alan recognized who the other party was, and told Bart the general reason why the other party wanted to buy this manor. So Bart shouted arrogantly, 1.553 billion. The buyers were furious when they heard Bart say that. If Bart really bought the manor and raised a large herd of cows, the surrounding manors would be useless. 1.8 billion. Everyone was a little speechless when they heard Bart directly offer 1.8 billion. It would have been sold for 1.5 billion. But now it has to be sold for no reason. The key is that Bart cannot be allowed to buy it. Otherwise this bastard will definitely be able to raise a herd of cows in it. Imagine if there was a pasture outside your manor. How much impact it would have on you. 1.83 billion. The buyer wanted to kill Bart with a knife. No more. The 3 words Bart said made other buyers think that they should not go to auctions with Bart in the future. Because this guy was just here to make trouble. The auctioneer was very happy because the commission was charged according to the auction price. Of course, ordinary people would not dare to maliciously drive up the price. After all, the nobles of the Blue Water Empire were not vegetarians. Finally, the egg of the interstellar creature was discovered. This thing looks like an oval stone egg with a diameter of 50 centimeters. And even the surface is very rough. Interstellar creatures are not carbon-based creatures, and their eggs grow by absorbing energy. However, it is precisely because it can absorb energy waves that it can be discovered. Real stone eggs will not absorb energy waves. So once such stone eggs absorb energy waves, there is probably something wrong. There are many types of interstellar creatures, and no one knows how they grow. Some people speculate that the properties of energy determine the direction of their growth. This is an egg of an interstellar creature. I won't say much about the other things. The starting price is 500 million. And each increase in price must not be less than 3 million. There is nothing good to introduce about this kind of thing. because a lot of information is unknown. 600 million. Alan directly shouted out a price. 800 million. The person who shouted the price was from the Carter family, because the person who accompanied this person was the head of the laboratory. And this head was released with the spiritual seed by Yang Bo. 900 million. Another bid was made. Yang Bo didn't know who this person was. He directly used a machine to input numbers and convert them, just like a calculator. As long as the buyer didn't want to reveal his identity, no one would know who he was here. 1 billion. The Carter family made another bid. 1,200 million. Alan's face looked a little ugly, because this price had long exceeded his bottom line. 1.5 billion. It was this mechanical voice again. 2 billion. The Carter family raised the price by 500 million. Alan saw the price so crazy and shook his head, but did not bid. 2.5 billion. The buyer with the mechanical voice raised the price by another 500 million. The Carter family gritted their teeth and shouted out 2.6 billion. The mechanical voice raised the price to 3 billion. The Carter family had no choice but to give up. 3 billion for the first time. Are there any friends who want to bid? The auctioneer began to shout. 3.5 billion. Another mechanical voice made an offer. Yang Bo felt something was wrong. Logically, the eggs of interstellar creatures were worth at most a few billion, unless there is some inside information or relevant information. Yang Bo had a guess. Interstellar creatures are also divided into levels. It is said that the most powerful interstellar creatures can destroy planets. The creatures living in the energy-rich zone in the center of the universe have huge energy. However, how these interstellar creatures can grow to this level is still a mystery. There is also very little information about interstellar creatures. The mechanical voice at the beginning stopped bidding after the other party made a bid. This auction is a bit abnormal. The price of interstellar creature eggs is too high, although the quantity of this thing is small. The demand is also small, mainly because it is not easy to find. Alan felt something was wrong. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. Then Yang Bo and the staff of Paradise Island completed the subsequent handover of the auction. As for the two master-level Mecha masters, Yang Bo asked the people of Paradise Island to deliver the goods directly to their door. I'll go first. Yang Bo decided to go first. You go first. I want to play here. I didn't get anything from this auction. Alan shook his head. Alan was depressed, and he felt it was dangerous to follow Bart. Bart became a thorn in the eyes of some families, and Bart's bad character offended many people. The rise of every family and every person in the empire is full of blood, because the rise of every family or every person will touch the interests of others. Yang Bo took the artwork and prepared to leave Paradise Island. How can this thing still have life energy? Is it not dead? Yang Bo looked at the artwork in the box and wondered. If it is really not dead, will it explode its skills if it is killed? And what kind of interstellar creature is this? The shape of its head is a bit strange. Interstellar creatures also use natural laws. Although interstellar creatures can release energy attacks, most of them still have the ability to fight in close combat. Yang Bo looked at the strange shape of the head of this interstellar creature. Interstellar creatures also hunt and devour each other. So many interstellar creatures look weird, just like insects in nature. TSK. Is this killer with water superpower an idiot? The water on his feet is still there. This is obviously abnormal. Maybe these guys didn't expect my mental power to be so abnormal. It's really not easy for ordinary people to notice the water stains on their feet. I don't know where they're doing it. Yang Bo loaded the artwork onto the flying car, which flew from the territory and belonged to Bart. After the flying car took off, Yang Bo loaded the artwork into a space box. Otherwise, if something went wrong later, it might be destroyed. The hunt begins. The red-haired woman was now on a yacht on the sea, closing her eyes to feel the traces of mental power she released, and found that it was coming towards her. The black necklace on the red-haired woman's neck automatically untied and turned into a long black spike that was 30 centimeters long and about 3 millimeters in diameter. Apparently, this was a very unique kind of air-splitting technique. The woman cut her finger directly, and a stream of blood spurted out of her finger. Under the effect of mental power, a blood clot with a diameter of 3 centimeters was formed. This clot of blood fell directly on the black spike, and the black spike swelled instantly after absorbing the blood. Go! The red-haired woman closed her eyes, and her heart moved. The black spikes disappeared instantly. Yang Bo was now wrapped in 2 layers of armor, and the shield armor was directly turned on. The flying car had just left the range of Paradise Island. And Yang Bo felt that the trace of mental power attached to his body became stronger. It seems that the other party has taken action, Yang Bo muttered in his heart, and then turned on the detection radar on the flying car. Of course, the detection radar on the flying car has a limited range. Feeling that the trace of mental power on the body is getting stronger and stronger, Yang Bo turned on another switch on the flying car. Less than a minute after the switch was turned on, Yang Bo saw a black object suddenly appear outside the flying car. However, this black object seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. Then a beam of energy burst out from the black object. And then the black object instantly penetrated the flying car. The glass of the flying car was specially made, and a hole was directly pierced by this black object. TSK TSK. Then after the black thing entered the flying car, Yang Bo grabbed it. And then he picked up a rectangular metal box that he had prepared long ago and locked the black thing in the box. Puff! The red-haired woman on the yacht with her eyes closed spat out a mouthful of blood. Despicable. Shameless. You actually installed a force field shield on the flying car. The red-haired woman cursed. It turned out that Yang Bo installed a force field shield on the flying car specifically for dealing with physical weapons. This force field shield can block physical attacks. This is a sinister, despicable, cunning and shameless thing. The red-haired woman had no time to check her injuries. Her weapon had lost contact. She didn't know what method Bart used to cut off the mental connection between her and the weapon. Then at this moment, the red-haired woman saw a huge energy wave erupting in the air in the direction of Bart. WOC. At this time, Yang Bo was also cursing because someone directly used an energy weapon to blow up his flying car. The energy shield of his shield armor was almost destroyed. On a yacht on the sea, a man and a woman watched the flying car explode in the air. The huge energy impact caused by the explosion of the flying car and the huge fire interfered with the radar locking system on the yacht for a short time. The two saw a bright light in the fire of the explosion in the air and rushed directly into the ocean below. This damn bastard. The man and the woman clearly saw that the bright light was the armor on a person. And there was a thick energy shield on the armor. Activate all weapons. A man and a woman activated all weapons instantly. Dozens of missiles on the yacht were released instantly and shot towards the place where Bart fell into the ocean. Then the man and the woman jumped into the sea quickly. Just after the man and the woman jumped into the sea, a red light flashed in the sky. The yacht where the man and the woman were was directly blown up. These bastards are destroying the traces. Yang Bo, who fell into the ocean, saw the red light falling in the distance. But this is also good. It just covers up the last time I played the clown and made trouble. These terrorists can use such powerful weapons and equipment. They must have the support of the family behind them. Yang Bo took out a laser pistol. He looked at the dozens of missiles whizzing in, and then raised the laser pistol in his hand. The commander on the Planetary Alert Fleet looked at Bart, who fell into the water. He could clearly see the thick energy shield on Bart's armor. And he could also see the laser pistol in Bart's hand. Then dozens of whistling missiles exploded one after another. The Planetary Fleet's interception system has not yet started. And dozens of missiles have been blown up. Because the laser weapons just released by the Planetary Fleet blew up the energy fluctuations generated by the explosion of the terrorists' yacht. It was impossible to lock dozens of missiles in a short time. Everyone on Devon received the highest level of alert on their watches. The energy fluctuations from the explosion of Bart's car have attracted the attention of many people. Don't forget that all the noble territories on the planet are now equipped with energy warning systems and have detected this energy fluctuation. They are actually delivering it to my door. Yang Bo's perception ability is stronger in the water. And he found that the man and woman who jumped from the yacht were actually coming towards him. It's just right to catch these two idiots. And the mastermind who provided them with weapons will take the blame for the two terrorist attacks above. They are really good people. But these two bastards seem to be modified. I hate modified people the most. Chapter 926 Live. The two mutants were extremely fast. But they were not as fast as sound waves. The speed of sound waves in water is about 1,500 meters per second. Yang Bo's passive sound detection capability is equivalent to a sonar system in water. The yacht was about 3,000 meters away from Yang Bo. The two mutants used laser weapons to directly attack Bart's car. It turned out that Bart actually escaped and fired dozens of miniature missiles. The two knew that firing laser weapons would trigger the planetary warning system. So they all jumped into the water after firing the missiles. The two had already prepared their equipment in the water. and 2 underwater high-speed robots led them to the place where Bart fell into the sea. The two found through the intelligence system that the missile they launched was shot down. The cyborgs can communicate directly through signals. So the two used the underwater high-speed robots to lead them to Bart's place in the sea while discussing countermeasures. It seems that we can't go back this time. It doesn't matter. Anyway, our data has been stored. That's true. At worst, I can just change my body. The memory data of the cyborg is backed up when they go out to perform tasks. The cyborg does not think that his current body is dead. The cyborg reshaped with the backup data is another person. They will think that they are reborn. In fact, the two are not the same person at all, because the souls and other thoughts of the two people are completely different. But the cyborg himself does not think so. These two guys may be going to commit suicide attacks. Yang Bo discovered through passive sound waves that the two were moving very fast and were carrying other equipment. Yang Bo swam hard in one direction, and the equipment carried by the cyborg could track him. Mainly, Yang Bo was afraid that the two were carrying powerful bombs. Yang Bo was not afraid of the two's melee ability, but the damage caused by the powerful bombs was too great. They did not need fixed-point attacks, but only range attacks. Now Yang Bo wanted to give the two a false impression that he had no means of counterattack. The two cyborgs found through the instrument that the target person Bart was running away. The two increased the speed of the robot to the maximum. According to the equipment estimation, the two will catch up with the target in 11 seconds. 180 billion blue coins are in hand. We have completed the task this time, and we can get a better body. Let's have a drink after rebirth. Okay. The cyborgs, one man and one woman, were very happy to see that they were about to catch up with Bart. 5 seconds later, the two cyborgs launched 2 underwater missiles. 2 underwater missiles chased Bart at super high speed. The two cyborgs controlled the underwater robot and floated directly to the surface. Because the power of the next 2 underwater missiles' explosion would cause a huge impact on this area. 3 seconds later, the two cyborgs were brought to the surface by the underwater robot. 2 seconds later, the two cyborgs saw a flash of light underwater, which was the fire from the 2 missiles' explosions transmitting in the water. But at this moment, the two cyborgs found a bright light in front of them. Danger! The systems of the two cyborgs simultaneously sent out danger signals. It turned out that Bart jumped out of the water wearing a shield armor. Bart was still holding a laser pistol in his hand, and the two cyborgs found that Bart released 2 red lights. Ah! Ultra-high temperature rays. The two cyborgs then discovered that there was a hole on their necks. Only then did their computer systems know the result. The 2 red lights released by Bart were ultra-high temperature rays. The area around the hole was charred black. Then the two cyborgs fell into darkness. Ultra-high temperature rays. The commander of the planetary guard fleet saw Bart emerge from the ocean with a laser pistol in one hand and 2 ultra-high temperature rays released in the other hand. Although ultra-high temperature rays are invisible, the detection system of the planetary guard fleet also has energy detection and heat detection. The highest temperature in the center has reached 9,000 degrees. What made the commander of the planetary guard fleet feel tingling was that Bart could release such high temperature rays in an instant. At this time, the huge waves caused by the explosion of the underwater missile released by the cyborg emerged from the water. Yang Bo fired 2 more ultra-high temperature rays, which directly smashed the cyborg's body. Because this type of cyborg has a self-destruct system. Once the system is damaged, the self-destruct system will detonate the battery. Damn it! These damn bastards. The governor of Devon Star cursed after receiving the report. Someone used an energy cannon to terrorize a noble. This is an energy cannon. When will private armed forces have such weapons? And use them to attack nobles? And a hereditary noble. Then 2 more terrorists came and released dozens of missiles. Because Viscount Bart actually escaped from the attack of the energy cannon. Looking at the video data transmitted, the governor jumped and cursed, idiots of the guard fleet. Don't they know how to protect the nobles? These idiot commanders. I must impeach them. The governor of Devon Star saw dozens of missiles locked on Bart, and felt cold all over. If the hereditary noble died under the attack of the energy cannon, there are still missiles. The governor-general himself was definitely involved. However, just after the governor-general finished scolding, he saw new information. Viscount Bart was not only fine, but also captured 2 cyborgs. You idiot commander. Save people quickly. The governor-general scolded the commander of the planetary security fleet. Devon Star entered the highest alert mode, and many nobles knew that Bart was ambushed. These nobles were well informed, and naturally knew that someone had offered a reward of 180 billion for Bart's life. Bart's participation in the auction this time is a perfect opportunity. Those killers will definitely not miss this opportunity. At this time, Yang Bo saw his full video and smiled. Then, he quickly edited it, and posted it online. Bart's social account was updated. Many people who follow Bart don't know what happened, because many people are not in Devon Star. Bart's social account first posted a message. It's really interesting. Terrorists actually used energy cannons to attack a hereditary noble in the Empire. I don't know how the terrorists were able to get the energy cannon, and dozens of missiles, and install them on the yacht. Then the following is a video with a large ball of fire, and countless scattered fragments. Bart's body fell rapidly into the sea. The camera method used by Bart is equivalent to a 360-degree panoramic camera. And there is also Bart's voice, saying that he encountered an energy cannon attacking him when he came out of Paradise Island. And the high-end car was destroyed by the energy cannon. Then everyone saw Bart falling into the sea. Then Bart surfaced again, and saw dozens of missiles in the distance, flying towards the camera at super high speed. In the distance, a yacht can be seen. Of course, Bart deliberately magnified it. The yacht was hit by a laser cannon in the sky and smashed to pieces. At this time, Bart's voice sounded again. The guard fleet acted too timely. And now there is no evidence at all. Then everyone saw Bart holding a laser pistol and shooting continuously. And the missiles in the air exploded directly. Another voice came from the screen, using missiles produced by the Empire to kill the nobles of the Empire. This is a very good idea. I wonder if the royal family wants to deal with us hereditary nobles. Otherwise, how could such missiles fall into the hands of terrorists? The screen turned and Bart was seen swimming in the sea. At this time, Bart's voice came again. Terrorists actually have underwater robots to assist. At this time, everyone saw that the armor on Bart's body actually had a thick energy shield. Seeing this, everyone knows why Bart was able to survive the attack of the laser cannon. All because of this shield armor. After swimming for a few seconds, the camera looked back from the water and found that there seemed to be something behind. Bart jumped out of the sea instantly. And just as Butler jumped out of the sea, a flash of light appeared under the sea. Everyone knows that this is the light produced by some kind of explosive exploding underwater. Then everyone saw two people riding underwater robots 1,000 meters away. Apparently a man and a woman. Then a hole suddenly appeared on the neck of the man and woman. At this time, Bart was approaching quickly, and holes kept appearing on the bodies of the man and woman. When Bart arrived, he found that the man and woman were cyborgs, and the bones wrapped under the skin were made of metal. At the end of the video, Bart's voice came. The Empire is really awesome. Such weapons can fall into the hands of terrorists. The safety of our hereditary nobles cannot be guaranteed. So what about the safety of others? I want the relevant people to give me an explanation for this matter. Who allowed these cyborgs to come to our Empire? I suspect that those who allowed the cyborgs to come to our Empire are the accomplices of these cyborgs. Soon the whole Empire knew that someone had used energy cannons and missiles to attack a hereditary noble. Yang Bo was answering the phone at this time. I'm fine. Don't worry. It turned out that Ning Shui called. Yang Bo looked up at the sky and found that a series of fighter planes were passing through the atmosphere. Alan also called at this time. Wow. You are so awesome. You can actually kill the opponent in this situation. Brother has been prepared for a long time. Alan heard Bart's triumphant voice. You're just bragging. Those killers are everywhere. Alan couldn't respond when he heard Bart say that, because Bart's performance in the video was really awesome. Bart's final means of attacking the cyborgs was to use superpowers. Although Bart's armor looked low-end, it was really useful. It didn't care about other performance, but defense. Some people on Devon felt that something was wrong when they saw Bart holding two cyborgs in his hands at the end of the video. These damn bastards. Didn't they say they would self-destruct after the mission failed? After the transformation mission fails, it will indeed explode. But Yang Bo did not give these transformation people a chance at all, and directly destroyed the opponent's control system, energy system, and battery system. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire signed an emergency order to set up a special investigation team to independently investigate the attack on the hereditary nobles of the Empire by terrorists, and said that this matter will be thoroughly investigated, no matter who is involved. It is absolutely unforgivable to attack the nobles with energy cannons. The Imperial Nobles Council will also issue an investigation order. The Imperial Parliament will set up a special investigation team and stated that whoever provides energy cannons and missiles to terrorists will be severely punished. The Imperial military also announced the establishment of an investigation team to investigate the source of the energy cannon and missiles, and said that this was a provocation to the Imperial military. At this time, everyone found that Bart was broadcasting live again, but they had to pay to watch the live broadcast, which only required 1,000 blue coins. Hello everyone. I am Bart, and I am broadcasting live to everyone at the scene of the incident. I was attacked by a high-power energy cannon today, and everyone can take a look at my speed data. Everyone entered the live broadcast room and saw Bart standing on an underwater robot at sea. Bart showed everyone the flying car he was driving, which was specially modified, equipped with a new radar, force field protection, and energy protection. At this time, people who entered the live broadcast room wanted to speak, but they didn't expect that there was a fan limit for speaking, which means that they had to pay to speak. At this time, everyone saw that there were more than 100 million people in the live broadcast room. In other words, in just a dozen seconds, Bart had earned 100 billion. WOC. Everyone gnashed their teeth when they saw all this. Bart, this bastard, played with the traffic to death. Bart, you're crazy about money. Someone made a comment. Because it costs 100,000 blue coins to make a comment. This person just made a comment and was kicked out of the live broadcast room by Bart. Bart also said in the live broadcast room, everyone speak civilized. Uncivilized people will be automatically kicked out by the system. The idiot just spent 100,000 yuan and said one sentence. Look, this is the army that we nobles pay taxes to support. It's been 5 minutes since the incident, and they are still flying in the sky. There have been several terrorist attacks on our planet. But why did it happen again? Fortunately, I was well prepared for the previous terrorist attacks. If I had not been well prepared this time, I would have been taken away by the laser cannon. Yang Bo deliberately said this in the live broadcast room, just to make people associate this terrorist attack with the previous two. Bart, what are you going to do? Someone made a direct comment. I personally don't care. But if they can use energy cannons to attack me today, they can use energy cannons to attack the governor tomorrow. And they can use energy cannons to attack His Majesty the day after tomorrow. At worst, I won't go out anymore. But does your Majesty want to go out? Does the governor want to go out? Do all of you nobles want to go out? I know some people see me as a thorn in their side. And I also know that someone has offered a bounty on my side. I took the risk this time to let these people deal with me. I want to show everyone how bad our empire is. What kind of relationship allows terrorists to obtain high-powered energy cannons? And how are so many missiles installed on the yacht? There must be a huge black hand behind this. No wonder there was no clue in the previous terrorist attacks on our planet. It seems that someone has a hand over our planet. At this time, the live broadcast room has exceeded 500 million people, and is about to approach 600 million. Some people spent 1,000 blue coins to enter the live broadcast room and trembled with anger after seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room. Although the platform will have a certain commission, it is undeniable that Bart used this opportunity to make hundreds of billions again. When did making money become so easy? As the situation developed, more and more people entered the live broadcast room. These two cyborgs still have energy batteries in their bodies. I have studied cyborgs, so the parts one attack prevented them from self-destructing. I know the mastermind behind the scenes must be watching the live broadcast. You can't imagine that I, Bart, am so versatile that I can actually figure out the control system structure of cyborgs. Everyone couldn't refute Bart's self-praise, because the two cyborgs were indeed in Bart's hands. I will hand these two modified people over to the military. And I don't ask them to give me any explanation, because I am not afraid of this kind of terrorist attack at all. But are you afraid? The audience watching the live broadcast? The military empire should give you an explanation, because you don't have the ability like me. Do you know how much my shield armor is worth? The armor alone is more than 2 billion. And there are 18 energy stones. It is precisely because of the 18 energy stones that support the entire energy shield that I survived the attack of the energy cannon. Everyone was also surprised to hear Bart's words. 2 billion is not a small number. But everyone looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room and immediately felt relieved when it was close to 1 billion. Bart, you are not doing this on purpose to attract traffic? Someone asked in a comment. Chapter 927 Elemental Clone. When the people watching the live stream saw someone asking this question, they were also curious about how Bart would answer. I just want to let the people and nobles of the Empire see what our empire has become. The terrorists openly obtained high-powered energy cannons, and so many missiles. Also, let some people see that it is not that easy to kill me. Bart. These guys are exposed instead. Just think about how terrible the things behind this are. Do you know why I had to dive into the water after my car was blown up? I was afraid that the attack methods released by the warships of the Planet Guard fleet would have problems. And instead of attacking those terrorists, they would attack me. You have to believe that some people must have colluded with people in the army and have already controlled a certain amount of troops. Otherwise, there would be no way to obtain these weapons. The people watching the live broadcast felt that Bart's speech made sense. The military saw Bart throwing dirty water on them, and they couldn't come out to explain, because before the matter was investigated, no one could guarantee whether the army had colluded with outsiders. The Emperor was also thoughtful after seeing Bart's speech. I just want to tell everyone the truth of the matter. Not for traffic or anything. Do you think I am a person who lacks money? Many people agreed with Bart's words. But when everyone saw that Bart's live broadcast room was about to reach 2 billion people, they were a little speechless. At this time, someone gave me another million and asked a question. Lord Bart, I am a reporter from the Alliance. I wonder if I can interview you privately. Of course. No problem. If others can do it, I can say it. And I suspect that some people are colluding with some people in your alliance. As far as I know, there was also a case of energy stone theft in your alliance. And those people also wore clown masks. And the several terrorist attacks on our side were also caused by some clowns. And I also know the whereabouts of this batch of energy stones. They are already in the warehouses of some old nobles in our alliance. And I have more dirt on them. The people watching the live broadcast heard Bart say these things again. The reporter from the Alliance saw Viscount Bart's revelations, and quickly wrote them down. And at the same time sent a message, Mr. Viscount Bart. I don't know if I can reprint your remarks. Find my butler to sign the contract. And I will give you exclusive authorization. Bart smiled slightly in the live broadcast room. At this time, the fighter plane in the sky finally landed. Bart threw the two modified people in his hand onto the fighter plane. At the same time, the energy shield of Bart's armor disappeared. Just when everyone thought Bart was safe, a big hand suddenly appeared in the sea. This was a big hand made of seawater. This big hand was about 8 or 9 meters high and looked very huge. It grabbed Bart and dragged him into the sea in an instant. And at the same time, the shield armor on Bart's body was shattered into pieces. There was also a lot of seawater. Apparently, someone with superpowers used the power of seawater to push away the shield armor on Bart's body. Ah! This is a conspiracy. Everyone saw Bart screaming in the live broadcast room, then shouting loudly, and the whole person was dragged into the seawater. Bart's live broadcast room was still live, and you could see a huge giant-like light and shadow under the water. This was the energy light on the seawater giant. The seawater giant held Bart's body tightly with both hands, and then dived rapidly. The fighter jet dropped a lot of diving robots, which can relay signals. Bart's figure in the live broadcast room fell rapidly, and those diving robots could not catch up with Bart at all. And the armor on Bart's body had disappeared. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene, and heard Bart's conspiracy. Instantly suspected that the military was colluding with these attackers. Because if the military fighter jets had not arrived, Bart would not have turned off the shield armor. And the attackers' purpose was obviously to drag Bart into the deep sea and use the pressure of the seawater to kill Bart. Just when everyone thought Bart was helpless, Bart's body suddenly caught fire. Because of the sudden accident, the number of people in the live broadcast room suddenly increased, almost jumping by tens of millions of people every second. In just a few seconds, the live broadcast room increased by hundreds of millions of people. In the live broadcast room, Bart's camera can see the diving robots and various weapons chasing behind. But Bart's descent speed is too fast. Just when everyone thought Bart was going to die this time, Bart's body suddenly caught fire. The seawater surrounding Bart was instantly vaporized, forming countless bubbles. Haha. You never thought. I still have a set of armor. Everyone in the live broadcast room was speechless after hearing Bart's annoying speech. However, everyone was a little dazed after seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room, because the number of people who watched Bart's live broadcast room directly exceeded 2 billion, of which more than 500 million were from abroad. In other words, Bart's live broadcast has earned 2 trillion. Someone in the live broadcast room cursed, Bart, you did it on purpose. This bastard deliberately created this kind of link. This guy made 2 trillion. 2 trillion. A layer of red flame shield shrouded Bart. And the seawater was vaporized and kept bubbling. Bart protected the live broadcast equipment. Seeing someone in the live broadcast room say this, he replied unhappily, "If you say I am doing this for traffic and money, then let him come. I will use energy cannons, missiles, and superpowers to attack him. I just want everyone to see the true side of our empire. Don't be fooled by those media." At this moment, Yang Bo felt the pressure of the surrounding seawater increase instantly. Through Bart's live broadcast, you can see that the fist of the seawater giant around him becomes bigger instantly, and the energy light on the fist of the seawater giant becomes more condensed. Obviously, a superpower person wants to use all means to pull Bart into the deep sea. What are these bastards in the military doing? In the live broadcast room, everyone saw that Bart's position was still decreasing. Obviously, a superpower person has not given up on killing Bart. Use bombs? Military idiots. Detonate the bombs. I'm surrounded by bubbles. The impact of the bomb can't hurt me at all. Military idiots. Bart cursed in the live broadcast room. The pilot on the fighter plane received the commander's order and instantly detonated the underwater missile tracking behind Bart. Boom! Boom! Many people in the live broadcast room saw the power of the underwater missile explosion for the first time. 2 underwater missiles detonated at the same time, and a flash of light appeared. This was the fire of the explosion. Then there was the impact of the explosion. Many animals in the sea were crushed into pieces by the impact of the explosion. The animals in the sea suffered. The sea giant next to Bart instantly collapsed under the huge impact of the underwater missile, and the light and shadow of the sea giant instantly turned into countless fragments. And because of the flame shield released by Bart himself, the high temperature of the flame shield contacted with the sea water to form a large number of bubbles. So it did not have much impact on Bart, and these bubbles took away most of the impact. Elemental Clone plus 64. A skill message appeared in Yang Bo's mind. It's A+. Yang Bo was so happy that he almost jumped up. When he got on the fighter plane, he turned off the armor to lure this guy into a trap, because he knew that this was the best opportunity for this kind of superpower. These guys will definitely not give up this opportunity once they let him return to the territory. I don't know how long it will take for him to have another chance. It seems that this guy has suffered a backlash from his superpower. No matter how powerful the superpower is, it can't fight against technology. The sky of Devon was like being filled with meteors, as countless fighter planes rushed into the atmosphere. Devon was directly placed under military control, and all yachts and cars were kept in place. Fighters began to search the sea and dropped countless probes. In the live broadcast room, everyone saw Bart finally begin to float up. There was an indescribable feeling in my heart. I wanted to sympathize with Bart, but I couldn't, because this guy made more than 2 trillion with this wave of traffic. You can't hate this guy. After all, the threat he suffered is real. I received news a long time ago that more than 30 people in the top 100 killers came to trouble me. I didn't expect these bastards to be so powerful. Bart floated to the surface of the sea, with a red flame shield around his body, and was still cursing in the live broadcast room. The people watching the live broadcast were also amazed by Bart's experience. If Bart didn't have a flame shield that could evaporate seawater to form bubbles, the military would never dare to detonate underwater missiles. The instantaneous impact of the underwater missile was too great. If that was the case, Bart would probably be dragged to the bottom of the sea by the killer. Of course, the people watching the live broadcast did not know how strong Bart's physical fitness was. Of course, those killers also underestimated Bart's strength. You military people, go away. I don't trust you anymore. Facing the military fighter plane's reentry, Bart cursed directly in the live broadcast room. You military people better give me an explanation. You must compensate me for my shield armor worth billions. Everyone saw flames coming out of Bart's body, and then he flew away. In the live broadcast room, everyone saw Bart flying directly in the air, and the whole person was like a fireball. Not long after flying, the fighter planes from Bart's territory arrived. Thank you for watching today's live broadcast. I believe everyone has a very intuitive impression of some problems in our country. Here I want to tell you a fact. That is, don't offend the nobles. A hereditary noble like me can be chased by laser cannons and missiles if I offend others. You guys, be careful of disappearance, suicide, and crime. If the empire continues like this, It will be finished sooner or later. Then Bart turned off the live broadcast. Although Bart turned off the live broadcast, there were still many people discussing it in the live broadcast room. Bart is right. Bart is too talented. So some nobles are afraid of Bart. Bart is so awesome. This guy is a bastard. But he still has strength. The military has long been infiltrated by these nobles. And I want to tell you that there is an unspoken rule within the military. That is, these old nobles are more likely to be promoted if they have more descendants. This is no secret. 95% of the officers in the military are from the old nobles. This matter is definitely related to the military. The empire may be in chaos in the future. Energy cannons can be obtained by terrorists. What's so strange about this? Didn't you see that the Carter family's fighter planes were shot down last time? I bet that this investigation report will eventually point to the source of the energy cannons as the Alliance. Let these people investigate themselves. Isn't this nonsense? I wonder what Bart is going to reveal to the Alliance's reporters. Isn't this clear? Bart has already said it clearly. The clown terrorists were able to rob so many energy stones in the Alliance. Do you think the clown terrorists have no connection with some of the Alliance's top leaders? And these clown terrorists launched a terrorist attack on Devon Star. And the two attack companies just auctioned off a lot of energy stones from Paradise Island. And after investigating for so long, there is still no clue. This clown terrorist is too awesome. There is no clue of the crimes committed in two countries. The subtle relationship. You should carefully taste it. Wow. There are so many tricks here. Bart knows a lot. But there is no evidence. TSK. It turns out that some nobles have colluded with certain families in the Alliance. Someone just sent this message. And the live broadcast room was completely closed. I hate cyborgs. If these two cyborgs were ordinary killers, I don't know what skills they would give. Yang Bo gritted his teeth. The two cyborgs did not give any skills. Although the skill I gained this time is very powerful. After having this elemental clone, I no longer need super mirror. Light, electricity, metal, fire, etc. can all use this skill. However, this elemental clone also has a disadvantage. That is, once the elemental clone is destroyed, its own mental power will be severely damaged. Because this elemental clone itself has a part of the original body's mental power, so it can be controlled from a distance. Bart. Yang Bo returned to Bart's territory and saw Ning Shui rushing over. It's okay. My space mecha hasn't been taken out yet. Yang Bo felt Ning Shui hugging him tightly and hurried to comfort her. Don't take risks in the future. It's so dangerous this time. Space mechas are not omnipotent. Let's cancel our wedding. Yang Bo hurriedly said, No. Such a big thing has happened. I don't believe there will be any problems when we get married. Master, the military has already found out that it is a superpower who releases water superpowers. Jerry, the housekeeper, reported at this time. Yang Bo hurriedly looked at the information. There was a body floating on the sea 20 kilometers away from the scene of the incident. The body did not have any injuries on the surface. Armor was also found on the body, which was of water attribute. Housekeeper, help me follow up on this matter. Yang Bo nodded. It didn't matter whether the other party was the murderer or not. Anyway, he had already obtained the skills. Yes. Master, what about the reporters of the Alliance? Follow the business rules. Yang Bo said. Okay. Chapter 928 Skill Advantages and Disadvantages. Butler Jerry admires his young master with all his heart. How much money did his young master make today? Although the platform has a certain commission. As a hereditary noble, the tax is very small. Butler Jerry estimated that his young master's net income today could exceed 2 trillion. At most, 2.4 billion people watched his young master's live broadcast room. The minimum threshold for each person is 1,000. And this alone is 2.4 trillion. Yang Bo was also very happy. Today was the day he had gained the most in his life. Not only did he obtain the extremely rare elemental clone ability, but he also made a lot of money, which would be of great help to his future career. Butler, a reward of 100 billion is offered. Anyone who can get information about the people who attacked me this time, as well as their mastermind, will get a certain reward. After Butler Jerry followed Master Bart back to the manor, he heard his master speak. Donate another 100 billion to the Noble Council. Understood? Butler Jerry nodded immediately after hearing what his young master said. This time, his young master was attacked by a terrorist, and the whole process was broadcast live. which had a great influence. But then again, his young master was not the first to be attacked by a terrorist. If you want this matter to have a result, you still have to pay money. The nobles themselves are all about interests, including people with the same surname and clan in the same family. And they also have to pay attention to interests. Besides, my young master has made so much money. If I don't take out a little, some people might even grumble about my young master behind his back. Bai Lu looked at Bart sitting on the sofa and admired him very much. This man made trillions in less than a day. My boss is much smarter than I thought. Don't do this again in the future. Ning Shui didn't know what to say, because Ning Shui knew that Bart also had a space mecha. Although she knew this, Ning Shui was still quite worried. This worry is a bit complicated. On the one hand, he is her husband after all. On the other hand, Bart is really good to people. And if something happens to Bart, many plans of her family will be put on hold. Butler, please inform our partners, who cooperate with us in ultra-high temperature materials, that they will not be able to deliver the relevant goods in the next month due to some reasons. Yang Bo said again. Yes. Butler Jerry didn't know whether his young master was injured. Hearing this, Ning Shui looked at Bart carefully and asked, Is he injured? No. I said this to give people the impression that I am not as powerful as they think. The cards cannot be leaked out. Otherwise they will be more fully prepared next time. Ning Shui heard Bart say there would be a next time, and hit Bart twice with her hand in annoyance. There will be a next time. You also know the conflicts between nobles. There are many things behind the rise of every noble. There will definitely be people who will continue to target me, because my growth will touch their interests. Just like your family. If you want to grow, you must step on the corpses of others. Ning Shui heard Bart's words, and although she knew it was true, she didn't know how to say it. Raise the alert level of our territory to the highest level. If anyone comes to see me, I will not see anyone within this month. Yes. Butler Jerry bowed and answered. His young master is now worth more than 2 trillion, which is better than all the young nobles of the Blue Water Empire. Then Yang Bo came to the laboratory under the pretext of recovering his consumed superpowers. Then he returned to March Star, ignoring the shock of everyone outside. Yang Bo couldn't wait to test the elemental clone. Yang Bo returned to the laboratory under the March Star Villa, with a slight movement in his heart. A light elemental man was released. This light elemental man looked like a human-shaped bright object. It's the same as I expected. This kind of elemental clone can be freely controlled over a long distance mainly because it is a part of the mental power. After Yang Bo released this elemental man, he found that his vision was very strange, as if two people were looking at each other. The stronger the elemental man is, the more mental power is needed to control him. I'm afraid the killer, who used the elemental clone to attack me, has already tried his best to release the seawater clone. Yang Bo silently felt the light element clone in his heart, and then controlled the guy to move too fast. The speed of the light element's movement made Yang Bo feel a little slow to react. And Yang Bo also found that the light element clone could change color at will, and become exactly the same as himself. This kind of elemental clone also has energy fluctuations, which is probably the biggest disadvantage. Yang Bo took back the light element clone, and then released a fire element clone. The fire element clone is like a fireman, as long as Yang Bo wants. This fire element clone can expand to a huge size, and the fire element clone can also become smaller. The smallest one becomes a little man the size of an egg, which looks very solid. Not bad. Not bad. This kind of thing is best used for scouting and warning in the future. But it takes more energy to maintain the fire element clone, which is probably related to the temperature dissipation of the fire element clone. Yang Bo controlled the egg-sized fire element clone to jump up and down in the entire laboratory. This little thing was not affected by any gravity. Of course, this element clone also consumed a lot of energy. I wonder what the electric element clone looks like. Yang Bo released the electric element clone again. The electric element clone came out and scared Yang Bo. This thing is like a ball of lightning, and it also makes crackling sounds. This is the lightning ball constantly releasing electricity. The electric element clone can't be formed at all. Yang Bo can feel the terrifying energy contained in this ball lightning. The last one is the metal element clone. It seems that some metal materials are needed. Dr. Yang released the metal element clone and found that it was like a fogman. This is because the metal element clone does not have enough metal elements. Then next time you release the metal element clone, you must prepare some materials, so that the metal element clone can be more solid. However, Yang Bo made the metal element clone smaller. The entire metal element clone finally became a metal man only 3 or 4 centimeters tall. And Yang Bo directly turned this metal man into a big coin. Then he controlled the coin and rolled it around in the laboratory. Then the whole coin turned into a metal element clone, the same size as a real person. Then Yang Bo prepared enough metal materials. It looks like a metal sculpture. When Yang Bo prepared enough metal materials, he found that the released metal element clones were like human sculptures. Boom! Yang Bo controlled the humanoid metal man, swung his metal fist, and hit the wall of the laboratory, making a dull sound. And a fist mark instantly appeared on the wall. TSK. It's simply a weapon for group fights. It just consumes a lot of mental power. In the future, when my mental power and superpowers reach a certain level, I can release dozens or hundreds of element clones to fight with me. Maybe one day, I can control a metal man hundreds of meters tall. No matter what kind of superpower the opponent has, I have a way to restrain him. Elemental clones are convenient, but they also have a shortcoming, which is that they will hurt your mental power after being blown up. Especially like this time in the ocean. The opponent's ocean giant was directly shattered by 2 underwater missiles. Speaking of which, super mirrors are more useful. But super mirrors can only be used for light superpowers. Yang Bo put away his skills and pondered the advantages and disadvantages of the elemental clone. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages, and nothing is perfect. When Yang Bo was pondering his skills in the laboratory, the reputation of Viscount Bart of the Water Blue Empire resounded throughout the galaxy. According to third-party information, Viscount Bart earned 2.1 trillion blue coins in less than half an hour of live broadcast. At the same time, he broke the world record of paying users in the live broadcast room, reaching 2.43 billion people. This news spread like a hurricane throughout the interstellar space in an instant. At the same time, the news that Viscount Bart was attacked by dozens of missiles from high-powered energy cannons of terrorists also spread throughout the interstellar society in an instant. Are many people surprised that the public security of the Blue Water Empire is so poor? They can attack a hereditary Viscount with energy cannons and dozens of missiles in broad daylight. It's like someone in the Alliance uses energy cannons and missiles to attack those billionaires. The Emperor of the Empire has issued an order to investigate the matter thoroughly. This video of Bart's live broadcast was played billions of times in a short period of time. The nobles of the Blue Water Empire were extremely jealous after seeing this news. Everyone thought that only Bart could do such a thing. Bart made more than 2 trillion after the terrorist attack, which simply overturned all cognition. The Carter family was also attacked by terrorists, and was attacked twice. But why didn't they broadcast live? Bart was the first person to use terrorist attacks to make money. Of course, there was news later that Viscount Bart was hurt, because the companies that cooperated with Viscount Bart received a notice that they would not supply goods for the next month. At the same time, someone on the internet broke the news that the seawater giant that attacked Bart at the end should be the 3rd place in the interstellar killer rankings. The killer nicknamed Water Man. The scene left by this killer only had some water-attributed superpower fluctuations, and there was no other evidence, because this guy didn't kill people by himself, but used a water giant to do it. Moreover, the killer died at the scene after the first attempt. But the Blue Water Empire has no definite evidence to prove that the person who died at sea is the killer. The Blue Water Empire also announced the latest situation. The memory modules of the 2 modified people captured by Bart are intact, and the brain cells of these 2 people have not lost their activity. The Blue Water Empire is preparing to revive the 2. In this society, as long as the brain cells have not lost their activity, they can be revived. Why are you silent? The attack on Viscount Bart has nothing to do with our Zhang family. All our money goes through the platform. At the Zhang family meeting, the clan leader saw that the atmosphere was a bit solemn. So he spoke up. Clan leader, we know this. We just feel that Bart's growth rate is too fast, and the origins of his 2 sets of armor are too strange. What kind of person provided him with such armor? Someone shook his head and said, Chapter 929 Good News. In each small circle, the number of forgers decreases as you go further. The same is true for the profession of blacksmiths. The number of people decreases as you get to the top. As an old noble of the Shuelan Empire, and a great noble, he naturally knows all the blacksmiths in the empire, especially the top blacksmiths. Although some of the top blacksmiths are trained by other nobles, as long as they are in this industry, they will have works. Naturally, other nobles will know about it. It seems that there are other people behind Bart. Is it the royal family? Someone from the Zhang family asked again. It shouldn't be. The royal family will not easily believe Bart's background. And Bart's words do not show much respect for the emperor. The emperor does not need someone like Bart. He just needs a loyal dog to guard the house. Not a powerful wolf like Bart. For the emperor, obedience and loyalty are the first priority. Bart's 2 sets of armor were definitely made by forgers above the Grandmaster level. The Zhang family repeatedly watched Bart's live broadcast. Bart is a fool. Although he has made more than 2 trillion now, he has also exposed a lot of things. The Zhang family was very happy that Bart started live broadcasting because he exposed a lot of valuable information. Then if Bart is targeted next time, corresponding measures will be taken. Bart is originally a bastard with a more rampant personality. This kind of person only sees the immediate benefits and does not want to hide his trump card. Although his shield armor looks simple, it can achieve such a level, especially the ability to resist high-power energy cannon attacks, which is enough to prove the excellence of this armor. Now that we know he has 2 sets of armor, it will be much easier to deal with him next time. Everyone mobilize your own network and find out who Bart is in close contact with. Could it be that Bart met someone outside? I have to say that Bart is indeed very cunning. I think the families don't have any information about him because people don't pay enough attention to this kind of person. If Bart had shown his talent earlier, he would have been dealt with by his family. I can't see the style of his second set of armor, nor can I see how much power it has. But just because it can release a fire energy shield, I know it is the work of a forger above the Grandmaster level. The Zhang family continued to watch the video of Bart's live broadcast. The true appearance of Bart's second set of armor is not clear at all, because the second set of armor is covered with a layer of fire energy shield. But just based on this point, we know that this set of armor is not simple. The style of his first set of armor is a bit like the style of the Watson family. The Watson family's forgers do have this style, but there is no reason for them to make armor for Bart. And this kind of armor cannot be made in a short time. When did Bart start to have money? Can you ask the Watson family? You can ask. The video of Bart's live broadcast was watched repeatedly by many people. The emperor also watched Bart's live broadcast carefully and asked his think tank team to analyze it. Bart's rise was too fast, which made the emperor feel a little abnormal. Bart had not been paid attention to by the royal family before, because there were too many nobles like Bart in the Shuoyan Empire, and no one had the strength to monitor all of them. The emperor did not want any emergencies to occur, which would affect the stability of the empire. 1 Bart is not a big deal. But what about 3, 5, or 10 Barts like him? Has Bart's past information still not been found? The emperor asked while watching the analysis of the live video. Your Majesty, all we can find now is some data about Bart when he left our empire. As for what happened to him abroad, we don't know anything at all, the head of the think tank team said. Alas, the emperor also knew that Bart must have changed his appearance after going abroad. We use big data analysis and an intelligent comparison system to compare 110,000 people, but there was no usable result. The head of the think tank team spoke again. The emperor knew that this kind of big data analysis is to collect data on the target person's words, actions, and other things, and then compare them with other relevant people. The 110,000 people compared must be some well-known people abroad, because such people have data. Those who are unknown, there is no way to collect their data. The emperor saw the analysis data of the video again, and felt a little surprised. Your opinion is that his 2 sets of armor are the works of 2 different blacksmiths. Your Majesty. Yes. This Count Bart's shield armor is one style, and the fire energy armor inside is another style. Based on detailed data comparison, this Count Bart's shield armor is divided into 18 parts, and the 18 parts are combined into a whole. When the shield of the shield armor encounters a huge energy attack, the energy system of the 18 parts will simultaneously resist the attack part. This is also the biggest reason why Viscount Bart was able to survive when the energy cannon blew up the flying car and caused the flying car's energy explosion. According to our calculations, the energy of the car explosion is equivalent to that of a heavy fighter jet energy bomb. The water-attributed superpower killer used the energy of water to stretch out Viscount Bart's shield armor. Viscount Bart's leg armor was stretched out first, but his shoulder and head armor was still running. The person in charge also released a video of Bart's shield armor being stretched out by sea water. Bart's live video was analyzed frame by frame. This proves that the 18 parts of his armor can operate independently. And we analyzed the color and spectrum of his armor shield after it disappeared, and found that a large amount of energy metal was used. According to our final judgment, there is a 90% chance that his shield armor is the work of a master-level forger. There is also a small probability that it is the work of a Grandmaster-level forger. We compared the styles of the existing Grandmaster's works, and found no similarities. As for the fire energy armor inside him, it should be the work of a Grandmaster-level forger. This armor can release such a thick fire energy shield. The armor uses a lot of fire energy metal. At the same time, during Bart's actions, this armor looks very soft and fits very well. This proves that this set of armor is custom-made. In addition, the energy utilization rate of this set of fire energy armor can reach more than 95%. Through the video footage, we can only vaguely see that there are slight energy circulation circuits on the surface of its armor. It is conservatively estimated that his set of fire energy armor is worth more than 10 billion. The Emperor looked at the pictures and material shown by the person in charge, and could clearly see Bart's fire energy armor, with only a faint layer of red light flowing on the surface. When energy is running, it will be lost. The greater the loss, the stronger the light will be. That means there is at least a Grandmaster-level forger behind this guy? The Emperor felt a little headache again. As an Emperor, he certainly knew how influential a Grandmaster-level forger was. How many students and disciples did a Grandmaster-level forger have? And how many superpowers did he have? What the Emperor disliked most was these sudden events. On the one hand, these sudden events had an impact on his own layout. On the other hand, it proves that there are still loopholes in his intelligence system. Otherwise, how could there be such a big loophole? Go back and make a plan to include people like Bart, who are often missing in the country, into the monitoring scope. The Emperor can only fill in the gaps. Yes. The head of the Emperor's staff team bowed and answered. The Emperor continued to look at the analysis data, which showed that the theft of the energy stone on Tianyun Star was closely related to several terrorist attacks on Devon Star, and it has close ties with the Alliance and the anti-government armed forces of the Empire. It seems that some people have done a lot of good things behind my back over the years. The Emperor's staff team does not need evidence to analyze these things, as long as the logic can pass. The Zhang family probably didn't expect that they would kick an iron ball this time. However, the Emperor thought of Bart, the Zhang family and the Wu family, and felt a little happy about the dog-eat-dog situation. After all, this is something that happened in the circle of old nobles. And the more important thing is that Bart made this matter big enough. This way, he would have an excuse to deal with these people. This incident was like Bart handing him a knife. The Emperor would definitely use this incident to cut some nobles. However, as an Emperor, he would not rush to express his opinion. Bart is a very smart guy. The Emperor thought of Bart and donated another 100 billion to the Noble Parliament. The Noble Parliament had to give Bart an explanation on this matter, both publicly and privately. So the Emperor had to see how the Noble Parliament would react first. At this time, the butler beside the Emperor came in hurriedly. Your Majesty, there is the latest news from Devon Star. Good. The Emperor saw the news and couldn't help but slap the table. The more I see Bart, the more I like him. This guy actually has research on cyborgs. The 2 cyborgs captured by Bart have been urgently treated by Devon Star and have woken up. These 2 cyborgs are actually core members of the Alliance's anti-government armed forces. After they arrived at Devon Star, someone provided them with energy cannons, missiles, yachts, and also provided Bart's flying car energy characteristics. Great. The Emperor couldn't help but slap the table again. Colluding with foreign anti-government forces and carrying out terrorist attacks on domestic nobles. This family must be eradicated. Publish this news. I want to let the old noble circle be in chaos first. The Emperor felt so happy. Also notify the ambassador of the Alliance. Yes. Chapter 930 Reward Upgrade. Yang Bo came out of the underground laboratory of March Star and found the news released by the Blue Water Empire in the internet room. The official of Devon Star of the Blue Water Empire released the latest news. The identities of the 2 terrorists who attacked Viscount Bart have been found out. They are 2 A-level cyborgs of the Alliance anti-government armed forces. But the identities of the 2 cyborgs are kept confidential. The Blue Water Empire has contacted the Alliance officials, and the 2 sides are communicating about the follow-up cooperation. The Devon official also announced that the weapons used by the 2 terrorists to attack the nobles came from Devon, and the official is investigating the specific sources of these weapons. It is estimated that it will be nothing in the end. Yang Bo has no confidence in these things. These nobles of the Blue Water Empire will definitely not leave obvious traces when doing these things. Just like some illegal things done by big companies and big families in the alliance. There is no way to catch them. Of course, it is guessed that these nobles who encountered this incident will definitely be greatly affected. Because the people involved in this incident were all trained by this noble. If they want to distance themselves from the matter, they can only shut them up. This can also be regarded as indirectly weakening the opponent's strength. What Yongbo wants is to make this matter bigger and muddy the water. This will make it easier for him to play in the future. These terrorists have opened a precedent. So I can use all kinds of means in the future. The mastermind behind this terrorist attack is probably still complacent. They think that I made such a big fuss to put pressure on the imperial officials and the noble parliament. I don't know what my purpose is. Energy cannons, missiles, bombs, etc. were all used in this terrorist attack. Then it will be normal for mechas and other things to appear next time. Only by muddying the water can I fish in it freely. Yongbo was very happy. Yongbo saw the emperor's statement that he would set up a special investigation team to investigate this matter. And he was thinking in his heart, I just don't know if the emperor will send his confidants to this matter. With such a big event, the emperor must want to see if he can do anything about these old nobles. The emperor's confidants may know where the second world is. Hey, what happened? Su Wei and Anastasia came back from training the Mecha and asked in surprise when they saw Yongbo in the room where he was surfing the internet. Another terrorist attack happened in the Blue Water Empire. Yongbo answered. Su Wei hurried to read the news. 2 trillion. As expected, women are most sensitive to money. When Anastasia saw the news saying that Bart earned more than 2 trillion this time, her eyes widened. Could it be that Bart directed and acted it himself? Su Wei asked doubtfully while watching the news. It's possible. Yongbo nodded. I knew that Bart would suffer one day. Bart has too much money. And he has a bad relationship with his family. In our empire, many families have to hide their geniuses, for fear that other families with grudges will know. But this Bart is too arrogant, Su Wei said as she watched. So this matter is just over? And was also shocked when she saw Bart's live video. There is definitely no way to find out who is behind this. Since others are doing this, they must have planned it long ago. Just like our planet has had several terrorist attacks. But what happened? We still haven't found anything. Yongbo shook his head. Yongbo is right. Don't think about catching these nobles doing things on our side. Su Wei nodded. This is the current government. Our alliance's government is controlled by these big companies and the families of politicians. Your empire is controlled by the old nobles and the royal family. Xia nodded after hearing this. Our empire may be a little different this time. This is also considered an internal conflict among the nobles. I think Bart may suffer a terrorist attack. The history of our empire is actually a fight between the royal family and the nobles. And between the nobles. Su Wei shook her head. These old nobles just like to kill everyone. Yongbo was very happy to hear Su Wei's opinion. Su Wei's idea also represents the ideas of most people in the empire. Obviously, in the eyes of the people of the empire, the attack on Bart this time is nothing more than a dog biting a dog. It's just that the attack on Bart has a particularly great impact. Yongbo also pretended to say, I think Bart deserves it. He is a little too arrogant. After getting the money, he still wants to show off. Su Wei nodded when she heard Yongbo say this. You are still the most cunning. Bart is too arrogant. Although he has earned more than 2 trillion now, you can see that he dare not leave his territory at all. There are many news on the internet saying that he is targeted by many killers. As long as he goes out, he will be attacked by killers. I call this smart. Yongbo corrected the answer. Humph. Su Wei gave Yongbo a look that said you know. Su Wei knew Yongbo's performance in the second game world. In Su Wei's opinion, Yongbo was very cunning. The hereditary nobles of the Blue Water Empire suffered a huge terrorist attack. And this terrorist attack involved the Alliance's anti-government armed forces, the Empire's nobles. And there was news that some people from the Alliance were involved in this terrorist attack. And this terrorist attack was related to the theft of the energy stone on the Alliance's Tianyun star. This incident caused a huge response in the entire society. The Alliance Parliament held an emergency meeting because the Blue Water Empire captured the A-level modified person of the Alliance's anti-government armed forces. In the Alliance's anti-government forces, cyborgs are also divided into many levels. Just like the levels of superpowers. Class A cyborgs are already considered very powerful cyborgs in the anti-government forces. These 2 cyborgs can bring a lot of information. including the latest research directions of cyborgs. There are also cyborg systems, and other things of their own. However, if the Alliance wants to get these things, it must pay a price. There is actually a big conflict between the Alliance and the Empire, and both sides regard each other as the biggest opponent. Therefore, it is difficult for these two countries to cooperate. The next day, Yang Bo got up and looked at the News Union Parliament. There was no resolution yet, and many things happened on Devon Star of the Blue Water Empire. First, the family of the person who contacted the anti-government armed transformation people who participated in the terrorist attack committed suicide, and the energy bomb was detonated. No useful information was left at the scene, and everything was blown into powder. In addition, a middle-level manager and 2 staff members of the yacht company also committed suicide. And according to the investigation of the Blue Water Empire, the energy cannons, missiles, and underwater missiles used by the terrorists to attack Viscount Bart all came from the Crimson Federation, and the production date of these weapons was 20 years ago. The preliminary investigation of the Crimson Federation showed that these weapons were lost in a conflict more than 10 years ago. The officers and soldiers under the warlords of the Crimson Federation all smuggled weapons. So if you want to find the source of weapons in the Crimson Federation, it is a dream, because all the registered information is false. Sometimes, the weapons are directly sold to other people in need. As long as you have money, you can buy anything in the Crimson Federation. This is how these nobles do things. Yang Bo knew it a long time ago. Yang Bo came to Devon Star again, and sent an inquiry letter to the officials of Devon Star, because Bart's attitude must be shown. Bart's personality and way of doing things. Even if he knows that the investigation has no results, he will find someone to take responsibility. Then Yang Bo logged into Bart's social account again and sent a message. If the official investigation has this attitude and this result, then I will not pay taxes from today. Our planet has been attacked once or twice. But why is there no result? If the government cannot protect our safety, then why should we pay taxes? Bart's remarks immediately attracted the response of others. The security of the Empire is really too bad. We are willing to pay taxes because we hope to live in a peaceful environment. Opening Devon Planet was a wrong decision. The officials only know how to smooth things over. The Carter family has been attacked twice, but there has been no result so far. I also agree not to pay taxes. After Yang Bo sent the message, he didn't care. Anyway, he was the victim now. These are only 2 killers. There is another killer. Yang Bo remembered that there were 3 people when he went to Paradise Island. Among them, the one with water superpowers has been dealt with. The red-haired woman's weapon has been taken away by himself. Then why didn't he do anything about the remaining one? Master Allen called several times. Butler Jerry came to report. Bart, you're fucking rich. You made 2 trillion yesterday. 2 trillion. Yang Bo just called Allen, and the other party answered the phone and was arguing. I almost died yesterday. I worked hard to earn this, and I want to correct you. I made more than 217 billion yesterday. Allen heard Bart's words and cursed. You fucking show off. Some people can't make this much money even if they work hard all their lives. This is more than 2 trillion. Okay. I'll top up 1 billion yuan into your membership card. Don't die on a woman's belly. Yang Bo cursed angrily. Allen heard this and said angrily, do you know how stupid your live broadcast was yesterday? You exposed too much. Your bounty has now increased to 300 billion. And there is news that the number 1 killer on the killer ranking has arrived at our Devon Star. I will send you the relevant information later. I am not leaving the territory at all now. Can he still come to kill me? Do you know the superpower of invisibility? After invisibility, no detection means can detect it. And do you know the ability to control other people's dreams and kill the other party's killer in their sleep? Do you know the superpower of controlling animals? Do you know the superpower of controlling others? You can control the people closest to you and kill you when you least expect it. Allen said unhappily. What can I do? When Yang Bo heard what Allen said, he wished that these guys would come to him quickly. But he still asked with a little fear. No way. You can only hope for the best. It's best if you wear the armor 24 hours a day. It's no use killing the employer now, because the employer has already deposited the money into the platform. When Yang Bo heard this, he cursed. I destroyed the platform. Chapter 931 Space Creatures. You are awesome. Go ahead. Allen replied unhappily when he heard this. The reason why Yang Bo wanted to top up Allen's membership card was because of the information Alan gave him. Yang Bo didn't know whether the other party gave him the information because of his family or because of his own intention. But since the other party gave him the information, he had to show his support. Alan's family was also very powerful in the empire, and the information channels of this old noble were very wide. The reason why Yang Bo wanted to separate Bart's identity from the family was because he didn't want the family to know too much about him. Bart's identity was not well received in the family, so the Altina family did not plant too many spies in Bart's territory. Of course, Yang Bo believed that there were still spies from the family in the territory, but he was mostly in the laboratory from morning till night, and the spies didn't have any useful information. Humph. As long as they dare to come, I will still broadcast live. And those behind the scenes must be furious now. If I were the mastermind, I would look at you like an idiot. You're just broadcasting live and exposing your cards. I have more than 2 trillion yuan. There's nothing I can't do. Be careful anyway. You should be careful too. Don't die in a woman's belly. Alan pouted and hung up the phone. I'm really looking forward to it. Yang Bo thought of the superpowers that the killers mentioned by Alan had, and he wished that these killers would appear in front of him now. After seeing his young master finish the call, Jerry reported, Young master, the authorities said they can compensate you for your losses first. Taxpayers' money is not money. These incompetent trash. The shield armor is 3 billion. And you can handle the rest. Yang Bo handed the matter to Jerry, because Yang Bo had something else very important, which was the head of the interstellar creature that was auctioned. Ning Shui and Bai Lu went to Mecha training early in the morning. Yang Bo went directly to Bart's laboratory. Take the head of the interstellar creature out of the space box. What is this creature used for? Yang Bo looked at the creature's head and fell into deep thought. The creature's head was full of bumps, and it looked like Sakyamuni. The creature's head did not have any mouth, and there were other things. Yang Bo could hardly imagine what this creature used to fight. Is it radiation? Yang Bo looked at the creature's head full of bumps. Could these be transmitters that release radiation? Yang Bo observed carefully, and found that this creature did have such a faint life energy that it was almost difficult to detect. And the cut on the creature's head looked very smooth. There was no hole in the cut. The body of an interstellar creature usually had a direct channel to absorb the energy stone it ate. Is this thing a cub? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Spirit seed. Yang Bo tried to release the spirit seed skill on the creature's head, but this skill failed to be released. Then flames appeared in Yang Bo's hand, which was used to burn the head. But the head of this creature does not absorb fire energy. Then Yang Bo used high-temperature rays. The high-temperature rays were still not absorbed. Then Yang Bo used electrical superpowers. No! The electrical superpowers were still not absorbed by this head. The properties of interstellar creatures are related to their growth. Some absorb fire energy, and some absorb water energy. But most interstellar creatures can absorb electrical energy. The following gravity super energy was still not absorbed by this head. Strange. Yang Bo felt a little strange. And the hardness of this creature's head was beyond imagination. Yang Bo finally released space energy. But he didn't expect that this head could actually absorb space energy. Didn't they say that interstellar creatures can't cross the space jump channel? Why can the head of this interstellar creature absorb space energy? Yang Bo felt that he couldn't understand it. Could it be that interstellar creatures with space attributes have not been discovered by humans? Yang Bo's mental power slowly penetrated into the creature's head. Because the creature's head is very hard, the speed of mental power penetration is very slow. When the mental power penetrated into the creature's head, Yang Bo felt that his mental power seemed to fall into an endless abyss, making him feel black in front of his eyes. Damn! Yang Bo was startled, and his mental power quickly retreated, and found that there was no abnormality. Why does this feeling seem familiar? It's the feeling when I'm driving a space mecha to make a jump. Yang Bo quickly remembered it, because he had to jump between Devon Star and March Star every day. So Yang Bo's mental power once again penetrated into the creature's head. It was still the same feeling of blackness in front of his eyes, as if he fell into the abyss all of a sudden. This time Yang Bo stabilized his mental power, and he released space energy in his hands. After the space energy touched the creature's head, it was absorbed by the creature's head. Then Yang Bo's mental power followed the line of space energy. Then in an instant, Yang Bo found that his mental power had reached the creature's head. There was a dim energy stone in the creature's head. The space energy was being absorbed by this energy stone, the energy core of the space creature. Yang Bo instantly understood what this energy stone was. Spirit Seed. At this time, Yang Bo released the Spirit Seed. Then the Spirit Seed was released successfully. It is indeed an interstellar creature with space attributes. This interstellar creature has a layer of space energy defense inside its head. So even if the person who gets the head of this creature has gone through many kinds of detection, he cannot know that this creature is not completely dead. This interstellar creature relies on absorbing space energy. The bulge on the head of this creature is equivalent to the energy impact released when the spacecraft jumps to break through the space. And the bulge on the head of this creature has another function, which is to record the space coordinate point where this creature arrives. This kind of interstellar creature likes to be in places where the space energy fluctuates violently, such as supernova explosions. The attack method of this kind of interstellar creature is also very strange. These guys attack the target by directly opening the space, and then drilling out from the space where the target is. That is to say, they directly tear the space, and tear the target into pieces. There is no second attack method. How did this kind of interstellar creature come into being? Yang Bo's eyes lit up after knowing all this information. Yang Bo was a little hesitant now, because he didn't know what to do. There were two options next. The first was to continuously release space energy to this interstellar creature and revive it. The second was to kill this interstellar creature and brush up its skills. Kill it. After weighing it, Yang Bo decided to kill this interstellar creature, because this creature was too weird. When his mental power penetrated, its space protection could actually hinder his mental power, causing his mental power to fall into an endless alien space. If this thing is resurrected and uses the same method to isolate the control of my spiritual seed, then I will probably face serious consequences. Now that this guy has lost his autonomous consciousness, I can enter the place where this guy's energy core is located through the channel where it absorbs space energy when transmitting space energy. Of course, the energy required to revive this thing is too much. I don't know how many years I have to wait for resurrection. Dispel. Yang Bo directly dispelled the Spirit Seed. Spatial Energy Mastery plus 32. A piece of information flashed through Yang Bo's mind, and Yang Bo frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this creature was only equivalent to A level. Yang Bo closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Awesome. In the past, Yang Bo had spatial energy, but he used it passively. For example, when he went from Devon Star to March Star, he was protected from the impact of the jump because of his own spatial energy. Now he could actively use spatial energy. Yang Bo's body disappeared, and then Yang Bo reappeared. Then half of Yang Bo's body appeared, and the other half disappeared. Space Barrier. This ability is called Space Barrier, which means Yang Bo can cast a space barrier around his body, which is equivalent to Yang Bo generating a very small independent space in space. And the whole person enters this space. My vision is still in this laboratory, but I have disappeared. But it is not in another space. It feels like a layer between another space and the real space. Yang Bo appeared and disappeared over and over again. This method is best used to avoid energy attacks. However, the release of space energy also adheres to the law of energy interference. If the energy fluctuations in reality are too large, it may harm oneself in the space layer. After all, the spacecraft can break through the space, which proves that as long as the energy is strong enough, the space can be torn apart. I have another ability besides invisibility. Then Yang Bo conducted the second experiment. A dozen meters in front of Yang Bo was a battleship armor. Yang Bo disappeared and then emerged from the battleship armor. The battleship armor was instantly torn apart. In other words, Yang Bo entered the alien space from where he was, and then came out from the space of the battleship armor. The battleship armor was torn apart with the energy of tearing the space. What if the opponent has an energy shield? Yang Bo thought of the troubles that might be encountered with this skill. There are also some methods that Yang Bo cannot use in these places, such as space energy rays. The main reason was that Yang Bo was afraid that the space energy ray would get out of control and then be monitored by the planetary warning system. This is a good thing. 62 bulges. Yang Bo looked at the bag on the head of the interstellar creature, each of which represented a space coordinate point. Let me see what this creature looks like in its original form. Yang Bo directly found some biological samples. The next second Yang Bo was stunned, because his body was like a gourd. His head was like the head of this interstellar creature, and the body behind was round. Chapter 932 Experimental Skills. Yang Bo carefully examined his current body. which was about 1 meter long. His head was much smaller than the head of the creature he bought. It was only about 1/5 the size of the head of the creature he bought. Interstellar creatures have no eyes, but they can perceive everything around them through energy fluctuations. And now this world is very strange in Yang Bo's perception. The whole world seems to be illusory, just like a virtual projection. This is because his spatial energy senses the state of the entire world in space. The planets and these buildings are all illusory, because they are all suspended in this space. Yang Bo can also feel the spatial energy fluctuations far away. These spatial energy fluctuations are the energy fluctuations that break through the space when the spacecraft makes a space jump. As long as I want, I can break through the space to the point of these spatial energy fluctuations at any time. My camouflage ability can only disguise the appearance of this creature. If that's all, I can't maximize the ability of my current form. But I have spatial energy. Yang Bo discovered the peculiar body structure of this creature. It can release space energy in the best state, and consume the least energy when using space energy to move or travel through space. And the strength of his current body is very strong, which can resist the invasion of space energy for a long time. And there is a unique structure in this body, which can release a layer of space energy to protect the more fragile structure in this body. The first time, I used mental power to invade the head of this creature I bought. This layer of space energy is actually to protect the energy core. I am now traveling through space, so I am not afraid of space energy causing harm to my soul and mental strength. Interstellar creatures are a manifestation of using energy to the extreme. And my current body can also lock space coordinates. Although I don't understand why I can lock space coordinates now, I can do it. This form of space creatures is called space gourd worm. Although Yang Bo thinks that the appearance of this space gourd worm looks a bit ridiculous, it is very powerful. Yang Bo changed back to his original appearance. Then Yang Bo prepared to give it a try, first releasing a space coordinate in Bart's private laboratory. Then he asked White and the other two to send him back to March Star. After returning to March Star, Yang Bo could clearly feel the space coordinate he released in Bart's private laboratory. Yang Bo placed an energy detector in the laboratory of March Star, and then placed a space coordinate in another laboratory. Then Yang Bo lifted his leg and disappeared in the laboratory where the energy detector was released on March Star. The reason why Yang Bo did this was to prevent the energy fluctuations during his space transmission from being too large and affecting the space coordinates. Haha. Then Yang Bo came to the private laboratory on Devon Star. He consumed about 1/20th of his own energy reserves. And now when he moves through space, he no longer has the feeling of blacking out his eyes as before. The energy consumed is mainly to break through the space and to apply defense to himself. The space defense imposed on himself does not need to be released actively by himself. The self-regulation of the body will adjust the strength of the defense. Then Yang Bo took another step. He returned to the laboratory where the space coordinates were released on March Star. He came to the laboratory where the energy detector was placed and saw the energy fluctuation data on the detector. As expected, there will still be energy fluctuations when I move in space. It seems that if I want to move in space in the future, I still need to build some buildings to isolate energy fluctuations. And the energy consumption is too high. Then Yang Bo turned into a space gourd worm again. After turning into a space gourd worm, the space movement from March Star to Devon Star, the energy consumed is only 1/10 of that in human form. This is because of the unique body structure of this space gourd worm. Moreover, when this space gourd worm moves in space, the energy fluctuations emitted are very small. Yang Bo is not worried that this interstellar creature will attack human society, because this kind of creature that relies on energy to survive will not easily come to the star field where humans live. Because the star field where the human world lives is relatively scarce in energy. Because humans cannot withstand very high energy. Because the energy is too concentrated. The radiation will be very high. This space gourd worm will only live in some areas where space energy is concentrated, such as some star fields like supernova explosions. Now it will be convenient to go to other places in the future. And I can also modify the head of this interstellar creature, which is generally used as a coordinate point to record space coordinates. In addition, if the internal structure of this interstellar creature is changed, it can store more space energy. At that time, this will be a prop for space movement. Yang Bo looked at the space he bought, the gourd worm's head, and there were many ideas in his mind. Without changing the original function and structure of this head, some improvements can be made. Are you happy today? Su Wei was called up by Shen Gongbao to eat. When she came downstairs, She found that Yang Bo had made a lot of delicious food. So she asked curiously, "How do you know that I am happy today?" Yang Bo was also very curious. How did Su Wei know that he was happy today? Intuition. Su Wei answered with 2 words in an unfathomable way. Annie and Xia also came down. Seeing that Yang Bo had made a lot of delicious food, they hurried to help. The recent experiments have been going smoothly, so I'm in a good mood. Yang Bo lied. Are you going to the auction tomorrow? Su Wei asked again. Yang Bo knew that Su Wei was asking about the high-quality 5-star potion auction on March Star tomorrow. I will go tomorrow. After all, the more we sell, the more income we will have. Yang Bo nodded. Then you should be careful. After all, there was an energy bomb terrorist attack last time. Su Wei was worried about this. I don't know why in recent years, there are terrorist attacks everywhere. There are terrorist attacks in our alliance and in the Empire. Annie and Xia were also a little worried. It's okay. I will drive my training mecha to the auction tomorrow. Yang Bo laughed. How is your mecha training going? Can we come out for training? Yang Bo asked again with concern. Not yet. The 3 women shook their heads when they spoke of this, because it was easy to be seen if they came out for training. Although others could not enter their territory, they could see the movements of the mecha from a distance. The main reason was that the 3 women were afraid of being embarrassed, which meant that the 3 women were not very skilled in mecha technology. Okay then. Yang Bo nodded, thinking about where to test the application of his space skills.